In the Kingdom of Rune, the bustling metropolis of Beklan stands tall. This vibrant city, divided by the meandering Taysok River that flows southeast into the sea, is connected by the Beklan Bridge and bustling ferries. With a population exceeding 5 million, it is touted as one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, if not the most prosperous of them all. At this moment, in a dimly lit alley of the urban bridge district, a young man is crouched in the shadows, his body devoid of visible injuries, yet his expression is twisted in agony, as if he bears an unbearable torment. Lu Bo, grappling with the incessant buzzing in his mind, forces his eyes open to behold the grand bridge spanning the Taysok River above him, and higher still, the night sky adorned with a blood-red full moon. The crimson moon looms over the Kingdom of Rune, Bekland. A torrent of disjointed memories rushes through Lu Bo's mind. After a brief moment, he senses a flicker of strength returning to his body and manages to lean against the wall to rise. Glancing down at the unfamiliar hands, a bitter smile escapes his lips as he mutters to himself, "Have I traversed into the Kingdom of Rune, Bekland? Ah, such a familiar name. Is this a journey into the world of the esteemed master of mysteries? This place hardly seems like a land of promise. In this new body, I am known as Abner Brennan, just past 18, still a student at a public school. Due to my dazed state, I inadvertently fell from the Bekland Bridge, leading to my current predicament. The cause of my disorientation seems to stem from a family upheaval. Or perhaps not. Could this gem be the extraordinary trait that emerges from the death of a transcendent being? It appears that the original owner met with a fatal event involving the supernatural? No, it might simply be the erosion of extraordinary traits that led to his demise." Recalling that Abner had carried this gemstone close for nearly a week, Lu Bo felt a twinge of sympathy for the original owner's ignorance. Hastily, he followed Klein's method from Master of Mysteries and retrieved a metal cigarette case from another pocket, discarding the last 2 cigarettes within, and carefully stowing the blue gemstone inside. As he made his way through the streets, Lu Bo remained on edge. He had yet to fully assimilate the original memories, compounded by the original owner's muddled experiences in recent days. He was unaware of the precise date since his arrival, anxious about encountering the assassins, demons, and cultists depicted in the original narrative. The modest room he occupied was rented at 4 soulers per week, furnished simply with a bed, a chair, a nightstand, and a half-length mirror hanging on the wall. He was grateful to Emperor Roselle for his improvements in craftsmanship, which had significantly lowered the cost of glass production otherwise. Even the mirror might not have existed. After lighting a candle on the nightstand, Lu Bo allowed himself a moment of respite to ease the fog clouding his mind since his arrival. He then retrieved the blue gemstone from the cigarette case, scrutinizing it closely as he spoke aloud. "I wonder which pathway and sequence this extraordinary trait belongs to, and whether its erosion has left any lasting effects on this body." Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly felt his focus and analytical abilities surge, as if his mind had transformed into a high-speed computer processing streams of data. Within mere seconds, a violent pain engulfed his brain, eliciting a cry of distress as he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his reflection in the half-length mirror. It was that of a young man with brown curly hair, yet his eyes were completely white, as if devoid of pupils. Meanwhile, in the underground of the Cathedral of St. Wind in the Wood District, a member of the Punisher squad was reporting to the captain. "Captain, Old Reed discovered Henry's body in a garbage heap in the Bridge District. He was in a poor state after being randomly teleported by an artifact of the cult during the battle in the outskirts last week, and was ultimately killed by someone who seized the opportunity." The captain's face darkened with evident anger as he interrupted. "Did you commune with the spirits? Do you know who was responsible?" The team member sighed in dismay. "We found Henry's body too late, and he had been discarded in the garbage by a few vagrants. The remaining spiritual essence was scant, leading to a lackluster outcome in our communion. However, our knowledge keeper surmised from the clues that he likely encountered members of the gang from the East District while severely injured, resulting in his robbery and murder." "Captain." Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Bo exhibited no signs of confusion. Instead, he calmly retrieved a pocket watch from his breast pocket to check the time, pondering. "Having been unconscious for nearly 6 hours, it seems my arrival comes with a golden touch, albeit one that forces a 6-hour cooldown after a mere 3 to 4 seconds of use. Is this touch merely gilded?" He glanced into the half-length mirror. His eyes had returned to a pale blue, yet he could not forget the pure white gaze he had seen before losing consciousness. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. What is this? The Byakugan from Naruto? In terms of insight, it is somewhat comparable, but its duration is far too brief. Given the artistic style of this world, perhaps I shall dub it the pure white eye. Self-deprecation aside, Lu Bo recognized that this so-called pure white eye, a boon of the traveler, possessed formidable capabilities, as he had gained substantial advantages in that brief moment. Instinctively, he reached for paper and pen to summarize these benefits in Chinese. The first ability of this pure white eye is to enhance my memory and memory processing capabilities. In that fleeting moment, I not only absorbed Abner's entire memory but also clarified the knowledge and books I had perused before my arrival. This is a treasure not to mention. The potion formulas and ritual incantations from Master of Mysteries are priceless. Although I adored this novel and read it numerous times, I could never commit the potion formulas to memory. Now, with the pure white eye, I can effortlessly revive these memories. How splendid. However, once I exit the state of the pure white eye, these memories will gradually distort, necessitating quick review to truly retain them. It seems that knowledge pertaining to demigods and beyond fades especially rapidly, while anything regarding outer gods eludes my grasp entirely. The third ability, I believe, is the core capability of the pure white eye, namely, the analytical ability. This ability operates on the foundation of the knowledge embedded in my memory and the specific phenomena I observe, meaning the first two abilities are prerequisites for this one. This ability is extraordinarily potent within those few seconds. I merely glanced at that extraordinary trait and caught a glimpse of myself through the mirror, yet I was able to deduce a considerable amount of information. Lu Bo switched to a fresh sheet of paper to document his analytical findings. Firstly, this extraordinary trait belongs to the reader sequence, specifically the reasoning apprentice of sequence 8. Secondly, this body has indeed been tainted by extraordinary traits, but due to the suppression from my pure white eye status after my arrival, this taint has integrated into my body and spirit, granting a slight elevation to my spirituality and mental faculties. This enhancement differs from the temporary boost of the pure white eye. It resembles the condition of a second-generation low to mid-sequence extraordinary being who has inherited a modicum of extraordinary traits. Upon reaching this point, Lu Bo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, contemplating. This implies that I can no longer pursue other sequences. I can only endeavor to ascend as a reader. The extraordinary beings of this sequence also enhance memory, insight, logic, and analytical abilities in their early stages, which aligns perfectly with my pure white eye. Is this truly mere coincidence? Well, I have no other options now. If I do not genuinely ascend as a reader, even with the suppression of the pure white eye, the integrated traits pose a significant risk. A slight misstep could lead to chaos. With this thought, Lu Bo continued to write on the paper containing his analytical results. Reader Sequence 9. Main material, the pupil of the Garo fish. This is where the true power of the pure white eye's analytical capability lies, surpassing even the analytical abilities of a level 5 reader's pathway. Chapter 2. Encounter. Indeed, the pure white eye possesses the remarkable ability to analyze the source of extraordinary traits. In just a few fleeting seconds, it deciphered a portion of the primary material formula for Sequence 9, represented by the blue gem of Sequence 8. I believe that by activating the pure white eye 2 or 3 more times, I could fully unravel the formula for the reader. However, I must exercise patience and wait until evening. I have no desire to succumb to another forced slumber that lasts the entire morning. While these thoughts churned in my mind, Lu Bo ignited 2 sheets of paper detailing the analysis results and the current functions of the pure white eye, reducing them to ashes in the candlelight. Although written in simplified Chinese, the presence of a predecessor like Roselle in this world made it imperative to avoid any risk of being seen, even if the meaning was not understood. Confirming the date was not a daunting task. Abner casually purchased a copy of that day's Becklin Gazette, effortlessly resolving the matter. Upon seeing the date on the front page, Tuesday, May 29th, 1349, Abner felt a sense of relief wash over him, and inwardly mused, I have arrived a month earlier than Mr. Fool. Thankfully, had I crossed over after his slumber, that would have been disastrous. At that point, not only would I lose the advantage of knowing the plot, but the end of days would be even closer. Lost in thought, Abner strolled into a small restaurant by the roadside. The establishment was nearly empty, a reflection of the dire poverty afflicting the residents of the East District, where securing a hearty meal was a daily struggle, let alone dining out. Furthermore, it was already working hours, and most of the regular customers had long since left for the factories. Thus, the leisurely presence of Abner drew the attention of the waitress at the counter, who cast him several curious glances. Noticing this, Abner couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Both he and the original owner felt out of place in this environment. There was no need for him to elaborate on his own circumstances. The original owner's situation stemmed from Abner having been the sole heir of a wealthy merchant just over half a month ago. His father had operated a grain business, while his mother delighted in hosting banquets for neighbors and friends. Their family owned a terraced house in the Georgewood district and a villa with a garden near St. Hilarion Church in the St. George district. Abner had even been sent to a public school by his father in preparation for university. However, everything changed when the kingdom's Grain Act was repealed, sending grain prices plummeting. His father, having hoarded a substantial amount of grain, went bankrupt, and all family assets were auctioned off to barely settle debts. The stark decline in their living standards drove his mother into a mental breakdown, ultimately falling prey to a merchant from the coastal county, after which she mysteriously disappeared. Unable to bear the dual blow, his father took his own life. When Abner, confined in the boarding school and preparing for graduation exams, received this news, it felt as if lightning had struck him, leaving him in a daze for days on end. Fortunately, he had a few close friends and classmates who sympathized with his plight. They pooled their pocket money to afford a proper burial for his father and secured a one-bedroom apartment in the East District as a temporary refuge. Reflecting on these memories, Abner touched the hidden pocket sewn into the interior of his coat, where approximately 3 pounds remained. While this sum was not extravagant, given that his classmates' allowances were modest, it could still be considered a fortune in the East District. After extracting 10 pence to purchase a breakfast, he consumed his meal while contemplating the unfinished thoughts he had left at home, or rather, those he dared not pin down. The restriction against recalling knowledge of the outer gods and the prohibition on remembering potion formulas of semi-divine beings were evidently protective measures instituted by my golden finger. The former shields me from contamination through understanding, while the latter prevents early detection of my anomalies by high-tier powers. After all, while the lower and mid-sequences might be manageable, the formulas of higher sequences are held by only a select few individuals or factions. If I were to inexplicably possess knowledge of them, it would undoubtedly pique their interest. It is not merely a matter of discretion. Some deities are reputed to be omniscient. Perhaps my golden finger's capabilities extend beyond mere summaries. Its true potency likely lies in concealing me from the divine and the eldritch. Perhaps I should join the Tarot Society, utilizing the Source Fortress as a means of concealment, thereby liberating more of my golden finger's abilities. As Abner's thoughts spiraled, the door to the restaurant swung open, admitting a middle-aged man clad in blue work overalls. His countenance bore a heavy frown as he scanned the room, ultimately choosing a conspicuous seat and ordering a cup of coffee. Failure to order would lead to ejection. At that moment, the door opened once more, and a girl of modest height, barely exceeding 5 feet, stepped inside with a steady gait. Her cheeks retained a hint of baby fat, while her delicate features exuded a soft charm. Despite her tousled shoulder-length blonde hair and traditional night training attire, she radiated an indescribable authority and an undeniable allure. Abner's gaze was instantly captivated by the girl, not out of mere attraction, but because her extraordinary aura nearly triggered the spontaneous activation of his pure white eye, threatening to render him unconscious on the spot. He rubbed his forehead and forced himself to avert his gaze, mentally chiding himself. Truly, this is Beckland, where even a humble diner can harbor the extraordinary. However, I must learn to establish a switch for the pure white eye, akin to Klein's method in the novels, to prevent another lapse like earlier. The newly arrived girl cast a curious glance at Abner, finding his previous expression difficult to articulate, yet she said nothing further. Instead, she approached the workman and asked with seriousness, "Mr. Rian Hardy?" The girl named Hester nodded in affirmation, saying, "That is correct. Do not be formal. Sit down. What is it that you wish to discuss? Please be thorough." With that, she promptly took a seat opposite the man. Having finished his breakfast, Abner was preparing to leave when he caught snippets of conversation involving Hester and the Arbiter. He squinted, intrigued, and refrained from rising too hastily. Could this girl be the future judgment of the Tarot Society? Her name aligns, and her appearance and demeanor fit the descriptions in the novels, particularly her stature. Furthermore, the authority she emanated suggested she had recently consumed potions, with their effects still lingering. Unconsciously, Abner began to piece together the situation, increasingly convinced of his deductions, as Mr. Rian commenced recounting his plight. It turned out that Mr. Rian was once a well-paid steam mechanic, but his son had recently fallen ill with a peculiar disease. In his desperation to afford treatment, he borrowed high-interest loans from a local gang leader in the East District. However, due to hidden traps within the loan agreement, he discovered the interest rates were several times higher than he had anticipated, rendering him unable to repay even if he declared bankruptcy. In a state of helplessness, he had heard of Arbiter Hester Dilchar and sought her assistance, hoping she could persuade the lender to waive the unreasonable terms. This seemed to be the very case from Lord of the Mysteries, where Hester initially attempted to physically persuade her opponent, only to find herself imprisoned. Abner stroked his chin. Upon recognizing Hester, he had intended to approach her for a friendly introduction, yet he found himself lacking a suitable entry point, and, for the time being. He lacked the capability to offer her assistance. It is indeed possible to become acquainted with her under the pretext of selling the formula for the Arbiter Sequence 8. However, in the absence of a reliable arbiter and facilitator, she would be utterly incapable of discerning the authenticity of the formula, and thus would certainly refrain from making a purchase. It seems that the reasons for joining the Tarot Society have multiplied. There may be no trading platform more convenient and secure than the Source Fortress in this world. Even in the relatively trustworthy gatherings of extraordinary individuals in the original text, should I present too many formulas, it would inevitably attract envy and peril. As Abner sighed quietly, Hiyu had concluded her conversation with Rian. She assured him that an investigation would be conducted, allowing him to wait in peace, promising results within 2 to 3 days. Having spoken, Hiyu rose decisively and made her way towards the exit, but not before casting a serious glance at Abner, as if to etch his visage into her memory. The intuition of the judgment miss is quite astute. My pure white eyes nearly awakened earlier, which certainly alerted her. Abner was well aware of Hiyu's demeanor and felt no anxiety, for this young lady is kind-hearted and upright, posing no threat to him. Chapter 3. Doubts. Firth was a languid girl, standing approximately 1.65 meters tall, adorned in a cream-colored long dress with ruffles at the collar. Upon hearing Hux's words, she absent-mindedly tousled her slightly curled brown hair and replied with a hint of exasperation, "What is it? Can't you manage on your own? I can offer some suggestions." "No. I need to search for evidence against a gang leader, and I require your accessibilities." Hux paused, scrutinizing Firth's rather ungraceful sprawl on the sofa, and continued, "Moreover, Firth, you have scarcely stepped outside for almost half a week." "I knew you would say that," Firth remarked, noticing Hux's furrowed brow, and reluctantly raised her hand. All right. I'll help you, but you must clarify exactly what you need." Hux nodded and recounted Mr. Rian's request regarding the maintenance technician, concluding, "Thus, I need some incriminating evidence against that gang leader to enhance my chances of persuading him." "Are you certain this is for persuasion rather than provoking him?" Firth inwardly scoffed but maintained a neutral facade. "Isn't this merely Rian's side of the story? Shouldn't you thoroughly investigate before proceeding? For instance, does that gang leader have ulterior motives?" "You're right, Firth. I was remiss," Hux contemplated, acknowledging her reasoning. "So, investigate thoroughly, and then come back to me. This way, I can delay for a few more days," Firth mused with a sense of triumph. "How could I possibly remain idle?" Firth thought, rising with a hint of guilt. She walked to the door and smiled as she saw Hux out. Hux frowned slightly. She intended to discuss the peculiar individual she encountered at the restaurant, but reconsidered, as that person, though oppressive, did not exude danger. Sharing this with Firth might only add to her troubles. These were essential materials for conducting the ritual. Although they were not spiritual items, most could be procured from ordinary shops, albeit requiring visits to numerous places to gather them all. Yet, despite their non-spiritual nature, their prices were steep, totaling £1.12, causing Abner, who was already financially strained, to feel a pang of regret. Though Abner understood the method, it was his first practical experience, and anxiety was inevitable. Fortunately, having assimilated certain extraordinary traits, his focus surpassed that of an average person, and he soon achieved success. After sprinkling the Saint Night powder in a specified order around him, he then circled himself with another handful of powder. As the strange, pungent aroma wafted forth, an invisible force enveloped Abner, segregating him from the room's environment. Completing these preparations, Abner inhaled deeply, retrieved the gemstone representing the extraordinary traits of a Sequence 8 reasoning student from his iron cigarette case, and poured all his focus into it, silently reciting open, offering himself a suggestion. Through the unexpected events of the previous night, and nearly activating the pure white eye upon seeing Miss Hux that morning, he had roughly grasped the mechanism behind his unique ability. 5 seconds later, as his complexion darkened to an alarming shade, Abner, with immense resolve, suggested to himself to deactivate the pure white eye, and then struggled to muster a weak smile. "It seems the current limit for activation in optimal conditions is 5 seconds. He murmured, but before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. That night, in the East District on Dharavi Street, a cramped yet bustling tavern, Hux, covering her nose and mouth, squeezed inside. To her, the place was not only rife with the scents of alcohol and sweat, but also teeming with individuals significantly taller than herself, forcing her to confront their underarms, the stench of which could easily overwhelm a normal person. After much effort, even utilizing her arbitration abilities, Hux finally reached the bar and spotted the person she sought. He was a middle-aged man with a benign appearance, his round face perpetually adorned with an amiable smile. Yet, Hux knew this man to be a ruthless scoundrel. He had once broken the hand of a 13 or 14-year-old thief merely for hoarding his spoils. If it were not a necessity, Hux would have preferred never to see him again. However, there was no one more suitable for inquiring about a gang leader's intelligence than this man. For he was not only a gang leader himself, but also held a grudge against the individual in question. "Stockholm, I need to speak with you." Hux firmly rapped on the wooden surface of the bar. The abrupt motion drew several hostile glares, but they quickly recoiled under the stern gaze of the arbitrator. "Oh, Hux, it has been days since we last met. You seem more formidable than before." The man, Stockholm, exclaimed, half drunk and half surprised. "Indeed. Previously, I possessed only partial arbitration abilities inherited from my father, but now, I am a true arbitrator." "Oh, the two-faced man, Rosen? Ha! Hux, have you targeted that scoundrel? Good. If you take him down, I will divulge everything I know." Stockholm initially appeared taken aback, then relished the thought. "The two-faced man?" Hux raised an eyebrow, sensing the weight behind the moniker. "Yes, that scoundrel Rosen pretends to be a humble and courteous gentleman, always proclaiming his willingness to assist those in need. Yet he is nothing but a loan shark with exorbitant interest rates. I cannot fathom how he manages to manipulate the contracts every time, ensnaring his victims, leading them to ruin. He is far more despicable than I." Hux listened intently as Stockholm seethed with rage, continuously urging her to teach Rosen a lesson, citing numerous examples of families devastated by his greed. As Hux furrowed her brow deeper, she interrupted Stockholm's tirade, inquiring, "He can manipulate the contracts, and the borrowers only realize the deceit afterward?" "Precisely. That's why I mentioned I am baffled by what new trick he has discovered. For surely not every borrower is so gullible. He did not have such a smooth operation in the past," Stockholm acknowledged. "The past? Since when did he become so successful?" Hux astutely detected a crucial detail. 7 months ago. I recall vividly, as it was precisely when I incurred his wrath. Alas, ever since, his fortunes have soared, and his wealth multiplied several times, thus I refrained from retaliation." Stockholm bit his teeth in frustration. "What led to your enmity 7 months ago?" Hux queried thoughtfully. "What was in that box?" Hux pressed further. "What was the debtor's name? Where is he now?" Hux remained undeterred by Stockholm's earlier statements. "That man has long since passed. His entire estate was seized to settle debts, and his family was sold off. Ultimately, he committed suicide by drowning," Stockholm dismissed nonchalantly. Hux nodded. Feeling she had gleaned sufficient information, she withdrew a banknote from her pocket, handing it to Stockholm as a token for the intelligence, then turned and exited the tavern. At midnight, Abner opened his eyes, rubbing his temples. He silently reinforced the nearly ineffective spiritual barrier, then picked up the extraordinary trait that had fallen to the ground and activated the pure white eye once more. Chapter 4. Encounter. As the morning light bathed the room in golden hues, Abner rubbed his stiff shoulders and sat up. His spirits were lifted despite the fatigue from his prolonged use of the pure white eye. After a night of diligent effort, though it had left him in a state of unconsciousness, he had successfully deciphered the complete formula for the reader's potion. The reader, sequence 9, required the following primary ingredients: a pair of Galar fish pupils and 15 grams of Mana's monkey brain slices. The auxiliary materials included 80 milliliters of pure water, 10 grams of threball grass powder, a petal of pure white fairy flower, and 10 drops of calamus juice. Abner had already devised a plan to procure the extraordinary circles. Having contemplated selling a few copies of the potion formulas he recalled from the novel to enhance his quality of life and gather funds for materials. Among the two gathering circles, he preferred to join the latter. Firstly, the true identity of the gathering's organizer, the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom, was the renowned detective Isinger Stanton, who had ties to the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom and was considered a semi-official figure in the Kingdom of Ruin. His character was commendable, making him a more reliable ally than the unpredictable emissaries of the Aurora Society. Secondly, the novel provided detailed accounts of how to obtain the time and location of the Eye of Wisdom's gatherings, which were far more accessible than the vague mentions of the Aurora Society's trade meetings. Lastly, the Aurora Society was backed by a mischievous dark god, and Abner, possessing a golden touch, felt a sense of trepidation about revealing his secrets to the true creator too soon. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and he decided to step out to purchase a copy of the B-Clan Morning News to check if the gathering would take place. If not, he feared he might have to find a job, as he only had £1 and 5 sous left in his pocket, which would barely suffice for food in the coming days. Gathering his thoughts, Abner prepared his ritual materials, freshened up, and stepped outside. He bought a copy of the B-Clan Morning News from a street vendor and immediately flipped to the 5th page, where he spotted an advertisement from Ernst Trading Company announcing their acquisition of goods. This was the signal the Eye of Wisdom used to announce gatherings in the novel. What serendipity! He carefully examined the prices listed. Flour at 8 pence per liter, butter at 1 so per pound, lard at 7 pence per pound, cream at 1 so and 3 pence per pound, and Marquis black tea at 8 sous per pound. This meant there would be an extraordinary gathering tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, with the entry code being 8 heavy knocks followed by 1 light knock, with intervals of 7 long and 1 short, iteratively proceeding to the subsequent 3 and 8, which held no significance. Thrilled by the fortunate turn of events, Abner felt a surge of excitement, relieved that he would not need to work after all. With a joyful heart, he returned to the restaurant where he had breakfast the day before. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by a scene unfolding before him. What could be called a conflict was actually a confrontation between a disheveled girl, barely 5 feet tall, and 3 burly men towering over 6 feet. To his astonishment, the 3 men lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while the girl calmly held one of them by the collar, demanding, "Who sent you to capture me?" Despite her petite stature, her commanding presence was palpable, causing even the distant waitstaff to instinctively take a step back. Surprisingly, the man being interrogated, though drenched in sweat, stood firm against her authority and revealed nothing. Abner was intrigued. These individuals were clearly ordinary people. Otherwise, they would not have been overpowered by someone who had just ascended to sequence 9 as the judge. How were they resisting her extraordinary abilities? Though curiosity piqued, Abner had no intention of delving deeper. He considered himself only a half-fledged extraordinary being and felt ill-equipped to intervene in such matters. However, having encountered Hiyu here 2 days in a row seemed fortuitous. Perhaps he could strike up a conversation and get to know her better. Hiyu, noticing Abner's entrance, regarded him with caution, yet much of her focus remained on interrogating the 3 gang members. Although she was surprised by the ineffectiveness of her abilities, her extensive experience allowed her to swiftly shift her questioning approach to a more physical method. As the 3 men cried out in agony, they eventually succumbed to Hiyu's formidable presence and began to confess. It turned out they were hired by the consultant hike of the two-faced man, Rosen. Though Abner's deductions were merely speculative and lacked definitive proof, even a flawed hypothesis could alert Hiyu to mitigate her risks. In the original narrative, she might have ended up in prison due to this case, but now she could potentially face real danger. This girl could be rather reckless at times. After concluding her interrogation, Hiyu instructed the waitstaff to summon the police to take the 3 men into custody. As the victim of the attack and a woman, she was only briefly questioned before being cleared, watching as the trio was escorted away. Just as she was about to leave the restaurant, she suddenly spotted Abner approaching her with a gentle smile. "Miss Arbiter, might I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee?" Hiyu, caught off guard by the unexpected advance, hesitated, pondering why her usual authority seemed to falter today. Nevertheless, she warily inquired, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" "Who I am is of little consequence. However, I have my thoughts and deductions concerning what just transpired, which may prove beneficial to you," Abner replied candidly, feeling no need for subterfuge with someone like Hiyu. Taken aback, Hiyu hesitated before nodding and returning to a table, while Abner took a seat across from her, ordering 2 cups of coffee, 2 slices of bread, and a pat of butter under the reluctant gaze of the waitstaff. As they awaited their orders, Hiyu broke the silence. "You are an extraordinary being too, aren't you? An official? Do you have something to discuss with me?" Given the inexplicable sensations from yesterday, Hiyu was wary of Abner. Abner shook his head, somewhat vaguely stating, "I am not an official, but merely an enthusiast with some understanding of extraordinary matters. I overheard your conversation and discerned a few issues that I thought might warrant your attention." He had not lied. At present, he was still not a fully fledged extraordinary being. Hiyu was unconvinced by his claim of being merely an enthusiast. She was certain he was an extraordinary being, likely of a higher sequence than her own. However, she refrained from confronting him directly and instead asked, "What is it you wish to convey? Is it not already clear?" "Just ordinary gang members acquiring an extraordinary item and misusing it." Abner, not wishing to keep her in suspense, recounted his earlier deductions, refined and articulated them for Hiyu. Yet Hiyu appeared puzzled, asking, "Scammers? Impersonation? What does that mean?" "Ah, you are yet unaware of the impersonation law," Abner exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He realized he had overlooked the fact that Hiyu had not yet been introduced to the concept, which would only come after Furs joined the Tarot Club. Well, it mattered not. She had been unwittingly embodying the role of arbiter all along, and revealing this to her in advance would not harm her. What is the impersonation law? Hugh inquired, still bewildered, feeling as though she were a mere facade of an extraordinary being. Abner pondered for a moment before mimicking the tone of the fool from the Tarot Club, saying, regarding potions, it is not about mastery, but about digestion. It is not about excavation, but about impersonation. The name of a potion is not merely symbolic. It is an essence, and it serves as the key to digestion. Having said that, Abner did not wish to elaborate further and swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, if my deductions are correct, this matter has evidently surpassed your capabilities. It would be prudent for you to seize an opportunity to report the clues to the official extraordinary beings, for their expertise might unveil additional issues. Reporting is indeed a forte of the future master of secrets, and he would not mind employing it in advance. Hugh intended to inquire further about the intricacies of the role-playing, yet sensing Abner's reluctance to elaborate, he merely pressed his lips together and asked again, Sir, what compels you to assist me by imparting this knowledge and these deductions? Chapter 5. Hugh and Jian what? Hugh's mind almost failed to comprehend. After a brief moment of confusion, he widened his eyes and uncertainly asked, Sir, are you a detective? But I've never encountered a detective who actively seeks work and requests payment. Abner adeptly aligned his thoughts with Hugh's, casually responding, Not yet, you see. Those who aspire to excel in this world often take the initiative to seek the circumstances they desire. If they cannot find them, they create their own. Eventually, the reader will inevitably become a detective. It may not be now, but it will be in the future. The words of the great Russell indeed held merit. Hugh nodded in agreement. However, I can't shake the feeling that you are merely humoring me, just like Furs did before. Of course, Hugh refrained from voicing this thought, having discerned that Abner bore no ill intent, thus choosing not to confront him. What? That was also said by Russell. It is quite impressive that he could utilize such obscure quotes. Abner found himself speechless, reflecting on how accurately Klein's complaints in the novel depicted the absurdity of the Great's approach, leaving no escape for future travelers. Then, how much do you intend to charge for the information you just provided? Hugh, known for her fairness, was reluctant to owe anyone favors, even if the validity of the information remained to be confirmed. 10? Abner, still a newcomer to this world, hesitated to propose a higher price. Hugh was momentarily taken aback, her serious demeanor faltering as she remarked, Sir, do you realize that the price you offered makes me think you are a fraud? Not to mention the reasoning behind your analysis, the knowledge regarding the sequence of fraudsters alone is worth more than that. And if the impersonation method is genuine, there are certainly people who would pay thousands for it. Thousands. Abner's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure and explained, knowledge is priceless. Yet I am a person who delights in sharing knowledge. 10 is merely the price for the reasoning. Although he felt a pang of regret, he did not resent granting this concession to the miss of judgment. After all, even without his elaboration, she would learn these facts in due time. Hugh did not perceive the turmoil in Abner's heart and nodded in acceptance of his explanation, continuing, I will verify the information you provided. This 5 will serve as a deposit, and if what you say is true, I will pay you the remainder later. So, how should I address you? And how can I contact you? As she spoke, Hugh retrieved a 5 note from her wallet and placed it before Abner. Just call me Abner. I should be having breakfast at this restaurant for the next month. His identity was clean, and there was no need for a pseudonym. Moreover, he did not hesitate to accept the 5. Although you might recognize me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hugh Diercha. That will be all for today, Mr. Abner. Farewell. With that, Hugh rose and prepared to leave the restaurant. However, Abner could not help but stop her, cautioning, Miss Hugh, it is sufficient for you to know about the impersonation method. Do not disclose it to others. If the church learns that you are spreading information about it, it could lead to considerable trouble. Is the Church of the 7 Gods monopolizing the impersonation method? Hugh paused, contemplating his words. To be precise, the lower and middle tier extraordinary individuals within the church are unaware of the impersonation method. Only the higher-ups are privy to it. Abner emphasized the term higher-ups. Thank you, I understand. Hugh bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude for Abner's warning, and after another farewell, she exited the restaurant. Once Hugh departed, Abner reflected on his actions while enjoying the breakfast the waiter had brought. Although forming a positive relationship with the miss of judgment was an established goal, he realized he might have overstepped. Was it due to his excitement in engaging with characters from a beloved novel after being transported to this other world? Or did the potion of the reader sequence inherently carry a tendency to flaunt knowledge? Thinking of those characters from the original work, he recalled how Isindra loved to flaunt his seals. The Iceberg General relished displaying her collections, and nearly all individuals of that sequence were eager to teach others. Well, pondering such matters is premature. I am not yet an extraordinary individual. Abner chastised himself, quickly finishing his breakfast with elegance. Having resolved his hunger, Abner took a public carriage to the Jewwood district and stopped before a clothing store that felt familiar. He had initially planned to buy fabric and sewing supplies to create a face-covering robe for a secret gathering tomorrow, but now, with the 5 from Miss Hugh, he could afford to purchase ready-made garments. This clothing store belonged to a friend of Abner's family, catering to the newly emerged middle class with reasonably priced offerings. As soon as he entered, he spotted a girl of similar age to his original self rushing out of the store in a fluster. Familiar memories surged within him, and he sighed, skillfully extending his hand to prevent her from colliding with him, smiling as he said, "Jian, you are still as impulsive as ever." The girl steadied herself, and upon recognizing Abner, she joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, Abner, I apologize for not noticing you earlier. It has been several days since we last met. Have you resolved your family matters? Are you here to visit me?" "Yes, I have resolved them. As you know, I have applied for graduation. I came to your shop to buy an outfit for a job interview." This girl was one of the friends who had pooled resources to support Abner after his family's changes, prompting him to elaborate further. "I see. I should help you pick something out, but the club activities are about to start, and I must hurry." Jian replied apologetically. "The club? If I recall correctly, this girl is a member of the Ancient Languages Club formed by my original self, which disbanded after I applied for graduation since no one besides me had studied Hermes." "Professor Kupsidi?" Abner found the name inexplicably familiar. "Yes, Professor Kupsidi believes that death is not the end. Through contracts, one can even perceive death directly. He tells us everything can be reversed. Indeed, he believes that the deceased can be resurrected. Isn't that amazing?" Jian said excitedly. "Ah, so it is that individual." Abner instantly recalled the novice teacher from the original work who led students in spirit dances in the cemetery, while there was no immediate danger. And even if something went awry, Klein would be there to help resolve it. Abner had no intention of involving the kind girl who had assisted his original self in any extraordinary events. Consequently, he adopted a serious expression and warned, "Jian, it is best if you do not engage too much with Professor Kupsidi. He is quite dangerous." Jian, taken aback by his words, blushed and glanced at Abner, whispering, "Abner, do you care about me this much, that you do not want me to be so curious about others?" "Girl, your reaction is misplaced. What exactly are you imagining?" Abner's lips twitched at her response, and he steeled himself to continue. "Jian, since you enjoy mysticism, you should know that the resurrection of the dead is a taboo. Professor Kupsidi's teachings are either foolish or malicious. Of course, I believe it is the former, as he has been described by Klein as the novice among novices. All right. I will heed your warning. However, do you not wish to know if the dead can truly be revived?" Jian pouted, torn between acknowledging Abner's wisdom and her own curiosity. "Even if it were true, how would you verify it? By stealing corpses? That is criminal," Abner said in a slightly stern tone. The young girl appeared visibly intimidated, struggling to find her voice. At that moment, the owner of the clothing store, Mr. Charlie, who was also Jane's father, approached with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What crime?" Upon seeing her father, Jane hurried to his side and eagerly recounted her earlier conversation with Abner. The girl, with a heart so bold, seemed utterly oblivious to the potential repercussions of her honesty. After listening intently, Mr. Charlie's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As a devotee of the goddess, he had little faith in notions of resurrection. He fixed his gaze on Jane and firmly instructed, "You are to remain at home today and must not attend that society." Noticing her instinctive nod, he turned to Abner, a hint of gratitude in his voice, and said, "Young man, I appreciate your warning to Jane. Otherwise, I would have been unaware of her intentions to partake in such perilous activities. I presume you are here to purchase clothing? In that case, choose any item you desire, and I shall sell it to you at cost." Abner, taken aback by this unexpected generosity, did not decline the offer, after all. He was in dire straits, and happily selected a casual outfit and a hooded cloak, spending only £3 in total. In light of the discount, Abner resolved to visit Jane again in a few days. If he discovered that she was still clandestinely engaging in that society's activities, he would alert someone to intervene, to spare her from potential danger. That evening, Abner once more activated his pure white eye, aiming to decipher the formula for Sequence 8 through its extraordinary properties. Unfortunately, this endeavor ended in failure, as he succumbed to unconsciousness twice, yielding no results. Perhaps it was due to an insufficient foundation in esoteric knowledge? Or might it be that my own spiritual essence is too low, preventing me from fully harnessing the current capabilities of the pure white eye? Chapter 6 Extraordinary Gathering in the early morning, Abner, weary after a fruitless night, returned to his usual CAF for breakfast. However, this time he did not encounter Hugh, as the latter was likely verifying the information Abner had provided the previous day. Throughout the day, Abner busied himself gathering supplementary materials for the reader potion. Pure water, ball moss powder, and calamus juice were relatively easy to procure. Pure water required nothing more than distillation using laboratory equipment, and since Abner had not yet completed his graduation process, he could utilize the public school's laboratory for this purpose. As for ball moss and calamus, they were not hard to find, with plenty of wild specimens available in the suburbs. The more troublesome ingredient was the pure white spirit flower, which, despite being a mundane plant devoid of spirit, only grew on certain islands of the Suanya Sea. Consequently, Abner had scoured all of Beakland before finally purchasing a single flower at a herbalist's shop for one so. After dinner, clad in the casual attire and hooded cloak he had purchased the day before, Abner ventured out once more, taking a public carriage to Iron Gate Street in the Bridge District. After walking a short distance, he spotted a tavern named The Brave, its heavy black wooden door overshadowed by a towering bouncer with crossed arms. The gathering of the Eye of Wisdom was likely held in an apartment behind the tavern, although Abner was unaware of the exact location, necessitating that he, much like the character fool from the novel, seek guidance from the tavern's personnel. Lost in thought, Abner entered the tavern without hesitation. The bouncer scrutinized him but made no effort to obstruct his entrance, muttering a curse upon hearing the raucous cheers and clinking of glasses within. The aroma of ale mingled with the scent of sweat wafted towards him. Abner surveyed his surroundings, orienting himself before cautiously making his way to the bar, protecting his belongings as he squeezed through the crowd. Before the bartender could speak, Abner, emulating the tone and experience of Klein from the novel, swiftly ordered a pint of South Wales ale. This was reputed to be the finest beer produced in the Kingdom of Ruin, though Abner was oblivious to its authenticity, having gleaned this information from the novel. He produced the 5 pennies he had prepared, receiving in exchange a large wooden mug filled with golden liquid, the rich aroma of the ale enticing him. In comparison, many other beers seemed mere beverages. After receiving the mug but refraining from drinking, he inspected it closely, observing the delicate white foam, before inquiring, "Where can I find Casper's Canlinen?" This individual was the one who guided the protagonist Klein to the gathering in the novel. The bartender paused in his task of cleaning glasses, scrutinizing Abner for several seconds before gesturing to the side in the second card house. Abner nodded, raising his mug as he made his way to the entrance of the second card house. A gentle knock on the door caused it to creak open. Inside, 4 individuals turned to gaze at him. Not recognizing any of them, Abner measured his words. "Good evening, gentlemen. I am seeking Casper's Canlinen." At this, one of the men, an elderly fellow with a prominent nose clad in a linen shirt, limped toward him, initially displaying impatience. However, upon recognizing Abner's face concealed by the cloak, surprise washed over him. "Abner? What are you doing here?" "What? This old man knows me? I have no recollection of him. This script does not align." Abner's mind raced as he searched for any memory of the original owner, but to no avail. "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." Casper's, seemingly unfazed by Abner's confusion, led him to a private lounge, continuing, "You may not remember me, but I know you, Abner. Your father once rendered me a significant service. We were friends." "A friend of my father?" Abner realized. No wonder he had no memory of this. "Yes, unfortunately, I learned of your family's troubles too late. Otherwise, I could have assisted him, perhaps preventing him from signing that treacherous loan contract or even from taking his own life. When I heard of the situation, I discreetly intervened to protect you from those ruthless debt collectors, ensuring they ceased their unreasonable interest demands. It was during that time that I saw your photograph." Caspers briefly elaborated. "So, my father borrowed from a loan shark? It makes sense. Under normal circumstances, even in ruin, as a former businessman, he would have had connections to recover. But bearing insurmountable debt while possessing nothing indeed left him with no options, coupled with my mother's disappearance. It is no wonder he would resort to suicide." Abner felt a pang of sympathy and gratitude towards Caspers, if what he said was true. The tranquility he had experienced since his arrival was indeed due to Casper's intervention. Simultaneously, Abner felt an odd familiarity with the situation. Having assisted Hugh in piecing together a similar narrative just the day before, he turned to the elderly man. I appreciate your benevolent assistance. May I ask who my father borrowed from? It was indeed that Rosen. I had no idea we shared such a connection. Once I become an extraordinary person, I shall certainly assist Miss Hugh in dealing with him. Caspers, noting Abner's silence upon hearing Rosen's name, prodded. By the way, Abner, how did you find me here? What brings you to me? How do you know about the extraordinary beings? Why seek them out? Is it possible? Caspers eyed him suspiciously. Indeed. I have become entangled in supernatural events, and only by locating them can I find resolution. Abner perceived Casper's implications and skillfully diverted the conversation, omitting the subject of how he recognized him as a guide. After a moment of contemplation, Casper scrutinized Abner once more before stating, there happens to be a gathering tonight. I shall take you there. The individuals present are quite formidable. As for what you may gain, that is not my concern. However, I must warn you in advance. Do not provoke them, lest you fail to see the dawn of tomorrow. Do you understand, Abner? Abner nodded, assuring, I will not be reckless. He then sincerely inquired, is there a fee for your guidance? Caspers nodded in satisfaction. You understand the rules well. In light of our acquaintance, I will offer you a discount. It will only cost you £1. Without hesitation, Abner handed over a £1 note and received an iron mask capable of concealing the upper half of his face from Caspers. Once adorned, Caspers led Abner, limping, towards the tavern's kitchen, from which they entered a dark alleyway, arriving at a dimly lit house. Seeing Abner properly masked, Caspers took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door in a specific rhythm. 3 knocks hard, 1 soft, 7 long, 1 short. After a brief pause, a small wooden panel on the door slid open, revealing a pair of brown eyes that scrutinized them for a while before the door swung open. A man clad in an iron mask stood there, rasping, the gathering will commence in a minute or 2. Make haste. He shut the door behind them and led Abner through the darkened parlor into a living room on the first floor. A solitary candle flickered on the coffee table, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated the shadows of the room. Around the coffee table, approximately 10 individuals wearing iron masks were seated. Abner chose an unoccupied chair and surveyed the gathering, quickly noticing an elderly man on a single sofa. Deep lines marked his cheeks, and his skin appeared somewhat withered. Given his demeanor and the implicit reverence from those around him, this elder must surely be the renowned detective, Isinger, of the Eye of Wisdom. As Abner pondered, the elderly gentleman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Eye of Wisdom, glanced at the clock on the wall and spoke in a frail voice. The time has come. Let us commence without awaiting our tardy companions. No sooner had he finished his statement than a lady interjected eagerly. I wish to sell a weapon, a dagger. Anyone pierced by it, regardless of being below sequence 7, will instantly lose their extraordinary abilities, while those of sequence 7 and above will experience diminished effects. She continued, moreover, it is sufficiently sharp and sturdy. What are its negative effects? Someone inquired. What do you seek in exchange? It was evident that some were intrigued, for this dagger held a peculiar advantage in the battles among the extraordinary. £550 for the sequence 8-foot barbarian formula. It turned out to be the very lady from the original tale who had been trading the barbarian formula. Although I recall this formula, I had intended to sell a different one today. Presenting this would draw too much attention to myself. Additionally, close combat weapons were not particularly suited to me, as I possessed no combat skills whatsoever. If only Hugh were here. As Abner's thoughts wandered, the dagger was swiftly purchased by a middle-aged gentleman for £550. Subsequently, several others proposed trades, some successful, others not. Seizing a moment of respite, Abner exhaled slowly and, in a hushed tone, declared, I wish to sell a potion formula. Chapter 7 The Trial of the Eye of Wisdom. I wish to sell potion formulas. The Diviner Sequence, rank 9, is priced at £250, while rank 8, the Jester, is offered at £450. After considerable contemplation, Abner deemed these formulas most suitable for sale. Although he recalled numerous potion recipes, only the audience, bard, reader, and diviner possessed the complete formula for rank 9. Other practitioners, like apothecaries and sailors, were only aware of the primary ingredients, as supplementary materials were not recorded in the novel The Lord of Mysteries. Among these, the audience was associated with the Psychological Alchemy Society, a clandestine organization still active in Backland, along with its enigmatic leader, Adam. Recklessly revealing this could attract unwanted attention, and Abner, fully aware of Adam's terrifying reputation, wished to avoid exposing himself prematurely. regarding the reader. Given that the party's host was connected to the Eye of Wisdom, a faction of the Knowledge Church, he refrained from provoking their tolerance. As for the bard, selling that formula seemed quite fitting, yet it was intended for Klein, the protagonist of the novel, and considering that even as an Eldritch god, he lived in poverty. Abner decided not to encroach upon his livelihood. He felt a twinge of sympathy. Ultimately, he resolved to sell the diviner sequence, which, despite being held by the secret order, had long since leaked its lower-tier formulas. Furthermore, the current leader of the secret order, Charlemagne, was imprisoned by the goddess in the Night Country, his powers diminished, making it unlikely that he would trouble Abner over such trifling matters. I require the diviner sequence. I offer a total of £650. If you agree, the deal is sealed. After a prolonged silence in the room, a woman from a corner spoke up. Very well, let the esteemed Eye of Wisdom bear witness. She replied. Abner knew that the Eye of Wisdom possessed a sealing object capable of discerning authenticity. So he produced the 2 potion formulas he had prepared earlier and handed them to a nearby attendant. The attendant approached the solitary chair in the center and presented the folded papers to the Eye of Wisdom. The elderly gentleman unfurled the pages but gave them only a cursory glance before placing them on a small round table beside him. He then took out a handkerchief to wipe his right palm and retrieved a ring adorned with numerous tiny diamonds. The ring was intricately designed and featured a gem as green as an eye at its center. Merely glancing at it nearly triggered Abner's pure white eye. But after 2 nights of rigorous training, he managed to control this peculiar ability, preventing himself from collapsing on the spot. I recall that this is also an extraordinary characteristic of the reader sequence. If I have the chance to analyze it further with my pure white eye, perhaps I need not worry about subsequent formulas. While Abner's thoughts wandered, the Eye of Wisdom solemnly slipped the ring onto his right middle finger and closed his eyes, as if contemplating something profound. Suddenly, the emerald gem radiated a brilliant golden light, akin to sunlight. The Eye of Wisdom swiftly extended his right hand, allowing the gem to touch the potion formula. Authentic and valid, he declared in a deep voice, promptly removing the ring as if fearing to wear it even a moment longer. Following the verification, the transaction was swiftly concluded, and Abner received a thick stack of cash, entirely comprised of £10 notes. £650 is indeed a substantial sum, though regrettably, it shall soon be spent. While pondering this, Abner did not allow anyone else to interject and continued, who possesses the pupil of the Geril fish and the brain slices of the man his monkey? As you know, I can offer a most satisfactory price. Upon hearing his words, the attendees fell into silence for a moment. Ultimately, the woman who had purchased the diviner sequence spoke. The man his monkey is a creature unique to dreams. Hunting it is no easy feat, however. I can provide its brain slices immediately, 10 grams for £100, no negotiations. Deal. The woman expressed her satisfaction with Abner's straightforwardness, retrieving 2 tin boxes from her bosom and handing them to the attendant for the Eye of Wisdom's authentication. Once the elderly gentleman confirmed their authenticity, Abner handed over the pounds and received the 2 tin boxes. He felt a twinge of confusion as he seemed to have forgotten to prepare containers for the extraordinary materials. The woman in the corner seemed to notice this and chuckled lightly, saying casually, "Those 10 boxes are of little value. Consider them a gift." Abner felt even more awkward but maintained his composure, accepting the boxes and scanning the room for news about the Geril fish's pupils. Unfortunately, no one else spoke up. Beyond the pupils of the Geril fish, what he truly needed were methods for ritual magic and related esoteric knowledge, for those were essential skills for a reader. As time ticked away, the gathering concluded, and the Eye of Wisdom began to arrange for departures, 3 minutes per person. There were at least 5 exits, and the Eye's attendants would guide different individuals through various passages to prolong the process. After half an hour, only 2 attendees remained in the sitting room. Aside from the Eye of Wisdom, Abner, and 1 other individual. Sensing the Eye's somewhat playful gaze upon him, Abner instinctively became tense, though he had long suspected the older gentleman would take notice of him. After all, the reader was a conduit of knowledge and wisdom controlled by the Knowledge Church. And as an undercover agent of the church in Backland, the Eye of Wisdom would undoubtedly be aware of the potion formulas for rank 9. Do not be anxious. Young man, you should know that if I wished you harm, you would already be dead, as you are merely an ordinary person. At this moment, the Eye of Wisdom smiled and beckoned Abner, continuing, "Moreover, I possess what you seek." Initially taken aback, Abner's heart raced with excitement. He had a measure of trust in the Eye of Wisdom's character. His previous anxiety stemmed solely from the overwhelming strength of the other party. "Do you possess the pupils of the Geril fish?" Abner inquired eagerly. "I can see that your body has been tainted by extraordinary characteristics. No wonder you are so eager to collect potions. It seems you have been afflicted by the traits of a rank 9-foot reader. Had it been rank 8 or above, you would likely already be dead. The Eye of Wisdom scrutinized Abner for a moment before answering evasively. I am indeed tainted by rank 8. You guessed correctly. For the original host has perished. Abner muttered to himself before feigning hesitation and nodding. Indeed, I have them. Abner restrained his excitement and asked, how much do you require to trade them to me? To his surprise, the Eye of Wisdom again answered with a non sequitur. What languages do you speak besides Runic? That is manageable. Do you possess any rituals? Yes, I currently know the ritual for creating a spiritual wall. I have some knowledge of others through novels, but I have yet to practice them. The Eye of Wisdom nodded, appearing satisfied. It seems you are a young man who enjoys learning, very commendable. He then shifted the conversation back to the materials. As for the price of the Garrelfish pupils, how about we place a bet? A bet? How so? Abner asked warily. He had never enjoyed gambling, as he seldom emerged victorious. Today, you need only pay 100 pounds, and I shall provide them to you. However, I shall provide you with a dossier on the Guffasack language. If you can comprehend at least half of this material by the gathering next Wednesday evening, I shall reward you with some tomes that contain esoteric knowledge. Conversely, should you fail to grasp its essence, you will owe me a sum of 100 in cash at the next assembly. So, young man, do you wish to take this wager? The Eye of Wisdom smiled. It appeared he had already set the date for the gathering next week. Today being Thursday, there remained nearly 6 days until Wednesday evening. With my pure white eye, mastering the Guffasack language should pose no challenge, and it seemed this action was intended to test me. Surely, there was no underlying scheme or peril. After weighing the matter in his mind, Abner nodded in agreement to the wager. After all, in pursuit of the potion ingredients, he had little choice. Recalling how Klein, the protagonist of The Lord of Mysteries, could locate a betrayal simply by adjusting one of his buttons, Abner nodded in understanding and promptly transferred the brain slices of the man as monkey. Although the Eye of Wisdom was a stranger to him, the character in the original text had exhibited commendable virtues, certainly more reliable than the mysterious lady. Once he had completed these tasks, Abner visibly relaxed and even jested. If I were to deliberately skip the next gathering, how would you ascertain whether I had mastered the material? The old gentleman, the Eye of Wisdom, gazed deeply into Abner's eyes before responding with a weighty tone. You must trust that if I truly wish to locate someone, it would be far easier than divination. That may not be the case. In the original narrative, your deductions pale in comparison to Klein's divinations, Abner thought to himself. Yet he felt compelled to accept the Guffasack language dossier offered by the esteemed figure before him, a 7th sequence knowledge keeper who wielded a level 2 sealed object and was also a renowned detective. Chapter 8. Sequence 9 reader. Upon locating Casper's in the lounge, he greeted with a smile, immediately remarking, the storm is upon us. I am truly glad you are still alive. Evidently, you have not incurred their wrath. However, Abner disregarded his jest, interrupting directly, Mr. Caspers. I have several matters I would like to request your assistance with. Caspers, upon hearing this, restrained his smile and furrowed his brows, inquiring, what is it? But let me make it clear. I feel I have repaid your father's favor quite sufficiently, so any further requests will not come with discounts. With a few £100 in his possession, Abner felt emboldened, simply nodding in response. Money is not an issue. Firstly, I require a revolver. Recalling his previous powerlessness when confronted by an extraordinary being, even without malice, Abner felt an urgent desire for self-defense, even if it meant relying on external means. Very well. £3. Additionally, I will provide you with 50 rounds of ammunition and a holster, Caspers promptly stated, claiming there were no discounts, yet still offering a better price than he would to others. Secondly, I hope you can introduce me to a shooting club. Merely possessing weapons without the ability to use them would be futile. I cannot simply rely on chance for my marksmanship. Caspers nodded, casually tearing a page from a notebook on the table, swiftly jotting down a few lines before handing it to Abner. Go to this address after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and ask for a man named D.I.V. He will escort you there. I should also remind you, membership fees for such clubs are not inexpensive. Casting aside a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Abner maintained a serious demeanor and continued. Thirdly, I wish to rent a laboratory equipped with the necessary infrastructure, ideally one available immediately. Caspers regarded Abner with surprise. Clearly, he had some knowledge of extraordinary individuals. And he quickly surmised Abner's intentions, softly advising, are you truly in such a hurry? Shouldn't you prepare a bit more? Abner resolutely nodded, stating simply, the longer the night, the more dreams. Initially, he had not been so urgent. intending to borrow a school laboratory the following day to concoct a potion. However, his recent experiences compelled him to secure means of self-defense as soon as possible. Within less than 3 days of his arrival, he had encountered several extraordinary events. And while he appeared unscathed thus far, the potential for real danger loomed. Thanks to the remarkable contributions of Emperor Roselle, Caspar seemed to grasp the essence of the phrase. Sighing as he gestured for Abner to follow him, he thoughtfully reiterated his warning. A friend once told me that extraordinary individuals may seem glamorous, but in reality, they are merely unfortunate souls teetering on the brink of crisis. Thank you, Mr. Caspars. I am well aware of the risks associated with being extraordinary. Yet I must choose this path, Abner replied, following Caspars with a slight limp, quietly reflecting on how fortunate the original owner was to have such a good friend. Caspars chose not to respond further, silently leading him out of the bar and into a courtyard on the adjacent street, where he produced a key to unlock the gate. Abner surveyed the surroundings, noting that the location was discreetly positioned at a street corner, shielded by buildings on 3 sides. This was a previous residence of a friend of mine. When he relocated, the laboratory remained intact. You may make use of it, since the equipment belongs to him. I will not charge you, Caspars explained as he opened the door to the living room. You may stay here for the night. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Mr. Caspars. Abner expressed heartfelt gratitude. Without his assistance, he would not have access to such convenient conditions. Taking a deep breath, he flicked on the gas lamp within the house. Flames erupted in clusters, quickly intensifying, casting a bright glow that filled the room with vibrant hues as it illuminated the various wall sconces. With the light as his guide, Abner swiftly located the laboratory of the previous occupant. He wasted no time in beginning the ritual, erecting a wall of spirituality within the laboratory to prevent any disturbances during the potion-making process. Aside from pure water, he had brought all the necessary supplementary materials. And the primary ingredient was currently stored in a tin box, requiring no additional processing. All he needed to do was distill the pure water. Grind the line ball grass into powder, extract the juice from the calamus, and sequentially add and stir all the ingredients. While the formulation of Sequence 9's potion was described in The Lord of the Mysterious as straightforward, merely combining the ingredients in the correct proportions, Abner still felt a twinge of anxiety. Taking nearly half an hour to successfully prepare the concoction, gazing at the viscous blue liquid, ambiguous in form, Abner swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he grasped the glass flask and tilted his head back, consuming the potion in one swift motion. Gulp. The chilling potion cascaded down his throat, each surge punctuated by the relentless bursting of countless bubbles. A torrent of information flooded his mind, transforming into bursts of fireworks in his consciousness. Had a person of weak will encountered such a phenomenon, they might have succumbed to madness on the spot. Fortunately, Abner possessed a resilient spirit, and through frequent experiences with the pure white eye, he had grown accustomed to the sensation of information surging through his mind. Thus, he navigated this daunting step with relative ease compared to others. Nevertheless, he still experienced a sense of his head swelling, as if on the verge of bursting, with countless overlapping images swirling before his eyes, while his ears filled with a cacophony of buzzing and roaring sounds. After an extended period, Abner emerged from his meditative state, clenching his fists in exhilaration as he murmured to himself, I have finally become extraordinary. Lowering his gaze to inspect his body, he found no anomalies present. However, his sharpened cognitive abilities made it evident that both his concentration and memory, as well as his comprehension, had significantly improved, though not on par with the pure white eye state. He was at least 2 to 3 times more capable than before consuming the potion. After calming his elation, Abner retrieved the blue gemstone, contained within a metal cigarette case, intending to assess whether his newly attained status as a reader enhanced the efficacy of the pure white eye. He alternated rapidly blinking each eye 4 times, a gesture he had designated as a signal to activate the pure white eye, and in an instant, his pupils transformed to a brilliant white. 10 seconds later, as he blinked rapidly once more, his pupils returned to their usual pale blue. However, this time he merely felt a slight fatigue, free from the threat of fainting. Post-transformation, the duration of the pure white eye's usage had extended to approximately 15 seconds. The implication of signaling for closure within 10 seconds no longer imposed a significant strain on his psyche. Yet, continuous activation was not feasible. His estimation suggested a minimum interval of 2 hours was necessary. Should he reach the 15-second limit or activate it repeatedly within a short span, he would likely succumb to a 6-hour unconscious state. This limit, however, was not immutable. It should correlate with his spiritual essence and innate abilities. As the potion was metabolized into spiritual essence enhanced, the duration of the pure white eye's application would gradually increase. With this thought in mind, Abner opened the bag beside him, extracting the ancient Guffasack language materials provided by the venerable Eye of Wisdom. He then rapidly blinked his eyes alternately, re-entering the state of the pure white eye. Just moments later, as Abner closed his eyes, he collapsed onto the prepared cushion. His final thought before losing consciousness was, "My deductions appear to be correct. Consecutive activations indeed lead to forced unconsciousness." Meanwhile, in a worker's bar near the dock area, he who sat across from a man in his 30s in a secluded corner. Amidst the cacophony of the bar, Xiao appeared to have posed a question that incited considerable agitation in the other party. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming vehemently, "You inquire why the boss expelled me only to employ that pretty boy named Hick? It's utter nonsense. I am equally perplexed. Can you fathom it? That individual merely had a fleeting encounter with the boss, exchanging scarcely 10 minutes of conversation, and yet he has garnered the boss's complete trust, more so than us, the long-standing associates. It is crucial to note that Boss Rosen is notoriously suspicious, harboring a deep mistrust of any stranger. Were it not for the fact that the boss remains consistent in other matters, I would almost suspect that he has been duped by that pretty boy." Chapter 9. The Curse on the Friday morning when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the wretched haze above Beakland, and with renewed vigor streamed through the window into a house near the Brave Bar, Abner finally awoke from his stupor. Skillfully, he extracted his pocket watch, glanced at it, and sighed. Indeed, it has been 6 hours. Though the cost was not insignificant, his gains were considerable. The previous night, he successfully activated the pure white eye twice. The first instance allowed him to derive auxiliary materials for the sequence 8-foot rationalist from extraordinary traits. The second activation, though brief, enabled him to memorize over 100 words in ancient Guffasack. The efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. More importantly, Abner discovered that reading and studying books while in the state of the pure white eye significantly accelerated the digestion of the reader potion. Within mere seconds of last night, the manifestation of his potion's power had entirely subsided. The role of a reader, as suggested by its name, involves extensive reading to broaden one's knowledge and insights. The underlying essence is to comprehend the laws of nature, culture, and even the extraordinary through reading, achieving omniscience through omnipotence. Of course, a mere sequence 9 cannot attain such a level of all-knowingness, but the essence of this role should be precisely that. Subsequent roles such as rationalist, keeper of knowledge, and erudite also revolve around the analysis, interpretation, and emulation of various learned subjects. It is no wonder that my pure white eye aligns so harmoniously with this purpose, thus facilitating the digestion of potions. At this pace, if I persist in using the pure white eye to read and learn daily, perhaps within half a month, I could fully digest the reader potion. Maybe before the arrival of the Fool, I might even reach sequence 8. While Abner indulged in these musings about the future, a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. It must be Casper's. He glanced once more at his watch, forming a judgment in his mind. Rising, he dispelled the barrier of spiritual energy and cautiously opened the door. To his surprise, he found no one outside. Abner paused for a moment, blinked, and with a fleeting flash of white in his gaze, he peered into the distance, eventually spotting Casper's on the road beyond 2 courtyards. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Is it really that dramatic? Am I not all right? However, Casper's had been watching Abner for a while before he staggered to the door and, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "I have personally witnessed someone being devoured by a rogue extraordinary being after unsuspectingly opening the door." Abner's expression stiffened, and before he could respond to lighten the mood, Casper's handed him a gun bag. "This is the revolver you requested, 3 pounds. He succinctly conveyed, holding the bag. Abner's eyes brightened as he hurriedly counted out 3 pounds from his wallet and exchanged it for the gun bag, promptly extracting its contents. Before him lay a silver revolver with an elongated barrel, its grip fashioned from walnut wood. Additionally, there was a neatly arranged box containing 50 golden-hued bullets. Casper's verified the authenticity of the notes under the sunlight before declaring, "Our transaction is complete. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to find me at the Brave Bar." Upon hearing this, Abner nodded appreciatively, saying, "I truly appreciate your help this time. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As you know, I am now an extraordinary being." Casper scoffed lightly, advising, "Young one, do not be overly confident. Extraordinary beings are still flesh and blood. Do not let your newfound abilities lead you to recklessness." Abner discerned the good intentions behind his words and felt no resentment. Silently committing to his promise, After exchanging a few more words, Abner bid farewell, as he had numerous matters to attend to and could not afford to linger. Once Abner departed, a figure materialized from thin air, a mature man with short tawny hair, dressed in a white shirt and brown vest. Upon his appearance, he smiled at Caspers, saying, "It seems I was not needed. This young lad is quite composed." Casper shook his head, replying, "I fear he may become too reliant on his abilities and attract greater troubles." The man straightened his expression and remarked, "Caspers, do not underestimate that young fellow. Although I am unaware of his path to Sequence 9, he likely sensed my presence just now." "Really? Zerial, are you certain?" Caspers inquired, evidently surprised. "Never underestimate the observational skills and judgment of a detective, Caspers. Although I am not a detective of the reader path, I could still perceive his palpable tension and vigilance through spiritual sight." Zerial glanced at his watch and added, "Well, having checked on this little one, I must now prepare breakfast for my own little ones at home." "Zerial, you are still taking care of those street children?" Caspers asked, casting a sidelong glance. Furrowing his brow, Caspers chose not to elaborate further, watching as Zerial's figure gradually faded away. "My pure white eye, thus far, lacks spiritual sight and cannot perceive spiritual entities. Therefore, that individual must not be in a spiritual state, perhaps an illusionist's sleight of hand, a magician's fabricated illusion, a swindler's mental interference. Only these three paths excel at such tricks in lower sequences. The principles of these abilities likely involve influencing others mentally. Does this imply that my pure white eye possesses the capability to resist or penetrate mental spells? Alas, the information is too scant to ascertain anything for now." While lost in thought, Abner entered the restaurant he frequented since his arrival. He glanced around but did not spot Rue. Presumably, the investigation by that lady was still underway. This thought crossed his mind, yet he paid it little heed. Although he was aware that the so-called two-faced man Rosen had betrayed his original father's trust, he merely inherited the memories of his predecessor without their accompanying emotions. Thus, he felt little urgency, waiting instead for the opportune moment to make that person pay the price. The subway system in Beekland was established 25 years ago, initially linking both banks of the Taysok River, and has since expanded to several major urban areas. Though not many stations exist, as Abner intended to reach the Riverside Street in St. George's district, which was quite remote. He deemed the subway a more convenient option than the lengthy carriage ride. Upon arriving underground, Abner glanced at the price board near the ticket window. During peak hours, from 7 to 9 a.m. and 6 to 8 p.m., trains run every 10 minutes, otherwise, every 15 minutes. First-class seats cost 6 pence, second-class 4 pence, and third-class 3 pence. Round trips are 9, 6, and 5 pence respectively. With annual passes priced at £8 for first class, £5 10 shillings for second class, and no annual pass for third class. The prices were reasonable. Even if I were to use it daily for shooting practice, I could afford it. With this thought in mind, Abner produced 4 copper pence and handed them to the ticket seller, purchasing a second-class ticket. The grand structure, with its serpentine form, dark iron hue, and intricate mechanical components, exuded a unique aesthetic. This truly embodied the essence of steampunk. Unable to restrain himself, Abner whistled, simultaneously lamenting the publisher's misleading marketing tactics in the synopsis of The Lord of Mysteries. While he understood that the steampunk elements in the novel were merely decorative, now that he was immersed in it, he finally felt the power of steam and machinery. Shortly after boarding, amidst the clattering noise, the steam subway gradually accelerated. And 10 minutes later, it began to decelerate, eventually coming to a gentle halt at the designated platform. As Abner had not yet reached his destination, he remained seated, awaiting its next departure. At that moment, with a resounding echo of footsteps, a petite girl with disheveled hair entered the carriage. She was none other than Hugh Diurcha, the future misjudgment of the tarot. "Hugh?" Abner exclaimed in surprise, pondering whether he had an unusual affinity with this young lady. In the mere 4 days since his arrival, he had encountered her 3 times. It was evident that Hugh had also spotted Abner, as she made her way directly to the vacant seat beside him, greeting him with, "Good morning, Abner. What a coincidence. Where are you headed? Is it to the shooting club at 33, Riverside Street?" Hugh's words faltered momentarily before she asked with a tone laced with complexity, "Indeed. How did you know, Miss Hugh? Have you been there?" Just as Abner's inquiry was about to escape his lips, he noticed a peculiar shift in Hugh's demeanor. Her expression oscillated between nostalgia, confusion, and a hint of reluctance, as if she were ensnared by a multitude of emotions. A chill ran down his spine, and he mused, although my words might have stirred something within Hugh. As a rank 9-foot arbiter, How could she exhibit such vulnerability in the presence of someone she barely knew? This seemed amiss. With that thought, Abner decisively activated the pure white eye, revealing a strange black pattern coiling upon Hugh's forehead. That was my father's property. I used to play there as a child. Hugh seemed oblivious to her own predicament, continuing to reminisce about the past. However, upon inadvertently turning her head and locking eyes with Abner's pure white pupils, she suddenly shuddered, awakening fully from her reverie. Hugh, listen to me. First, gather your thoughts and empty your mind. You must be cursed, and this curse may be manipulating your extreme emotions. Observing her gaze regain its tranquility, Abner rubbed his slightly dazed head and continued, We need to disembark immediately and find a safe place to converse. As he spoke, he grasped Hugh's hand with one hand while the other reached into his gun pouch to grip the revolver's handle. Seizing the moment while the train remained stationary, he strode purposefully towards the platform. Although Hugh lacked extensive knowledge of mysticism as a wild extraordinary, her wealth of experience prompted her to follow Abner without hesitation. Matching his pace. Chapter 10. Seeking help. Not far from the subway station lies the Cathedral of St. Wind. Let us make our way there. At this moment, Hugh, having somewhat recovered from his earlier emotional turmoil, spoke to Abner as they ran. Abner nodded in response. Although neither of them were adherents of the Lord of Storms, it was evident that the tyrant posed a greater threat to the malevolent. In their current situation, where the enemy lurked in the shadows, seeking refuge in the church was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As for why the railway from the Eastern District to the St. George District passed through the Church of St. Wind in the Zhou District, well, it is common knowledge that subway lines tend to circle around. The subway station was located less than 100 meters from the Cathedral of St. Wind. Upon exiting the station, Abner beheld the headquarters of the Storm Church, established over a millennium ago. They hastily approached the church's walls, finally exhaling in relief. At this juncture, unless the extraordinary individual who had conspired against Hugh had completely lost their senses, they would not dare to strike again. After all, to launch an assault here would mean risking the wrath of the tyrant's lightning, which could reduce them to ashes. Abner and Hugh refrained from entering the church. After all, they were not followers of the storm. Being wild, extraordinary individuals, they feared that revealing their true identities might lead to capture by the Punisher. Leaning against the church's surrounding wall, they rested for a moment before Hugh spoke. Thank you, Abner. Without your assistance, I fear I would have succumbed to those inexplicable emotions and transformed into a monster. Following the recent events, she felt a newfound sense of gratitude and trust toward Abner. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern, then inquired, Hugh, whom have you angered to fall victim to a curse? To his ears, the individual named Heek sounded less like a con artist and more akin to a catalyst of a witch's machinations. After all, one must enact their own deceit. Employing others to perpetrate fraud did not align with the rules of play. Moreover, his connection to slave traders hinted that perhaps Abner's mother had also been taken by him. As Abner pondered this, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A spark of realization coursed through his mind, linking the narrative of the novel to their present circumstances. If Heek indeed served as a catalyst, he would belong to the witch's faction, which in the novel collaborated with the Rune royal family, continuously trafficking in human lives to provide offerings for the emperor's ascension to godhood. Could this also be part of King George III's scheme to become the Black Emperor? In the original story, Klein had exposed a slave trader named Carpin, yet such a grand conspiracy to attain divinity could hardly rest upon a single subordinate's efforts. This small-time loan shark could not have orchestrated such a plan, suggesting it was merely the handiwork of a peripheral organization. Having unraveled these thoughts, Abner's expression darkened, as the implications of this matter were far too grave for a mere sequence 9 to influence. The only solace was that Heek was likely a minor player, posing little threat from formidable adversaries. Have you deduced anything? Hugh asked, noticing the change in Abner's demeanor, concern etched on her face. Abner observed Hugh, recalling that in the original tale, she had inadvertently injured Rosen, landing herself in prison. It seemed probable that an extraordinary being had interfered. Otherwise, it was unlikely she would have dealt such a severe blow to an ordinary person. Moreover, due to his prior warning, Hugh had unearthed deeper secrets, which had invoked the curse upon her. In a sense, my meddling has placed her in peril, Abner reflected, feeling a tinge of guilt. He hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose certain truths. After all, she was, in essence, one of the victims of George III's ambitions for divinity. Yet, he swiftly resolved to keep silent for the time being, as he could not elucidate the source of his information. To claim it was mere deduction would be implausible. I suspect Heek may be a catalyst rather than the con artist I initially imagined. He might belong to the Witch S sect or the Knowledge Society. Abner cautiously revealed a fragment of his insight before shifting the conversation. The crux of the matter now lies not in this, but in how to address the curse upon you. If we fail to purify it, the assailant will inevitably exploit it to unleash your fury once more. That is due to my use of an extraordinary item. Abner initially offered a vague explanation, then elaborated. This curse, which incites emotional turmoil, likely originates from the abyssal pathway and is probably a sealing artifact. The reason I ascertain it is a sealing artifact rather than an extraordinary being of the abyss is that lower sequence casting would not extend far. If that individual had been personally afflicted by such a high-ranking backlash, they would either be dead or incapacitated. At the time, no anomalies were present at the subway platform or within the carriage, indicating that the assailant remained at a distance, merely suffering the repercussions of the sealing artifact. Even so, the assailant would not be left unscathed. As for the notion that the attacker was of mid to high sequence, Abner did not entertain it. Such powerful beings would not find it troublesome to deal with 2 sequence 9 individuals, who would likely perish without ever realizing they had been assaulted. The abyssal pathway, humanity or lack of knowledge. Commonly referred to as the demon sequence, they excel in manipulating emotions and luring individuals into depravity. Abner offered a brief explanation. Hugh nodded, refraining from questioning how Abner identified it as a sealing artifact. Instead, she inquired with some trepidation, how can it be completely dispelled? If the fool were here, one would merely need to pray to him, and he would employ a paper angel to resolve the matter. Alas, the fool will not arrive for another month. For now, we must seek an extraordinary being or item from the solar pathway to devise a solution. As Abner contemplated, drawing from the knowledge of the novel and the magical symbols he had just witnessed, he suggested, this curse is likely not of particularly high rank. A simple exorcism ritual should suffice. Can you perform an exorcism? Hugh blinked in surprise, questioning him. How could a novice who has only just arrived 4 days ago possess such skills? Abner silently scoffed, maintaining a serene facade as he countered. Do you not know anyone within your extraordinary circle? Perhaps that individual who might bring warmth to Klein in the future? However, there have been no gatherings within the extraordinary circle for a week or 2. Hugh lamented, her head drooping in disappointment. Being experienced, she surmised that the curse-bearer had been affected by a backlash and would likely refrain from further attacks for the time being. Yet, this reprieve might last only a day or 2, certainly not a week or 2, considering that it was his interference that had led her to this predicament. Abner felt compelled to assist her further. After a moment's reflection, he spoke. I know someone who possesses a remarkable item that may be of assistance to you, though I cannot guarantee I can reach him. We shall simply have to try. Thank you, Abner. This was not your concern. Hugh's spirits lifted somewhat upon hearing this, and she felt an additional wave of gratitude toward him. No need for thanks. Let us be on our way, Abner replied, summoning a cab on the street and instructing the driver to head to Iron Gate Street in the Bridge District. Seated in the carriage, Hugh glanced at Abner beside her, hesitating before asking, will you still be going to the shooting club on Riverside Street today? Abner's eyes lit up at her suggestion, finding it quite compelling. Noticing her nightly training attire, he was struck by a new idea and inquired, how proficient are you in combat, Hugh? In that case, might I hire you as my firearms and combat instructor? We can settle the fee with the information debt you owe me. Abner proposed somewhat shamelessly. It is settled then. Hugh exhaled in relief at this arrangement. She disliked feeling indebted to others, so this was the best outcome. As they conversed, the carriage arrived at Iron Gate Street, and Abner skillfully led Hugh to the Braveheart Tavern, where they found Casper's. Chapter 11. Exorcism. Upon hearing this, Casper scrutinized Abner with a curious gaze and inquired, how do you know I can contact that organizer? Isn't it obvious? If you were not acquainted, how would you dare to bring someone to his gathering? Are you a professional broker? Casper inwardly scolded the impertinent youth for his lack of tact. He then glanced at the figure behind Abner, swiftly recognizing the renowned arbiter from the East District. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded at Abner and stated, I can inquire on your behalf. But regardless of the outcome, you must pay a contact fee of £3. Agreed. Abner promptly accepted, knowing that Miss Hugh would be the one footing the bill. Please wait here for a moment. With that, Casper turned and entered the adjacent lounge. From his tone, it seemed he could easily connect with the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Was it through a magical artifact? A messenger? Or perhaps a telegram? As Abner pondered these possibilities, Hugh tugged at his sleeve and whispered, what level of power does the organizer you wish to contact possess? He is a rank 7 elder, although he wields a formidable sealing artifact. Placing his true combat strength at the rank 6 level, Abner succinctly explained. Rank 7. Hiyu's expression shifted as she processed this information. Such a rank could be considered mid-tier in contemporary times. After a moment, she scrutinized Abner with disbelief, exclaiming, "When did you become that elder student?" "What?" Abner was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. What did that even mean? Did passing his test make him a future pupil? Wasn't he prohibited from teaching in Rune? Oh, right. But this was merely accepting a student, wasn't it a bit hasty? Abner mentally scoffed, yet outwardly accepted this newfound relationship. Recognizing that being a student would facilitate his ascent, why not embrace the offered support? As for whether the elder had ulterior motives, Abner was not overly concerned. Setting aside the elder's decent character, perhaps future student was merely a jest, or perhaps a benign gesture towards a promising junior, even if there were ill intentions. Given the current pace of potion digestion, by then, Abner might not even fear him. After Hiyu paid the contact fee, the duo exited the bar. It was still only midday, and they could not linger until nightfall. "Where are we headed?" Hiyu asked, somewhat bewildered. "To study," Abner replied. Hiyu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. "So, we are both feeling guilty? I believe I have unwittingly brought you unnecessary danger, while you think your affairs have dragged me into peril." Abner pondered for a moment, deciding it best to remain silent on the matter, as explanations would only complicate things. Was he to reveal his knowledge of the narrative? Then let us proceed. The remainder of the afternoon was spent with Abner engaging in the study of the ancient Guffisac language using his pure white eye for 10 seconds, alternating between rest and reviewing previous lessons for 2 hours. Since Miss Hiyu had already witnessed his pure white eye, he made no effort to conceal it, merely attributing its use to an extraordinary artifact. After dinner, the pair returned to the Brave Bar around 7:30. This time, Abner needed no guidance from Kasparus. He found the apartment where the previous gathering had taken place with ease. After donning cloaks and masks for disguise, they knocked on the concealed signal. Soon, the small panel on the door opened, revealing a pair of eyes peering out. Abner recognized it as the servant of the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Following a process akin to their previous gathering, they were ushered into the familiar sitting room, illuminated by the flickering light of a dim candle. There, seated comfortably on a single armchair, was the elder himself. Upon their entrance, Mr. Eye of Wisdom appraised them before smiling and saying, "It appears that this lady is in need of assistance. Your insight is unparalleled." Abner complimented. "Thanks to Emperor Roselle, many idioms have found their origins, albeit all stemming from him. No need for flattery. Once we conclude our transaction, I shall assess whether you have truly mastered half of that material in less than a day." With that, Mr. Eye of Wisdom turned his attention to Hiyu, stating, "This young lady appears to be cursed by the whispers of the cold-blooded one. However, it seems this curse has already been weakened. The residual taint is minimal. A purification with the solar brooch should suffice." Hiyu regarded him with admiration and implored, "You are indeed correct. I kindly ask for your assistance." Seeing their expectant gazes, he smiled and introduced, "This is the solar brooch, which grants you the ability to exorcise, purify, and wield certain solar domain spells. Its drawback, however, is that while you wear it, you shall never again feel the refreshing coolness of the breeze, remaining perpetually ensconced in the sweltering summer of the south." Abner internally lamented the elder's need for ostentation, just as the solar brooch erupted with a pure, warm, and brilliant light. It flowed like a tide, enveloping both of them in its radiant embrace. After several moments, normalcy resumed. Hiyu and Abner felt a comforting warmth, akin to a soothing soak in a hot spring or basking in sunlight. During this process, Abner discreetly activated his pure white eye, witnessing the black markings on Hiyu's forehead dissolve under the illumination like snow melting in boiling water. "I sincerely appreciate your assistance." Hiyu bowed earnestly. "No need for such formality. This is merely a transaction, is it not?" Mr. Eye of Wisdom waved his hand dismissively, then shifted his gaze to Abner. The tales captivated Hiyu, while even the well-versed Mr. Eye of Wisdom adjusted his posture, clearly intrigued. After a moment's hesitation, Abner subtly remarked, "It is due to the resurgence of the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire," and refrained from elaborating further, wary of drawing the attention of certain entities. This was, after all, not the realm of the fog. "The Black Emperor has returned," Mr. Eye of Wisdom mused thoughtfully, his understanding insufficient to grasp the full implications of the title. Sensing it was more than a mere designation, "I find this reward quite satisfying. It significantly enriches and supplements my understanding of the quaternary, propelling my quest for historical truth forward. Praise be to the God of knowledge and wisdom." Mr. Eye of Wisdom expressed his satisfaction with a commendation before temporarily dismissing Hugh. Turning his attention back to Abner with a smile, as per our agreement, it is now time to assess your studies. Chapter 12. Pursuit. After a thorough examination of the contents within the materials, the esteemed elder of the Eye of Wisdom nodded appreciatively and remarked, "You have exceeded my expectations. Although your enhanced memory is undoubtedly a result of the reader potion, mastering the language to this extent demonstrates your inherent talent. This was largely due to the fact that the materials you provided were exceptionally clear and accessible." Abner humbly acknowledged this. Emperor Roselle once stated that excessive modesty is a form of hypocrisy. Abner, you must understand that I spent an entire month learning this ancient Guffasack language. At that time, I had not yet consumed the potion. The Eye of Wisdom chuckled, shaking his head. Without any external aids, mastering the language in just a month? You are truly a prodigy, Abner thought inwardly, though he maintained a facade of modest humility. What is your faith? The elder of the Eye of Wisdom suddenly inquired. If I say I believe in the fool, will you draw out your solar brooch and purify me on the spot? Abner was taken aback by the question, mentally scoffing before recalling that the original Abner's family were all devotees of the goddess. Thus, he replied, the goddess of the night. The elder of the Eye of Wisdom let out a soft laugh, clearly recognizing the frailty of Abner's belief, and in a tone of persuasion remarked, Your hesitation suggests you are not a devoted follower of the goddess of the night. I believe your character and approach to matters align much more closely with the doctrine of the Church of Knowledge. Why not convert to the worship of our Lord, the God of knowledge and wisdom? Are you implying that my lack of piety renders me akin to a traitor, making me more suited to worship that traitorous dragon? What does that even mean? Compatibility? Abner pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to inquire, what benefits would there be to converting? Even the well-versed elder of the Eye of Wisdom found himself momentarily speechless by this question, beginning to doubt whether it was wise to introduce such a pragmatic individual into the faith. After a pause, he sighed and replied, Perhaps you have heard whispers from Casparus. I had intended to take you on as my student. Now, having witnessed your talent and diligence, I am even more inclined. Should you convert to our Lord, I shall become your mentor, imparting to you the knowledge of the arcane. It is evident that you currently lack such information. This was indeed true. While Abner had read the entire volume of the Lord of Mysteries and was aware of numerous hidden or advanced knowledge, much of the foundational mystical knowledge was merely glossed over in the novel, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Why me? Why choose me as your student? There are countless gifted young individuals in Beakland, and for a Sequence 7 keeper of knowledge, acquiring a student should be a simple task, requiring no such overt initiative. Abner queried. The elder understood Abner's line of questioning and commended his prudent skepticism, seemingly unperturbed by the directness of his thoughts. He replied candidly, If I were to say I simply find you agreeable and genuinely wish to assist you, you would surely not believe me. Wait a moment. Such prophetic intuition is a skill attributed to the reader pathway's Sequence 4 prophet, isn't it? How could a Sequence 7-foot keeper of knowledge possess such an extraordinary ability? Unless, of course, a higher-ranking figure from that pathway has taken a particular interest in you, allowing you to experience it prematurely. As Abner habitually mulled over his thoughts, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He was struck by a realization he had previously overlooked, as a soul from another world bearing a golden finger. Having forged a bond with the reader pathway immediately upon crossing over, might the God of knowledge and wisdom, the so-called all-knowing, have already taken notice of his existence? Moreover, his golden finger was evidently well aligned with the capabilities of this pathway. Previously, he had dismissed this line of thought, believing that his golden finger possessed the trait of divine objects concealing themselves, shielding him from prying eyes and pollution, and that the traitorous dragon would not particularly concern itself with someone of his inconsequential stature. However, the seemingly benevolent intentions exhibited by the Eye of Wisdom rendered Abner less assured. Perhaps the God of knowledge and wisdom's awareness and control over this pathway surpassed his wildest imaginings. If he is aware of my existence but has not taken immediate action against me, instead opting to have a follower indirectly invest in me, does this not suggest that he foresees the changes I may bring to the world as having a positive significance in the future? At the very least, such changes would be beneficial to him. Furthermore, the manner in which he has chosen to assist me is rather transparent. Is this a case of doing good and leaving a name? Gradually regaining his composure, Abner began to analyze the situation. However, he dared not refer to the traitorous dragon in his thoughts and opted for the more neutral term, he. Every gift of fate has its price marked in the shadows. One wonders what must be given in return for this benevolence in the future. It is futile to dwell on this. Even if I were to come to such realizations, I would lack the power to alter anything. What if, after rejecting his goodwill, I were to be regarded as an enemy? Alas, knowing too many secrets can sometimes be a burden. If I were oblivious, I could simply be a cheerful pawn in this game. It is perhaps best to regard these speculations as mere self-induced fright. The truth may simply be that the Eye of Wisdom is merely having a whimsical moment. After coming to terms with his thoughts, Abner self-deprecatingly chuckled and then turned to the Elder of the Eye of Wisdom, who was patiently awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I am willing to become your student, Master. My name is Abner Brain." Upon finishing, he removed his iron mask. As a gesture of sincerity in his new commitment to his mentorship, the Elder of the Eye of Wisdom appeared quite pleased. He, too, removed his mask, revealing his blue eyes and gaunt visage, a distinguished elderly gentleman with graying temples and an admirable demeanor. "My name is Aesinga Stanton, a sequence 7-foot keeper of knowledge, and also a devotee of the God of knowledge and wisdom. From this day forth, you shall be my official student, and I will recommend you to the authorities in Lundberg." Is that all? So casual? No formalities whatsoever? Abner wondered, astonished by the simplicity of the process. Aesinga seemed to sense Abner's surprise and smiled as he explained, "In our Church of Knowledge, unless a ritual is conducted, there are no cumbersome regulations. We strive to guide those who share a passion for knowledge and a willingness to learn. Moreover, we are in ruin, within the territory of the tyrant, where everything is kept straightforward." Abner nodded in understanding, and then he heard Aesinga continue, "From tomorrow onward, you shall move into my residence. I will provide guidance during my free time, and while I am working, you may peruse my collection. Of course, you will also need to assist me with some organizational and analytical tasks in exchange for your room and board. By the way, my residence is located at 16 Nar Street, Hillston District. No salary." Abner instinctively scoffed inwardly, but after a moment's thought, he decided against being ungrateful for a free meal, merely mentioning his plans to practice firearms and combat in the mornings. Unsurprisingly, this was met with Aesinga's approval. "Now, go fetch that young lady. Together we shall locate and eliminate the extraordinary being that cursed her," Aesinga declared as he rose, tapping his cane. Abner was taken aback, not expecting the elder to assist with this matter, and a thought arose in his mind. Having such a mentor may not be so bad after all. Soon enough, Hiu re-entered the living room, guided by a servant. Upon seeing the unmasked master and student, she momentarily froze, casting an anxious glance at Abner. "I have become Master Aesinga's student," Abner announced, noting that the elder did not mind revealing his true face before Hiu. He continued, "The master has promised to accompany us in seeking out the one who cursed you." Xiao Wenyin pressed her lips together, feeling once more that she owed a debt of gratitude. However, she had no desire to refuse. If that individual was not dealt with promptly, he could very well pose a threat to Foles, and she did not wish to endanger her friends further due to her own inaction. Thus, Xiao removed her mask and sincerely addressed the two. "Thank you, Abner. Thank you, Mr. Eye of Wisdom." She believed that it was Abner who had besieged his mentor for assistance, which is why she extended her gratitude to both. "There's no need for formalities. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. You can clarify the details with me on the way," Detective Aesinga interjected, waving his hand and demonstrating the decisive action of a seasoned investigator. Xiao and Abner exchanged a glance and hurried to follow Aesinga, recounting their previous encounters while guiding him towards the subway station. Abner let out a dry chuckle in response, opting not to elaborate. The pure white-eye was his greatest trump card, and he would not willingly expose it. The signs of their actions had not been erased, indicating that this was not a professional criminal, at least not one accustomed to dealing with detectives. "You two stay behind me. I can surmise where he is hiding," Aesinga stated with confidence. Chapter 13 Interrogation. The sealed objects of the demon sequence often exhibit a profound craving for human souls that are infused with intense desires, offering them as sacrifices to quell the backlash they experience. Thus, Abner, a question arises. Where in this vicinity do you believe the desires of the populace are most fervent and the victims most easily dispatched? Detective Aesinga posed this inquiry while leading the way, sharing his analysis with Abner and his companion. His curiosity piqued. Could it be the nearby brothels or the opulent residences of wealthy merchants? Abner pondered before responding. Aesinga was momentarily speechless. Did his student truly equate patrons of vice with nobles? He felt compelled to clarify. Human desires manifest in myriad forms, and given that we are in the Zhou district, there are no brothels here. Furthermore, The mansions of the affluent likely have security, making hasty and uninvestigated killings prone to failure. Upon hearing this, Abner reflected as a traveler from another realm. His understanding of this world and city remained superficial, and it was natural for him to err in his assumptions due to a lack of experience. At that moment, Hugh interjected, "It's the bars. While Zhou may lack brothels, many women seeking wealth frequent upscale bars in search of targets. Naturally, men of dubious intent will also gravitate there. Coupled with the presence of underground casinos and various entertainment offerings, the desire-driven crowd there is indeed the most substantial." Precisely, the young lady articulates the truth. There are 4 bars in total within Zhou district. One is too far to consider, while the other 2 are particularly exclusive, requiring introductions for entry and are located near the St. Wind Cathedral, where one might encounter members of the reprisal team seeking leisure. Thus, we can disregard those options. The final establishment, however, is the Blue Spirit Bar, situated 3 blocks away, and the evidence I have discovered points us in that direction. Eisinger nodded in approval. In a corner of the Blue Spirit Bar, 2 groups of drunken revelers, numbering 5 or 6, stood off against one another, brandishing bottles. Their initial curses escalated into increasingly vulgar insults, leading to shoving and a palpable tension that threatened to erupt into violence. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner unnoticed by anyone, a figure emerged silently. With a cruel smile, the figure raised a trident. This is a token of the Fate Hermits gathering, serving simultaneously as a communication and positioning device. What are the Fate Hermits? Eisinger looked at his student with confusion, while Hux's gaze also turned towards him. It is a clandestine organization formed by several thieving families during the late Quaternary period, primarily consisting of individuals related to the thieving sequence. Abner did not intend to elaborate further, offering only a brief explanation. "Abner, you seem quite knowledgeable about the secrets of the Quaternary," Eisinger remarked with a hint of admiration, refraining from probing deeper. "In truth, I am well versed in the tertiary as well, but I fear that speaking of it might lead to dire consequences." Abner thought to himself with a touch of self-deprecation, then continued to inquire of Turner, "How often do you communicate with Lena? Is she aware of your curses directed at Hux?" Chapter 14. The Abandoned Manor. How often do you get in touch with Lena? Does she know you are cursing Hugh? Upon hearing this, both Abner and Hugh exhaled in relief. The latter felt that, under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for the members of the Seer Society to locate her, especially since a clandestine organization would not likely investigate the disappearance of a Sequence 8 individual. Abner, on the other hand, believed that even if they did trace it back to him, it wouldn't be for several months, by which time he might not fear them anymore. "I have good connections with the Intelligence Division 9, the Night Watchers, and the Mechanical Heart. I will hand over this instigator to them shortly. A Sequence 8 heretic should fetch a handsome bounty. And you wouldn't hold it against me if I kept the reward for myself, would you?" Detective Eisinger jested in an exaggerated tone. Abner understood that this was primarily a means for Eisinger to protect both himself and Hugh. After all, if a person fell into the hands of the authorities, the Seer Society or the Witch Cult would likely have to retreat, as they were indeed a secretive organization unwilling to confront the Church of the True Gods directly. Hugh evidently realized this too, and quickly expressed her gratitude once more. Subsequently, the trio inquired about a few other matters, but Turner, the individual before them, was merely a low-ranking member of the Seer Society and did not possess much additional information, resulting in minimal gains for them. After rendering the instigator unconscious once more, Eisinger clapped his hands and stated, "All right, let us divide his belongings, and then this matter will be concluded. The rest will be handled by the authorities." Hugh promptly shook her head, saying, "Capturing this person was entirely your effort. These things rightfully belong to you. How could I possibly object?" Abner naturally shared this sentiment. Yet he was curious about what Eisinger would allocate to him. "Thank you, Professor." Abner expressed his gratitude without a hint of modesty, although he still had 350 gold pounds. Which might be a fortune for an ordinary person, it was merely a pittance for someone extraordinary. On the other hand, when Hugh noticed Eisinger turning his gaze toward her again, she quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, "Don't consider my share. This was entirely your assistance. I feel it would be inappropriate to take a portion of the spoils." Unlike Abner, she lacked the audacity to accept, especially since Abner was Eisinger's student. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable for him to receive a share. Eisinger laughed heartily, pushing the triangular dagger toward Hugh, insisting, "Miss Hugh, do not be so formal. Have you forgotten? It was you who deduced that this instigator would commit the crime at the bar. How can you say you did not contribute? Take it. I just assessed it. And this triangular dagger is rather ordinary. It only contains a toxin that is difficult to analyze, rendering it no more than a poisoned common weapon, hardly worth anything. Abner was about to respond, but suddenly recalled something. After a moment's hesitation, he cautioned, "Professor, you may hand him over to the Night Watchers or the Mechanical Heart, but it would be best not to involve the Intelligence Division 9. Abner pondered for a moment, carefully considering his words. "It seems some individuals within the military are also engaged in human trafficking. I fear they could pose a threat to you. Are you suggesting that the military is involved in this matter?" Isinger furrowed his brows in confusion. "What could their motive be? And how do you know this, Abner?" "My mother was also a victim of trafficking. I conducted some investigations," Abner replied, weaving a half-truth. "I see." Isinger nodded in understanding. Hugh cast a sympathetic glance at Abner, not anticipating that he bore such unfortunate experiences, unaware that her father was, in fact, also a victim of this incident. "I understand now. Rest assured. I know precisely how to navigate dealings with the authorities," Isinger declared, waving goodbye to the two, then swiftly vanished down the well, moving with a nimbleness that belied his age. Currently, Hugh resided in a rented house in the Bridge district, and she bid farewell to Abner midway. As she turned away from watching Abner leave, she nearly jumped out of her skin. A lady in a beige high-collared long dress, with slightly curled brown hair, was looming less than a meter behind her, gazing at her like a specter. "Forsyth, where did you come through this time? You scared me to death." Once she recognized the person, Hugh let out a long sigh of relief. Forsyth appeared startled by Hugh's words and promptly inquired, "What on earth happened?" "That's a long story. Let us talk as we walk." Hugh, feeling a sense of relief, recounted the events of the past few days, omitting Isinger's identity and the teacher-student relationship with Abner. She merely stated that Abner had enlisted a powerful ally to capture the assailant. Hugh shook her head, firmly asserting, "He has no ulterior motives. I can tell from his demeanor and expressions. As an arbiter, I am quite certain of this." "Then how could he be so dedicated to helping you? According to your account, you've only met 2 or 3 times." Forsyth, who was aware of Hugh's keen intuition, found herself increasingly intrigued. "I don't know. I just feel like he seems to have known me for a long time." Hugh was somewhat perplexed but certain that Abner genuinely meant no harm. Hence she did not wish to investigate further. Nonetheless, the following morning, Abner arrived punctually at the subway station in the East District, where Hugh was already waiting. They had arranged to meet there the previous night. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Abner apologized, feeling a bit guilty as he lived closer to this location. "It's all right. Let us set off immediately. The location is in the northern suburbs and somewhat remote. We'll take the subway to the North District and then transfer to a carriage." Hugh, undeterred by the small matters, spoke decisively. The journey was quiet, and after approximately 40 minutes, the duo found themselves before a somewhat dilapidated manor in a remote location. Abner surveyed the eerie-looking estate, hesitating as he said, "Is this the place you mentioned where we can practice shooting for free? Even if it's run down. It's still a manor near Beakland. Surely, there must be people checking it out, right? What if we get discovered and thrown out?" Hugh understood Abner's concerns and explained, "This was actually my family's former vacation manor. After my father's incident, it was sold to a wealthy merchant. For some unknown reason, the residents here have encountered continuous misfortunes, leading to rumors of hauntings, which is why it has fallen into disrepair. Currently, there is only an old servant watching over it. He was once part of my family's staff and is mute. My father used to take good care of him. So as long as we don't attempt to enter the house, we should be fine." "So, you mean to say that he won't hear the sound of gunfire? And even if he does, he'll turn a blind eye out of respect? Truly, as a descendant of nobility, even in misfortune, you have maintained numerous connections." Abner quickly grasped the essence of Hugh's words. Hugh, observing Abner's unruffled demeanor, confirmed several thoughts. He indeed knows who my father is. He must have known me for a long time. He seems to be privy to many secrets. So, does he know why my father was wrongfully accused? Chapter 15. Training. Although Rest was filled with doubts, she refrained from voicing her questions. She had an instinctive feeling that even if Abner knew the answers, he would not disclose them at this moment. Moreover, if Abner truly understood everything, his choice to withhold information must have been for a reason. Rest retained sufficient trust and patience in her friend to wait. Furthermore, as their friendship deepened, she could subtly gather clues and conduct her own investigation. Unbeknownst to Abner, who followed her to the backyard shooting range, he curiously inquired, "Is it true that those wealthy individuals who purchased this place have experienced a series of misfortunes due to a lurking malevolent spirit?" Lacking the ability of spiritual sight, he could only perceive ethereal entities by dedicating time to rituals, which he had yet to undertake. Is it safe here now? Abner glanced around nervously, wary of the Punisher's squad potentially emerging to subdue him. After all, he was now a believer in the God of knowledge and wisdom, which branded him as a heretic in the eyes of a tyrant. Rest assured, this place has likely been thoroughly purified. The authorities have long ceased their scrutiny. I have visited several times without incident. Moreover, old Todd, the caretaker I mentioned before, informed me that no one has come to investigate for quite a while. Though he cannot speak or write, he is proficient in sign language, Rest confidently assured him. Upon hearing this, Abner felt momentarily relieved. He realized he was merely here to practice shooting, without the necessity of extraordinary abilities. Even if the authorities observed him, it was improbable they would pay him any heed. Well, it is merely a case of young men and women discreetly practicing their marksmanship at someone else's range, quite normal, albeit slightly awkward. Without wasting time, Rest meticulously elucidated the techniques of using firearms, outlining various precautions and the specific training regimen required to swiftly master shooting. Once Abner attentively absorbed this knowledge, he gripped the gun firmly and raised it straight, aiming at the target situated 10 meters away. He refrained from pulling the trigger immediately, adhering to Rest's instructions as he repeatedly practiced aiming and the correct grip. Rest occasionally corrected his grip, tapping the uncoordinated parts of his arms, her youthful face emanating authority. After approximately 10 minutes, she nodded in satisfaction, permitting Abner to proceed to the next phase of training. Abner took a moment to rest, massaging his sore arms before retrieving his silver revolver, positioning himself at the shooting spot, and adopting the proper stance to pull the trigger. Bang! His arm twitched, his body slightly recoiling, causing the bullet to veer off target. Bang! 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 Learning from experience, he shot one bullet after another, exploring his rhythm until all 6 rounds were expended. These are practice bullets provided by Miss Rest, he noted. Excellent, you've hit the target. Rest observed for a while before complimenting. Your shooting feels quite promising. With a bit more practice, you'll reach the average standard of the Civarala's range. Receiving praise, Abner did not feel prideful. After all, only one of his 6 shots had found the mark. In a genuine confrontation, he feared he would have met his demise. Upon exhausting all the practice rounds, Abner finally achieved a stable level of accuracy, even landing a shot within the 8 ring. Rest proposed a friendly contest to assess his current skill level. Unsurprisingly, just half a minute later, Abner found himself on the ground for the 3rd time, struggling to rise. Though Miss Rest was not tall, her strength was considerable. Was this a result of the arbitrator's potion? Abner pondered while rubbing his aching back. Abner, your physical foundation is quite impressive. Your strength and reflexes are exceptional among ordinary individuals, indicating you have been diligent in your training. However, your lack of combat experience prevents you from fully harnessing your potential. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for me to defeat you. Rest provided a candid assessment. Abner was taken aback, as the original memories bore no mention of physical training, nor did the reader at Sequence 9 possess any enhancement effects on physical capabilities. So, this golden finger has actually improved my physique? Yet, since this enhancement does not reach the extraordinary level, I had not noticed it. He contemplated, though he did not dwell on it. After all, it was ultimately a beneficial development. With your current proficiency, I can directly teach you combat techniques. Additionally, you must continue with your strength training. I will instruct you in nightly exercises, which should yield better results than your previous regimen. After saying this, Rest began to explicate various combat movements and training methods, guiding Abner to follow along. In this teacher-student dynamic, Abner made rapid progress. By the time noon approached at 11:30, he could barely engage Rest in 1 or 2 exchanges. Before departing, Rest hesitated for a moment, gazing at Abner's figure before finally speaking up. Abner, there is something I wish to hear your opinion on. I want to investigate the truth behind a court earl's conspiracy. Where do you think I should begin? Abner instantly recognized she was referring to her father's case. He initially did not wish to meddle, believing Rest would eventually uncover the truth after joining the Tarot Club. However, he suddenly realized that his presence and actions might prevent her from being captured due to her injuries. Consequently, Furs might never meet Miss Audrey, causing them to lose their opportunity to join the Tarot Club. Realizing that his actions might lead to greater consequences, Abner felt a pang of fear, not from altering the so-called narrative, which mattered little to him, but from the possibility that he might harm 2 innocent maidens, diverting them from their originally bright futures. No, I must reconnect them with the Tarot Club. With this thought, Abner made a decisive resolution. After pondering briefly, he replied to Rest, the secrets of the court are likely known only to the true nobility, I believe you should approach this angle. But I cannot connect with nobility with my current status, let alone persuade them to reveal the truth. Rest furrowed her brow, distressed. You need not seek out the high-ranking nobles directly at the outset. You can also engage with their offspring. I have heard that many young nobles are fascinated by the arcane, which presents an opportunity. If you have acquaintances who are somewhat notable in a particular field, it would be easier to connect with those young lords and ladies. Once you establish contact, do not rush to inquire about the Earl's conspiracy, initially. Exchange simple information or items related to the esoteric, and after you become friends, approach trustworthy individuals to inquire about sensitive matters, Abner advised earnestly. Upon hearing the mention of acquaintances with a bit of notoriety, Rest immediately thought of Furs. However, recalling Furs's languid demeanor, she felt a headache coming on. Unsure how to persuade her to assist in socializing, she was acutely aware that relying on herself to connect with nobility was exceedingly challenging, except in rare instances of compatibility. Clearing her mind of chaotic thoughts, Rest recognized that Abner's suggestions were indeed pointed, and, filled with anticipation, she inquired once more. Do you have any recommendations for suitable noble candidates for initial contact? Viscount Grelent. His character is quite commendable, and his family status is neither too high nor too low, making him an ideal candidate for your first encounter. Abner unhesitatingly provided the name of the Viscount that Furs had interacted with in the novel. Initially, he intended to speak directly about Audrey. However, the lofty status of Count Holber's daughter was beyond the reach of Hugh and Forsyth in such a brief span. Hence, it was more prudent to utilize the Viscount as a stepping stone for their acquaintance. Viscount Grelent, Hugh was familiar with this individual, but as Abner remarked, his rank was not particularly elevated, and having inherited his title at a young age, he likely remained oblivious to the secrets surrounding the conspiracy of the court's earl. Was this truly merely a stepping stone? As the silhouettes of the two men vanished through the back entrance of the shooting range, a ripple suddenly danced across the glass of a window in an upstairs bedroom of the estate, transforming into a woman clad in a flowing black court gown. This lady possessed pale golden hair and striking azure eyes, her features remarkably refined, yet her complexion was exceedingly pallid, adorned with a delicate black soft hat. She seemed to have found an illusory high-backed chair within the glass, resting her left palm on her right elbow and cradling her cheek with her right hand, quietly observing as Abner and Hugh distanced themselves from the estate. Chapter 16. Ritual Magic at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Within the residence of Detective Isinger in the Hillsdon district, Abner sat upright, fully engrossed in his mentor's discourse on the arcane knowledge of mysticism. The low-tier practitioners lack sufficient strength. Nearly all ritual magic they can perform involves beseeching external powers for assistance. Thus one must only consider the orthodox deities. Never attempt to commune with the unknown, unpredictable entities, even if some revere them or if the recorded promises are enticing. For you and I, it is best to invoke the God of knowledge and wisdom. Should you call upon the Lord of Storms or the Eternal Sun, the outcome may prove dire. In mysticism, the deity of knowledge and wisdom corresponds to the blue star, which necessitates the use of mercury, brass, lavender, pepper, and mint as materials. The blue star is associated with Saturday, with optimal times from midnight to 1 a.m. on Friday, and from 11 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Though today is Saturday, regrettably the best time has already passed. However, for us extraordinary beings, particularly those adept in ritual magic, this is not a concern. Our vibrant spirituality and potent astral essence are the critical elements. Observing the ritual magic personally demonstrated by Detective Isinger, Abner diligently noted the key points in his notebook, privately reflecting on how fortunate he was to have a reliable teacher in the field of mysticism. Had he relied solely on self-study, even with the assistance of the pure white eye for analysis, mastering the relevant knowledge would have taken considerable time. Very well, teacher, Abner responded politely. He planned to seize the moment and personally conduct a ritual to imbue his spectacles with the ability to conceal the manifestations of his pure white eye. This not only alleviated his concerns while utilizing his unique abilities, but also served as a token of allegiance to the God of knowledge and wisdom. Abner's reasoning was straightforward. Since the deity had likely already taken notice of him and extended a benevolent investment, it would be prudent to actively invoke its name and see if he could garner further favor. Within the spiritual barrier, he lit candles and grasped the prepared lavender and mint extracts, dripping them onto the gently flickering flame. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air as Abner continued to burn several other herbal powders. Then, he picked up a quill and inscribed a special symbol on a piece of parchment before the newly acquired spectacles. Having completed these preparations, he stepped back and recited in Hermes' tongue, I beseech the power of knowledge. I implore the strength of reason. I seek the favor of the God of wisdom. Grant this pair of spectacles the ability to conceal manifestations. O lavender, herb of the blue star, bestow your power upon my incantation. O mint, herb of the blue star, impart your strength to my spell. Abner, feeling a tinge of anxiety, awaited the outcome. Having witnessed a similar occurrence earlier in the afternoon, he was not entirely surprised, though he felt a twinge of apprehension. After several seconds, the flames of the 3 candles flickered in unison, casting a pale green hue. Subsequently, a series of intricate symbols flashed across the lenses of the copper spectacles, only to vanish moments later. At that moment, Abner felt a sharp pain in the center of his forehead, an aftereffect of excessive spiritual extraction. His strength was still too feeble. Even crafting a temporary extraordinary item through ritual had drained nearly half of his spiritual essence. Once the ritual concluded, Abner perched the spectacles on his nose, activating his pure white eye before the half-length mirror in the room. After a brief moment, he nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, the change in my pupils is hardly noticeable. The effect is quite commendable. According to my analysis, the ability to conceal manifestations will remain effective for 3 days, far exceeding my initial expectation of 1 or 2 days. This will save me a considerable sum. It would be exorbitant to repeat the ritual daily. After tidying the room, Abner chose not to vacate the 1-bedroom apartment, as he would need to return for several rituals that required his teacher's guidance. Upon returning to the Hillsdon district, Detective Eisinger, noticing the new pair of spectacles adorning Abner's face, expressed no suspicion, merely teasing. Wearing glasses certainly lends you an air of knowledge and sophistication. Though your worker's garb seems somewhat mismatched, it appears you must acquire a proper suit. 10 gold pounds for an entire suit in Beckland. Abner grumbled inwardly, yet he had to concede the validity of Eisinger's observation. The spectacles alone cost 1 gold pound and 8 shillings, while a complete outfit would cost nearly the same, making the mismatch glaringly apparent and potentially suspicious. Indeed, learning from the past is most enlightening, Abner mused before taking a respite. Late at night, within the abandoned estate of the Deer family in the northern suburbs, a man clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, his complexion exceptionally pale, strolled slowly along the stone path of the garden. Meanwhile, the night watchman, who should have been vigilant, appeared to be enjoying a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the unexpected guest in the estate. Suddenly, the man, appearing to be in his late 20s, seemed to sense something amiss. He halted, furrowing his brow in the direction of the shooting range. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him, clad in an elaborate black court gown, adorned with a matching petite soft hat, the very same beautiful lady with golden hair and blue eyes who had observed Abner and his companion depart from the window earlier that day. The man exhibited no surprise at this ghostly appearance. Instead, he calmly inquired, Sharon, has someone else been here? Should we relocate immediately? No need. It's merely an unrelated individual practicing shooting in secret, Sharon succinctly replied. The man nodded, refraining from further questions, and shifted the conversation to another matter. We have news regarding the previous incident. Gore and Leah have been dealt with by the Punisher, and only Jason managed to escape. He is likely hiding in the Southbridge district or the Jewwood district to recuperate. Merrick, we must find him swiftly, otherwise he will soon summon another group to pursue us, Sharon stated plainly. Indeed, engaging the Punisher in combat is a one-time affair. They are not foolish, though volatile. The Punishers are not dim-witted, Merrick acknowledged with a nod. You were quoting Russell? Sharon remarked, glancing sideways. Merrick's eye twitched slightly before he retorted, I can read too. On the morning of June 3rd, after an hour of training following Professor Hugh's nightly regimen, Abner wiped the sweat from his brow and proceeded directly to the small restaurant in the Eastern District, where he had arranged to meet Hugh. Previously, Hugh had determined that, given Abner's physical condition and marksmanship, daily trips to the countryside estate were unnecessary. Twice a week would suffice for focused instruction. Abner suspected this might be an excuse from Hugh, who lacked the means to finance daily bullet practice, unlike Klein, who had someone to cover the costs. In any case, they had agreed to visit the estate on Wednesdays and Saturdays, while on other days, should they need to meet, they would do so at this small restaurant. Upon entering, Abner spotted Mr. Rian, the technician he had encountered before, bowing respectfully to Hugh, who accepted a paper parcel he handed over, while Rian showered her with insipid flattery. Hugh, accustomed to such encounters, slightly relaxed her authoritative demeanor, prompting Rian to halt his sycophantic praises and heed her instructions to leave in a state of awe and gratitude. Once he departed, Hugh quietly exhaled, securing the parcel before sitting down at the table opposite Abner. "Ah, it seems the matter with Mr. Rian has been resolved," Abner remarked with a smile after taking a sip of coffee. "Indeed, I sought out the enigmatic two-faced man, Rosen, last night. He was remarkably amenable and acquiesced to my persuasion, resulting in the alleviation of most of the exorbitant interest by this morning." Hux also ordered breakfast, indulging in it while conversing. Hux, as expected, did not find himself imprisoned due to this affair. As Abner pondered this in silence, Hux continued, "By the way, I have a friend who wishes to meet you. Are you available this afternoon?" "Why the afternoon? Is now not an option?" Abner instinctively inquired. "Because she may not awaken until midday, if it's not imperative. She might remain in slumber all day," Hux contemplated helplessly within himself. Chapter 17. Forth observing the conflicted expression on Hugh's face, Abner surmised who wished to meet him. "Very well, we shall arrive punctually," he declared. Hugh exhaled in relief, eagerly nodding in agreement. "Time is of the essence. I have matters to attend to. Until noon." With that, Abner bid farewell to Hugh, settled the bill, and boarded a public carriage bound for the Gwud district. He had ultimately acquiesced to Detective Essinger's suggestion to procure a formal suit for himself. Naturally, his first choice for a tailor was the establishment owned by Miss Jane, a classmate from his public school days. Rather than allow the funds to benefit a stranger, he preferred to bolster his friend's business. Abner, who had been quietly observing the scene, felt a flicker of surprise, instinctively speculating about the identity of the middle-aged gentleman who had elicited such humility from Jane's father. Yet, he quickly chuckled at his own conjecture, realizing that he had developed a professional malady before even becoming a detective. After all, there were countless prominent figures in Bakerland who could command such deference from a clothing merchant. How could he possibly fathom their identities? Upon entering the tailor's shop, Abner immediately spotted young Jane, who was seated behind the counter, idly sketching something. A playful impulse surged within him. Noticing the absence of other customers, he stealthily approached her and rapped his knuckles against the counter. Startled, Jane gasped before her eyes met Abner's mischievous grin, prompting her to pout and exclaim, "Abner, how dare you return? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been grounded at home for an entire week." "Humph, now you frighten me again. Speak. How will you compensate me?" Abner deftly shifted the conversation. "So, you've been grounded by Mr. Grant? Is it because of Professor Copsty?" Jane's father was named Charles Grant. "Indeed. Father fears I might sneak off to join Professor Copsty's society, despite my assurances that I would not." Jane was not deterred by Abner's change of subject. Instead, she curiously inquired, "What brings you here today, Abner?" With widened eyes, Jane exclaimed, "A complete formal outfit costs no less than £10. What job have you applied for that allows you to advance so much money?" "I am now the assistant to the illustrious Detective Essinger Stanton, earning a weekly wage of £3. I merely advanced a month's salary," Abner fabricated with ease. "I've heard of Detective Stanton. He is indeed a renowned investigator, known for his deep connections with the Sylvans. Young man, following such a distinguished detective into the realm of investigation holds boundless prospects," Mr. Charles Grant chimed in, emerging from the back room with a smile. "Mr. Brain?" Abner felt a sense of familiarity with the surname. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that it was indeed his own. Mr. Brain is a prominent businessman, owning numerous clothing factories in Bakerland. He visited my shop earlier to inspect and discuss his support for my plans to open chain stores. Although this shop is mine, he holds a 30% stake, and his generosity is unmatched. He never interferes with my business operations and is always supportive of my ideas, Mr. Grant explained with reverence. It turned out that the gentleman who had just exited the shop was Mr. Brain. Mr. Grant's attitude toward this man conveyed a sense of deep gratitude, perhaps stemming from significant assistance he had received, which left him profoundly appreciative. Indeed, considering Mr. Grant's rise from assistant to proprietor, it was clear that without a benefactor, his success would have been arduous to achieve, Abner mused privately. At that moment, young Jane interjected, "Abner, you share the Brain surname too, don't you? Is that gentleman a relative of yours?" Abner shook his head with a smile. "I cannot claim such affluent kin. The Brain surname is rather common. It is unlikely that all bearers of it are related." With that topic concluded, Abner began earnestly selecting garments, ultimately purchasing a complete suit valued at 11 golden pounds. Guided by Jane's recommendations, after donning the attire in the fitting room, he adjusted his spectacles once more. As Abner stepped out of the fitting room, both Jane and Mr. Grant were momentarily taken aback. Jane rushed to his side, scrutinizing him from all angles before exclaiming, "Abner, you look absolutely splendid in that suit, especially with those glasses. You exude the scholarly charm that Russell the Great spoke of. Indeed, with this outfit, you've transformed into quite the handsome young man." Mr. Grant added his praise, though Abner suspected it was more an endorsement of the clothing than of him. However, upon setting foot in the East End, Abner immediately sensed a wave of malicious scrutiny directed his way. It then struck him that he appeared to be delivering himself to potential robbers. It was only when he entered the restaurant and spotted Hugh, who stood at the bar, slightly taller than the counter itself, that Abner let out a sigh of relief. Fully at ease. In the East End, the presence of Miss Hugh, the arbiter, was far more intimidating than any revolver. "Isn't this a meeting with your friend?" Hence the formal attire. "It is merely a matter of courtesy," Abner defended his oversight. Hugh's bemusement was palpable. Did he truly believe Abner was utterly defenseless? After placing their orders, Hugh led Abner to a table situated at the far end of the restaurant. There, seated, was a lady who regarded both Hugh and Abner with a teasing glint in her eye, evidently having overheard their previous exchange. "This is my dearest friend, Fourth Wall," Hugh introduced solemnly, seemingly unfazed by her playful demeanor. "Delighted to meet you, Miss Wall." Abner, having cultivated a vivid impression of this character from novels, felt at ease. "What a strikingly handsome gentleman you are." "Hugh possesses excellent taste in friends," Forth remarked with a smile before adding, "No need for formality, as a friend of Hugh's." "You are also my friend. Just call me Forth." Abner readily acquiesced, nodding in agreement before directly inquiring, "Forth, I understand you wish to see me? What is the matter?" Forth paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a hint of exasperation, "You are indeed a friend of Hugh's. Your manner of speaking mirrors his entirely, just as Russell the Great described." Abner felt a twinge of annoyance towards Russell. It seemed his quotations were inescapable lately. Hugh interjected, "Is there anything improper about such a question?" Forth covered her forehead, exasperated. Logically, should not a gentleman engage in light conversation with a lady first, and then casually inquire about her intentions? "Oh dear, you have completely sided with Abner, disregarding my feelings," Forth dramatically lamented. Amused, Abner observed the scene unfold. Yet he could not shake the impression that Forth was deliberately adopting this demeanor to foster a more congenial atmosphere between them, perhaps even to expedite their rapport. However, her efforts felt somewhat contrived, bordering on impatience. What could be the reason for such urgency? After thoughtful contemplation, Abner began to formulate a notion. Was it possible that Forth's increasingly severe lunar musings had instilled a sense of trepidation regarding the future? Uncertain of whether a fool might come to her rescue, she perhaps desired a reliable individual to care for and watch over Hugh in the event of a crisis. Although Miss Hugh appeared formidable, she could be rather reckless in certain matters, which was indeed a cause for concern. Chapter 18. 3 questions at this moment. Abner glanced at the oblivious Hugh and felt a sense of admiration for her fortune, having a friend who cared for her to such an extent. Of course, this was also due to her inherent worthiness. What more could be said? Moreover, from the very beginning, it was Abner's intention to have Hugh take part. The sudden twist in Fur's words nearly caught Abner off guard. Hugh, too, shot a disgruntled glare at Furs, questioning what she meant by suggesting Hugh lacked the capability to make friends. After all, if there were noble youths who enjoyed the thrill of being beaten, perhaps she could cultivate a following. Receiving the unfriendly gazes from both, Furs nonchalantly shrugged, then continued, "All right, I was merely jesting. Hugh sought my assistance yesterday, but I still have some lingering questions I'd like to pose to you. First, shouldn't nobles have easier access to esoteric knowledge? How is it that their offspring seek knowledge through us? Wouldn't it be more efficient to consult the official sources?" Furs expressed her doubts. Upon hearing this, Furs nodded in acknowledgement, her mind beginning to formulate a plan. In other words, the knowledge of the occult is merely a ruse. What those noble children truly seek is a way to procure potion recipes. "Miss Furs, you are remarkably astute." Abner couldn't help but admire Furs' sharpness. "Now, for my second question, how did you know I was Hugh's friend?" "I am quite certain that before I sought to meet you, Hugh would never have divulged my existence, no matter how close they were." Furs' demeanor shifted from casual to keenly inquisitive. Hugh, however, appeared puzzled and asked, "When did Abner ever mention knowing you?" At this point, Abner interjected, maintaining a smile and responding, "Why do you inquire about that?" He could tell Furs' serious expression was feigned. Her curiosity outweighed her skepticism. "You have emphasized to Hugh on multiple occasions the need for a friend with some renown in certain fields, even suggesting she approach Viscount Greyland. Isn't that subtly hinting for her to seek my assistance? I recently met that somewhat naive viscount at a literary salon. Your information is indeed quite thorough. Furs analyzed with a self-satisfied air. That is merely a coincidence. While I initially had my sights set on you, I must admit, Abner thought to himself, then replied ambiguously. I am indeed an aficionado of knowledge, which is why I possess a bit of understanding about various subjects. He had no choice but to gloss over the matter. Could he really claim that it was simply how the story was written? Unless one provokes an eldritch being or a similar great entity. Most murmurs stem from high-ranking individuals of this realm. As for the full moon murmurs, to my knowledge, only certain apprentice-tier extraordinary beings can hear them, Abner stated. You know that? Furs was genuinely taken aback. Her original intent was merely to challenge Abner and express her dissatisfaction with his nonchalance. Hiyu had also heard Furs mention that she could hear murmurs during the full moon, but she assumed it was not very serious. However, seeing Furs's astonished expression made her think otherwise. Furs, now disregarding her previous discontent with Abner's answer, wore a solemn expression tinged with anticipation, asking, Abner, what exactly do you know about this? Can you share it with me? Desiring to gloss over the earlier inquiries, Abner nodded and began. This all traces back to the War of the Four Emperors in the Fourth Epic. Hiyu immediately perked up, murmuring, Abner certainly excels at recounting tales of the Fourth Epic. Furs, on the other hand, felt exasperated, forcing a stiff smile. Focus. Just get to the point. Who knows how long it will take if we start from the history of the Fourth Epic. In summary, the Blood Emperor Tado commanded the first angelic family, the Abraham family, which possessed knowledge of apprentice-tier potions. This family rapidly declined after the War of the Four Emperors due to the curse of the full moon murmurs affecting all their apprentice-tier extraordinary members. While the murmurs were tolerable at the lower tiers, those in the middle tier found it increasingly difficult to withstand the full moon's influence. To this day, the Abraham family has faded into obscurity. Had it not been for the powerful sealing artifacts they possessed, many would believe they had perished. Abner refrained from mentioning Mr. Dor, who, while sealed in the heavens by the goddess, still had the capacity to observe the world. Even Roselle might have fallen victim to him. So he decided against courting danger, planning to reveal a tidbit to Miss Magician once he reached the mist above. Abraham family? Am I a descendant of the Abraham family? No, I did not experience the murmurs when I first became extraordinary. It was only after using that bracelet that. First pondered, her fingers tangling in her slightly curled hair. Is that bracelet connected to the Abraham family, thus entangling me in the curse? At this thought, Furs anxiously asked, is there any way to resolve this murmuring curse? By beseeching the favor and protection of the divine, Abner responded without hesitation. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing? Furs clearly failed to grasp the true meaning behind Abner's words, stubbornly pressing on, what about alternatives to appealing to the divine? The Abraham family retained several zero-grade sealing artifacts after the War of the Four Emperors. The implication was that if the Abraham family, who wielded zero-grade sealing artifacts, could not solve this issue, then how could the three of them at Sequence 9? Furs evidently reached the same conclusion, leaning back dejectedly into a state of lethargy. This was more distressing than being completely uninformed, as she now knew the source of the curse but could not devise a solution. Hiyu squeezed her hand reassuringly, offering silent encouragement. Just endure a little longer. The fool will arrive at the end of the month. Abner, unsure how to comfort her, could only bolster her spirits in silence. Furs composed herself, shaking off her fears and oppressive thoughts, returning to her initially languid state before resuming. Consider that you have successfully navigated my second question, aficionado of knowledge. Now, for the third and final question. While your proposal for Hiyu is undoubtedly beneficial, and I believe your intentions to assist her are sincere, it is too well-crafted, not at all like something conceived on a whim. It feels as though you have been plotting this for quite some time. Thus, is there truly no hidden agenda on your part? Or do you intend to leverage this plan for your own ends? I merely wish to see you both secure the opportunity arranged by Miss Audrey. As for its perfection, is it not merely your original plan from the text? Abner silently scoffed but feigned hesitation, eventually sighing, I do harbor some thoughts. I wish to understand why the military is trafficking so many people and where they are being sold. Hiyu, aware that Abner's mother had been abducted by human traffickers, immediately expressed concern, stating, Abner, rest assured, I will assist you. Furs had previously heard Hiyu mention this matter and, filled with indignation, added, the military colluding with secret organizations to sell the citizens of our nation is despicable. I, too, wish to uncover their true motives. It cannot just be for money. It is to deify the king, Abner lamented, sighing in sorrow for the darkness of the world and for the original protagonist's mother. Would she find peace after entering the Blood Emperor's tomb? With that, Furs had her questions answered. Though some conclusions did not align with her expectations, she tentatively accepted Abner's proposal for Hugh and resolved to assist Hugh in her dealings with the nobility. However, there is no need for haste. Once my novel The Stormy Manor is completely finished and published, I believe my reputation will significantly increase, allowing me to more confidently associate with the noble offspring. Forsyth habitually postponed matters. Hugh, with an impassive expression, nodded and said, "I will supervise you to finish this in the coming days." Forsyth was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief before exclaiming, "Are you a devil?" "No." Observing the amicable and harmonious atmosphere between the two ladies, Abner could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, in a lounge of the Grant clothing store in the Jewwood district, Jane's father, Mr. Charlie Grant, was suppressing his nausea as he placed a desiccated adult green frog into a flask. After stirring it thoroughly, he gazed at the inky black potion in his hand, mustering his courage repeatedly before finally closing his eyes and downing it in one gulp. Chapter 19. A Call for Help in the Afternoon. Detective Asinger felt immensely satisfied after assessing Abner's progress in learning the ancient Guffasac language. He then entrusted him with a document in the ancient Hermetic tongue. The Hermetic language, derived from nature and akin to the ancient Draconic and Elvish tongues, possesses a direct and potent essence. It is truly a language imbued with power. However, it lacks the necessary concealment and protection, making its users susceptible to danger. As he handed the material to Abner, Detective Asinger reiterated this caution. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Abner nodded solemnly and, with the assistance of the pure white eye, immersed himself diligently and cautiously in his studies. Thus, several days quietly passed. During this time, Abner led an uneventful life, utilizing his language studies and ritual readings to swiftly grasp a plethora of knowledge, digesting the spiritual remnants within the potions he had consumed. He even believed that with another week's time, he would completely assimilate the essence of the reader. Wednesday morning arrived swiftly. After breakfast, Abner and Hugh once again ventured to the abandoned manor in the northern outskirts. After expending the practice rounds they had brought, they engaged in a sparring match. This time, Abner managed to endure for a full minute in Hugh's hands before ultimately conceding defeat. Hugh was taken aback. It was worth noting that her own progress in potion assimilation had been considerable, and her combat abilities had improved significantly since their last encounter, which highlighted the remarkable advancement Abner had achieved. Your physical prowess may not have seen much enhancement, yet many of your techniques seem to have coalesced into instinctual reflexes. I know several knights who have battled on the field for over a decade before reaching such a level. Perhaps you truly are a combat prodigy. It's a pity you did not choose the Warrior Potion series, Hugh remarked with a hint of regret. Although she was unaware of Abner's specific path as an extraordinary being, she understood that it was not one centered on direct combat. Abner, however, felt no sense of loss. Perhaps this combat talent was also a gift from the pure white eye, but its assistance in other aspects was evidently more formidable. Choosing warrior would have been a waste of its multifaceted capabilities. By the way, your physique is more suited for weapons like knightly swords. I am not well versed in those. I only possess a basic understanding. My expertise lies in daggers or tridents, Hugh said, standing at a modest height of 1.5 meters, which made many knightly swords unwieldy for her. A basic understanding suffices. I do not aspire to become a sword saint. Besides, once I ascend to sequence 7, I shall naturally become a master of weaponry. Abner maintained a positive outlook, unfazed, and shifted the conversation to Hugh's encounters with the aristocratic proposal. Has Forsyth's new book been published? Is she still concocting various excuses to delay her manuscript? You truly have my sympathy. I believe her editor ought to treat you to a meal. Abner jested with a smile. In reality, Lady Aina had already treated Hugh, she sighed. Just as they were sharing a laugh, 3 carriages approached from afar. The sound of hooves thundering against the ground alerted Hugh and Abner, prompting them to hastily tidy their belongings and retreat through the side door of the manor into a small storage room in the living quarters. This was an emergency plan Hugh had devised beforehand. Fortunately, their caution paid off. After finishing their shooting practice, they had collected the spent cartridges, avoiding any incriminating evidence. However, unbeknownst to them, as they concealed themselves in the storage room, a chilling wind swept through the shooting range, erasing all traces of their activities. The individuals alighting from the carriages remained completely oblivious to this alteration. It appears someone wishes to purchase this manor. Hiyu discreetly whispered to Abner after discerning the conversation among the newcomers. Abner nodded. This was not auspicious news for him. If someone were to buy the place, he would no longer have the luxury of using the shooting range for free. In truth, this was not a grave concern. Wealthy individuals often acquired country estates for leisure or hunting, visiting only a few times a year. As long as they could evade the watchful eyes of the caretakers, he could still find opportunities to practice. Hiyu, sensing Abner's thoughts, offered a slight reassurance. Nonetheless, it certainly would not be as convenient as it is now. We would have to be clandestine and on edge. Fortunately, my marksmanship has improved rapidly. As Abner contemplated his thoughts, the group outside, after inspecting the other rooms, arrived at the living room. Mr. Karen, what do you think of this place? Though it appears dilapidated, with some renovation, it could rival the Elk Manor to the west. Moreover, its proximity to the northern district offers greater convenience. Acquiring it for $2,500 is undoubtedly a bargain. An impressively charismatic voice exclaimed, his tone exaggerated to the point of marring its pleasant timbre. Hiyu, hearing this, pursed her lips and murmured in disbelief. When my father purchased it, he spent for $200. Mr. Cecil, as you mentioned, this place is indeed quite run down. Not only would I need to renovate, but I'd also have to purchase new furniture and decor. Additionally, I have heard it is often haunted. How about concluding the deal for $1,000? Mr. Karen countered after highlighting a series of issues. $1,000 is far too low. It must be at least $200. Mr. Karen retorted. The rumors of haunting are mere gossip. Look at me. I am perfectly well. But I have heard you were quite ill previously. Listening to their ongoing haggling, they eventually settled on a price of $1,800 only when Mr. Cecil finally refused to budge. Mr. Karen appeared reluctant, but ultimately acquiesced to the deal. As the lawyer prepared the contract, the man named Karen strolled towards the storage room's entrance. Instantly, Abner and Hiyu tensed. After a moment's thought, Abner pulled out an iron mask from his pocket. Initially intended for use during gatherings of extraordinary beings at night, Hiyu, being more straightforward, smeared dirt across her face. Their thoughts aligned remarkably. If discovered, they would immediately cover their faces and dash out. As long as they were not caught on the spot, everything could be explained away. Through the door, they distinctly overheard a conversation that left them astonished, exchanging startled glances that conveyed a silent understanding. Something was amiss. This was far more terrifying than Mr. Karen simply entering the room. It indicated that there were extraordinary forces within the house that they were unaware of. The unknown is indeed the most fearsome of all. Once the group of viewers departed, Abner and Hiyu no longer dared to linger, eager to exit the abandoned manor as swiftly as possible. The words seemed to ripple like water, vanishing in an instant. Had it not been for Abner's exceptional memory and keen observation, he might have thought he was imagining things. Despite these thoughts, Abner's feet did not falter. He could not simply believe whatever was said. It was best to confirm the truth with Casper's. Conveniently, there was an extraordinary gathering hosted by a teacher behind the Brave Ones pub today, where he could inquire further. As Abner pondered this, he and Hiyu had already run a mile away from the manor. Hiyu slowed her pace, apprehensively asking, "What was that?" I didn't perceive anything at all. She had not seen the words on the glass, but her instincts warned her that the living room harbored great terror. It could be a vengeful spirit, Abner speculated. Uncertain, but leaning toward this possibility. A vengeful spirit. Is that the name of a sequence? Hiyu now held a blind trust in Abner, believing he knew everything. It belongs to sequence 5 of the Aberrant Path. Upon hearing this, Hiyu swallowed hard, a sense of dread rendering her speechless. Such a formidable entity could easily extinguish their lives, 2 sequence 9 beings, with the same ease as crushing 2 ants. The previous encounter had instilled in him a profound understanding of the capriciousness of life and death. Even if that vengeful spirit harbored no malice, he still detested the feeling of vulnerability. It was a feeling of profound helplessness, one that left no room for resistance. However, upon opening the door to his teacher's home, Abner discovered Jane sitting anxiously in the living room. After exchanging pleasantries with his teacher, Abner turned to Jane, puzzled, and inquired, "Jane, what brings you here?" Rising swiftly, Jane approached Abner, a hint of embarrassment coloring her demeanor as she stammered, I need your help with something." This girl, typically so carefree and untroubled, appeared so flustered that it unnerved Abner. Noticing her furtive glance at Detective Eisinger before quickly averting her gaze, Abner immediately grasped her apprehension. After excusing himself from his teacher, He led her to his room. As soon as they entered, Jane eagerly seized Abner's arm, her urgency palpable as she implored, "Abner, I need you to help me investigate my father." "Investigate Mr. Grant? What seems to be the issue?" Abner asked, frowning at her words. "He has been sneaking out at night for the past few days, and I suspect he may be involved with someone. I cannot bring myself to tell my mother, which is why I have come to seek your assistance in uncovering the truth." Chapter 20. The Brass Charm Investigating Mr. Grant's Lover? Is this the legendary Infidelity Commission? It is surprising that the strikingly handsome Mr. Grant possesses such cunning traits. Abner gazed at Jane, whose face was marked by frustration, and sighed. "Please recount the entire situation from beginning to end. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." "Really, Abner?" Jane's expression brightened with hope. Having experienced a life filled with happiness, she wished for nothing to disrupt her current existence. Her feelings toward her father were exceedingly complex. She yearned to unmask his true nature, but dreaded the thought of him betraying the family. "Go ahead and tell me." Abner, ever patient with the vibrant young woman, listened intently. However, as he furrowed his brow, he sensed something was amiss. Based on the experiences depicted in television dramas from his past life, wouldn't a man engaging in infidelity seek an excuse to leave openly? The covert nature of these actions suggested a lack of experience. Moreover, "My dear girl, you took a gun to catch a thief? That seems rather audacious. In the days that followed, I pretended to go to bed early, but in reality, I observed him secretly leaving at the same time each day." Jane's tone grew irate, clearly blaming her father. "And your mother? Has she truly noticed nothing?" Abner inquired. "My mother has been sleeping exceptionally well lately, waking only at dawn. I remain unaware of my father's exact activities, so I have hesitated to inform her." Jane reflected on her mother's recent improved demeanor, feeling a pang of guilt. Is it merely a coincidence that her sleep quality has improved? Abner felt a nagging suspicion that Mr. Grant harbored deeper secrets than Jane suspected. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Has Mr. Grant exhibited any other unusual behaviors recently?" This sounded increasingly like infidelity. After weighing Jane's account in his mind, Abner resolved to assist her in her investigation. Firstly, Jane was a dear friend of the original owner of his body, who had offered support during their most difficult times. Thus, it was only natural to lend a helping hand. Secondly, Jane's innocent and vibrant smile had provided Abner with a sense of relief from the oppressive weight he had felt since his arrival in this world. He could not bear to see such a pure and lovely face marred by sorrow. Upon agreeing to take on the commission, Jane's face lit up with a radiant smile. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a 15-sol note, declaring, "This is my pocket money. Consider it your investigation fee." Listening to her awkward attempts to justify giving him money, Abner chuckled softly, warmth spreading through him. His feelings for this friend deepened. She was no longer just a pleasant memory from the past or a charming young lady. Abner was well aware that their earlier conversation could not escape the keen ears of his mentor. So he disregarded the teasing remarks and posed a question. "What do you think Mr. Grant's situation might be?" "Surely not infidelity. As for what the situation is, how could I know without investigation?" Detective Asinger first offered a casual remark, then scrutinized Abner, teasing again. "Indeed, you are quite the handsome young man. It is no wonder you attract female attention. Last time it was Miss Hugh, and now we have Miss Grant." "Please, no more jokes, Professor." Abner protested helplessly. He was genuinely preoccupied with more pressing matters. With the arrival of the Fool at the end of the month, significant events loomed, and even the apocalypse was not far off. His primary focus was on enhancing his strength and survival. After Jane's visit, Abner had become somewhat calmer, yet he still sighed. "Thank you for your concern, Professor. Today I may have encountered a sequence 5, and it has made me acutely aware of my own weaknesses." "What ritual?" the professor inquired. Surprised, Abner had recently learned a considerable amount about ritual magic, each requiring long preparation. Unless ambushing, such magic was ineffective in sudden confrontations. "Charms. I recall in a novel how Klein used the Sunfire charm made from the divine blood of the eternal sun to disrupt the arrival of the true progeny of the Creator. The power was indeed formidable, but I might be overthinking it, as I possess no divine blood." While Abner was lost in thought, Detective Asinger interjected. "I remember that when you purchased the primary material for the reader, you should have acquired an additional 10 grams of the man-as-monkey-s brain slice. Bring it forth." "I need to use it." "How did you know that?" As the question slipped from Abner's lips, he quickly realized how could the professor not know the formula for the reader, especially since he had bought it at a gathering organized by him. Abner examined the brass charm. noting that both sides were inscribed with symbols representing the gods of knowledge and wisdom. Subsequently, Detective Asinger retrieved a vial of mercury and meticulously guided the liquid into the charm's engravings, filling every intricate line. After repeating this process for all 3 charms, Detective Asinger placed them before a candle and accepted the 2 grams of man's monkey brain slices that Abner handed him. Only then did Detective Asinger provide a brief explanation. The power and effectiveness of the charm depend on the quality of the materials you sacrifice. The man's monkey's brain slices are of low quality, so the resulting charms will also be of a lower grade. Nonetheless, they will suffice for your needs. Abner nodded, securing the remaining 4 grams of brain slices while continuing to observe his mentor's ritual with great seriousness. After respectfully bowing to the sacred emblem, Detective Asinger stepped back and recited an ancient Hermes. I beseech the power of knowledge. I beseech the strength of reason. I seek the blessings of the God of wisdom. May the items on this altar transform into charms. The candle's flame suddenly surged larger, yet it failed to illuminate the surroundings, instead enveloping the 3 brass charms in innumerable intricate symbols and flowing numbers, varying in size and density. However, in the blink of an eye, those symbols and numbers vanished without a trace. Rubbing his slightly dazed head, Detective Asinger collected himself and intoned solemnly, "Thank you for your blessings. We praise your existence." Without Fu Chapter 21, Pursuit. Perhaps the gods of knowledge and wisdom truly favored Abner, for he achieved success in his very first ritual to create a talisman. As he exhausted the brain slices of the man's monkey, he procured 2 brass charms. At 7 o'clock in the evening, with the 5 newly crafted charms in hand, Abner accompanied his mentor to a gathering apartment in the back alley of the Brave Bar, where he no longer needed to worry about secret signals. He settled comfortably into a single sofa, awaiting the arrival of the attendees. As time ticked away, by 7:30, the participants gradually assembled. Among them was the lady who had purchased his diviner formula, known by the codename Poisonous Rose, who, according to his mentor, held a significant status and was quite generous. There was also a woman known for selling extraordinary weapons, referred to simply as the craftsman agent. Additionally, there were others dubbed Black Serpent and Spider, notorious figures that his mentor warned could become uncontrollable at any moment. At 8 o'clock sharp, the masked detective, known as the Eye of Wisdom, surveyed the masked individuals gathered in the living room with a chuckle. It seems we have a full house today. Even new friends have joined us. Welcome, everyone. Let us commence. As soon as he finished speaking, the craftsman agent lady was the first to speak up. I possess 2 weapons of extraordinary efficacy, both convenient to carry. The first is the Claw of Ice, which grants the user enhanced self-healing abilities, a slight increase in strength and reaction time, and a significant boost in agility. Additionally, when the claw strikes a target, there is a 50 chance of inflicting an unknown toxin and a 15 chance of freezing the opponent with ice. These findings are based on extensive experiments and data analysis. It has a lifespan of 1 year and is priced at $450, or the formula for the Barbarian Potion. This Claw of Ice is impressive indeed. It appears to be crafted from materials sourced from extraordinary beings of other origins. If not for its 1-year efficacy, it would surely fetch a higher price, Abner mused internally. As he pondered the merits, another attendee inquired, "Does it have any negative effects?" This weapon is only slightly heavy and has minimal negative effects. However, it will solidify into a staff form after less than 6 months of use. Therefore, the price is set at $180. The gathering evidently favored the first item, and bids erupted, culminating in the Poisonous Rose acquiring it for $550. The staff sword, $190. While Abner was still weighing the pros and cons, others began to bid on the second weapon. Abner's heart raced, and he quickly raised his bid, $200. The previous bidder paused for a moment before shrugging and conceding, "Very well, it belongs to you now." Regardless of the circumstances, the transaction was finalized, and he had to pay for the item. Fortunately, it was the weapon he desired, so it was not a loss, as the other party likely feared overbidding and being left with it. The Eye of Wisdom humorously assessed the weapon's effectiveness and nodded at his student, indicating its validity. After reluctantly handing over $200, Abner's finances dwindled to $233, a sum preserved only due to his living and ritual arrangements at his mentor's residence. Contemplating this, Abner seized the opportunity before anyone else spoke, retrieving 3 brass talismans from his pocket. He surveyed the room and succinctly announced, "The words of Chaos Talisman, when activated, can disorient an opponent's mind for 1 to 2 seconds, even causing confusion for those of higher ranks. It lasts for 6 months, priced at $30 each. A total of 3. The term Words of Chaos was a name Abner had devised on his way here, believing that without a catchy name, he could not command a fair price. By emphasizing chaos rather than overload, he aimed to cater to the less literate among the extraordinary, lest a wealthy buyer misunderstand. As anticipated, this item that could exert strong control over opponents captivated the crowd, leading to a flurry of bids. Ultimately, the poisonous rose acquired one for 50, Black Serpent secured another for 45. And the final talisman was purchased by a newcomer for 55, who, like Abner previously, had been brought in by Casper. Having sold the 3 talismans for a total of 150, Abner felt a surge of wealth. Yet soon faced the sobering reality of several subsequent transactions involving primary materials for a rank 7 potion, reminding him of his financial constraints. Casper, as ever, indulged in leisure. Upon seeing Abner approach, he seemingly anticipated the encounter and remarked, "That lady bears no ill will towards you." She even assisted in clearing away residual traces. If you have further inquiries, you may seek Merrick at the No. 2 card house, where he and his associates are currently playing cards. Casper paused in his game, adding, "My competitors have recently acquired new backing, and I must find someone to balance the scales." Abner detected the resignation in his tone and could only sigh in agreement, acknowledging, "Nothing is easy in this world. Unfortunately, I am yet unable to protect others." After a while of playing billiards at the bar, Abner carefully timed his arrival near Grant's clothing store in the Georgewood district. He waited at the corner for 5 or 6 minutes before spotting a figure stealthily emerge from the shop. The figure glanced around before heading southeast. Could this shadow be Mr. Grant? Indeed, the silhouette appeared somewhat familiar. After a brief moment, Abner followed at a distance, curious to discern the destination and purpose of the individual. The figure frequently surveyed their surroundings, revealing a palpable tension, as if fearing detection. Yet, the individual lacked any counter-surveillance awareness, oblivious even to Abner's close proximity. As he contemplated this, Abner trailed the figure around a corner, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. It was a junction devoid of streetlights. Under the dense fog of Bakerland, the moonlight was nearly imperceptible, rendering visibility alarmingly low. In such conditions, he had no idea which path Mr. Grant had taken. While the other lacked counter-surveillance awareness, it seemed Abner's own tracking skills were not up to par either. He chastised himself for the oversight and ultimately chose a random path to pursue. After traversing 2 more streets without any sign of Mr. Grant, Abner had to concede that he had lost the trail. What an embarrassing failure. Thankfully, his friends Jane and Hugh were none the wiser. He sighed, relinquishing his struggle, and made his way to the home of Detective Eisinger in the Hillston district. "What? No clues found? Or were you discovered?" Detective Eisinger inquired with curiosity upon seeing his student return dejectedly. "It seems not only does he need to bolster his knowledge of mysticism, but it's also time to prioritize detective courses in the coming days," mused Detective Eisinger, taking a deep puff from his pipe. With such skills, how can he dare call himself a student of the great Detective Eisinger? Abner was at a loss for words. Yet internally he mused, even if he rushed to acquire detective skills now, it would be too late to report back to Jane. It seemed he would need to explore alternative avenues. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination as an idea swiftly formed. Thus, when Abner met Hugh at a small restaurant in the East District the following morning, he earnestly made a request. "Hugh, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Hugh instinctively inquired. "Tonight around 11 o'clock, I need you to follow someone and see what they are up to." Chapter 22. The disappearance case. Whom do you intend to investigate? Hugh had always felt indebted to Abner, so when he heard that the latter needed assistance, he was eager to help. The individual in question was a gentleman who owned a clothing store, and his recent behavior had been rather peculiar. Abner succinctly outlined Grant's situation. After listening attentively, Hugh pondered aloud, "It certainly does not seem like an affair. Rather, it is possible he is involved in something perilous." Wishing to shield his family from any repercussions, she was quite experienced in such matters, often engaging in reckless endeavors behind Forsyth's back in a similarly clandestine manner. Hugh's conjecture aligned with Abner's assessment. His concern for this matter stemmed not only from his promise to Jane but also from the fear that Mr. Grant's potential danger could jeopardize Jane's safety. "I shall accept this request. Rest assured, I will investigate the matter thoroughly tonight," Hugh stated, confident in her ability and experience to track an ordinary individual. "Thank you." Abner expressed his gratitude, then withdrew a brass talisman from his pocket and handed it to Hugh. "Be cautious. Try to merely observe without putting yourself in danger. Additionally, this is the Chaos Tongue Talisman. The incantation, in ancient Hermetic script, is Blue Star, which can disorient the target's mind for a second or two. Take it for self-defense. With this gift, Abner was left with only one brass talisman. But the chaos tongue was sufficient for surprise. Hugh nodded, accepting the talisman silently, no longer feeling the need to be polite with Abner, thinking she would return it someday if it remained unused. After sharing breakfast, Abner and Hugh bid farewell and took the subway to the Greenwood district, where he aimed to visit several public libraries in the area. As a reader, one must not only study the arcane arts but also the history, politics, and literature of ordinary people to better digest potions. Gazing at the shelves filled with works created by the traveler predecessor, Abner sighed, contemplating how to articulate his admiration for Russell's prominent stature, which had not diminished even after more than a century. However, these were undeniably a part of this world's knowledge and thus warranted reading. Time slipped away swiftly while reading, and by the time Abner exited the library, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He hastily purchased a DC pie to satiate his hunger before heading to his mentor's residence for afternoon studies. Upon arriving at his mentor's door, he spotted Detective Isinger Stanton, impeccably dressed, exiting the house. Intrigued, Abner nodded and said, "Very well, Professor." The two boarded a carriage prepared by the servant and made their way to the police station in Greenwood. During the journey, Detective Isinger briefed Abner on the case requiring their assistance. "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but I have heard that several cases of missing persons have occurred in Greenwood since last week. Sheriff Farson has investigated for a week without yielding any results. With such detailed information, how can you be unclear on the specifics? Surely, you must have your informants at the police station." Abner thought to himself. His faith in his mentor's reputed influence at the West Silas scene solidified. "Mr. Stanton, I must trouble you again." The sheriff, sporting a short, sandy-colored beard, respectfully addressed Detective Isinger. "There's no need for formality. We are old acquaintances, are we not?" Detective Isinger replied with a warm smile before inquiring, "Have you brought the case files? I'll borrow your office to examine these files, and afterward, I will inspect the possible crime scenes. Please arrange for that." Detective Isinger instructed decisively. Once the sheriff stepped out to organize the work, Isinger noticed his student still in a daze and asked, "What are you pondering? Why does he listen to you so attentively as a sheriff?" Abner queried in confusion. "Even Holmes and Scotland Yard do not share such a harmonious relationship, do they?" "Oh, that's because I am also an old friend of his direct superior." Detective Isinger chuckled lightly, his words laden with significance. Abner realized this connection, and before he could inquire further, his mentor tossed him a stack of case files, instructing, "List the ages, genders, hobbies, disappearance times, activity ranges, and social circles of the missing individuals. Then see if any patterns emerge." With his mentor now in work mode, Abner promptly opened the files, recording and analyzing the information. After more than an hour, he gazed at the details he had compiled in his notebook, quietly activating his pure white eye, and fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he looked up at his mentor and declared, "Professor, these 11 missing individuals do not appear to be the work of a single group." "Oh, how did you deduce that?" Detective Isinger expressed surprise at his student's logical reasoning, unaware of the latter's cheating. He took a puff from his pipe and remarked, "Your deduction is correct. Among these 11 cases, 6 are particularly strange, with almost no connections or similarities, yet the disappearances are the most complete. I believe a group is responsible. The remaining 5 cases likely involve human traffickers or individuals working for them, similar to the incident involving Miss Hugh. Have the authorities already indicated they are investigating those 3 cases due to prior reports of cultists trafficking people within the Steam Church? We need not concern ourselves further." He added, "Are the last 2 cases relatively straightforward?" Abner, having gleaned some insights through his pure white eye, found himself at a disadvantage compared to the seasoned Detective Isinger due to his lack of experience. "Indeed, and they are 2 independent cases," Detective Isinger replied as he rose from his seat. "You will investigate these 2 cases on-site, while I delve into the 6 that lack leads." "Very well, Professor." Abner felt a surge of excitement, discovering that he rather enjoyed the thrill of investigation, far more than he did reading Russell's works. Sheriff Farson had already arranged for on-duty officers to await their arrival, although the officers clearly displayed their disdain for private detectives. An officer named Atri scowled and remarked, "I hope you truly find something, Detective." Abner's first destination was 17 Gravelly Street, a standard garden villa inhabited by Mr. and Mrs. Heidi and their 2 children. Reflecting on the description in the files, Abner surveyed the expansive garden surrounding the villa and sighed, turning to Atris. "Don't you conduct practical exercises when investigating?" "What do you mean?" Atris inquired, perplexed. How loud is your voice? Abner pressed further. Not small, but what does that have to do with the investigation? Atreides remained bewildered. Could you stand here and call out for young Mr. Heidi, allowing Miss Rachel, who resides in the opposite room with delightful music in her ears, to hear her brother's name? Abner provided a simple example. Unless she possesses extraordinary abilities, that would be quite difficult. Oh, are you suggesting Miss Rachel is lying? Atreides finally grasped the implication, but furrowed her brow. But why would she do that? She has no motive. It may not be her own desire. Perhaps someone is compelling her to act in that manner. For instance, her brother, young Mr. Heidi. Abner had previously suspected that the missing person was the most dubious, as he had vanished with a considerable amount of wealth and essential items. Was he aware of his impending fate? Upon arriving here, Abner became increasingly convinced that he was conjuring something from nothing. Mr. Heidi, what do you mean? Could it be that he kidnapped himself? Ethelith felt her mind was insufficiently equipped to grasp the absurdity of it all. The people of this era, their imaginations seem rather constrained. With that thought, Abner chuckled softly and remarked, why not? The records indicate that this Mr. Heidi has a penchant for collecting exquisite doll models. And recently he set his sights on a masterpiece. Alas, his pocket money fell short, much like a certain future bloodline moan. Chapter 23. The doll. What is my opinion? My opinion is that a detective should indeed confront anyone they meet. After allowing you to finish both your straightforward and sarcastic remarks, what more is there for me to say? Officer Atreides privately ground her teeth, and with a huff, she declared, I have already contacted Mr. Heidi. You may proceed with your investigation. Thank you. The detective and the officer exchanged a few barbs before they proceeded to visit the Heidi residence. Mr. Heidi's expression was somewhat inscrutable, as if he had something to say but was hesitant to voice it. In contrast, Mrs. Heidi showed them no warmth, bluntly stating her displeasure. Abner and Officer Atreides exchanged glances, both contemplating a certain possibility, one that the detective had recently surmised. Ignoring Mrs. Heidi's rudeness, Officer Atreides solemnly inquired of Mr. Heidi. You have received news regarding a ransom, haven't you? Taken aback by her question, Mr. Heidi retorted, How do you know that? Abner interjected, Your demeanor has shifted dramatically. Moreover, from my observations, while Mrs. Heidi still exhibits signs of concern, she appears considerably more relaxed, suggesting you have some inkling of what is happening. Of course, suggesting her relaxation was merely conjecture, a tactic of conversation. Such indulgence. It is no wonder that their son Abner could not help but shake his head. Ignoring Mrs. Heidi's outburst, he addressed Mr. Heidi. Sir, if I am not mistaken, the so-called kidnapper is likely a notorious brigand. Am I right? Indeed. The letter bore the signature of Red Demon Tannic, demanding a ransom of 100 pounds. Mr. Heidi pondered for a moment and decided to inform the police, as he could not trust the words of a brigand. I have heard from my teacher that Red Demon Tannic is purportedly an infiltrator of the Eternal Sun Church embedded in Beckland, belonging to the Solar Pathway Sequence 7. He was slandered as Red Demon after being exposed by the vengeful agents of the Storm Church. Would such a man stoop to kidnapping a child for a mere 100 pounds? It seems that young Heidi has only heard of this brigand's name and hastily borrowed it. It should be noted that 100 pounds, while a substantial sum for an ordinary person, even for a middle-class family, is but trifling for an extraordinary individual. It could scarcely buy 10 demon-hunting bullets. Officer Atreides shook her head in disbelief. Although she did not know that Red Demon was indeed extraordinary, she understood that a brigand who was worth a bounty of 3,000 pounds from the Storm Church would hardly engage in a petty kidnapping for a mere 100 pounds. It seemed the detective had indeed hit the nail on the head. My dear, how can you divulge such details to them? What if that person decides to target our little Beck? Mrs. Heidi shrieked again, unable to endure her shrill voice any longer. Abner forcefully struck his cane upon the ground several times, generating a series of resounding thuds that caused the chandelier within the room to sway. Everyone present, including the vociferous Mrs. Heidi, turned to stare at Abner in astonishment. He mused wryly. This cane can indeed serve as an effective deterrent. All he had intended was to capture the attention of the Heidi couple, never anticipating he would create a minor tremor. At that moment, Miss Rachel, who had been hiding upstairs, rushed down in a flurry, exclaiming, Mom, Dad, was that an earthquake? At her words, the remaining individuals focused their attention on Abner once more, who awkwardly cleared his throat and redirected the conversation. I happen to have a few questions for Miss Rachel. Huh? Me? Miss Rachel responded, somewhat bewildered. I wish to ask you why you aided your brother in deceiving your parents for money. As Abner spoke, he quickly blinked and activated his pure white eye, utilizing its natural suppressive power to intensify Rachel's anxiety. Because he discovered my relationship with Dick, Rachel confessed. Her body trembling slightly under the dual pressure of Abner's words and presence, her mental defenses crumbling in an instant. This was not due to extraordinary abilities, but rather a common reaction to encountering something terrifying. Anyone with a strong will or rich experience would not be so easily affected, but evidently, Miss Rachel possessed neither. Meanwhile, Mrs. Heidi's attention was drawn elsewhere, as she exclaimed loudly, "Rachel, how could you be involved with that poor boy, Dick?" Rachel's complexion paled further. She dared not face her mother and stuttered to her father. "Beck must have gone to find a friend named Emlyn. He said if he couldn't get money from you, he would trade his unwanted dolls with that friend for cash." She glossed over her role in helping her brother deceive their parents. However, who would have thought that the future Moon would have a close friend? Wait, that seems incorrect. Emlyn cherished his treasures dearly and would not part with them so easily, unlike young Heidi, who was willing to dispose of them. As Abner pondered this, Officer Atreides had already agreed to investigate Emlyn's residence. Afterward, they took a brief statement from Miss Rachel before bidding farewell to the Heidi family. While waiting for a public carriage at the corner, Atreides cast a curious glance at Abner's cane and jested, "I wondered why the carriage was so slow on the way here. It turns out your cane was the culprit. I dare say the coachman should charge you extra for the fare. What on earth is it made of? It's a wonder you can even wield it." Abner ignored his jibes, as his thoughts were occupied with the realization that while the cane was indeed heavy, it could not possibly cause the house to shake. Its weight only increased significantly when striking a target. The craftsman's agent had indeed mentioned that the negative effect was quite heavy, referring to the impact of the strike. Thus, in its cane form, it had no potential as a weapon, for it would be utterly unwieldy. However, when struck downwards, the effect was unexpectedly effective. Could it be that its true name is Transporter and Destroyer of Structures Above 2 Stories? As Abner silently mocked, he suddenly noticed the servants of the Heidi household passing by, carrying numerous dolls of various sizes towards a nearby open space, a crematory site often used for burning unwanted items from neighboring homes. Was Mr. Heidi, in a fit of rage, venting his frustration on his son's cherished dolls? Abner felt a twinge of regret watching the dolls, many of which appeared to be exquisitely crafted and delightful, and he deemed it a shame to see them destroyed. At that moment, a half-sized cat-eared doll caught his attention, stirring his instincts. He instinctively turned to look, but found nothing unusual, only a bizarre sense that this object held considerable significance for his future. What entity had awakened his instincts? Was this object truly intertwined with his destiny? With no clear answers, Abner could not help but activate his pure white eye, hoping to unveil its essence. However, after merely a glance, he was overwhelmed by a splitting headache, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, a single word echoed in his mind. Mist. He saw the mist. Chapter 24. The results of Hiyu's investigation. When Abner awakened once more, it was already deep into the night. Despite having slept for over 6 hours, he still felt a throbbing pain in his head. Clearly, his depleted spiritual essence had yet to recover. In this world, everything possesses a spirit. All is a manifestation of the original creation. Even inanimate objects hold some semblance of spirituality. When an extraordinary being's spiritual essence diminishes to a certain degree, they may lose control. Abner had come to understand this, realizing that his prior state was undoubtedly irrational. He pondered, was it the pure white eye that shielded my spirit from losing control? Or has the God of knowledge once again bestowed his favor upon me? It seemed unlikely that the spiritual essence was akin to the physical body, and the loss of control due to spiritual exhaustion was seldom rectified by external intervention. Everything is derived from the original creation, and all madness and corruption stem from it. Yet, my soul must originate from an alternate universe, perhaps even from a higher dimensional realm. Hence, my soul should not have a foundation for losing control. But that can't be entirely right, if there were truly no initial influence. From whence did my spiritual essence arise? This is a possibility that warrants further investigation. Despite his musings, Abner feigned a look of trepidation and remarked, while observing an extraordinary object, I was suddenly backfired upon. That object may be related to a being of considerable stature. Such a thing. And you dared to gaze upon it? How did you not transform into a monster on the spot? Detective Asinger retorted, his irritation evident. He was exasperated with his reckless pupil. I had no intention to analyze such a perilous item, Abner protested, feeling quite aggrieved. He truly had not desired this outcome. As for why his body had not undergone any transformation, that was likely due to the protection of the pure white eye. After all, his body was a genuine product of this world, unlike his soul. Noticing Abner still appeared quite unwell, Detective Asinger scolded him a few more times before departing, allowing Abner to rest better. My teacher must suspect I harbor certain secrets, yet he refrains from asking. I shall continue to play the fool. Abner sighed inwardly, closing his eyes once more. The fact that certain essences of that puppet were oddly linked to the gray mist was quite troubling. If the great master above the gray mist is not the gentle and kind Klein, then what was I analyzing before? The Source Fortress? Or perhaps the Celestial Sovereign? At this thought, Abner broke into a cold sweat. Just as the teacher had said, the mere fact that he had not perished on the spot was a divine blessing. Now that I comprehend this intrinsic connection, I could design rituals to bestow certain items with unique attributes, enabling them to relate to the gray mist and become a red star therein. Of course, such a connection would be one-sided. It would require the fool's response to establish a genuine link, akin to reciting the fool's name in ancient Hermetic. Thus, this revelation may seem futile? Not entirely. For at the very least, it provides a new avenue for my future endeavors with the Tarot Society. One must understand that directly approaching Klein in reality to join the Tarot Society is the least advisable option, as he is under the scrutiny of many great existences. Getting close to him could easily lead to one's downfall, and in the future, any exchange of information would have to go through the Source Fortress. Reciting the name might not even yield results. Given Klein's caution, how could he dare respond to a stranger invoking his name? What if it were the true creator or Amon? Rather, it would be more plausible to pray for items associated with the Source Fortress, like the Lady of the Hermit or the Little Sun, to achieve the goal of being drawn into the gray mist. As Abner lost himself in thought, weariness finally overwhelmed the pain. His eyelids grew heavy, and he yawned before lying back down, quickly slipping into slumber. Meanwhile, in a dim alleyway in the Eastern District, Hugh, cloaked in black, hid behind a low wall, peering at a pale-faced man loading the corpse of a deceased homeless man into a cart. The cart already bore two other ragged, filthy, and emaciated bodies. It was rumored that the collection of corpses was controlled by the Church of the Nig Chapter 25. The dream of adventure. To his astonishment, Mr. Grant had become the gravedigger. Evidently well-versed in the role-playing method. Where did he acquire the potion recipes and relevant knowledge? Abner, in a habitual gesture, stroked his chin, pondering uncertainly whether it was indeed the spirit cult. He recalled that in the novel, the spirit cult had a nominal leader in B-Clan named Patrick Breen. Breen? The very same Mr. Breen whom Jane's father held in such high regard? Hugh believed that while Mr. Grant possessed a solid theoretical foundation, he exhibited a naivety concerning the extraordinary world. If he were indeed the undead fool referred to by the messenger lady, it would not be surprising. After all, Mr. Breen was merely a byproduct of the Artificial Reaper Project, a hastily assembled pawn, and he himself was not well acquainted with the current state of the extraordinary realm. Having reached this conclusion, Abner decided to terminate the investigation forthwith. Regardless of Mr. Breen's shortcomings, he was undeniably a bona fide demigod. As a mere Sequence 9, Abner dared not delve into matters concerning such a prominent figure. Moreover, this demigod would eventually transform into a genuine devotee of the goddess, and Mr. Grant's association with him posed little risk. Observing Abner's fluctuating expression, Hugh curiously inquired, "Is something amiss?" Abner shook his head, opting not to disclose his speculations to her, lest it cause her unnecessary distress. Sensing his reluctance to share, Hugh shifted the conversation. Forth's new book, Storm Hill Manor, has been published. Once the copies arrive, I shall present one to you. Abner paused, then smiled. Please convey my congratulations to Miss Forth, and also to you, for advancing closer to the noble circles and uncovering the truth. Thank you. Hugh beamed, grateful to Abner for illuminating a path towards discovering the truth behind her father's demise, freeing her from the previous aimless wandering. After a light-hearted exchange with Miss Hugh, Abner took his leave and departed from the Eastern District. He then returned to the police station in the Jowood District. Upon entering, the foul-mouthed officer, Ethelis, approached him, scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking. Do you have some sort of mental affliction? Mental? Why do you ask? Abner queried, perplexed. Even if my fainting yesterday raised some eyebrows, it should be attributed to a physical ailment, no? One cannot fathom how a robust individual capable of lifting that cane with one hand could faint from physical weakness. It must be a mental issue, Ethelis asserted confidently. Who else could it be? Ethelis lifted her chin and continued, Your cane, while certainly heavy, is lighter than I anticipated. Thank you. Abner replied with a hint of exasperation. Don't you find your roundabout way of speaking tiring? Isn't that the detective's style? Never directly stating the key conclusions. Instead listing seemingly unrelated matters before showcasing your deductions, Athelis retorted with a smirk. At that moment, Athelis added, Detective Aesinga Stanton is currently gathering evidence. And there's a troublesome individual upstairs. Before she could finish, Abner heard a frantic voice from the second floor. I've said it multiple times. That guy is merely staying at my place. I had no intention of kidnapping him, nor colluding to extort money from his parents. This is all that bastard's self-directed drama. Athelis shrugged. You heard him. That person is Emlyn White, the friend of young Heidi. We discovered his address last night and detained him for questioning. However, he appears quite arrogant, always with a sharp tongue, no matter the matter. His parents are bringing in a lawyer for his bail. This is merely a final routine inquiry. Isn't that reminiscent of you? Abner nearly blurted, but before he could speak, a dapper gentleman with slicked-back hair descended from the staircase. This must be Emlyn. Following him was a stern-looking middle-aged man, impeccably groomed, evidently his lawyer. Abner had no intention of engaging with Emlyn, yet the future Tarot Moon approached directly, addressing Athelis. What is the verdict? I told you this matter has nothing to do with me, yet you insisted on dragging me to the police station, claiming those who fancy dolls are abnormal and must have issues. Can I expect an apology now? Athelis, displeased, muttered an apology under her breath, then sarcastically added, Dr. White ought to check the birth records at Beekland Hospital. How could such a respected physician have such a troublesome son? Surely, he must have been switched at birth. Emlyn grasped her implication but remained unfazed, as the existence of blood kin negated the possibility of a mix-up. He cast a disdainful glance at Athelis, clearly unimpressed, then strode out of the police station. Athelis, incensed by his demeanor, felt her temper flare, nearly ready to confront him. Abner restrained her, shaking his head. Are you two children? Did you see how infuriating he is? He is even more detestable than you detectives. Athelis retorted candidly. Abner sighed in disbelief. With such a temperament, what good is it to be a police officer? You would excel as an extraordinary hunter. I had no desire to be a police officer, but my father insisted. I actually aspired to be an adventurer, Athelis admitted, seemingly deflated. Your father is? Sheriff Farson. Abner, disinterested in further conversing with this pretentious, cantankerous officer, made his way to the office and diligently reviewed another missing persons case file. In a narrow alleyway enclosed by buildings on Conslet Street in the southwest of the Zhou Wood district, Detective Aesinga Stanton and Sheriff Farson, accompanied by 4 officers, stumbled upon a grotesque sight that would send anyone's sanity plummeting. The ground was strewn with numerous bloody limbs, thighs, calves, feet in leather boots, feet in high heels, ribs, hearts, and dismembered arms, alongside varying sizes of eyeballs. Several lengths of pale intestines hung from the walls, and although the surrounding blood was sparse, it rendered the scene hellish. The 4 ordinary officers gagged and promptly retched. Sheriff Farson covered his mouth, struggling to maintain his composure before ultimately preserving his dignity. Only Detective Aesinga, relying on his extra indeed, it is quite remarkable. While admiration is one thing, Abner nonetheless presented the findings of the investigation to the young lady's parents, thus effectively bringing closure to the case of her disappearance. What her parents choose to do in their search for their wayward daughter is no longer the concern of the police. However, it appeared that Athelis had been somewhat disconcerted ever since the discovery that the young lady had ventured out to sea, only regaining her composure once the case was resolved. Our assignment is complete, Detective Aesinga remarked as soon as he laid eyes on his student. Complete? You have solved those 6 missing persons cases? Abner inquired with curiosity. The police have already transferred the cases to the punishers. You see, with those tyrants' minions around, our presence is not advisable, Detective Aesinga replied, seemingly unperturbed. His tone light and casual. Transferred to the punishers? Most of those families are devotees of the goddess. They cannot simply hand the cases over to the punishers because they live near the Church of the Sacred Wind, can they? Indeed. It was a matter of an oversight on the part of the punishers, a loose end that naturally falls to them to resolve. Chapter 26. The Trap in the Braveheart Tavern. Casper limped across the bar and made his way to a location near the kitchen. Suddenly, he paused and gently tapped on a rather concealed door. After receiving permission, he entered. Inside was a card room where a dozen individuals were engaged in a game of poker. Despite having witnessed similar scenes before, Casper still felt a shiver run down his spine. He swallowed hard and said, Mr. Merrick, I have news about Jason. He recently killed several people in the Zhou district. and a friend of mine informed me that the police have transferred the case to the Punisher Squad. Pale-faced Merrick nodded at this revelation and inquired, "When did this happen?" "People began to go missing last week. It wasn't until noon today that a detective assisted the police in locating an alley filled with shattered human remains, after which the case was handed over to the Punishers." Casper seemed to possess detailed insider knowledge, recounting the events to Merrick before taking his leave. After Casper departed, the spectral figure of Miss Sharon abruptly appeared beside Merrick. Propping her chin on her hand, she spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "What are your thoughts, Merrick?" Jason may have been severely injured in the previous encounter, unable to suppress his craving for human flesh. Merrick responded flatly, "Though I used the word may, my tone is quite certain. Even without injury, he has never controlled his desires. Being wounded merely intensifies his hunger." Sharon, her delicate yet pallid features betraying conviction, asserted, "The hedonists may act recklessly, but they are neither mad nor foolish." Jason's audacity to commit crimes in Zhou indicates he possesses a certain confidence in evading the Punishers and our pursuit. "I will head to the Zhou district next." Keeping close to the Punishers, Miss Sharon's form gradually began to dissipate as her voice echoed ethereally. "Be cautious. The leader of the Beckland Punisher Squad has made a pact with sacred artifacts, and Jason may have summoned reinforcements," Merrick advised the empty air. On Saturday morning, with the abandoned manor in the northern suburbs now sold and Miss Sharon potentially residing there, Abner and Hugh refrained from practicing shooting in that location. However, due to Abner's assistance in solving 2 missing persons cases, he had gained some favor with Sheriff Farson, allowing him access to the police shooting range. It was the notoriously foul-mouthed Officer Atries who greeted them and led them to the underground range of the precinct. "Who is this young lady? Your fiancée? Why bring her here?" Atries inquired, eyeing Hugh curiously, having never seen anyone bring a girl to the shooting range before. "Oh, are you actually finding excuses for a date?" Atries scoffed, though today her mood was rather subdued, sparing them from her usual barrage of sarcastic remarks. The shooting practice need not be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say that Miss Hugh was particularly pleased, as she no longer had to cover the costs of ammunition at the precinct. In the subsequent combat training session, Abner sought Hugh's guidance on the use of the longsword. While she was not exceptionally skilled in swordplay, she possessed a foundational understanding of it. As it was part of nightly training, time swiftly slipped away amidst Abner's repeated sword swings. At noon, after bidding farewell to Hugh, Abner proceeded to Grant's clothing store. With the investigation yielding results, he felt it necessary to inform Jane. Upon seeing Abner approach, Jane immediately sensed he had something significant to share. Recognizing the inappropriateness of discussing it in the store, she promptly led him to a nearby CAF. "Abner, do you have results?" Jane asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Volunteering? In the dead of night?" Jane expressed disbelief, even going so far as to quip, "Please don't tell me the target of his volunteer work is to console lonely women." Abner silently appreciated her sharp retort. Having already prepared his explanation, he replied calmly, "He is assisting the impoverished in the East District, striving to help them find shelter, albeit posthumously." "Then why go at night?" Jane still seemed puzzled. "Oh, I see. I misjudged him. No wonder he mentioned needing to rent some vehicles for tonight while busy with the branch opening. I initially thought it was for his mistress." Jane, inherently trusting in Abner, or perhaps unwilling to face the upheaval of her life, readily accepted that her father was not unfaithful. Having resolved Jane's concerns, Abner immediately immersed himself in reading and acquiring various knowledge. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was June 12th. This Tuesday, Abner was once again found at the public library, engrossed in a tome titled The Revelation of Night. Though he considered himself a devotee of the deity of knowledge and wisdom, he knew the doctrines of the goddess in ruin could not be overlooked. The Creator awoke from chaos, shattering the darkness and creating the first light, merging entirely with the universe, transforming into all things. His body became the earth and the stars. One eye became the sun while the other morphed into the red moon. Portions of his blood surged forth as seas and rivers, nurturing and birthing life. His lungs evolved into spirits, his heart into giants, his liver into treants, his head into dragons, his kidneys into feathered serpents, his hair into immortal birds, his ears into demon wolves, his mouth and teeth into otherworldly beings, his remaining bodily fluids into sea monsters, with the essence being the Naga. His stomach, intestines, and the wicked parts of his body evolved into demons, evil spirits, and various unknown malevolences. His spirit transformed into the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. As Abner read these words, he pondered, If all things in this world stemmed from the initial creator, then any source of existence would ultimately lead back to him. Thus, if I accumulate sufficient foundational knowledge, once my pure white eye's analytical ability strengthens, will I be able to trace any entity back to that original source? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Abner's pure white eye suddenly activated autonomously, his mind and spirit entering a wondrous state, accompanied by an ethereal sound of shattering in his ears. He was astonished to discover that something within him seemed to dissolve, merging with his spirit under the influence of the pure white eye. It was an indescribable sensation, prompting Abner to half close his eyes and quietly savor the moment. In that instant, he understood without needing further explanation that the reader's potion had been fully digested. 2 weeks, Abner murmured. Meanwhile, in the southwestern direction of the Zhou district, a grand battle was unfolding, yet its impact remained entirely contained. It was a chase between the Punishers and the hedonist faction of the Rose School. Leading the charge was the living corpse, Jason, whose face bore a few indistinct black patches, reminiscent of scars left by healing wounds. The malice in his eyes was palpable, unabashed and unrestrained. His speed surpassed that of the swiftest steam train, zipping past an entire block. Unfortunately, despite his swiftness, the area seemed to be enveloped by a formidable force, completely sealing him off from reality and preventing his escape from the pursuing Punishers. The two figures that pursued him were windwielders, surrounded by storms and soaring through the air. Feeling several gusts of wind slice into him, Jason gritted his teeth, desperately maneuvering in search of a chink in the barrier. The black patches on his face had swelled to a translucent sheen, as if putrid liquid was about to drip from them. Wherever he passed, puddles and fluids in the soil rapidly crystallized into white frost, freezing inch by inch. The leaves by the roadside withered instantaneously, decaying visibly as they descended slowly. After Jason braved the biting winds and traversed the entirety of his movable range, he finally uncovered a flaw in the barrier of confinement. Overjoyed, he summoned all his strength to tear open a gap, preparing to leap forth into freedom. However, he remained oblivious to the mocking smiles upon the faces of two wind spirits above him. As predicted, a bolt of silvery lightning descended abruptly from the sky, striking Jason and shattering a significant portion of his seemingly decayed body, inflicting grievous wounds. Though it was indeed a flaw, it was also a premeditated trap. Struck down by the lightning, Jason suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Seizing the opportunity, the two wind spirits advanced to deliver the final blow. Yet, at that moment, a werewolf emerged from the breach, scooping up Jason and fleeing without a care for the furious assaults from the enforcers, moving with such swiftness that it left them in the dust. The enforcers, unable to match such speed, could only watch in frustration as the werewolf vanished into the distance. "Captain, we are sorry. We allowed them to escape," the two wind spirits remarked, their voices tinged with remorse as they acknowledged the captain, who had only just revealed himself after the barrier shattered. "I underestimated the situation. I did not anticipate that the Rose Academy had dispatched a vengeful spirit to ensnare me," the enforcer captain replied, his expression grave. Meanwhile, from the window of a nearby house, a vengeful spirit quietly departed, as though she had never been there at all. Chapter 27, Sequence 8. Abner was blissfully unaware of the battle unfolding in the Zhou district, as he remained enraptured by the exhilaration of having fully absorbed the reader's potion. His swift assimilation of the potion was attributable to two factors: the assistance of the pure white eye and the extensive knowledge he had acquired in his previous life through the study of various disciplines, including physical chemistry and political history. This breadth of knowledge facilitated his understanding of the world and its finite rules, aligning perfectly with the true essence of the reader's potion, allowing him to assume his role in advance. Having become a reader, he had previously, during his leisure, utilized the extraordinary properties of Sequence 8 through his pure white eye to analyze the supplementary materials for the reasoning student. As for the primary material, the extraordinary property itself served as the main ingredient. At that time, Detective Eisinger was still out investigating recent commissions, leaving Abner to greet the household servants before entering his mentor's laboratory. Since the low-sequence supplementary materials were readily available, he had already procured them in advance. He began by cleansing the standard flask and subsequently added the prepared supplementary materials one by one, resulting in a light green transparent solution. With the preliminary preparations complete, Abner turned his gaze to the blue gem, which had coalesced from the extraordinary property. Having learned the method of constructing the wall of spirituality, he had sealed it with spiritual energy, allowing the gem to retain most of its power even after 2 weeks. After a few moments of stillness, Abner picked up the blue gem and dropped it into the flask. The moment the extraordinary property of Sequence 8 made contact with the solution, it emitted a sizzling sound. And the surrounding air warped, forming unintelligible symbols that quickly dissipated. Abner glanced down to find the liquid in the flask displaying a beautiful blend of blue and green. Intermingling yet remarkably clear, almost resembling a special cocktail. The enticing appearance made him salivate, but he swiftly suppressed such absurd thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted the flask, tilted his head back, and gulped down the potion. However, it was anything but pleasant. The potion certainly did not taste good. Its appealing exterior had been a mere deception. At that moment, Abner felt a noticeable heat rising in his face, accompanied by a piercing pain in his head. Yet, this discomfort paled in comparison to the agony he experienced whenever he utilized the pure white eye to draw upon spiritual energy, allowing him to endure it with ease. After several seconds, the sharp pain began to subside until it vanished entirely. At this moment, Abner was acutely aware that he had successfully advanced, now identifying himself as a Sequence 8 reasoning student. Once the exhilaration waned, he moved his limbs to adapt to the changes in his body, only to discover that even after becoming Sequence 8, there had been no enhancement in his physical capabilities. This was to be expected, as the reasoning student was not a combat-oriented profession. Next, Abner picked up a book on astrology that had previously been difficult to comprehend without activating his pure white eye. He soon realized that his observational reading ability and logical analysis skills had indeed received a significant boost. The enhancement, while slightly less effective than when he had been a Sequence 9 activating the pure white eye, was still notable. According to his mentor, the improvement in logical analysis would enable reasoning students to better understand ritualistic magic, even allowing for simplifications and modifications. However, this did not pertain to him, as he had already experienced such insights through the pure white eye, which granted him a deeper comprehension of those ritualistic magics. Contemplating further, Abner delved into another practical ability acquired from his elevation to Sequence 8, spiritual sight. It was not surprising that a reasoning student possessed this ability, for those lacking spiritual sight would miss many crucial clues, thereby undermining their capacity for reasoning. Emulating the methods taught by old Neil Decline in a novel, Abner effortlessly entered a state of spiritual sight, allowing him to view the world from an alternative perspective. The mainstream field of mysticism categorizes the non-corporeal aspects of individuals into 4 layers: the spiritual body, the astral body, the mental body, and the etheric body, with the potion for the reader sequence primarily enhancing the mental body. This layer relates to reasoning ability, cognitive function, insight, and the capacity to comprehend phenomena. What would happen if he activated the pure white eye during spiritual sight? Though this thought flickered through his mind, Abner refrained from acting on it, as he could surmise the outcome, until he could fully control the pure white eye. Activating it under spiritual sight would likely lead to an uncontrollable analysis of the entire spiritual realm. He had no desire to undertake such a perilous endeavor. After closing his spiritual sight, Abner comprehended the abilities he had acquired upon ascending to the reasoning student. He then laid down in the lounge for a brief rest to recover the spiritual energy expended during spiritual sight. Abner donned glasses that concealed anomalies, took a deep breath, and activated the pure white eye through suggestion. He was eager to further test the enhancements his sequence advancement had conferred upon his abilities. Approximately a minute later, Abner, feeling somewhat fatigued, removed the glasses and mused to himself. The activation limit has risen to 1 minute and 10 seconds. This was not unexpected. Prior to fully digesting the reader's potion, the limit of the pure white eye had already surpassed 30 seconds, so this enhancement was quite reasonable. His powers of observation and logical reasoning were further amplified under the influence of the pure white eye, likely only marginally weaker than that of Sequence 7's Knowledge Keeper. Consequently, the speed of item analysis seemed to have increased as well. With this in mind, Abner grasped his staff and uttered Unsheath an Ancient Hermes, instantly transforming the staff into an exquisite rune-style general's sword. Holding the long sword awakened a familiar sensation within him, prompting him to execute several remembered techniques with the blade. Although he was not currently under the influence of the pure white eye, the memories of weapon mastery he had recently absorbed had not entirely faded, allowing him to recall some aspects. With repeated practice, he might even achieve a semblance of partial weapon mastery in his normal state. At the Braveheart Tavern, Merrick, engaged in a card game with the undead he controlled, suddenly turned his attention to his left. There, Miss Sharon elegantly materialized. "Sharon, what news?" Merrick inquired, discarding his cards. "We cannot swiftly apprehend the Sequence 7 werewolf," Sequence 6 corpse, and Sequence 5 wraith, Merrick deliberated, shaking his head. Both Thayer and Jason have sustained severe injuries and are incapacitated. They will not recover for at least a week. Steve has likely also been wounded by the relic of the Punisher's squad leader, but I cannot ascertain the extent of his injuries. Miss Sharon paused momentarily, her voice ethereal. Upon hearing this, a flicker of ferocity passed through Merrick's gaze as he replied, "If that is the case, we might consider a different approach. Do you know where they are hiding?" "I do. I tracked the fleeing Thayer, and they are currently concealed in a clothing store's warehouse in the Zhou district," Sharon, resembling a doll, calmly stated before nodding. "Still in the Zhou district?" This aligns with what Emperor Roselle referred to as darkness beneath the lamp. Merrick initially furrowed his brow, then suddenly understood, continuing, "I will need a day to prepare my backup and escape routes. We will raid them tomorrow night. I will keep a close watch on them." Sharon, dressed in a black court gown and wearing a delicate soft hat, swiftly faded away, vanishing from the gaming room. In the underground headquarters of the Cathedral of the Holy Winds, the captain of the Punishers inquired of a wind-blessed member, "Have we traced the whereabouts of that werewolf who escaped with the living corpse?" "Humph. Coordinate with the police departments across various districts and instruct them to report immediately upon any cases of missing persons or homicides. The hedonistic members of the Rose Society cannot be underestimated," the Punisher captain retorted. "Understood, Captain. Additionally, disseminate the information regarding the severe injuries sustained by the three hedonists to a select few informants among the wild, extraordinary individuals. Let them circulate the news from their clandestine gatherings. Perhaps the so-called ascetics are more adept at locating these hedonistic vermin," the captain added. Just then, upon spotting Abner, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Have you truly become a scholar of deduction in just 2 weeks?" Chapter 28 Prelude. In response to the astonishment of his teacher, Abner had anticipated such a reaction. However, he lacked a compelling excuse and could only offer a brief explanation. "I have been fond of reading long before I became an extraordinary individual, which greatly aids in the digestion of potions." Upon hearing the term digestion, Detective Asinger Stanton cast a penetrating glance at Abner, meaningfully remarking, "So you have mastered the acting method from the very beginning." Due to the oath of the Knowledge Church, he was forbidden from discussing the acting method with others. But if the other party was already aware, it would pose no issue. Once an extraordinary individual of the Church of the True God comprehends the acting method, they are required to swear an oath of secrecy before a sacred artifact. Abner was cognizant of this. Hence he was unperturbed by his teacher's apparent knowledge of the method without having taught him. Observing the calm demeanor of his student, Detective Asinger sighed and said, "It seems you possess more knowledge than I had imagined. Whether you have deduced it independently or acquired it through other channels, it is ultimately a positive development. Your future shines far brighter than mine. I languished for over a decade in the reasoning apprentice sequence without fully digesting it. And it was only after forcibly advancing to Keeper of Knowledge that I inferred the acting method through experience. No wonder you, knowing the acting method, remain at Sequence 7. It appears the issue extends beyond merely lacking the Sequence 6 formula." Abner felt a moment of realization, yet he did not wish to linger on this matter, for he would inevitably find himself lying, something he wished to avoid with his teacher. Though the Knowledge Church and the Storm Church were adversaries, he could not help but think it somewhat excessive to gloat. He silently chastised this sentiment, for, due to the source material of the novel, he held a certain reverence for the official extraordinary teams. After all, they were both the unfortunate and the guardians. However, he soon gleaned from his teacher's narrative that the site of the battle was not far from the public library he frequented, and also near the clothing store owned by the Jane family. But why did I not notice the ambush? Abner pondered aloud. This is due to the Storm Church utilizing a special level 2 sealing item, the specifics of which I do not know. But its function allows it to draw extraordinary individuals within a certain radius into a peculiar closed space, Detective Asinger elucidated. Such sealing items exist? I wonder through which channels. Abner mused quietly. In the dead of night, the rarely disturbed Mr. Grant, who typically ventured out to collect bodies, was abruptly awakened. He immediately sat up and scanned his surroundings. Under the natural spiritual vision granted by the Gravedigger potion, he could see all spirits within the shop. However, he found nothing amiss and, perplexed, lit a gas lamp to peer outside. The world was eerily silent, the crimson moonlight draping the ground like a thin veil. At that moment, Mrs. Grant stirred awake and, seeing her husband drenched in sweat standing by the window, inquired, "Darling, what has happened?" In the warehouse of the clothing store, a figure clad in a black tailcoat and a dark red cloak gradually took shape in the air. It was a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, with neatly slicked back hair glistening with oil, exuding meticulousness, and his eyes, black with hints of green, betrayed no emotion. Upon his arrival, he quietly admonished a lean but sturdy man concealed within the warehouse. "There, restrain your malice. The male head of this household is an extraordinary individual and possesses sharp instincts. Lord Steve, I can barely contain myself. And why should I?" The man named Thayer rasped, raking a hand through his spiky hair. "I want to shred this family's bodies and revel in their screams. If I continue to hold back, I will lose control." The wraith Steve ignored him, vanishing from the warehouse. Meanwhile, the living corpse Jason, also hidden, tossed a human torso at Thayer and advised, "Our prey has yet to be ensnared. Now is not the time for indiscriminate killing. Tomorrow night, at the latest the night after, I will permit you to act against the 2 women of this household. For now, take this. It is from my kill 2 days ago. Not fresh at all, yet, even in the absence of a formal commission. Shall we not seek to unravel the peculiar occurrences that present themselves before us? Moreover, as the illustrious Roselle the Great once proclaimed, preparation is the key to preventing misfortune. When a client approaches us with matters we have already meticulously investigated, we can exude a sense of composure and elegance in revealing the allure of deduction to our employer." The astute detective Asinger is indeed justified in his assertions. Abner, momentarily taken aback, could only express his astonishment, remarking that the reader's circle is undoubtedly comprised of individuals who revel in ostentation and self-aggrandizement. At 10 o'clock in the evening, clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, Merrick emerged from the back alley of the Braveheart Tavern, accompanied by his animated corpse. Chapter 29, The Brutal Onslaught Within the Warehouse of Grant's Clothing Store. The emaciated yet robust Teal glared with crimson eyes, his ferocious gaze brimming with a thirst for blood. Were it not for Jason's firm restraint, he would have surged forward in an uncontrolled frenzy. "Jason, how much longer must we endure? I am on the brink of losing control." Teal suppressed a primal roar that almost escaped his lips. Before Jason could utter soothing words, a spectral voice, that of the vengeful spirit Steve, echoed through the air. "Go forth and fulfill your desires. Sharon and the others have arrived. Indulge yourself one last time to numb them, lest they retreat at the last moment." Upon hearing this, the werewolf Teal could no longer contain his insatiable cravings. With a thunderous roar, he underwent a rapid transformation, sprouting a coat of black fur and sharp fangs within mere seconds. He shattered the warehouse door with a single punch and leapt across to the residential area on the other side of the store. In the bedroom, Mr. Grant, who had yet to fall asleep, sensed an overwhelming malevolence. He sprang to his feet, swiftly scooping up his slumbering wife and rolling away from their bed. Almost instantaneously, as they departed, a shadow with fearsome fangs burst through the window and lunged toward the spot where Mrs. Grant had just lain. Mr. Grant, clutching his wife, rolled towards the door, using his robust physique to break through it. Just as he intended to flee further, he caught a glimpse of the shadow vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind him in the blink of an eye. His pupils dilated, and without a moment to ponder, he summoned his strength to crush the wooden ring adorning his finger, a magical artifact bestowed upon him by Mr. Breen. As the ring shattered, a peculiar spirit resembling a shield materialized between him and the ravenous beast, intercepting the deadly strike. Yet, despite the intervention, a portion of the tremendous force remained, colliding with Mr. Grant and sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through the connecting redwood door, toppling over counters and clothing racks in the front hall before finally coming to a halt. He coughed up blood. Such injuries were merely superficial for the gravedigger, yet he dared not linger. He scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the back corridor of the store, for his wife remained in peril. In the next moment, Mr. Grant beheld a sight that filled him with rage. His wife's slender form was ensnared in the claws of the dark creature. At that instant, Jane, alerted by the commotion, rushed down from upstairs. Upon witnessing the chaos on the ground floor, she screamed in terror and collapsed. The monster had already torn apart Mrs. Grant's clothing and dislocated one of her arms. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the moment the werewolf pounced into the bedroom, Jason could no longer restrain himself. His pale face contorted in horror as 2 identical specters materialized in his eyes, clad in black court dresses, with light golden hair, exquisite features, and pallid skin. With a snap, his arms twisted, and he began to choke himself, the strain causing his bones to creak under the immense pressure. It was the vengeful spirit of Miss Sharon manifesting. Just as Jason was about to sever his own head, the warehouse, along with the clothing store's courtyard, was suddenly illuminated by a crimson moonlight that filled the space. Jason's grip loosened, his body regained control, and a figure adorned with a small, soft hat materialized behind him. Simultaneously, the spirit of Steve appeared at the warehouse's apex, holding a miniature full moon in his right hand, a blood-red orb. This artifact emanated a tranquil glow. Its circular form surrounded by numerous scarlet gems, with symbols representing the moon and various arcane markings. Sharon instinctively squinted and retreated a couple of steps, her ethereal essence rapidly dissipating. Her legs could no longer bear her weight, and she collapsed onto the ground. The deep red moon crown? How could it be in your possession? Surprise flickered in Sharon's beautiful eyes for the first time as she turned to Jason, who seemed to still be recovering, and calmly stated, "You have used it to heal rapidly. This is a trap set for me. Indeed, I intentionally exposed myself to lure the Punisher into severely wounding us, feigning weakness to entice you into action." Jason rose with a cruel smile and advanced to seize Sharon, intending to confine her. But his movement was abruptly interrupted by a surge of golden, divine flames that erupted from nowhere. Before he could react, Merrick, who had been lying in ambush, swiftly leapt in front of Sharon, shouldered her, and fled. Having fallen into the enemy's trap, it was evident that escape was no longer feasible, and hesitation could cost them dearly. Yet, Merrick was not in a much better condition, the malevolence and desire emanating from the full moon gnawed at his reason, significantly reducing the speed that the living corpse once prided himself on. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and managed to control the undead under his command to momentarily restrain Jason. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he felt an invisible force clutching his ankle. His calves, arms, and the clothing on his chest and back were all firmly ensnared. These were vague, translucent figures, some disfigured, others drenched in blood, some with charred skin, and others pale and chilling. "Haha, I expected you to have some hidden cards, Merrick, but it seems you merely brought the Sun Priest's domain's talismans." Steve, standing atop the warehouse, laughed triumphantly. He was employing death-related spells to systematically ensnare Merrick. Merrick's expression twisted into a grimace as he activated another talisman, summoning a divine, pure beam of warm light that descended upon the transparent figures at his feet, purifying them in an instant. Unfortunately, this delay allowed Jason to free himself from Merrick's undead and resume his pursuit. In the corridor between the front and back of the store, the werewolf, hearing Jane's screams and Mrs. Grant's cries of agony, was consumed by a sadistic satisfaction. With a maniacal laugh, he exerted force, tearing Mrs. Grant in two. He lowered his head to lick the blood from his claws, a perverse expression of enjoyment on his face. "Mom, no." Witnessing such brutality, Jane, completely paralyzed with fear, disregarded her trembling legs, acutely aware of his inability to outrun the ominous black creature. He gazed at the copper whistle with a complex expression, as if the moment when Mr. Breen entrusted it to him replayed vividly in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Grant's resolve solidified. He was determined to risk his life for the sake of his daughter's survival. One could only hope that extraordinary beings were indeed nearby. The savage roars of the black monster echoed in his ears, and without a moment's hesitation, he placed the copper whistle between his lips and blew with all his might. In an instant, a tremendous force descended from the spirit realm, and dense black mist enveloped the storefront, flowing like a thick fog that obscured even the scarlet full moon created by the deep crimson diadem. Mr. Grant lowered his gaze to his daughter's tear-streaked face. Feeling the gradual ebbing of his own life, regret washed over him, and he lamented, "It's all my fault. I should have heeded the malice I sensed last night. Jane, you must seek out Breen." But before he could finish his sentence, his voice fell silent. Jane's eyes widened in shock as she beheld this scene, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. In the storeroom of the shop, the moment the crimson moon was shrouded by the thick black fog, Miss Sharon and Merrick instantly regained their strength. Jason, who was mere feet away, felt as though he had been struck heavily on the head, his vision blurred. His breath filled with the metallic taste of blood, and everything before him turned a deep red. For a fleeting moment, his ears were filled with a deafening hum, drowning out all other sounds. Meanwhile, Steve remained trapped in the backlash of the shattered crimson moon, caught unawares. However, Sharon and Merrick dared not continue the fight. Not only did the black mist seem poised to dissipate quickly, but the commotion caused by the demigods in the vicinity would undoubtedly alert the nearby Cathedral of the Holy Wind. If they lingered any longer, escape would become impossible. Yet, Miss Sharon was not solely focused on her own escape. She understood, through the abilities of the vengeful spirit, who had provided her with a pathway to survival. Thus, she utilized her uncanny ability to leap between reflective surfaces, arriving at a shard of broken glass before the werewolf, Tyre, could unleash his frenzied assault. She seized the tear-stained Jane and the lifeless body of Mr. Grant, tossing them to Merrick, who awaited with unspoken understanding. With the speed of a living corpse, Merrick swiftly carried the two through a prearranged escape route, vanishing into the night. Behind them, the agonized cries of the hedonistic trio echoed. Yet they too dared not linger, nor pursue Sharon, as such actions would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities. After all, it would soon be demigods arriving to investigate. In the Hurston district, Abner, who was peacefully asleep, was stirred by a sudden spiritual awareness and awoke abruptly. Confused, he donned his robe and stepped out of his bedroom, only to find his teacher gravely staring out of the window towards the distant direction of the Zhou district. "Teacher, what has happened?" he inquired. "A surge of demigod-level power has erupted over there." Chapter 30, Retrospection. On Thursday morning, Abner, troubled by restless thoughts throughout the night, ventured out early. Upon reaching the subway station, he was suddenly startled by the clear voice of a newsboy calling from a distance. "Extra! Extra! A major incident has occurred in the Zhou district. Blood flows like a river at Grant's clothing store, and the authorities are powerless." Grant's clothing store? Could it be? Abner's heart skipped a beat, and a foreboding sensation washed over him. He hastily called out to the newsboy and purchased a copy of the Bakerland Morning News. Flipping through the pages in a rush, Abner's eyes were met with the horrifying account of an intrusion at Grant's clothing store, where Mrs. Grant was found dead, and Mr. Grant along with their daughter were missing, suspected to have been abducted by the assailants. A chill ran down Abner's spine. Something had indeed gone awry with Jane. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure as he continued reading. He soon realized that the timing of the attack on the Grant family coincided almost perfectly with the eruption of demigod power the previous night. The location also aligned disturbingly well. What on earth had transpired in their home to attract such formidable forces? The thought of that spirited, vivacious girl potentially facing peril made Abner's heart ache. Could it be that Mr. Grant had been discovered by the authorities? Or had he encountered some misfortune while retrieving the body? After a moment of conjecture, Abner recognized the futility of his aimless speculations. His heart remained in turmoil. Once again drawing upon meditation to restore his tranquility, Abner resolved to pay a visit to Jane's home. After all, in the state of his pure white eye, he was considered a half-keeper of knowledge. Moreover, the role of the keeper of knowledge is often synonymous with that of a detective. Furthermore, the pursuit of clues and unraveling the truth of the case was precisely the duty of a reasoning scholar, was it not? By the time Abner arrived at Grant's clothing store, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The police had cordoned off the area, and a crowd had gathered outside the store, reporters, neighbors, mere onlookers, and friends like Abner, who were concerned for Jane's safety. Among the throng, a girl of medium height with freckles spotted Abner and waved. "Abner, you're here too." As she spoke, a man and a woman beside her turned their gazes towards him. Abner, noticing Jane's friends were also present, felt a momentary relief wash over him as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Susan, Roman, Castor, it's been a while. I came after reading the newspaper this morning to see what had happened to Jane. We came too. We heard Jane was abducted. Let us hope she is all right." As they spoke, the worry on their faces was palpable. Just then, a police officer inside the store discreetly pocketed a melted and deformed copper piece while clearing debris. This action, though subtle, did not escape the notice of Abner, whose pure white eye had been activated. He witnessed the officer retreating down the corridor and triggering a brass talisman. He saw Jane and himself being pursued to the doorway by a creature with black hair. He beheld Mr. Grant, with a complex expression, blowing a whistle that summoned a dense black fog. He observed Mr. Grant's demise in a delicately featured ghost, donned in a petite black soft hat, emerging from shattered glass to rescue Jane. Finally, he saw an elderly man, wearing a black soft hat and a robe embroidered with storm symbols, descend from the heavens to retrieve the whistle that had fallen to the ground. As the vision faded and the pure white eye closed, Abner removed the glasses, rubbing his throbbing head, and it took a while for him to regain his composure. "Abner, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Susan, the freckled girl, noticed Abner's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Even with the abilities of a half-keeper of knowledge and masterful combat skills, he still felt powerless to intervene in battles among these mid-tier powers. "If only I possessed the formidable strength akin to Klein from the novels, perhaps, through my connection with Caspers, they would seek my assistance before launching an assault on the debauchery faction. And if I were to involve myself, I might be able to save Jane's family. Abner, this is not your fault. We know you care for Jane, but the most important thing now is to pray for her safety and hope the police find her soon." Don't be so despondent, Susan kindly urged. I do have a fondness for Jane, but not in the romantic sense. Rather, I cherish her pure smile and her bright, innocent nature. She is a lively girl who effortlessly lifts one's spirits. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if I will ever see that smile again. The carriage showed no sign of stopping, circling the entrance of Grant's clothing store before heading northward. Upon returning to his mentor's residence, Detective Eisinger, noticing his visibly troubled pupil, offered words of comfort. Do not fret excessively. Since she has been abducted, the young lady should be safe for the time being. You're aware of it? Abner asked, astonished. But you haven't left the house today? Abner nodded thoughtfully, then looked at his mentor, gritting his teeth as he resolved to make a request. Sir, I hope you will lend me 2-081 for a while each day, just at home. I promise not to take it outside. 2-081 was the sealing object most relied upon by Detective Eisinger Stanton. Appearing as a brilliantly adorned ring, at the center of which was a stunning gem resembling a human eye, surrounded by a multitude of diamonds. It was derived from the reader's pathway of the out-of-control sequence 6. This sealing object could impart vast knowledge, allowing one to swiftly discern the extraordinary abilities of adversaries, comprehending their strengths and weaknesses, and even offering a chance to imitate them to a certain degree. Abner's purpose for borrowing it was clear. He aimed to utilize the pure white eye to decipher the potion formulas of the reader's pathway sequence 7 and sequence 6. Initially, he had not felt such urgency, intending to wait for a suitable opportunity to approach his mentor. However, Jane's predicament made him realize that unforeseen events could occur regardless of his current vulnerability, just like Mr. Grant from sequence 9, who, despite performing extraordinarily that night, could only preserve his daughter's life by risking everything. And this so-called preservation was merely due to the goodwill and compassion of the powerful. Only by hastening his growth could he safeguard himself and protect his friends. Chapter 31. Jane's choice. Detective Eisinger narrowed his eyes as he regarded Abner, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I do not concern myself with your reasons for borrowing 2-081. I merely wish to advise you that in this world, one must proceed step by step, without haste or blind ambition. Otherwise, one may find oneself counterproductive. Abner felt deeply moved by his mentor's protective yet non-inquisitive demeanor. He straightened his expression and nodded earnestly. I understand. Thank you for your counsel, teacher. Secretly, Abner clenched his fist, feeling that he had taken a step closer to sequence 7, near the Brave Bar. In the apartment where Abner had once concocted potions to ascend to sequence 9, reader, Jane sat motionless, her expression blank as she gazed at her father's lifeless body, resembling a statue. Tears had ceased to flow from her eyes, yet her sorrow seemed even more profound than in moments of weeping. Silent grief often surpasses the agony of loud lamentation. Before her sat the exquisitely doll-like Miss Sharon and the ominous young man, Merrick, clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat. We have made the sequence of events clear to you, Merrick began. Both Sharon and I are immensely grateful for your father's sacrifice, which has afforded us our freedom. Although he did not act with intention to assist us. Merrick paused, frowning as he glanced at the unresponsive young girl across from him, raising his voice slightly. He continued, as for recompense, I present you with 2 choices. 1. I can provide you with a substantial sum of money and arrange for you to assume a new identity in another city to start anew. And the other choice? Jane interrupted, her voice chillingly cold. Can I possess extraordinary powers like you? I seek vengeance. Merrick had not completed his statement when Jane's icy tone cut him off. Are you certain you have considered this thoroughly? The risk of the extraordinary characteristics of sequence 9 becoming uncontrollable upon direct consumption is not negligible. Yet it is far more perilous than a complete potion. Merrick cautioned once more. Jane remained silent, steadfastly staring at him. At this juncture, Miss Sharon spoke coolly. Merrick, grant her request. Such determination is commendable. After a moment's contemplation, Merrick nodded, retrieving a preparation container. He blended some commonplace, harmless ingredients with the extraordinary characteristics acquired from Mr. Grant, stirring them together before handing it to Jane. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and drank it down in one gulp. Later that evening, Abner was reviewing the past commissions of Detective Eisinger when his teacher's servant entered, presenting him with a telegram. From the Brave Bar? A telegram from Casper's? I should pay him a visit. Abner scrutinized the contents of the paper, pondering briefly before departing his room to knock on his teacher's office door. Casper's is a trustworthy individual. He would not wish you harm, Detective Eisinger remarked, clearly aware of the telegram's purpose as he smiled. Abner nodded thoughtfully, responding, even if he hadn't sent the telegram, I had intended to visit him soon. I simply did not anticipate his proactive approach. He should not be making appearances easily at this time. It seems you were somewhat acquainted with the matters concerning that young lady's family, Detective Asinger said, initially surprised, then grasping Abner's intent. Rest assured, I still possess a measure of self-defense. Even if they harbor intentions, they will think twice before I report them. Hearing this, Abner breathed a sigh of relief. He had a suspicion about who sought him, but individuals like Merrick and Sharon, although not malevolent in the original narrative, necessitated caution. He must retain some safeguards. At that moment, Detective Asinger pondered and then handed a hat to Abner, saying, "This hat is for you. It may provide you with some means of defense should you encounter danger." Abner's heart stirred as he gazed at the hat. Could it be one of the sealed items treasured by his teacher, as described in the original? The counterpart to the solar brooch he had purchased from Klein? This is a shape-shifting hat. When worn, it allows you to move freely underwater for at least half an hour and utilize certain water and wind-based abilities. The drawback is that you will develop an overwhelming thirst for water, and once you tread upon land, you will grow increasingly weak. However, a brief visit to the bar should not elicit significant adverse effects. Detective Asinger elaborated with enthusiasm. "Thank you, teacher." Abner expressed his gratitude once more before donning the hat, which was worth at least 2,000, and took the subway to the Brave Bar. In the Bridge District, Casper's was as usual, playing billiards. Upon seeing Abner enter the game room, he remarked with surprise, "Your demeanor has changed significantly since our last encounter. If not for your appearance, I might not have recognized you." Abner sighed, reflecting, "I've encountered many situations lately and grown a little. Enough of that. Someone wishes to see you. I'll take you to them." Casper set aside his cue and limped toward the door. "Who is it? That Mr. Merrick?" Abner inquired, feigning curiosity as he followed. "Why would you think it was him?" "Huh. He hasn't dared to show himself recently. It is a young lady who wishes to meet you." Casper chuckled. "A young lady? Could it be Jane?" Abner's expression turned to one of surprise. Since his arrival in this world, he had only met a few young women. And neither Rue nor Furs would need to go through Casper's to seek him out. Soon, they arrived at a building familiar to Abner. Casper's opened the door and gestured for Abner to enter. Taking a deep breath, Abner stepped into the sitting room. Chapter 32. Farewell, First Update, in the living room. Abner beheld Jane, a version of her entirely transformed from the one he once knew. Her once beautiful shoulder-length golden hair had dulled, shifting from brilliance to gloom. The formerly fair and rosy complexion of her face had turned a ghastly pale. Yet, these changes were not the most shocking. The most astounding revelation for Abner was the absence of the sunlight and cheerfulness in Jane's eyes. They were replaced by an unyielding coldness. Even without activating his pure white eye, Abner could discern that she had recently become an extraordinary being, with the residual power of the potion manifesting outwardly. The extent of this manifestation indicated that her ascension had likely encountered some issues. After a brief mental deduction, Abner surmised the general truth, and he could not help but furrow his brow as he spoke. "Jane, you have become a gravekeeper, and you even directly utilized Mr. Grant's extraordinary traits? This path of ascension is perilous. Didn't those two warn you?" On the other side, Jane felt a surge of joy at Abner's arrival, coupled with a desire to express her grievances and vent her anguish. However, influenced by the remnants of the potion, she found herself incapable of such intimate actions. Instinctively, she rushed to Abner, attempting to adopt a tone and expression that were not too ominous. "Abner, you truly know about my father being an extraordinary being. You deceived me back then, claiming my father was a volunteer and that you were also extraordinary, didn't you?" Seeing Jane approach with a gloomy expression, resembling a wraith, Abner nearly took a step back to defend himself with his gun. Fortunately, he quickly recognized that she bore no signs of aggression, managing to restrain his reaction and extending a hand to steady her as he would have done ordinarily. Despite being the same person and performing the same actions as before, the former Jane had brought him a sense of relaxation and comfort, whereas now she instilled a sense of dread. With a sigh of resignation, Abner remarked, "Jane, you must learn to control your actions. You are now a gravekeeper if you were to collide with me as you once did. Your enhanced physical prowess from the potion might well send me flying several meters." It seemed her personality had not been significantly altered, which provided a modicum of relief for Abner. As long as her mind remained untainted, the residual effects of the potion would eventually dissipate, and at least the risk of losing control would be mitigated. Jane nodded with an icy demeanor, yet her words belied her coldness. "Abner, don't you wish for me to become extraordinary? However, if I do not become extraordinary, I will not be able to seek vengeance. Abner sighed, saying, I merely wish to keep you safe. Discussing this now seems rather pointless. Moreover, I would never counsel you to abandon your quest for vengeance. While I cannot fathom the depth of your hatred, I can understand your pain and sorrow. I simply wish to remind you that the path of the extraordinary is fraught with madness and peril. You must be prepared for that. These insights had been imparted to him by Miss Sharon and Mr. Merrick. Furthermore, he urged her not to blame Mr. Merrick. He had repeatedly emphasized the dangers of directly consuming extraordinary traits. Yet, Jane resolutely declared, I have made up my mind. I will seek vengeance. I shall kill the werewolf that caused my parents' demise. I will utterly annihilate the Rose Society. As she spoke, her already pallid complexion grew even darker, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop slightly. Maturity often arrives in an instant, yet the cost is not one that every individual is willing to bear. Abner recognized this as merely an optimistic wish of his own, and he did not linger on that topic, instead asking, by the way, why did you summon me here today? I initially thought it was Mr. Merrick. Jane attempted to smile, but failed, her expression twisting slightly as she replied. Miss Sharon and Mr. Merrick need to evade their enemies and the authorities, frequently changing their whereabouts. It is inconvenient for them to bring me along. So they arranged for me to stay temporarily in Inmat Harbor, entrusting others to teach me about the arcane arts. I heard them mention that extraordinary beings require considerable funds to purchase materials. I can lend you some, Abner interjected. Jane shook her head. I do not wish to borrow money. My father had quietly mentioned to me that if any misfortune befell our family, I should seek out the hidden treasures in the basement of a house in the St. George district. In hindsight, he must have had some foreboding. Abner habitually analyzed, contemplating that perhaps it was during his father's ascension to becoming extraordinary that he sensed the perils of this path, thus preparing an escape route in advance. At that moment, Jane looked at Abner earnestly and said, Abner, I am currently unable to go out. I need you to retrieve my father's belongings for me. While this is certainly feasible, why not enlist Mr. Merrick and the others? The fewer people who know about your situation, the safer you will be. The punishers are relentlessly searching for you. Abner cautioned her gently, hoping she would recognize the gravity of her circumstances. Because I do not trust Mr. Merrick and Miss Sharon. Although they saved me and have been kind in their assistance, they are still part of that so-called Rose Society. I realize that I may be unreasonable, but I cannot suppress my resentment towards them, Jane said, her anxiety palpable as she looked at Abner. Abner, do you think I am terrible? Not at all. Such feelings are entirely human. Abner reassured her with a smile. However, I believe you will ultimately come to terms with your anger. After all, this matter does not truly involve them. This was indeed the truth. Regardless of whether Miss Sharon had attacked the indulgence sect that night, the werewolf would have succumbed to its desires and targeted the Grant family. I will strive to control myself, even if my attitude is dreadful. They have consistently shown me patience. But right now, I trust only you, Abner. That is why I took the risk to meet with you. As she spoke, Jane handed Abner a note with an address she had prepared earlier. After weighing the risks, Abner concluded that the location likely held only some of Mr. Grant's arrangements and should pose minimal danger. He nodded solemnly, rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. At 1 a.m., with the steam subway no longer in operation, Abner took twice as long as usual to reach the St. George district, and even this was due to taking a shortcut. Emerging from the Tainted River, Abner adjusted his priceless hat, deactivating its extraordinary abilities. After ensuring his belongings were secure, he recalled a humorous quip he had read in the newspaper. Though I am not swimming and I am not drenched, I have indeed just come ashore. He chuckled at his own jest before making his way to the address Jane provided. 16, Chapel Street was a detached house with a small garden, renting for about £2 per week. It was quite extravagant for Mr. Grant to rent such a place to conceal his backup plans. From a distance, Abner observed the target residence, mentally critiquing it but refraining from entering hastily. Upon stepping inside, he activated his spiritual sight and immediately spotted a grotesque and terrifying specter that, after sensing his presence, lunged toward him with alarming speed. Abner had anticipated this reaction. While reciting an incantation in ancient Hermes, he transformed his cane sword into a long sword and adeptly retreated outside, bolstered by the speed granted by his cane sword. The specter was halted mere steps away from the door by an unseen force, unable to advance further. Indeed, a guard had been set in place, relying on the presence of intruders to identify them. If Jane had approached, she should have evaded attack. It seemed to be just a spirit of unknown origin, a mere live target. After a swift internal assessment, Abner adjusted his hat as several blades of wind materialized out of thin air, instantly inflicting visible wounds upon the specter. The ghost, lacking in intelligence, became infuriated upon being genuinely harmed, flailing its arms in a futile attempt to claw at Abner from a distance. Unfortunately, it was confined within the room and could not approach him. While the wind blades were not purely energy attacks, they could indeed harm the entity, albeit with diminished efficacy. The teacher's solar brooch would have been far more effective against a ghost. Sighing at this thought, Abner conjured a few wind ropes from his hat to tenuously bind the specter, then advanced with his sword, delivering a horizontal slash that cleaved the ghost in two. This staff sword possessed certain abilities from the Dusk Giant Path, Sequence 8, which not only enhanced Abner's physical prowess but also aided its wielder in diminishing some of the opponent's extraordinary effects, such as the ghost's physical immunity. The basement was rather small, measuring nearly a dozen square meters or so, containing nothing apart from a single chest. Abner cautiously opened the chest, ensuring its safety while meticulously assessing its contents. Inside lay 500 golden pounds in cash, approximately 300 golden pounds worth of gemstones and jewelry, potion formulas for Sequence 9-foot Gravekeeper and Sequence 8 Tomb Robber, as well as a counterfeit identification for Biome, all of which constituted a veritable treasure. Surprised by the items left behind by Mr. Grant, Abner found himself pondering the origins of such wealth. Could it have come from that Mr. Breen? What had he done to elicit such generosity from a demigod? After considerable contemplation with no clear answer, Abner chided himself for succumbing to his occupational habits as he placed the items into a pre-prepared bag. "Jane, when do you plan to leave Beckland?" Abner inquired, gazing at the young woman who had gathered her belongings, concerned for her well-being. "Indeed," he mused, realizing that the situation had turned unfavorable due to the Punisher's investigation. Had it been the mechanical heart instead, it might have ruthlessly questioned the lickspittle mirror, potentially exposing even him. However, if the mechanical heart had been involved, his teacher would have had a say. "Will we ever see each other again?" At that moment, a hint of past emotions flickered across Jane's previously cold visage. "Not to worry, I shall visit you in Mad Harbor," Abner reassured her with a comforting smile. That afternoon, Abner refrained from personally seeing Jane off from Beckland, recognizing that such an act would be detrimental for both of them. Although Jane, as a friend, was temporarily distancing herself from him, she had found her purpose and was willing to strive for it. Thus, all he could offer was his blessings. Consequently, Abner quickly regained his composure and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the tasks assigned by his teacher, his studies, and the analysis of 2-081. Days turned into weeks, and after assisting his teacher in successfully completing various tasks, such as locating lost items and conducting discreet investigations, Abner gradually gained a reputation in the neighboring districts. On this day, June 25th, a Monday, a captivatingly beautiful woman entered the office of Detective Einzingstanden. Chapter 33. The Commissioner lady, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, entered the Asinger Detective Agency, adorned in a flowing red gown. Her porcelain skin gleamed, accentuating her voluptuous figure, while her raven locks cascaded like a waterfall, and her cerulean eyes sparkled with an alluring charm that captivated all who beheld her. Unfortunately, the detective was momentarily absent, leaving the household servant in a state of bewilderment as he escorted this enchanting lady to Abner's office. Upon hearing this, she narrowed her eyes and smiled, a simple gesture that nonetheless commanded attention. She leisurely appraised Abner before speaking in a melodious tone. "I am here to seek your assistance, Mr. Breen. You have become quite renowned in these parts as a detective, and I have a small matter I wish to entrust to you." Abner, taken aback by her words, reflected that although he had gained a modicum of fame, his clients typically comprised those of modest means seeking economical solutions. However, the lady before him, with her exquisite attire and jewelry, appeared far from someone unable to afford his services. Nevertheless, he welcomed the prospect of this unexpected patronage. He offered her a seat in the reception area and inquired, "Madam, it is an honor to receive your recognition. How may I assist you?" "Please, call me Ray," she replied, revealing her name. "I would like to commission you to investigate the interests and daily routines of these gentlemen, with as much detail as possible." As she spoke, she retrieved a neatly folded letter from her bag and placed it on the coffee table before him. Abner leaned forward and unfolded the letter, meticulously reading the names inscribed upon it: Lord Nados, Viscount Conslec, Baron Glormiel, and Baron Newglass. "I understand. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory price for my services." Ray acknowledged with a slight nod, casting a flirtatious glance in Abner's direction providing an unmistakable hint. Abner, choosing to ignore her advance, contemplated for a moment before stating, 20 pounds. Given the noble connections involved, I must account for certain risks, so the fee for this commission is set at 20 pounds. Additionally, I will require at least 1 week to complete the task. In truth, much of the information Ray sought was likely already present in the detective's database, albeit somewhat outdated, requiring merely a confirmation. That price is quite reasonable. I accept, Ray replied, displaying an air of wealth as she continued. I can offer you an advance of 5 pounds now, and I shall return on Friday. If progress has been made, I will provide you with another 5 pounds. The remainder will be settled upon completion of the task. Let us formalize our agreement, Abner suggested, retrieving a standard contract. He signed it first and then extended it to Ray, who appeared to sign without even glancing at the document. On the surface, Ray seemed to embody the role of a socialite seeking to sift through eligible men, a notion consistent with her attire and the nature of her commission. Yet, an underlying sense of danger and incongruity lingered in the air. Moreover, the list of noblemen she provided raised flags. Although all were single, their circumstances appeared rather dire. According to Abner's records, these gentlemen were either in financial ruin or had fallen out of favor with influential powers. Essentially, they were individuals of status without the substance of true nobility. Ray's selection of these targets could indicate a desire to connect with those who, despite their precarious situations, still maintained an outward appearance of affluence. This possibility seemed unlikely, for she did not strike Abner as an easily deceived individual. Even if a few had managed to deceive her, it was improbable that all would do so. Alternatively, Ray may have deliberately chosen these individuals, whose misfortunes aligned with her objectives. But what could her intentions be? Was she, possessing considerable wealth, in search of an impoverished man of status to elevate her own social standing? While plausible, such women typically attracted the attention of many a nobleman without the need for a detective's services. One need only attend a ball for such encounters. Unless her wealth was of dubious origin, another possibility remained. She might aim to use these men as stepping stones to greater ambitions. For instance, she could leverage their connections to ascend the social ladder. Abner recalled that Baron Glarmiel had appeared in a novel he had read. He was destined to be replaced by the Hurricane General Zeilinger. This revelation revealed an additional commonality among the nobles on the list. None had hired extraordinary bodyguards. Thus, Ray was likely pre-selecting suitable individuals for Zeilinger's disguise. Upon replacing the unfortunate Glarmiel, Zeilinger would swiftly adapt to his mannerisms, tastes, and character traits, suggesting prior access to detailed intelligence. Such intimate information would only be easily acquired by a woman closely associated with Baron Glarmiel. As Abner pondered these connections, he began to piece together the narrative. With just a couple more pieces of evidence, he could confirm his suspicions. This deductive reasoning, where the conclusion illuminates the path, proved to be the simplest form of inquiry. In retrospect, Ray might not even be the beauty she appeared to be. It was worth noting that Zeilinger's actions were propelled by an unnamed organization, an ally of the Witch Church during the recent events in Rune. Furthermore, after Zeilinger's demise, his pirate fleet had been taken over by operatives of the Witch Church. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for a witch to be dispatched to gather intelligence in advance. With this realization, Abner felt a headache coming on. Extending his sympathy to the servant in the living room, who still seemed lost in a daze, it would be prudent to feign ignorance regarding this matter. Involving that ancient sun god, as long as she did not provoke him, there was no need for him to interfere. Moreover, under the influence of the writer, the situation might not be as dire as it appeared. Besides, the nobles listed were hardly paragons of virtue, with only 1 or 2 exceptions among them worth lamenting. Having made up his mind, Abner refrained from immediately gathering information. Instead, he resolved to slightly adjust his reasoning before consulting his mentor. It was wise to maintain a cautious mindset, as he held no trust in a potential witch and needed to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Upon exiting the detective agency, Ray wore a look of amused intrigue, murmuring to herself, "What an interesting little detective, capable of ignoring my allure. I shall ensure you become ensnared in ecstasy before long." With that, she climbed into a carriage that had been waiting at the roadside. Inside the carriage sat a young woman with a pure visage and a literary air. This approach feels more natural and aligns with our assumed identities. Even if an official extraordinary investigation occurs, they would merely perceive me as a mistress adept at seizing opportunities. Without this step, it would be difficult to explain our familiarity with the noble's habits and our ability to encounter them effortlessly. Such knowledge could easily raise suspicions if scrutinized. Ray explained with a smile. But aren't those nobles so destitute that they lack extraordinary bodyguards? How would they attract official scrutiny? The young woman asked, still perplexed. I never anticipated that Turner would be so incompetent as to botch even the human trafficking business, Lena replied, somewhat disheartened. Have you investigated how your associate was exposed? While revenge is not the objective, it is essential to learn from the experience, Ray inquired. Chapter 34. Coping. First update. As Abner was engaged in a meeting with Lady Ray, Huxley entered a bar in the East District known for serving lunch, where he unexpectedly encountered a local resident who occasionally provided him with intelligence. This young man, in his early 20s, had finely shaped eyebrows, shoulder-length brown hair, and a delicate visage that was somewhat at odds with the cheap cosmetics he wore. Upon spotting Huxley, his expression grew tense. After glancing around, he whispered, Huxley, I have something to tell you. Follow me. He cautiously slipped into the shadows beneath the wooden staircase of the bar, a place often frequented by inebriated couples seeking intimacy. Huxley frowned at the sight. From her understanding, this young man named Sherman believed himself to be a woman, though fate had dealt him a cruel hand, making him a man. Consequently, he had endured severe discrimination over the years. It was improbable that he would seek assistance from women, especially given that he was not someone who could easily be lifted with one hand. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Huxley stepped into the shadows. Has something happened, Sherman? Huxley inquired, her expression grave. Huxley, have you angered someone? There's a rather peculiar woman inquiring about you everywhere. Sherman replied, his voice trembling slightly. A peculiar woman? Huxley contemplated briefly before asking earnestly, what does she look like? Also, what strange occurrences have you experienced? Please elaborate. Nervously rubbing his hands together, Sherman glanced at Huxley before gritting his teeth and stating, she is a beautiful woman with an air of intellect, but she is truly strange. Men are drawn to her, compelled to speak freely without realizing anything amiss. You know, I have always preferred men, which somewhat shields me from her allure. Extraordinary abilities? I suppose I could inquire with Abner. Huxley mused silently as she probed further. What has she been asking about me? She inquired whether you have investigated the two-faced man Rosen and his advisor, and also asked where you reside and how to contact you. Sherman added, beyond that, I genuinely do not know anything else, but it seems a few acquaintances of yours have promised that woman they would reach out to you soon. Huxley nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sherman. At this, Sherman smiled, revealing a hint of his teeth. You are one of the few who do not discriminate against me and even assist me. If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps you could treat me to a drink once this matter is resolved. Drinking is unwise, Huxley replied earnestly before hastily exiting the shadow beneath the staircase and discreetly slipping out the back door of the bar. She had been recognized upon entering, and she was uncertain whether someone might report her to the woman who was pursuing her. It was safer to leave quietly. After disguising herself in a safe house she had previously rented in the East District, Huxley meandered for a while before taking the subway to the office of Detective Isinger in the Hillston District. At that moment, Abner was sorting through files pertaining to nobility. Upon seeing Huxley enter, guided by a servant, he expressed surprise. Huxley, what brings you here? Once the servant had exited the office, Huxley asked, Abner, do you know of any means by which a person can enchant men to compel them to act irrationally? Maidens of enchantment, Huxley murmured, subsequently recounting her midday encounter in detail to Abner. Listening intently, Abner squinted, instinctively slipping into a state of deduction. Could it be the pleasure witch from Sequence 6? Given her enchanting abilities, even someone like Sherman, despite his differing orientation, would likely succumb to her charms. After all, he is merely an ordinary man. It may also be a Sequence 7-foot witch, who possesses an extraordinary item that limits her enchanting capabilities. Upon hearing Abner's conjecture, Huxley interjected, could it be that witch Lena, who was mentioned by Turner in connection with my curse? But we left no clues or evidence regarding Turner. Abner chuckled lightly, explaining, witch cults are not official organizations, nor do they adhere to your pursuit of justice as an arbitrator. They require no evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. Even if they target the wrong person, it matters not. They will simply kill whoever they choose. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huxley pondered further, then curiously asked, which cult? Wasn't Turner affiliated with the Knowledge Society? Indeed. The Knowledge Society may very well be a front for the witch cult, Abner suggested before refraining from elaborating further. He now faced another dilemma, how to resolve this matter. Although it was Huxley's predicament, he could not turn a blind eye, especially given his previous involvement in apprehending Turner. Ignoring the issue would eventually lead the witches to him. However, resolving it would be challenging. After all, she was likely a sequence 7-foot witch. Witches of this caliber possess significantly enhanced survival and combat abilities, making them difficult to eliminate. After contemplating for a moment, Abner recalled Lady Ray, who had come to him earlier that morning to issue a commission. She was likely another witch, and he sensed danger emanating from her, a probable mid-sequence powerhouse. Their methods were not consistent. It was plausible that Lena and Ray were two distinct individuals. Therefore, while dealing with Lena, he would likely also have to confront Ray. Abner felt as though he had been struck by a realization. Having initially decided not to interfere with the witch's schemes that morning, only to find himself contemplating strategies to counter them by the afternoon. Huxley recognized the severity of the issue as well, fearing she would soon face the first wave of danger. She lowered her head in contemplation, striving to devise a solution. Teacher, it pertains to the follow-up events regarding that instigator we captured. Abner recounted Huxley's recent experiences, along with his insights from Lady Ray's visit that morning. Only then did Huxley realize she might have to contend with at least a Sequence 6 adversary, leaving her momentarily dazed. She felt an unsettling sense that her experiences over the past month had been peculiar. According to Forsyth, was this a sign of needing a change in fortune? Your deduction is astute. I have just received information that the Mechanical Heart team previously ambushed a witch at Rosen's gang hideout, but this witch was ultimately rescued by the Pleasure Witch. Detective Eisinger remarked thoughtfully, "Is it truly the Pleasure Witch?" Abner found the situation rather troublesome, for she was a formidable Sequence 6 adversary, and even his teacher might not stand a chance against her. After pondering for a lengthy while, Abner, feeling rather helpless, glanced at Detective Eisinger, who appeared unperturbed, and suddenly had a thought. He asked, "Teacher, do you have any solutions?" "What solutions?" Huxley and Abner asked in unison, astonished. Did this gentleman have a plan already? Detective Eisinger leisurely lit a cigarette, savoring a deep inhale before finally stating, "The solution? Simply report it to the authorities." Huxley, however, was more concerned, asking anxiously, "If the authorities discover that I am an extraordinary individual, will I not be imprisoned underground in the church?" Chapter 35. The commission from Demir Port. No wonder the relationship between you and Klein is so amicable in the original text, esteemed teacher. Both of you are connoisseurs of reporting studies and share a common language. While Abner mused inwardly, he diligently pondered the Detective Eisinger's suggestion. After a moment, he seemed to have an epiphany and ventured to inquire, "Teacher, do you have a specific plan in mind?" Abner even wondered if his thoughts might have been orchestrated by a certain angelic king author. Indeed, what else? Detective Eisinger nodded with satisfaction and continued his inquiry. "The next consideration is who would report the matter. If it were either myself or he who handling this. Due to a lack of necessary evidence and our unwillingness to reveal our extraordinary identities, it is likely that we would not receive the official attention we seek, and we might easily attract the ire and retaliation of the witch." At this juncture, Abner cast a glance at his teacher, given the relationship between him, the Night Watcher, and the Mechanical Heart. He was indeed the optimal choice for reporting. Detective Eisinger understood his student's implication but shook his head, stating, "I am not the best choice either. For doing so would inevitably expose our awareness of Ray's identity as a witch while we assist her in gathering information on the nobility. Reporting this matter at the first opportunity would be one thing, but a retroactive approach would likely lead to accountability. This is not Leuenberg. Although I share certain tacit understandings with the Night Watcher and the Mechanical Heart, I cannot overstep certain boundaries." Upon hearing this, Abner furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, uncertainly remarked, "If you cannot report, how shall we inform the authorities? Are we to fabricate some clues to entice them into an investigation?" Abner pondered thoughtfully, nodding as he followed Detective Eisinger's lead, arriving at a new idea. "Since we cannot create evidence, we could subtly reveal the traces left by the witch and expose them to the official extraordinary beings, guiding them to pursue the witch. In this manner, we could extricate ourselves from suspicion on both sides." This plan appeared feasible based on the intelligence previously gathered. Among the two witches, the Sequence 7 witch Lena was evidently one who acted with insufficient caution. Otherwise, Miss Hiu would not have had the opportunity to receive a warning, and the Mechanical Heart would not have laid an ambush for her. Roselle has famously said, "Wherever one has trodden, traces will remain." Such a careless individual would leave ample evidence for professionals to discern. Once the authorities took note of her, they could trace the matter back to Ray. Detective Eisinger pointed out to his student, "My suggestion is to leave Beckland and seek refuge in another city." He smiled as he proposed, Those two witches clearly have tasks assigned to them and are unlikely to vacate easily. Furthermore, their investigation into Turner is likely a mere convenience, should the target depart. They would not waste time and energy pursuing it further. For how long must we leave? Hiyu frowned, clearly reluctant to depart from Beckland, as it represented her hopes for empowerment and avenging her father. A month should suffice, Abner confidently asserted, believing in the witch's professional capabilities. A month was ample time for her to collect the information on Baron Grammel. A month is manageable. Hiyu exhaled in relief. It was not an excessive duration, and she could accept it. I fear that without my supervision, she might simply lounge about for a month. Hiyu expressed her concern, realizing the increasing likelihood of this scenario. She did not worry about Fur's safety. In Beckland, aside from Abner, no one was aware of her connection to Furs. Abner. My advice to leave Beckland is not solely directed at Miss Hiyu. It applies to you as well. Detective Asinger interjected at this moment. What? Why must I evade them too? Abner asked, bewildered. As long as Hiyu isn't captured, they shouldn't be able to trace it back to me, right? The notorious arbiter of the Eastern District, Hiyu frequently shares breakfast with a gentleman at a restaurant on Dar Street. This is information that even I, without actively seeking it, have come across. Do you believe the witch would overlook it? Detective Asinger tapped the table, his tone laden with meaning. Indeed, if they were unable to locate Hiyu, they might very well come searching for me. I had not considered this possibility before. It was a miscalculation. Abner chastised himself internally, then voiced his concern. But if both Hiyu and I leave, will those two witches not seek you out? In response, Detective Asinger chuckled lightly. I am not like you. You are merely Sequence 9 and an unarmed Sequence 8. The witch could easily dispose of you, but to contend with me, a Sequence 6 extraordinary being, they would have to weigh whether it is worth the trouble, especially since they have their own tasks to attend to and need not create unnecessary enemies. But how would they know you possess Sequence 6 strength? Abner inquired, his brow furrowing. The mind's knowledge or the witch sect? If they indeed have connections with the Military Intelligence 9th Bureau, would not be ignorant of my specifics. At this point, Detective Asinger spoke with a hint of amusement. Even if they attempted an attack, they would find it difficult to truly capture me. I am confident in my ability to escape. Moreover, this would alleviate much of my burden, negating the need to guide the authorities to discover clues. An attack itself would serve as the most compelling evidence. Then why did you not suggest enticing the witch to assault you from the beginning? Abner internally scoffed at this notion but refrained from voicing it, fearing retribution. Furthermore, the probability of success was indeed quite low. As the teacher had said, the witch might not mind effortlessly eliminating a Sequence 9, but she would certainly be disinclined to expend effort against a Sequence 6 without significant benefits. While Abner was lost in contemplation, Detective Asinger spoke once more. As it happens, I have a commission that requires travel. Initially, I was hesitant to entrust it to you alone, but if Miss Hiyu can accompany you, it should pose no issue. Yes, I will cover the commission fee. Mr. Stanton, you are far too polite. You have assisted me greatly, and it is only right for me to handle your commission without the need for payment. Hiyu quickly waved her hand, signaling her disinterest in compensation. Curiously, Abner inquired, Teacher, what is the nature of this commission? Chapter 36. Pritz Harbor in Mad Harbor, located east of Tingen and Eastchester, stands as one of the most renowned seaports in the central region of the Kingdom of Ruin, together with Pritz Harbor, situated to its north and south respectively. They collectively sustain over half of the material supplies for Beckland. Upon hearing this, Abner felt a chill, as this was information he had not disclosed to his teacher. With a chuckle, Detective Asinger remarked, a simple deduction, and perhaps a little trickery. Judging by your expression, my inference seems to be correct. He took a puff from his cigarette and seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to his student. Abner, you must learn to manage your facial expressions. Even if you cannot achieve Russell's standard of keeping emotions in check, you can certainly adopt my method of masking most genuine emotions with a smile and a serious demeanor. In response, Abner rolled his eyes in a rather ungraceful manner, though the copper-framed glasses somewhat obscured the action. As for the third reason, Detective Asinger turned his gaze toward Hiyu, smiling as he added, I believe Miss Hiyu would also wish to visit her family along the way. Hiyu abruptly rose, her face a mixture of surprise and suspicion, stammering, Mr. Stanton. How do you know this? Detective Asinger gestured for her to remain calm before slowly explaining, for a detective with extensive connections, this information is not difficult to uncover. In fact, Miss Hiyu, or rather, Miss Deer, you are currently under the scrutiny of Military Intelligence Section 9. However, The officer assigned to investigate you has ties to the Deer family, and since you are merely at Sequence 9, the investigation has been downplayed. This is also another reason I suggest you take some time away. Originally a noblewoman from the Deer family, Hiyu had to change her surname to Diurcha after her father was falsely accused, leading to her family being hunted. She fled to Eastchester with her mother and brother to hide. Abner, aware of this, consistently referred to her as Miss Hiyu rather than Miss Diurcha, as the latter was a false identity. Can simply avoiding trouble resolve the situation? Hiyu furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly endangered, concerned it might endanger her family as well. Military Intelligence Section 9 would not have actively investigated you. The order to probe into the Arbiter in the East was only issued recently, coupled with your warning. Abner mentioned that there may indeed be collusion between the witch cult and military intelligence. At least some high-ranking officials within the section appear to have dealings with the cult. Detective Asinger maintained his smile, though his tone bore a hint of sarcasm, once the matter with the witch cult is resolved. The military will not squander resources on a minor figure like you. Moreover, I will collaborate with that intelligence officer, who is connected to the Deer family, to help you navigate any ensuing troubles. Hiyu initially exhaled in relief, trusting Detective Asinger's judgment. However, a flicker of curiosity arose as she inquired. Is he a friend of my father? I cannot say for certain, but once the witch matter is entirely settled, I suspect he might reach out to you. You can inquire then, Detective Asinger replied. Hiyu fell silent again, taking a seat, lost in her thoughts. Abner harbored little concern, as he understood that the intelligence officer mentioned by his teacher was likely the same one who had shown considerable care towards Hiyu in the original narrative. He may succumb to pressure from higher-ups, yet his intentions towards Hiyu appeared genuine, even supportive. This hat is yours for now. Once at sea, its potency will surpass that on land, providing you with a reliable resource. Detective Asinger handed over the hat imbued with a fraction of the wind's favorabilities to his student. Abner accepted it with due seriousness. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, anything that could enhance his combat prowess was welcome. Does this hat have a name or designation? Abner casually asked as he adjusted the hat on his head. Upon noticing the tin box, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. He dispelled the mystical seal on the box and opened it, revealing, as he had anticipated, a golden leaf from the Tree of Wisdom. This was one of the primary materials for Sequence 7, the Keeper of Knowledge. After over a week of analysis, Abner had deciphered the potion formula for the Keeper of Knowledge through the extraordinary properties of 2-081, even identifying a primary ingredient for Sequence 6's the erudite. Thus, he felt a surge of gratitude and excitement. As your teacher, I can assist you only to this extent. You must procure the other primary ingredient. The eye of the giant dragon python, along with other supplementary materials, Detective Asinger stated, seemingly confident that Abner was already familiar with the specifics of the potion formula. What is this? Abner curiously opened the box to discover a black ring adorned with intricate, chaotic patterns. This ring is known as the Ring of Anticipation. It enhances one's physical balance and coordination, allowing the wearer to intuitively visualize the next actions of their target. For someone like Miss Hiyu, who possesses keen intuition, it serves as a valuable augmentation to her capabilities. The downside is that it occasionally leads to uncontrollable facial expressions, resulting in comical antics. Detective Asinger provided this introduction. This ring is worth at least 400 to 500 pounds. You are indeed quite generous, teacher. But what significance does it hold for me to gift Hiyu a ring? Wouldn't T. Forsyth be left in a state of bewilderment? June 26, 1349, 3 p.m. Having just disembarked from the steam train, Abner and Hiyu gazed at the clear, bright sky outside the platform, devoid of the familiar fog that enveloped Beckland. The waves rolled in, dispersing all haze, allowing the clouds above to billow and shift into various shapes, reflecting the golden-red sunlight. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest port in the Kingdom of Ruin. Adorned with a delicate tricorn hat, Abner held a suitcase and cane, while Hiyu, having donned simple disguises and striving to appear taller, accompanied him. Together, they took a carriage to the Pritz Harbor ticket office located in the White Rose district. The office was situated within an aging 3-story building, with a wooden sign at the entrance displaying public notices. Written in ruined script, it read, Important notices. 1. Maintain order. Strict queuing is required. 2. No urinating or spitting in public areas. 3. In case of disputes, please consult the guards in the hall. 4. Opening canned wolf fish in any room is strictly prohibited. Wolf fish canned? What is that? Hiyu, having never been to sea, was entirely unaware of this terrifying item among sailors. However, before she could finish her inquiry. Abner heard a click behind him, the unmistakable sound of a can being opened. Chapter 37. The blood moon. At the moment when Hiyu asked for wolf fish canned, Abner felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon hearing that voice. Instinctively, he prepared to activate the extraordinary ability of the sea breeze hat, summoning a whirlwind. This sequence of movements was executed with such fluidity and proficiency that it evoked a sense of sympathy. Was he truly so anxious about the wolf fish canned? The guard, having handled the situation swiftly, had not detected any odor, and thus Hiyu curiously inquired, "Miss, you cannot fathom the dreadful stench of wolf fish canned. During my days as a sailor, there was a rumor at sea about a band of pirates who seized a merchant ship from Los. Oh, that is a city on the eastern coast of Vasek. In any case, those pirates eagerly opened their spoils only to discover wooden barrels filled with pickled wolf fish. Can you imagine the outcome? They became nauseated, vomited, and lost their combat effectiveness, turning into the crew's bounty," the guard recounted, his face filled with trepidation. Why would something so foul be made into food? Hiyu questioned, somewhat perplexed. The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, as he too was curious. Well, Hiyu reluctantly nodded, keeping pace with Abner. The hall was quite spacious, featuring 7 ticket windows, yet each window had a line of over 10 people. Abner glanced around before approaching a tall brown wooden board. Numerous white papers were affixed to it, displaying the latest passenger ship information for the week, including destinations, ports of call, and prices for various cabin classes. However, perhaps due to his unfortunate timing, most of the second and third class cabins for departures in the next day or two were marked with a red circle and labeled, "Sold out." Abner frowned, surprised by the demand for tickets. Oak Island, the Royal Navy base, wasn't the maiden voyage of the kingdom's first ironclad ship, the illustrious Pritz, set for 2 days hence? Even the king would come to witness it. No wonder the scrutiny was so stringent, although with the king's prowess, it would take several archangels to pose a threat to him. As he pondered, Abner turned his gaze back to the papers on the board. Searching for information on first-class cabins for the second and third class had all been sold out, leaving only the more expensive options available. After all, the first-class cabins included servant rooms, and one cabin would suffice for both him and Hiyu. Ultimately, Abner settled on the Brilliant City passenger liner set to sail on the morning of the 27th. Unsure of the ship's details, he inquired of the familiar guard, "Do you know about the Brilliant City?" Upon receiving a nod of affirmation, Abner felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, this vessel bore no ties to the Storm Church nor an overt military affiliation. It was likely a venture from the capitalists of Dixie to compete in the northern trade, aligning perfectly with the requirements of both him and Hiyu. The following day, June 27th, at 9 a.m., Abner, carrying a leather suitcase and cane, accompanied Hiyu, who was disguised as a maid, to the Rose Dock. The Brilliant City was anchored there, its vast and exquisitely designed hull a sight to behold. It was said that several artists had been consulted during its design phase. With its fresh characteristics distinct from the bygone era, the towering smokestack, fluttering flags, and crisp lines adorned the ship's sides, each boasting 12 cannons and corresponding gun ports, an essential precaution against pirates and rivals. This instilled a measure of security in the embarking passengers, alleviating their trepidation for the upcoming journey. Standing below, Abner gazed upwards, and amidst the undulating azure waters, he took Hiyu's hand and descended the gangway onto the deck. The two of them, each with their luggage, leisurely joined the flow of passengers into the cabin, arriving at their designated room, 301. Upon opening the door, Abner surveyed the interior and found it to be superior to the standalone house he rented in the East District of Beckland. The entrance hall spanned approximately 30 square meters, connecting to a master bedroom and 2 servant rooms, complete with a private washroom, a standard wardrobe, and a heartwood desk. "Hiyu, you should take the master bedroom. I will settle for the outer servant room," Abner suggested with a smile after placing his belongings. "But if I am seen as a servant, would it not raise suspicion?" Hiyu hesitated. Abner chuckled again, adopting a teacher's tone. "First, it is unlikely anyone will visit our room. We can shut the door, and those outside will remain oblivious. Second, the people aboard do not know us. Even if they see us, they can think whatever they like." Hiyu conceded, not wanting to dwell on the matter. Having spent so much on a first-class cabin, someone ought to occupy the master bedroom. Otherwise, it would be a waste. After tidying their belongings, particularly ensuring the safety of the cane sword, they returned to the deck and engaged in conversations with other passengers. During this time, Abner acquainted himself with the ship's captain, Alanson Edward. This affable chief officer from a colonial warship spoke vividly of the customs and culture of Byam, sharing tales from his family's past. By the way, my family is not purely Dixie. About a century ago, we settled in Beckland, residing in what was then the Northwest District. Before the onlookers could respond, a nearby sailor erupted into laughter. Captain, have you had too much to drink in broad daylight? Where is the Northwest District in Beckland? Do not doubt me. We still possess the diary manuscripts passed down from our ancestors. They lived on Delaware Street back then, Captain Allinson asserted earnestly. Yet, the more serious he appeared, the less the others believed him, dismissing it as a jest. Only Abner regarded him with a contemplative expression. That night, unable to find rest after tossing and turning for a while, Abner donned his robe and stepped out onto the deck. He gazed upward, where a crimson full moon hung high amidst a black velvet sky, casting a serene glow. In the early hours of June 28th, the night of the blood moon, he murmured to himself, his gaze drifting northwest, as if penetrating the barriers of space to glimpse a dim room in an old apartment in Tingen City. Ah, Mr. Fool, have you descended upon us at this moment? Chapter 38, The Dream Labyrinth, Part 1. As Abner leaned against the mast, gazing at the crimson sky, Hugh quietly emerged from the cabin and approached his side. Noticing the expression of anticipation and excitement on Abner's face, he inquired with a hint of surprise, Abner, what brings you to the deck at this late hour? Abner had already sensed Hugh's approach, so he was not taken aback. Turning his head, he retorted, And you? Why are you still awake? After a brief silence, Hugh sighed. Tonight is the blood moon. I worry that for this might hear whispers in her dreams. Though she insists it's nothing, I suspect she merely wishes to spare me from anxiety. After failing to find Abner in the cabin, fearing something might have gone awry, he had come to check the deck. Seeing the seriousness in Abner's words, Hugh immediately grew alert and asked, What great matter? Is there danger? Upon hearing this, Hugh's expression fell, and she bit her lip, saying, Abner, you, and for this seemed to share quite the rapport. You both relish teasing me. I am not spinning tales. I speak the truth. Abner chuckled, realizing he was indeed jesting with Hugh. The arrival of a certain individual had alleviated the tension he previously felt. Seeing Abner's joyful laughter, even after being playfully mocked, Hugh could not harbor any anger. As a friend, she cherished witnessing the genuine smile of Abner. Once she avenged her father, she too would surely smile with even greater joy. The two stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and admiring the crimson moon, each lost in their own thoughts. Until a voice imbued with a teasing tone resonated from the bow. Burp. I belong to that rare breed, which becomes more lucid with each drink. Captain Edward let out a belch, continuing, I am not jesting. You must trust a devotee of the sea. His words seemed to imply something more. A devotee of the sea? A mariner? This ancient term might suggest that the captain is an extraordinary individual. Does he assume I am too ordinary to comprehend his cryptic jargon, thus subtly boasting? The students of deduction focus solely on the process of reasoning. It is the detective that seeks the conclusion. Abner nodded slightly, then posed a question. Does your lineage include one named Longsel? If you were to encounter him, what would you say? What nonsense! I must have drunk too much to be hallucinating. Captain Edward bewilderedly retorted after a moment of confusion. A wayward son unable to return home for over 160 years, Abner offered a brief explanation. Hugh pondered for a moment before declaring, Abner, I have the distinct impression that you possess a wealth of knowledge. I now believe you to be a devotee of knowledge. In truth, I had already contemplated transitioning to become a devotee of the arcane. Abner humorously self-mocked within his mind. With the sound of the steam whistle, the glorious city sailed into the port of Demir. It would replenish fresh water and provisions on this colonial isle and set forth for Tiana port the following morning. But for Abner and Hugh, their journey had reached its destination. After 3 days at sea, it was now the morning of June 30th. Mr. Full should be heading to the church with the observer from the secretive society, Abner mused while glancing at his pocket watch. He then hired a local guide to take them to the only school in the port town. Demir Island was not large, with the port town being its sole settlement. Home to approximately 10,000 residents, thus the school was modest in size. The very principal of this school had commissioned the detective, Isinger. Abner and Hugh were soon introduced to Mr. Gaston Vilpin, a gentleman in his 40s or 50s, wearing thick copper-framed glasses. With neatly combed hair, a man exuding an air of meticulousness. Once seated, Mr. Vilpin wasted no time with pleasantries and addressed them directly. I have received Isinger's telegram and am aware that you are here on his behalf. Frankly, I am somewhat disappointed by your youth. But Isinger spoke highly of you in his message. Thus, out of respect for his trust, I intend to give you a chance. I will strive to live up to the praises of my mentor. Abner replied courteously before inquiring, "What precisely is the matter you wish to entrust to us? It seems you are not in a rush. 1,000 pounds? Abner recalled that in the original story, Klein had hired Miss Sharon for 3 days at the same amount. However, within those 3 days, they had eliminated a master of secrets, caught others in the act, attended an extraordinary gathering, and narrowly escaped the clutches of the triumvirate Red Angel's malevolence. If I were to encounter such events, I might find myself in dire straits. Surely, I cannot be that unfortunate?" After a moment of internal contemplation, Abner's expression grew serious as he asked Mr. Vilpin, "What are the specific details of the commission? And what is the level of danger involved?" "Almost none." Mr. Vilpin shook his head, then produced a peculiar orange-hued contract from his drawer. The document bore symbols corresponding to the solar pathway's 6th sequence, notary, inscribed in Hermes script, with a blank space reserved for signatures. "This is a magical item corresponding to the 6th sequence of the solar pathway. You must sign this contract before I disclose the specifics of the commission. After all, you are not Isinger. I do not trust you yet." Though Mr. Vilpin's words were rather blunt, both Abner and Hugh understood. So they took no offense, but instead attentively examined the terms of the contract. The stipulations were straightforward, outlining the rights and obligations of both parties. It particularly noted that should the commission party encounter danger, they could withdraw at any time. Should they feel incapable of completing the task after the specifics were revealed, they could also withdraw, albeit with a substantial reduction in compensation based on the progress at the time of withdrawal. Furthermore, Abner and Hugh were obligated to guide Mr. Vilpin through the 7th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. "What is this Dream Labyrinth Tower?" Abner inquired, furrowing his brow. "I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment, but I can assure you that the 7th level poses no life-threatening risks, though it is quite challenging to navigate," Mr. Vilpin explained before falling silent. "No danger yet difficult to traverse implies that wisdom or other qualities not reliant on brute strength are required, and there are no penalties?" Abner speculated. Mr. Vilpin cast a look of approval at Abner, realizing for the first time that Isinger had not misled him. This student indeed possessed remarkable deductive reasoning skills. Chapter 39. Preparing to enter. Auber examined the contract further, noting supplementary clauses regarding the non-disclosure of information pertaining to the Dream Labyrinth Tower and the individual ownership of exploration gains. Subsequently, he subtly activated his pure white eye, confirming the integrity of the notarization itself. He then turned to Hugh, seeking her input. "What do you think?" Hugh, having scrutinized the terms as well, found no issues and nodded in agreement, stating, "I have no objections." With their consensus reached, both inscribed their names in Hermes script upon the contract. Mr. Gaston, after a thorough review, affixed his signature as well. A fleeting warmth washed over Auber as he sensed a subtle yet palpable connection forming between himself and the notarized document. Upon completion of the notarization, Mr. Gaston commenced. Dream Labyrinth Tower is an extraordinary artifact situated deep within the realm of dreams, purportedly crafted by high-sequence beyonders from the Seer and Secret Keeper pathways. Its precise number of entrances remains unknown to me, but one lies beneath this very school, deciphered from a century-old manuscript. I have dedicated nearly 2 decades to locating this entrance. What exactly is this tower, and what lies within? Auber inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is an inverted spire containing numerous labyrinthine realms existing between reality and dreams. Upon entering, its inverted nature dictates that we first encounter the 9th layer, where we will randomly face a labyrinthine realm. Solving its enigma grants access to a reward chamber, yielding a piece of knowledge or intelligence. After claiming the reward, the passage to the next layer unveils itself. The subsequent 8th and 7th layers operate similarly, albeit with more valuable knowledge and more challenging enigmas. Mr. Gaston elucidated the general aspects of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. What is the farthest layer you have traversed? Auber probed. Mr. Gaston sighed, lamenting. I can consistently clear the 9th layer. The 8th layer relies on chance, having only succeeded once or twice. The 7th layer proves exceptionally difficult, offering no discernible clues. And I have never managed to pass it. Is it possible to repeatedly explore this labyrinth? Auber inquired, intrigued, perceiving it as a sort of dungeon. Repeatedly explore? Mr. Gaston paused, taken aback by the term, before comprehending its meaning. He shook his head, explaining, each individual may only enter once per month. Furthermore, successive entries yield diminishing returns, with the second attempt providing mostly familiar knowledge and the third offering utterly worthless intelligence. One must then wait half a year before re-entering to restore its efficacy. I have been exploring it for 3 years, hence my relatively numerous entries. This sounds increasingly like a dungeon, Abner mused inwardly, while outwardly remarking thoughtfully. So entering once every 6 months is the optimal approach? Indeed. That certainly eliminates any danger, given your intention to only clear the 7th layer, Abner affirmed. Pausing momentarily before inquiring further, what sort of puzzles, or rather, what scenarios might one encounter within those dream labyrinths? There are scenarios involving searching for key items and escaping structures, locating explosives based on clues, and numerous crime-solving scenarios. The particulars are inconsequential, as each entry presents a unique scenario, rendering past experiences irrelevant. Mr. Gaston replied with a tinge of helplessness, admitting his ineptitude in that regard. No wonder you would spare no expense to enlist a detective, Abner remarked, understanding Mr. Gaston's motivations. Had the sum been less, perhaps a few £100s, my teacher might have disregarded it entirely, given the omission of the dream labyrinth tower from the telegram. Even £1,000 barely swayed him, hence the inclusion of Hugh and myself. Moreover, entrusting a local detective would have been imprudent, as they might be tempted to eliminate him and seize the entrance. Will we be entering different dream realms as a team? Hugh interjected. Mr. Gaston demurred. No, one can choose to team up before entering the tower. While this slightly increases the difficulty, it allows for collaborative problem solving. In the first 3 layers, the difficulty increase is negligible. In my view, it is better to be lucky. There's even a team-up option, Abner thought to himself. Could this dream labyrinth tower be the handiwork of Roselle? He is both an angel of the Perfector pathway and the knowledge emperor of the Hermit pathway, perfectly aligning with Mr. Gaston's conjecture of it being crafted by high-sequence beyonders from the Seer and Secret Keeper pathways. However, it was merely a conjecture, and Abner refrained from voicing it. Instead, he shifted the topic, asking, Mr. Gaston, might I inquire as to your sequence? He needed to assess the other's capabilities, as a liability would only impede their progress in the dungeon. I am a sequence 7-foot appraiser, Mr. Gaston responded candidly. An affluent sequence, no wonder he's so wealthy. As those below sequence 5 in the Perfector pathway lack combat prowess, relying solely on extraordinary items to overwhelm opponents. Abner mentally scoffed before nodding and stating, we have no further questions for the moment. Do you have any additional advice for us? Mr. Gaston pondered for a moment before inquiring, are you adept at crafting dream charms? Yes, is there an issue? While other deities can only provide their followers with abilities within their respective authorities manifested as charms, the God of Knowledge is unique in that it can fulfill requests for nearly all types of charms, albeit with diminished efficacy. The door to the underground requires dream abilities as a key, rendering dream charms indispensable. Of course, if you were a nightmare or dreamwalker, it would be different. Had you not possessed the ability, I would have had to purchase 2 from a Beyonder gathering. But since you are capable of crafting them, there is no issue, Mr. Gaston explained before adding, you must be weary from your travels. Rest and prepare yourselves. We shall convene here tomorrow at 9 in the evening. The ritual process need not be detailed. Crafting 2 low-level charms was a simple task for Abner, an expert in ritual magic. After spiritually sealing the 2 dream charms, he refrained from dwelling on the dream labyrinth, knowing that speculating about unknown scenarios would be futile. Instead, he pondered how to establish contact with Klein, the Fool. Although he had managed to decipher the method for creating items connecting to the Sapphire Castle by analyzing the gray fog, that method was essentially a ritual magic, requiring supplication to a deity or unknown entity. Abner was unwilling to allow another deity to use him as a medium, potentially endangering Klein. Even if the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was currently amicable, that was the primary reason he had hesitated in crafting the item. Enough ruminating, it is futile. Besides, Klein's spirituality cannot yet bear the inclusion of additional members in the Tarot Club. Perhaps upon my advancement to Knowledge Keeper and the unlocking of more functions of the Pure White Eye, I will find a solution. Failing that, I could invoke the Fool's honorific in Ancient Hermes after Klein devises it to establish contact. However, that option entails too many subsequent complications and would be difficult to gain Klein's trust. It remains a last resort. Meanwhile, in an antiquated apartment in Tingen City, a young man with dark hair, hazel eyes, and a scholarly demeanor gazed at the unwelcome guest tumbling out of his room and the gradually closing door. He smiled faintly and muttered to himself, believe it or not, that shot was actually a blank. The young man was Klein Moretti. After waiting in his room for a while, he suddenly noticed Dunsmith standing across from him, clad in a black trench coat that reached his knees, a half-top hat perched securely on his head, and his gray eyes gleaming profoundly. Upon learning from Dunn that the assailants were members of the mysterious society, and realizing that this merit could grant him the opportunity to become an extraordinary, Klein chose not to immediately declare his decision to become a diviner, opting instead to deliberate until the following day. As Dunn's dreamlike powers dissipated, a handsome man with silver hair, clad in a red shirt and black coat, squinted and chuckled softly to himself from a small attic not far from the old apartment, remarking, "Indeed, this is quite intriguing." On July 1st, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Abner and his companion, accompanied by Mr. Gaston, descended into the basement of the school's warehouse and entered the true underground passage through a concealed door. At the end of the passage, they beheld a grand doorway that straddled the line between reality and illusion, adorned with exquisite designs. Simply activate the dream sigil upon the door, Mr. Gaston instructed before demonstrating himself. Abner and Hugh naturally followed suit. As the sigil was activated, they felt the surroundings swiftly transform, and before them appeared a towering edifice, inverted yet soaring into the clouds. Chapter 40, the 9th level, first update. Although aware that this was merely a dream, the magnificence of the tower surpassed Abner's imagination. Its towering height rendered any earthly marvel insignificant. Even the skyscrapers of his previous life, often soaring hundreds of meters, appeared diminutive in comparison. How astonishingly tall it is. Upon approaching, the 1.5-meter-tall Rest could only crane his neck, unable to glimpse the base of the tower, instead seeing only the swirling black mist enveloping its midsection. As for the pinnacle, it was tantalizingly within reach, given that the tower was inverted. Yet, even the relatively slender apex must have a diameter of several miles. Straining his gaze, one could faintly discern other entrances, each area distinctly separated by an enigmatic force. Each portal to this dreamscape would lead to its corresponding entrance, ensuring that they would not encounter other extraordinary beings who entered through different doors. This held true for at least the first 3 levels, Mr. Gaston explained while standing before the entrance. Might there be players contending against the original in the subsequent levels? Abner increasingly suspected that this dream maze tower was the creation of the illustrious Emperor Roselle. Upon entering, after confirming their trio's team status, Abner felt a momentary blur before finding himself within the confines of a room. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering it to be a spacious suite comprising 4 rooms, a living area, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. Do not inquire how he knew the layout so precisely. A floor plan hung on the wall. The furnishings appeared somewhat antiquated, imbued with a strong hint of Indus style. At this moment, a line of hermetic script seemed to float before his eyes. Unlock the code and exit the house through the front door. Concurrently, the fireplaces in each corner of the room suddenly ignited, flickering with a faint glow. This was likely a scenario where one must uncover certain numerical clues within the room and deduce the code to unlock the door. The fireplaces were presumably the added challenge of the team mode. As time progressed, the temperature would rise, and they would gradually dehydrate. Mr. Gaston, having traversed the 9th level multiple times, quickly identified the crux of the problem. It turns out this layer was a time-limited version of an escape room. Abner, too, began to comprehend their current predicament and furrowed his brow, inquiring, is it possible to simply force the lock open? This would not pose a challenge for extraordinary beings. Rest also frowned, unaccustomed to a lack of extraordinary abilities, given her half-judicial nature since birth. Nevertheless, she approached the door, meticulously inspecting the intricate mechanical lock composed of countless gears and bearings. She shook her head at Abner, saying, it's a complex mechanical code lock. If my adjudicating power were intact, I might attempt to brute force dismantling, but alas, that is not feasible now. She sensed her body weakening and refrained from futile attempts. Well then, let us witness the detective's performance. Mr. Gaston's gaze shifted to Abner, seemingly awaiting an assessment of whether his investment was worthwhile. Approximately 3 seconds later, Abner completed his analysis. He closed his eyes and turned to Rest, instructing, try these numbers. He then recited a lengthy string of 15 digits. It appeared that the pure white eye held a rank surpassing that of the Dream Maze Tower. The tower's abilities could not confine it. While Abner pondered the implications of his newfound insight, Mr. Gaston, who had been waiting for him to investigate, stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by what had just transpired. Rest, however, was deeply moved by Abner's sudden knowledge and wasted no time in inputting the code, accompanied by the mechanical lock's clicking sounds. The front door of the house slowly swung open. Mr. Gaston stared, dumbfounded, for an extended moment before finally asking, incredulously, how did you manage that? Adjusting his glasses, Abner's thoughts wandered to how Mr. Fool, or perhaps Sherlock, would handle this escape room. Surely he would feign a need to visit the restroom. Then retrace 4 steps to decipher the lock's code through misty divination, concluding with a phrase that encapsulated the essence of reasoning. Amused by this mental image, Abner smiled at Mr. Gaston and declared, "This is reasoning." Reasoning? Mr. Gaston felt as though he had suddenly forgotten the meaning of the word. Rest. Unable to contain a smile, thought to herself that Abner had begun his earnest deception once more. After this brief interlude, the trio stepped through the door, the surroundings shifting to reveal a vast library that stretched beyond the horizon, filled with rows upon rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, exuding an atmosphere rich in knowledge. This is the reward chamber. The books on the shelves are protected by an inexplicable force, rendering them inaccessible. "We can only obtain portions of the rewards," Gaston remarked, his serious demeanor momentarily giving way to a complex mix of fervor and regret. "How do we claim the rewards?" Abner asked after a cursory glance around. Nodding, Abner proceeded to take a seat, and suddenly, an old, thread-bound book appeared in his hands. He instinctively glanced at the cover, which bore the title Gwen's Cave Adventure. Dragon-Eye Python? Abner squinted at the word. The Dragon-Eye Python's eyeball was one of the primary ingredients in the Keeper's potion, and it was no coincidence that this novel happened to document such a detail. It seemed the reward was offering information about a potion's key ingredient. Mr. Gaston had previously mentioned that if one attempted the challenges too frequently, the rewards would consist of knowledge already known and trivial information. Thus, in other words, as a first-time entrant, I would likely be presented with valuable knowledge or significant information I sought to understand. After pondering for a moment, Abner suppressed his excitement and turned to Rest, asking, "What valuable information have you obtained?" Rest, appearing somewhat bewildered, looked up and replied, "It's just a romance novel. I've read it several times and found nothing useful." "What is the story about?" As the rewards books were only visible to the recipient, Abner could only inquire. "It tells the tale of a beautiful girl named Sherman and a nobleman, but unfortunately, it remains unfinished. The story halts when Sherman becomes the nobleman's mistress, and I can't shake the feeling that her future will not end well." Rest briefly recounted the plot, looking expectantly at Abner, as she felt he would undoubtedly know something. That was because, if the nobleman's name were revealed, the value of that information might exceed the allowable limits of the 9th-level rewards. Upon hearing this, Rest nodded in resignation, no longer fixating on the issue. After a brief respite, the three moved to the opposite side of the reward chamber, where a passage led to the next level. As for the knowledge Mr. Gaston had acquired, he chose not to disclose it, and Abner did not inquire further. As the surrounding scenery transformed, Abner and his companions materialized before a mountain villa. Chapter 41 notes this mountain villa is perched precariously against a sheer cliff, with the remaining 3 sides dropping off into steep ravines. It is only connected to the outside world by a wooden suspension bridge, which, at this moment, has been severed. The place has effectively become an island. Observing this scene, Abner felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before he could voice his thoughts, words inscribed by Hermes wafted through the air, "Identify the murderer. Only one chance." It appears that this 8th level of the labyrinth is a crime-solving scenario, and the meaning of only one chance implies that if one misidentifies, they will be immediately deemed to have failed and expelled from the dream labyrinth. Mr. Gaston seemed to have encountered a similar experience and offered a brief explanation. "Where is the murderer? Could it be in the villa?" Rest, turning to glance at the distinctly ruin-style architecture behind him, suddenly felt that it bore a resemblance to the Munga Manor on the outskirts of Beakland. "We'll find out by going inside." With that thought in mind, Abner took the lead and pushed open the door to the villa. Inside, 8 individuals were gathered, 4 men and 4 women, among whom one boy appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. The dream labyrinth had evidently assigned them identities that did not raise suspicion among the occupants of the villa. "Conan? We've encountered him again." At this moment, Mr. Gaston looked at the boy with a mix of dismay and frustration in his usually calm demeanor. "Conan?" Upon hearing the name, Abner's mind immediately conjured the image of the infamous Shinigami elementary student, and he scrutinized the boy. Clad in a blue suit, a red bow tie, and large framed glasses, the attire matched. Yet the boy's features were unmistakably ruined. He bore no resemblance to the renowned detective, and the decor and furnishings of the villa lacked any modern essence, appearing even more antiquated than Beakland. As Abner was deep in thought, Rest quietly inquired, "Mr. Gaston, is there something special about this boy named Conan? I have encountered scenarios involving him twice in the 8th level, and even several times in the 9th level. Whenever he is present, I have invariably failed. This boy, Conan, always appears in scenes of homicide, and he seems to be an extraordinary individual of the detective sequence. His physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, and his glasses, bow tie, belt, watch, and shoes are all potent extraordinary items. His reasoning abilities are formidable. If he identifies the murderer first, we will be deemed to have failed. Mr. Gaston inhaled deeply, restraining himself from uttering expletives. It seemed Mr. Gaston had suffered several defeats at the hands of Conan. Rest mused while discreetly glancing at Abner. Meanwhile, Abner was overwhelmed with disbelief. If he had merely harbored doubts about this so-called Conan before, after hearing Mr. Gaston's words, he was now convinced that this Conan was indeed the Shinigami elementary student from his memories, regardless of the mismatch in appearance. He then confirmed a suspicion he had long harbored. This dream labyrinth tower was indeed crafted by the great Emperor Roselle. While he pondered this, the original 4 men and 4 women in the villa were discussing a bandaged figure who had recently attacked Conan's sister in a nearby grove. Although the assailant had failed, the encounter had left everyone quite shaken. This bandaged figure might be the so-called murderer. Perhaps we should lay in wait to see if we can apprehend him? Rest suggested after eavesdropping. Although she could not yet wield extraordinary abilities, she believed she could handle 1 or 2 ordinary individuals. It's not that simple. Cases involving Conan are notoriously complex. Those who appear to be the culprits, like this bandaged figure, often end up being the first victims themselves. I believe we should keep a close watch on everyone except Conan and his sister. Any of them could be the murderer. Mr. Gaston shook his head, his gaze profound. He seemed to have developed a form of PTSD regarding Conan. Furthermore, upon closer examination, the bandaged figure's abdomen reveals some inconsistencies. What? Mr. Gaston exclaimed in genuine surprise. Having never witnessed a detective deduce a case so swiftly, merely by glancing at the suspect? No. He was identifying a would-be murderer before they had even committed a crime. Was that credible? Mr. Gaston's exclamation drew the attention of Conan and the others, who looked at Abner with uncertainty. Abner, unwilling to prolong the suspense, pointed directly at the plump figure, declaring, "He is the bandaged figure. He is not truly fat. His abdomen is stuffed with cotton or similar materials, enabling him to conceal items after committing a crime. The reason he attacked this young lady is that she witnessed him changing clothes and may have discovered his secret." Abner's assertion left the onlookers astonished, directing their gazes towards the plump figure, who was promptly flanked by 2 adult men. As the plump figure revealed a sinister expression and extracted the padding from his abdomen, the surrounding scene suddenly shattered. The villa, the cliffs, Conan, and all else vanished, and the 3 of them fell once more into the realm of rewards. The dream labyrinth only required the identification of the murderer, with no need for evidence. Mr. Gaston, still in a daze, eventually sighed, "My 1,000 was truly well spent. Are detectives really that formidable? I had thought Conan was the most talented among them. Surely those who have experienced the plot are all that skilled." Abner silently scoffed, ignoring Mr. Gaston's misguided understanding of the detective profession, and he walked directly towards the seat in front of the bookshelf, eager to discover what rewards awaited him. Rest, having grown accustomed to such occurrences since meeting Abner, noticed his propensity for the unexpected. As soon as he sat down, Abner found himself in possession of a notebook titled Mystical Records of Elnos. It seems this time knowledge was the reward. Reflecting on this, Abner opened the notebook and began to read attentively. Unlike fiction, he held a deep respect for knowledge, especially after his conversion. Upon finishing the final page, he habitually pinched his chin, pondering. This Elnos must be a hermit of the 7th sequence, wizard. Most of the ritual magic and mystical knowledge recorded in this notebook I have already learned. Only the final ritual, which borrows power from higher extraordinary items to create talismans, piqued my interest, as it bypasses the step of beseeching the deities. What Abner valued was not the specific method of talisman creation, but rather the innovative thought process behind it. For an extraordinary individual of the White Tower pathway who excels in ceremonial magic, a novel approach could lead to the development of a method more suited to their needs. Originally, I had refrained from crafting items linked to the Source Fortress due to my unwillingness to beseech the deities, but following this line of thought, I could entirely borrow strength from the pure white eye to accomplish this. Its status is sufficiently elevated, and the knowledge I possess regarding the Source Fortress was derived from its analysis. Temporarily bestowing power upon an object should not pose a problem. However, to conduct the experiment, I would likely need to advance to the 7th sequence. The reasoning student lacks the requisite spirituality to support such a ritual. Though disappointed that I cannot practice this yet, Abner remained quite satisfied with the reward from the 8th level. Indeed, The Dream Labyrinth Tower proves generous to first-time conquerors. Turning his head, Abner noticed Rest smiling broadly, appearing quite pleased. What did you obtain? Abner inquired, intrigued. It seems the two main materials for the constable were mentioned in the novel The Lord of Mysteries. I shall find an excuse to share this with Rest in a few days. Abner pondered this in his mind but inquired aloud, whose biography is it? Perhaps there were other clues concealed within. It was the biography of a Royal Navy chief sailor named Ireland, detailing his journey from an ordinary sailor to the rank of chief, culminating in his retirement at the end of the narrative, where he took up the role of a passenger ship captain. He then muttered in confusion, "Another unfinished tale. Why do I always encounter these half-told stories? Perhaps it is because you frequently urge Forsyth for his manuscripts," Abner quipped to himself humorously. Chapter 42. The Seventh Layer. First update. It remains uncertain what kind of scene the labyrinth of the seventh layer will present. Mr. Fool, in this instance of relying on luck, must seek the favor of the god of knowledge. He silently prayed that the familiar Abner would be awaiting Mr. Gaston as he contemplated his rewards. Though it appeared he had effortlessly grasped the keys to overcoming the previous two layers, it was merely a stroke of luck, objectively speaking. The challenges posed by the first two layers were indeed formidable. The ninth layer was manageable, as one could ultimately discover the password through patient searching indoors. However, the heating device posed a hidden danger. One moment of inattention could lead to dehydration and incapacitation. As for the eighth layer, the complexity of the case itself was staggering. Identifying the murderer before Conan was an exceedingly tough task. Had it not been for Abner's prior knowledge of the plot, he could not confidently claim that his logical and observational skills surpassed those of Conan. It is no wonder that Mr. Gaston often struggled to complete the eighth layer. As Abner pondered these thoughts, Mr. Gaston had already risen once more. The trio wasted no time and resolutely stepped onto the passageway leading to the seventh layer. As the scenery shifted, Abner found himself in a dimly lit wooden room, yet the ground beneath him felt unusually unstable. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of the unsteady footing he often experienced on the deck of the Brilliant City days prior. Thus, they were aboard a ship? Before he could contemplate further, a malevolent gust swept in from behind. With his mastery of the Guardian combat techniques, Abner remained unfazed, deftly dodging the attack and swiftly extending his leg to trip the assailant, who promptly fell to the ground due to loss of balance. Seizing the opportunity, Abner advanced, pressing his knee against the assailant's neck while disarming him of his longsword. After securing the situation, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that Hugh had already subdued a sailor-like man. Mr. Gaston, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, drew his revolver and executed the approaching villain without hesitation. However, the man who had collapsed offered no reply. Instead, he emitted a guttural sound, his eyes bloodshot and frenzied. Abner frowned at this sight and turned to Hugh's captive, only to find him in a similar state. Had they gone mad? Or were they under some mental duress? Hugh, unable to extract any information, knocked out the captive and speculated, could it be that the entire crew has lost their sanity? What, then, are our conditions for passage? At that moment, Mr. Gaston pointed to a note on the cabin table, stating, the conditions for passage should be detailed there. Abner, mimicking Hugh's earlier actions, rendered the captive unconscious and approached the table to examine the note. Investigate the true cause of the mutiny aboard the ship. Typically, the conditions for passage manifest as clear text before us, but occasionally they may present themselves in alternative forms, such as this note or, in a previous encounter with Conan, through a banner hanging from an airship. Mr. Gaston then approached, firing 2 shots into the unconscious assailant, continuing, "It is evident that you are still adjusting to the act of killing. Yet, whether in a dream labyrinth or the true mysterious world, you must swiftly shed that naivety. In my opinion, since true death is not possible in dream scenarios, it would be beneficial to practice adapting to such circumstances. Moreover, these assailants are likely scum, not truly human." Abner and Hugh exchanged glances, understanding the wisdom in Mr. Gaston's words, which were genuinely aimed at their well-being. Thus, they humbly accepted the lesson, deciding that should combat arise, they would hold nothing back. Of course, this did not conflict with their principles. They would not unjustly slay the innocent. As their resolve solidified, the trio exited the cabin, providing cover for one another as they arrived at a secluded section of the starboard deck. It was night, the sky heavily overcast, obscuring the crimson hues, and the deck was cloaked in darkness, rendering visibility quite low. Noticing the absence of enemies, Abner instinctively searched for vulnerabilities in the conditions for passage, inquiring, "Is there no time constraint on this condition? If we wait for the ship to dock, Can we have the night watchman or the substitute interrogate the truth? That is impossible, Mr. Gaston replied, shaking his head. Though not explicitly stated, the majority of scenarios are time-sensitive. For instance, in the 8th layer's encounter with Conan, one had to identify the murderer before he deduced the truth, or else it would result in failure. This should be no different. As they conversed, a man's anguished roar and a woman's intermittent sobs suddenly echoed from around the corner, followed by the sound of a man gasping and the ripping of fabric. Having spent considerable time at the taverns in the East District, Hugh quickly grasped the situation. She and Abner exchanged glances, simultaneously drawing their revolvers and hastening toward the corner, while Mr. Gaston remained vigilant against potential attacks from another direction. Before them lay a sight that ignited Hugh's fury. A gentleman was impaled upon the external wall of the cabin by a long sword, while two relatively well-dressed men, their expressions grotesque, were viciously tearing at a lady's dress on the floor. This time, Hugh did not hesitate, unwilling to waste ammunition on such scoundrels. She lunged toward the two villains, swiftly piercing their necks with a concealed stiletto hidden in her sleeve before they could react. The woman, partially stripped of her clothing, initially stared in confusion before collapsing beside the man pinned to the wall, crying out, "My dear, please, wake up. Don't leave me." Witnessing this scene, Hugh felt a heavy weight in her heart, her eyes misting over. She retreated to Abner's side, deliberately shifting the topic. The suppression of extraordinary abilities in the 7th layer is not as severe as before. I can utilize most of the arbitrator's powers. However, the ring of anticipation given by Mr. Stanton remains unusable. After crying for a time, the woman picked up a dagger dropped by one of the assailants, pointing it at her abdomen, her face a moss indeed. The king of the 5 seas, Nast, claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, adhering to the virtue of sparing captives. Consequently, we were merely robbed of our wealth and did not lose our lives. His subordinates even left us with sufficient provisions. At this juncture, the lady cast a perplexed glance at the two men before her, pondering how one could remain oblivious to a pirate attack, especially considering that Nast's men had meticulously searched every cabin. Abner was acutely aware of his own dubiousness. Yet he found it astonishing that this scene seemed to be drawn from reality, perhaps even a true occurrence. Everyone had suffered losses that were not excessively burdensome, and I had initially believed that the misfortune had passed. However, during the subsequent voyage, the passengers and crew of the Clover suddenly erupted into fierce infighting, escalating from disputes to brawls, and ultimately to the drawing of revolvers and the wielding of swords, engaging in mutual slaughter. They quickly descended into utter madness, ruthlessly killing anyone in sight, wantonly assaulting women, and tormenting the weak. Some truly deranged individuals left limbs, hearts, and intestines scattered across the deck. As she recounted these horrors, the lady bit her lip tightly, seemingly attempting to drive away her own weakness and fear with anger. Upon hearing this revelation, Abner gazed at the night sky shrouded in dark clouds, exhaled deeply, and murmured to him Chapter 43, Significance. What is so special about July 1st? Hugh inquired, somewhat perplexed. She assumed it referred to a historical event rather than the present. Abner shook his head, unable to provide an explanation. He simply turned to Mr. Gaston, who was still guarding the rear passage, and stated, "I have discerned the source of the internal strife here. Follow me." "How did you come to know so quickly?" "I am utterly lost. In comparison to you, I feel rather foolish." Mr. Gaston lamented internally, his expression shifting as he numbly nodded. He had grown somewhat accustomed to his companion's sudden insights. Finally, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and feigned calmness, asking, "Where do we need to go?" The lady cast a grateful glance at Hugh's back before suddenly asking, "My name is Sherry. May I ask for yours, miss?" Hugh silently committed this name to memory, then picked up the dagger from the ground and swiftly retreated into a nearby cabin. Despite her inner fury towards the thugs, she recognized her own limitations and prioritized her safety, unwilling to squander the life granted to her by her benefactor and beloved. Walking ahead to the left, Gaston remarked with a smile, "What you're doing is ultimately futile. Once this scene concludes, she will cease to exist." Hugh shook her head, stubbornly retorting, "She lives on, strengthened by my words. Even if it's just for a few minutes or hours, that holds significance for me." "Suit yourself. Such a spirited girl," Gaston chuckled, shaking his head. He meant no harm. He merely felt that such innocence was ill-suited for the extraordinary world they inhabited. Hugh pursed her lips, gazing at Abner ahead. And after a moment of struggle, she asked, "Abner, what are your thoughts?" After contemplating for a while, Abner replied earnestly, "Everyone has their own convictions. If you believe it is right, pursue it wholeheartedly. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Such determination is the brilliance of humanity. Upon hearing these words, Hu's lips curved into a faint smile, clearly pleased to be understood. Most of the ruffians aboard the ship were assaulting the lower cabins. So as Abner and the others descended, they encountered an increasing number of adversaries. Fortunately, Mr. Gaston seemed to have anticipated such a scenario, preparing an array of area-effect explosives. Coupled with Abner and Hu's masterful combat skills against a group of ordinary foes, they navigated through the perilous descent to the lower cabin unscathed. This cabin was originally designated for storing provisions and fresh water, and it was these supplies that enabled the occupants to endure thus far. Upon witnessing Abner and the others forcefully enter, the men stationed at the cabin's entrance were filled with a mix of joy and surprise. They were elated to receive assistance yet astonished by the trio's combat prowess, realizing they would have struggled to contend with them had they harbored ill intentions. "Stop. Who are you?" A young man in a black suit raised his short sword as the three approached. Hu furrowed her brow, emanating the authority of an arbiter, and repeated Abner's question in a low tone. "Who is in charge here?" This time, the men did not hesitate. They tremulously pointed to a middle-aged man dressed as a captain and a boy with a round, amiable face in the corner. "We, the captain and Triss." "Triss?" Abner's gaze shifted to the bashful boy, who resembled a timid girl. "That's me, sir. What do you require?" Triss appeared somewhat startled, visibly anxious. Yet his eyes darted around, showing signs of retreat due to the sudden turn of events. "It is you who incited the crew and passengers to rebellion, leading them to slaughter one another. Am I correct, Mr. Triss, the instigator of the Arcane Society?" Abner directly identified the root of the discord. Then, before anyone could react, drew his revolver and fired 6 shots at Triss. As the scene was nearing its conclusion, Abner feared he would not have another chance to act. Thus, he activated his pure white eye beforehand. With the aid of the Guardian Weapon Master ability, the 6 bullets effectively restricted Triss every potential escape route. While such an assault was ultimately futile and would not affect Triss in reality, it aligned with Abner's earlier sentiment. Some convictions are worth pursuing. Witnessing the misfortunes of the ship's passengers, he could not rest easy until the instigator was dealt with. Chapter 44. Temporary Departure Upon Entering the Rewards Chamber. Mr. Gaston slightly shook his head. While he comprehended the actions of Abner and his companion, he did not concur with them. Nevertheless, he refrained from further commentary, recognizing that he was not their mentor and thus had no obligation to intervene. Moreover, regardless of their impulsiveness, they had successfully guided him through the 7th level. Having surpassed this stage, he would now attain a modicum of privileges within the Dream Labyrinth Tower. His focus was entirely devoted to this matter, leaving him no inclination to educate the younger generation. Meanwhile, as Abner stepped into the rewards chamber, a plethora of information began to resonate in his ears like a murmur. Fortunately, this influx of information bore no malice and lacked the high-tier knowledge and contamination. Otherwise, he would have had to activate his pure white eye to analyze the dream labyrinth and force himself into unconsciousness. It became clear to him that after surpassing the 7th level, one would possess certain privileges within the tower, explaining Mr. Gaston's willingness to offer £1,000 to have someone assist him in progressing. It was only at this moment that Abner truly grasped the significance of these privileges. There were 3 primary privileges. First, upon re-entering the Dream Labyrinth Tower, one would initially arrive at the rewards chamber and could continue from the 6th level. Of course, it was also possible to access the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, but the rewards for clearing these levels would be substituted with a specific amount of points, which could then be used to request targeted knowledge or information. If one repeatedly cleared the first 3 levels in a short span, the points awarded would diminish progressively. Points? It seemed that Roselle was indeed constructing a large-scale dungeon-like online game. The second privilege allowed one to spend points to selectively unlock a dream labyrinth within the first 3 levels. The term selectively referred to the type of maze scene. It was worth noting that these scenes themselves contained a wealth of knowledge and secrets. Thus, exploring them purely for the sake of discovery could yield significant rewards. For instance, selecting a quaternary scene could lead to uncovering substantial historical secrets through its characters and backgrounds. I suspect that Mr. Gaston's eagerness to clear the 7th level might be precisely for this privilege. The third privilege entailed having a personal lounge within the tower, where one could store items brought from the real world. In my view, this function seems somewhat superfluous, unless one planned to spend extended periods here grinding for points. What was the purpose of residing within these confines? Moreover, the dreams beneath the surface and the entrance to reality could not be relocated, thus rendering it unsuitable as a portable storage space. While contemplating the aforementioned matters, Abner had already seated himself in front of the bookshelf and claimed his third reward for clearing a level. It was a reward that instantly caught his attention. It was detailed information regarding an anonymous account at the Beckland Bank, containing a deposit of £500, originally belonging to a gentleman whose family had recently faced maritime misfortune. Ah, does this tower believe that my most pressing desire for knowledge is wealth? How pedestrian of Roselle. After internally deriding the emperor, Abner diligently recorded the account number and withdrawal code for the anonymous account. Money, after all, is always welcome. Furthermore, if he did not withdraw the funds, would it not simply benefit the bank? At that moment, Hiyu also completed her review of her reward. Upon noticing Abner's gaze, she expressed a mix of happiness and concern. I was quite pleased to receive the complete potion formula for Sheriff. However, upon reflection, it renders the primary material name from the previous level seemingly insignificant. I can't shake the feeling of having lost out. Aside from the primary material's name from the previous level, you also acquired knowledge about the early life of Ailuan, which may prove useful down the line. Although Abner attempted to console her, he silently agreed with Hiyu's sentiment. Indeed, it felt like a loss. He had even planned to inform her of the identity of the other primary material once they exited. Hiyu then realized she might be exhibiting a touch of greed and promptly adjusted her demeanor, inquiring about Abner's rewards. Upon learning that he had acquired money, she fell silent, feeling that the mysterious allure of the dream labyrinth had diminished significantly. Mr. Gaston observed their exchange and, with his expression no longer as stern as when they first met, remarked with a smile, having cleared the 7th level, our contractual agreement has concluded. Shortly, I will transfer the £1,000 to Isinger. Abner nodded. The money was irrelevant to him, as his teacher had already compensated the fee. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he seemed to recall something and asked, Mr. Gaston, will we still be able to access this place through the door beneath the school in the future? Although that door technically was not their private property, it was still a discovery that had taken years to uncover. Of course, you are welcome to come anytime. I, too, am curious about what awaits in the next level. But based on the manuscripts I've received, it appears exceedingly perilous. As Mr. Gaston spoke, he glanced at Abner, suggesting a deeper implication. I always assumed you would attempt to press on, but it seems you have changed your mind. Abner had indeed contemplated leveraging his familiarity with the scene's plot to venture into the 6th level. However, a prominently displayed warning sign before the passage to that level had caused him to reconsider. The sign read, 1. Once the 6th level scene is entered, one cannot exit unless they succeed in clearing the level or perish. 2. The boundary between dreams and reality within the 6th level is blurred. Dying in the scene equates to dying in reality. 3. The 6th level will restrict the extraordinary abilities of those of sequence and above, retaining only those of sequence 7 and below. 4. The flow of time within the 6th level scene aligns with reality. Prolonged stays in the dream labyrinth will decrease one's lifespan in accordance with the passage of time in reality. The inscription on this warning sign appeared aged and poorly crafted. Clearly not an original feature of the tower, but rather a deliberate message left by previous challengers for those who would follow. Although he was uncertain of the authenticity of the warning, Abner was unwilling to gamble with his life. After all, his pure white eye could not be genuinely sealed by the dream labyrinth tower. It would be far more prudent to wait until he advanced to a mid-sequence before attempting it again. Hiyu shared a similar sentiment, being at sequence 9. She was hardly reckless enough to enter an unknown peril without preparation. She enjoyed taking risks, but would not act mindlessly. Abner quickly followed suit and casually asked, Mr. Gaston, when is the next extraordinary gathering you are organizing at the Sword and Fire Tavern? The clue regarding another primary material of the Knowledge Keeper he had obtained at sequence 9 might very well be found at that tavern, and he did not wish to miss the opportunity. It will be this Thursday evening. It seems you will need to stay with me for a few more days. Mr. Gaston did not inquire about what Abner specifically sought from the gathering. Instead, he began to introduce the scale of the event and the attendees. This gathering had already become somewhat semi-public, with nearby adventurers, sailors, pirates, and even military personnel likely to participate. Does the Storm Church not intervene? Abner inquired, puzzled. The islands at sea are almost entirely under the domain of the Storm Church. This town is relatively small and lacks a punitive squad stationed here. Moreover, this is overseas. In a colony, the Church's control over extraordinary individuals is not particularly stringent. As long as one does not publicly espouse the doctrines of evil gods or instigate sacrificial bloodshed, the Storm Church generally refrains from interference, Mr. Gaston clarified. Even so, your ability to organize such a semi-public gathering here suggests your identity must be quite remarkable, Abner remarked, a blend of admiration and curiosity in his tone. Enough with the intrigue. You are Eisinger's student. It is no trouble to inform you that I am an outer member of the Church of Steam and Machinery. However, my nationality is from Intis, which prevents me from openly operating within the Kingdom of Ruin. Mr. Gaston cast a glance at Abner and added, perhaps my deductive skills may not match yours. But when it comes to cunning, you still have much to learn. An outer member of the Steam Church from Intis? The identity of this gentleman is quite akin to that of a teacher, which perhaps elucidates the bond of friendship they share. However, upon discovering the Dream Maze Tower, this gentleman did not report his findings to the church nor seek assistance from the mechanical heart, suggesting a lack of unwavering faith. After musing silently for a moment, Abner, on the verge of departing from the tower's summit, inquired once more, do you happen to know if there is a lady named Gwen at the gathering? Mr. Gaston shook his head in response. Extraordinary gatherings, you see, are mostly shrouded in secrecy. It is rare for names to be disclosed. And even those with aliases are few and far between. As Abner felt a sense of helplessness, the three had already descended from the tower's pinnacle. Employing his logical analytical skills, he reasoned that since this tower was a remarkable creation from Roselle's era, often referred to as the Emperor of Knowledge, and by correlating it with the original novel, one could surmise the Emperor's intentions behind its construction, leaving aside other motives. It is highly probable that the deepest recesses of the Dream Maze Tower conceal a blasphemy card. This may very well be the primary reason why no other major power has monopolized the tower to date, as the inherent secretive effect of the blasphemy card cloaks it from the perceptions of high-ranking extraordinary beings. Chapter 45, Mr. Gaston's extraordinary gathering. This dream labyrinth primarily challenges the reasoning and analytical abilities of the participants in its initial 3 layers. The diverse capabilities exhibited in the generated scenes lead one to speculate that this tower is likely connected to the omniscient and omnipotent 5 paths. Regardless of which potential blasphemous card from the omniscient and omnipotent 5 paths exists here, it is precisely what Abner seeks. Moreover, the White Tower card is the most probable to be concealed within these walls. After all, this dream labyrinth inherently takes the form of a tower, and the deliberate testing of reasoning cannot merely be a coincidence. Taking a few deep breaths, Abner suppressed his burgeoning desire. He understood that, given his current capabilities, ascending to the first layer was utterly unattainable. Even if he were to ascend by mere luck, he could never safeguard what he obtained, as the pinnacle likely harbored a multiplayer battle mode orchestrated by the Emperor himself. In the following days, Abner engaged in volunteer work, substituting at the school and assisting the island's residents in locating lost items, while dedicating his evenings to studying the mystical records of Elnos gleaned from the tower, thus leading a remarkably fulfilling life. Rest was also busy, tirelessly seeking clues about the primary materials for the sheriff potion, and it appeared she had received intelligence regarding the fear worm just a day prior, which she was currently verifying. Meanwhile, Mr. Gaston immersed himself in the dream labyrinth for 12 hours daily, his obsession reminiscent of those internet-addicted youths who perished in cyber cafes in his former life. Time flew by in the midst of their bustling activities, and soon it was Thursday evening. Due to the extraordinary gathering, Mr. Gaston unusually refrained from entering the dream labyrinth and instead arrived early at the Sword and Fire Tavern to prepare the venue. Abner and Rest did not accompany him. Instead, they disguised themselves and entered the tavern's secret chamber using the code Mr. Gaston had provided. As this was a quaint island town, formal attire would attract undue attention. Therefore, Abner opted for a relatively clean sailor's outfit, adorned his face with the traditional paint favored by sailors, and tousled his hair into a chaotic state. After glancing in the mirror, he barely recognized himself and nodded in satisfaction. However, when Abner encountered Rest in the tavern's back street, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he realized she was dressed identically to him. They both wore similar slightly worn sailor outfits, the same face paint, and even their hair was in a disheveled state. The only distinction was that Rest was notably shorter than him, a fact that was accentuated by her elevated footwear. If one person wore this outfit, it would not be particularly conspicuous. However, standing together only amplified their uniqueness. Moreover, perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Rest's appearance seemed quite presentable, while his own, in comparison, appeared somewhat comical. With a sigh of dismay, Abner reflected on this. "What are you looking at?" Rest queried. Sensing the peculiarity in Abner's gaze, she glanced down at her attire, finding nothing amiss. "I think we should have entered together. Others will surely think we are a group." At this moment, it was too late to change disguises, so Abner resigned himself to the situation. As the saying goes, wearing the same outfit is not frightening. Rest did not perceive it as an issue. After all, no one would recognize them, as long as their faces were not remembered by the authorities or pirate infiltrators. At 7:55 p.m., carrying all his savings and a few freshly crafted talismans, Abner entered the secret chamber where Mr. Gaston was hosting the gathering. Feeling a complex mix of emotions, he ultimately draped a black robe over his sailor's outfit, using the shadow of the hood to conceal his paint-smeared face. With 845 in cash and 5 low-level talismans, he pondered how much he would have left after this gathering. As he settled into a seat, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, he scanned the room. The majority of attendees were gentlemen, with only 2 ladies present, excluding Rest. Which of the 2 would be the misqueen he had heard about? After a few minutes, Mr. Gaston, wearing a special mask, clapped his hands and declared, "Let us commence." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone eagerly chimed in, a lady, towering over 1.8 meters, whose figure was shrouded but whose curves were discernible, was one of the 2 ladies Abner had previously noted. She lowered her voice and asked, "Has that friend who wanted to buy the crown jellyfish venom crystal arrived?" The tall lady visibly relaxed, retrieving a box and urgently stating, "I need a weapon capable of countering giant serpentine creatures. Anything will suffice, even if it has severe negative effects or a shelf life of merely a month or 2. If you have it, it's yours. I do not possess such a weapon. May I offer payment instead? I am willing to pay 150. A gentleman in the corner interjected thoughtfully. Hearing this, the tall lady beamed with delight but cautiously inquired, "What kind of weapon?" "Extraordinary creatures like serpents that dwell in dark caves typically fear light. This is an arrow crafted from the feathers of the sacred sunbird. I recall that you are adept at archery, so you should be able to wield it. Upon striking a target, it ignites pure, sacred light within their innards, exhibiting formidable power. Alas, it can only be activated once more, which is why it is so affordable. It remains effective for 3 months. If you are willing, we can exchange it now." The tall lady and the gentleman in the corner exchanged glances, realizing that the arrow was not worth the sum being offered, as it was essentially a single-use item. However, their need compelled them. The lady surveyed the room, hoping for others to join the bidding, but no one engaged, leading her to grit her teeth and declare, "I will trade." Yet, how could Abner initiate a conversation with this lady? As he pondered this, the gathering's transactions continued, with someone purchasing a pair of miraculous items known as ocean boots for 600, enabling the wearer to move freely underwater for over half an hour and cast some water-related spells. An extraordinary material called elder tree fruit sold for an astonishing 750, leaving many astonished. Based on his knowledge of mysticism and the original texts, Abner recognized that this remarkable material was one of the primary components for the sequence 7-foot psychologist. Could the buyer be a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society? Abner silently observed the woman who had taken the elder tree fruit. Yes, she was the final lady present at this gathering besides Rest and the tall lady. The subsequent transactions yielded a mix of successes and failures, with the latter far outnumbering the former. After all, most extraordinary individuals attending the gathering had clear objectives and would not squander their resources frivolously. Finally, as no one else proposed new trades, Abner spoke up. "I require precise information regarding the dragon-eye giant python. I am willing to offer 200. As soon as he uttered these words, he felt the gaze of the tall lady upon him. Chapter 46. The adverse effects of the ring of prescience upon hearing the offer of 200 pounds. The individuals in the chamber were visibly enticed, such as some could procure a primary material of sequence 9 or even sequence 8, all for merely a piece of information. Although some contemplated fabricating a false intelligence to abscond with the money, they quickly dismissed the notion upon glancing at Mr. Gaston, seated at the head of the table. Knowing that among his collection of extraordinary items lay the ability to discern the veracity of information, Abner's reason for quoting such a high price was, in fact, to capture the attention of the tall lady. It was far easier to gain her trust if she approached him rather than the other way around. Through deductive reasoning, he had concluded that she would seek revenge against the dragon-eye python. The weapon she had acquired at the gathering was evidently inadequate, with a low margin for error. Furthermore, having endured a failed venture, it was unlikely she could muster the funds to assemble a new team. Thus, a deep pocket willing to pursue the dragon-eye python would surely attract her interest. Moreover, Abner's recent windfall of 500 pounds had imbued him with a sense of elation. Had this been earlier, he would never have considered offering 200 pounds merely as bait. As anticipated, after a brief silence in the chamber, The tall lady lowered her voice and stated, "I possess definitive leads on the dragon eye python, but discussing such matters here is inappropriate." With that, she glanced at Mr. Gaston, inquiring, "May I request a secure location to converse privately with this gentleman after the gathering?" "That's a trivial matter," Mr. Gaston responded, nodding with ease, pretending not to recognize Abner. He turned to him and asked, "My friend, do you consent to a private discussion with this lady?" Abner felt reassured, with Mr. Gaston overseeing the situation. Should any ill intent arise, it would remain undisclosed. Naturally, he had no intention of engaging in such unprincipled behavior, and Mr. Gaston would certainly not condone it either. As for Hiu, her strong sense of justice would likely lead her to confront any wrongdoing immediately. "I have no objections," Abner conveyed to the tall lady with a nod. Subsequently, Hiu expressed her desire to purchase the right paw of the silver white war bear, offering a substantial price, yet none responded. As time progressed without further transactions, Mr. Gaston declared the gathering concluded and began to usher attendees out, striving to avoid unnecessary conflict. After a span of 30 minutes, only Mr. Gaston, Abner, Hiu, and the tall lady remained in the chamber. Mr. Gaston surveyed the trio and, deliberately adopting a feigned elderly voice, instructed, "Follow me. I shall escort you to a secure location." The tall lady furrowed her brow and instinctively glanced at Hiu. "This is my companion," Abner clarified. Given the similarity in attire between him and Hiu, the tall lady seemed to anticipate this and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in tacit agreement to Hiu's presence. Mr. Gaston led the three through a concealed exit of the chamber, navigating several twists and turns before arriving at a spacious underground cavern, where he finally halted. Abner mused internally about the lengths Mr. Gaston must have gone to excavate beneath the town to discover the Dream Gate. "Now may we discuss the intelligence regarding the dragon eye python?" Abner inquired of the lady, noticing Mr. Gaston had discreetly stepped into an adjacent cavern. The lady organized her thoughts and replied, "I am aware of the exact location of the dragon eye python and can provide detailed intelligence. However, I have one condition. You must allow me to accompany you in confronting it, and I desire its python skin. In exchange, I shall only charge you 100 pounds for the information." What a clever calculation, to recruit 2 vengeful accomplices while profiting 100 pounds. Yet, this was the nature of a seller's market. Internally, Abner had already acquiesced, but he feigned reluctance, hesitating before conceding. "Very well, let us notarize this with Mr. Gaston." "Wait," the lady interjected, "I also need to assess your capabilities. That python is formidable, and I do not wish to meet my demise." "What? You require a personal evaluation?" Abner chuckled, shaking his head. According to Gwen's cave adventure, the lady was merely of sequence 9. Without a doubt, he could easily best her, especially considering the sea breeze hat adorning his head. "Perhaps we could engage in a friendly spar." The lady sensed the confidence in Abner's words and clenched her fist, unwilling to back down. At that moment, Hiu stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to engage with you." She then sat down, removing the height-increasing pads from her shoes. As they hindered her performance, the lady regarded the makeup-clad girl, whose height barely reached her chest, and kindly cautioned, "I am a sequence 9-foot warrior, you should exercise caution." Hiu stood once more, nodding succinctly, stating, "Arbitrator." As it was merely a spar, neither woman employed weapons. Hiu bounded forward, swiftly positioning herself beside the lady's left hand, bending low to strike at her knee. Originally, this move was intended for the ribs or kidneys, but the lady's height necessitated a compromise. Caught off guard by Hiu's agility, the lady reacted with some disarray yet managed a response, raising her left leg to meet Hiu's elbow, attempting to kick her away. However, Hiu appeared to anticipate this maneuver, evading the attack with an awkward yet effective motion, her elbow grazing the lady's lower abdomen. Though the force was minimal, it was clear a victor had emerged. "I concede." The tall lady, not one to shy from defeat, lowered her head, somewhat dejected. Abner observed with clarity. It was unexpected for Hiu to lie without a flicker of an eye. The lady undoubtedly hailed from a rough background, but had experienced numerous adventures. While her combat awareness may have been somewhat lacking, it was certainly not to the extent of being nearly bested by Hiu. Hiu may have employed the Ring of Prescience to secure a swift victory and intimidate her opponent. The extraordinary speed of her advance, her anticipatory strikes, and the exaggerated contortions during her evasions all drew upon the power of the jester. The lady's bewilderment amid the assault likely stemmed from the arbitrator's imposing presence. The dragon eye python resides within an underground cavern on an island I previously explored. The island is situated over 200 nautical miles southeast of Demir. It is a desolate isle, devoid of any shipping routes. At this juncture, she cast a glance at Abner, her expression tinged with embarrassment. I would appreciate it if you could advance me 30 pounds of my fee. I need to recruit new sailors. After my last expedition, my combat team perished, and the remaining sailors aboard my ship are too terrified to accompany me. She refrained from immediately revealing the island's precise coordinates to prevent Abner from abandoning her in search of others. Ah, so you were a captain, Abner realized, acknowledging that one could not venture forth without a vessel of their own. Indeed, although Maya Runheim is merely an outdated sailing ship, one day I shall become a great adventurer, traversing the 7 seas like Lady Edwina. The tall lady spoke with fervent aspiration. Since we have notarized this, I shall advance you the 30 pounds without issue. Abner produced 3 10-pound notes and handed them to her, casually inquiring, where shall we rendezvous afterward? Mr. Gaston, having shed his disguise, replied with a leisurely demeanor. Though this lady has only been in the vicinity of Demir for about 2 weeks, her reputation precedes her. Aside from the previous incident, those who have collaborated with her generally express satisfaction. The concept of notarization is not infallible. Even demigods or certain beings of Sequence 5 can withstand its power. Mr. Gaston shook his head. As they conversed, Hiu emerged, looking refreshed. However, the moment she appeared, Abner was rendered speechless. Making a concerted effort to maintain a neutral expression to avoid any display of rudeness. What's wrong? Hiu inquired, perplexed. Abner remained silent, instead guiding her to a half-length mirror within the room. Upon raising her gaze, Hiu's mind went blank immediately, for in that moment, the reflection in the mirror displayed Hiu with a bizarre expression, one eye askew and lips curled in a peculiar grimace, an unmistakable parody of Abner's past expression pack, aptly named comical. This was the adverse effect of employing the ring of preemption. The facial makeup had concealed it initially, but now that she was cleansed, her true visage was laid bare. Chapter 47. A sudden incident, how embarrassing it was. If she had merely changed her expression in front of a stranger, it would not have mattered much. But being seen by her close friend Abner made her feel too shy to lift her head. Now, she could only silently express her relief. Thankfully, force was not present. If she had witnessed it and included it in her novel, she would have had to threaten every reader to burn their copies. Meanwhile, in another dormitory at the school, Abner was conducting a ritual. I beseech the power of knowledge. I implore the strength of reason. I seek the blessings of the deities of knowledge and wisdom. Grant the items upon the altar the ability to conceal one's face. As a stream of inexplicable words emerged and quickly dissipated, Abner praised the generosity of the divine before lifting the sailor's hat from the center of the altar. He activated his pure white eye, examined it, and nodded in satisfaction, thinking, the potion has been further digested, and the effects of my ritual have improved. This hat will remain effective for at least 10 days. Tomorrow, I shall present it to Hiu, so she can wear it after using the Ring of Foreknowledge, preventing her from shying away from utilizing the clown ability due to fear of social embarrassment, which could be perilous. Just as Abner was tidying up the various materials to prepare for sleep, he suddenly heard faint roars emanating from the street to the north of the town. Given the town's modest size, the sound nearly reached the southern school. He dared not sleep any longer, hastily dressed, and exited the dormitory, coincidentally spotting Hiu emerging from a nearby room. They exchanged a glance, silently understanding, and quietly ran toward the school's storeroom. At this moment, Mr. Gaston remained engrossed in the dream labyrinth tower, oblivious to the unfolding events outside. Upon reaching the entrance between dreams and reality, Abner cast a spell to enter the labyrinth tower and urgently roused Mr. Gaston, who was still entranced by the labyrinth scenes. However, by this time, the commotion in the streets had intensified, as if the entire town had been roused. With a serious expression, Mr. Gaston retrieved a finely crafted mirror, seemingly sensing something before addressing Abner. It is the monsters from the forest to the north of the island that have broken through the seals left by the Storm Church. Monsters? How could there be monsters on this island? Abner asked in astonishment. This place is called Demir, named after a demon known as Demir Andrelade who once ruled this territory during the Quaternary. I discovered this information while searching for the gates to the Dream Realm, Mr. Gaston explained briefly as he led the two hastily toward his storeroom, which housed some powerful extraordinary items. Andrelade? A family of demons? Abner followed Mr. Gaston, feeling a headache brewing, as he sensed he had become entangled in a significant event. That demon was ultimately slain by a saint of the Storm Church in the Sunya Sea, and the monsters and other entities on Demir Island had been thoroughly eradicated. Unfortunately, the northern forest of this island had been tainted by the presence of that demigod-level demon, requiring time to heal. Over the years, this tainted land would occasionally give birth to minor monsters, which, while not particularly strong, attracted numerous adventurers seeking materials. This was one of the reasons a colonial town existed on this small island. As Mr. Gaston spoke, they arrived at the storeroom's entrance. So, the famed cured meats of Demir are able to temporarily enhance certain individuals' spiritual perception because of this? Abner recalled a character named Donna from the original novel who had seen Germain's messenger after consuming the local delicacies. I heard rumors a few days ago about the emergence of fearworms in the northern forest. At this moment, Hiu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. She had been gathering information on the main materials regarding the sheriff and had indeed made a significant discovery. The eyes of the fearworms were one of the primary materials. It seems there were omens a few days ago. I was so engrossed in the dream labyrinth that I didn't notice the storm church had cleared the northern forest just 2 years prior. It should not have been possible for formidable monsters to arise so quickly. Moreover, the northern forest is sealed off, while it does not hinder humans or normal animals. The chances of monsters emerging should be minimal. Something must have gone awry. Mr. Gaston lamented as he retrieved 2 extraordinary items from the storeroom, distributing 30 demon-hunting bullets to both Abner and Hiu. Given how special this island is, why is there no Punisher stationed here? Excluding the underground gates to the Dream Realm, this island is also a hotspot for extraordinary incidents. Previously, Mr. Gaston claimed the island was too small for a stationed team, which Abner had reluctantly accepted. But now, learning of its uniqueness, it is indeed puzzling that the Storm Church has not dispatched extraordinary beings here. You do ask many questions, befitting a detective. Mr. Gaston cast him a glance but patiently continued to explain. The reasons are complex. First, as I mentioned, the town is too small and colonial, with lax oversight on extraordinary incidents, making it unnecessary to station a team. Second, this area is under the jurisdiction of the Rune military, which is quite resistant to the presence of Storm Church extraordinary beings. Third, perhaps due to the fall of that demigod demon at the hands of the Storm Church, having Punishers stationed on the island would accelerate the emergence of monsters in the northern forest. Is that so? Abner nodded, though he felt there was more to this matter. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, the lady who had purchased the main material for the psychologist at the extraordinary gathering. He pondered, could a suspected member of the Psychological Alchemy Society arriving in Demir be related to the monsters breaching the seals? At that moment, intense gunfire reached the ears of the 3. Shortly thereafter, the naval cannons roared to life. Mr. Gaston's expression changed as he exclaimed, "The colonial troops have opened fire, indicating a horde of monsters has reached the edge of the town. We must hurry and assist." Abner and Hiu understood the gravity of the situation, nodding solemnly. Capital of the ROSD Island, City of Generosity, Wave Church. Wave Church is the largest church in this maritime region, boasting classical architecture with extensive use of stone columns and arches, complemented by a soaring dome and 2 bell towers. During the early colonial period, pioneers often lacked the time to establish churches, which resulted in dire consequences. Surrounded by tribes, jungles, and ancient structures, even after conquering the locals, they frequently met mysterious deaths, dying without apparent cause, in large numbers. Such terrifying occurrences diminished only after the construction of churches by various congregations, transforming into rare incidents. At this moment, a priest rushed in from outside, stepping into the grand prayer hall illuminated by the warm glow of candles that marked human activity. He clenched his right fist against his left chest and respectfully addressed the bishop facing him. "The storm be with you." Afterward, the priest retrieved a telegram from his bosom and presented it to the bishop of Wave Church, reporting, "A distress signal has come from Demir. Monsters have breached the seals and are attacking the port town." After a moment of contemplation, the Demir bishop inquired, "Do any of the nearby Punisher teams currently have missions? Does a listener truly require so many to intercept?" The bishop seemed perplexed, as if hearing this news for the first time. "This is a direct order from the Cardinal Council. While not mandatory, the contribution is significant, and nearly all teams without missions have participated in the hunt," the priest explained, clearly more knowledgeable about the matter. The bishop nodded solemnly and declared, "By my authority, I command that all nearby Punisher teams be dispatched to eradicate the monsters. Our faithful are more important than heretics." "Yes, Your Excellency." The pastor, after issuing his command, hesitated and inquired about the situation with the Aurora Society. It was rumored that the listener had abducted a young boy named Jack from Inmat Harbor. "Do we have any forces available in the vicinity?" The bishop pondered for a moment before asking. Indeed, he recently acquired the ghost ship of the Quaternary, the Azure Avenger. The pastor replied, seemingly well acquainted with Ulch. Then give him the order to pursue the listener of the Aurora Society, the bishop declared decisively. Chapter 48. Fierce Battle in the Streets of Demirport. Despite the garrison's utmost efforts to repel the waves of monstrous invaders, a few of these fiends inevitably breached the defensive perimeter and infiltrated the residential areas of the townsfolk. The more experienced families had hurriedly ignited every source of illumination they could muster, striving to avoid falling prey to the invisible horrors lurking in the shadows. Unfortunately, unlike the continental cities of Bekland and Matport or Priaisport, the colonial Isle of Demir was devoid of gas, and the street lamps were sparse. Only a few dim candles flickered, their light mingling with the faintly visible crimson moon peeking through the clouds, barely illuminating the outlines of the ground and the houses. At that moment, a thin mist began to creep across the landscape, near the northern edge of the town, in a predominantly two-story building. The already sporadic lights began to flicker unsteadily before extinguishing in droves. With a chilling silence that followed a sudden scream, the interiors of those houses were plunged into darkness, as if long abandoned by their inhabitants. Abner followed closely behind Mr. Gaston, one hand gripping a revolver while the other wielded his cane sword, now transformed into a longsword. They hurried along the street, which had shifted from a cacophony of noise to an eerie silence. Hiyu stood slightly behind Abner, ever ready to support the two in front. A chilling gust swept through the mist, causing Abner's scalp to prickle. His instincts sensed danger, prompting him to halt and activate his spiritual vision, warning Mr. Gaston ahead. Beware above. He understood that the extraordinary individuals within the Universalist sequence often possessed a lower sense of awareness and might not perceive the impending threat. Having already activated her ring of prediction, Hiyu raised her revolver and fired multiple shots at the second floor of a nearby house. A vivid image had suddenly flashed in her mind, a shadow the size of a watermelon leaping from the darkness of the upper floor, lunging towards Mr. Gaston's ear. Mr. Gaston, evidently trusting Abner's warning, acted without hesitation. As Hiyu fired, he swiftly activated an extraordinary artifact on his left hand, a smooth orb engraved with intricate, mysterious patterns of the sun domain. Instantly, a pure, radiant light pierced the darkness, shooting forth like a comet to intercept the ambush. With a cry of agony, the shadow was struck head-on by the brilliant light just as it approached. Clearly wounded, it recoiled, deterred by the might of the holy radiance. Illuminated by this pureness, Abner was finally able to discern the nature of the assailant, a bird-like creature, almost entirely decayed. The creature, a monstrous avian, hovered eerily in midair, its small head infested with mold and maggots, oozing yellow-green fluid. Its skin sagged, outlining the contours of its bones. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to have once been a pigeon. The sockets where its eyes once resided were now empty voids, teeming with writhing maggots, and its beak was grotesquely misshapen, revealing sharp teeth stained with blood. A decaying pigeon with sharp fangs? The monstrosities indeed possessed unique characteristics. Abner marveled inwardly, yet did not hesitate to act. He conjured several wind blades that materialized from thin air, launching them towards the grotesque avian. This was the extraordinary ability of the wind wielder bestowed by the sea breeze hat. However, despite its apparent disarray, the creature danced nimbly through the mist, evading the wind blades and lunging straight for Abner. "That's a mist dove. You must disperse the fog around it," Mr. Gaston shouted, drawing Abner's attention. Having read extensively on the topic of mysticism under his teacher's tutelage, Abner was aware of the mist dove, but seeing it in the flesh for the first time had momentarily clouded his recognition. Now enlightened by Mr. Gaston's words, he recalled that the mist dove thrived within its shroud of mist. Dispersing it would leave the creature vulnerable. With newfound determination, Abner activated the sea breeze hat once more. A tempest surged from within him, unleashing powerful gusts that swept toward the sky, rapidly clearing the fog from the streets. Caught off guard by the sudden absence of its misty refuge, the mist dove plummeted to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Abner, Hiyu, and Mr. Gaston raised their revolver as Nguyen contemplated this. A wave of melancholy washed over her, inevitably bringing to mind her past, her father, her mother, her friends, and the once opulent life she had led. Her emotions gradually shifted from despondency to regret, from regret to anguish, and from anguish to despair. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of dark golden light seemed to flash before her eyes, an invisible force swiftly merging with her being. In that instant, she felt as though she had been transported to a sunlit summer day, basking in the warm rays that dispelled the chill within her. Ah! The courage in her heart surged anew, and Nguyen gasped in realization, understanding that had it not been for the extraordinary power of the realm of sunlight, She might have fallen prey to the insidious influence of that malevolent force. In such a case, her fate would have been either to succumb to a monstrous transformation or to end her life in despair. That creature had never intended to confront me. Its assault had already commenced. With this understanding, although Nguyen still felt a twinge of anxiety, a sense of relief washed over her. She recognized that her escape from the monster's grasp was due to the arrival of formidable assistance. Just half a minute earlier, downstairs in the two-story building, Mr. Gaston observed the grotesque hound, repelled by the arrow imbued with the fire of light, with a peculiar expression. "It seems to be the very arrow I just sold," he remarked. With its glaring eyes and canine form, it was undoubtedly the Despair Hound, a creature born from a myriad of tainted characteristics rather than a properly ascended demon. Its abilities were chaotic, capable of utilizing any type of malevolent essence it encountered. Abner, unflinchingly gazing at the hound that had turned to face them, declared, "Creatures do not ascend through proper magical potions. However, the Despair Hound typically possesses the ability to corrupt the mind. I will first activate the solar halo, and then we shall confront it." Chapter 49. Setting sail as the solar halo unfurled, the desperate hellhound let out a mournful howl. Its spirit visibly diminished. Clearly, its mental sorcery had backfired. Abner seized the opportunity, raising his hand to fire 2 demon-hunting bullets. However, the hellhound, with its tough hide, merely turned its head, allowing the bullets to strike its body and erupt into splashes of blood. Subsequently, it brazenly withstood the gunfire and leaped away in a desperate bid for escape. In terms of cunning, it far surpassed the earlier misstuff. Before the hellhound could regain its footing, a beam of radiant fire descended from the heavens, igniting its fur. The golden, ethereal flames exuded the potent essence of the sun, effectively countering the taint of the abyssal entities. In agony, the hellhound grimaced and expelled a cloud of black smoke, barely extinguishing the holy flames upon its body. Yet, at that moment, Abner had already been propelled forward by the gust beneath him, raising his staff sword to deliver a forceful strike aimed at the hellhound's neck. Where the radiant fire had focused its attention, the desperate hellhound found itself in a precarious situation, rendered incapable of evasion and hastily resorting to its life-preserving skill, sacrificing one of its vertical pupils as a decoy. As Abner landed, the hellhound's head was effortlessly severed by the staff sword, rolling away several paces. Its resilient skin and bones could no longer withstand the extraordinary ability of the staff sword to diminish supernatural forces. Soon after, the severed portion of the hellhound's body spewed forth black smoke and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. However, Abner, well versed in the capabilities of such creatures through prior research, did not let his guard down. Instead, he calmly awaited Mr. Gaston's final confirmation. As a pure and warm light descended from above, the hellhound's body swiftly dissolved, leaving behind only a cold vertical pupil. Indeed, the desperate hellhound had employed the Eye of Sacrifice technique. Abner sighed and sheathed his staff sword. Although he had not slain it, it would be incapable of causing further harm for the foreseeable future. The hellhound, having lost its vertical pupil, would require at least 15 years of slumber before it could stir again. Mr. Gaston, with a gentle touch of the jewel in his hand, deactivated the solar halo. Just then, an unsettling shift occurred, as a tremor from the depths of the soul surged within the hearts of the gathered, an inescapable dread that rendered movement exceedingly difficult. Was there an enemy lurking nearby? Abner's thoughts raced, and without hesitation, he activated his pure white eye. Unbeknownst to them, a massive black insect, over 1 meter tall and 4 to 5 meters long, had emerged from the ground, now poised before Hugh, its mandibles agape in an attempt to swallow him whole. Drawn by the fluctuations of the extraordinary battle, it had remained hidden underground due to the suppression of the solar halo, its fear-inducing magic rendered ineffective. The moment the halo was deactivated, it sought to intimidate the remaining adversaries and lunged at the most tempting target, Hugh. With no time to ponder, Abner unleashed several wind blades to hinder the insect's advance while summoning a whirlwind beneath him, propelling himself onto the creature's back. With a resounding thud, the massive insect found itself pinned to the ground by the staff, regardless of its frantic struggles. The staff's inherent negative effect rendered it exceptionally heavy in its staff form, thus necessitating a mere reliance on inertia for downward strikes, an ideal countermeasure against both transportation and large magical entities. While Abner silently criticized the situation, he drew his revolver and fired 6 rapid shots at the insect's head. At that moment, Hugh and Mr. Gaston finally broke free from their paralysis of fear, gazing in astonishment at the insect that Abner had just dispatched. So, it was a fearsome magical insect that had been hiding underground, Mr. Gaston mused. But this time he learned from the experience, promptly reactivating the solar halo to remain vigilant. "You are surprisingly formidable," Miss Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The creature that had once threatened her was now utterly powerless, forced to sacrifice itself to escape, a revelation that led her to mistakenly perceive Abner as a mid-tier powerhouse. Simultaneously, Abner, recognizing the golden arrow of light and the creature's height, confirmed that this lady was indeed the one who had prepared to recruit sailors for 30 pounds. However, as the lady approached, Abner was momentarily taken aback by her distinctly alluring visage, imbued with the bloodline of Vassak, and her striking figure. It reminded him of the name that had emboldened Ephelis to flee her home. "Miss Annie Gwen?" he blurted out. Miss Gwen, preparing to express her gratitude, was taken aback upon hearing her name, exclaiming, "Sir, do you know me? I have reviewed your dossier. Your parents are searching for you." Abner recalled the descriptions within the file, noting that she had been frequently departing prior to her complete disappearance. It dawned on him that she must have been amassing funds for a ship and magical potions during that time, a meticulously planned escape. Abner shook his head, reassuring her. "Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you. I merely happened to glance at your file at the police station. Moreover, that noble scion would not have waited for you until now." Given that this was not an appropriate location for conversation, Miss Gwen refrained from further inquiries and instead requested to join Mr. Gaston's crew to assist in eliminating the magical entities. Abner and the others recognized her underlying fear of being alone, yet considering her status as a Sequence 9, they acquiesced. Subsequently, the group encountered a shadowy magical creature. But under the relentless assault of 4 extraordinary beings and multiple mid-tier extraordinary items, the creature was utterly overwhelmed, meeting a grim fate beneath the radiance of holy light. At that moment, several punitive teams finally arrived to take over the task of hunting and sealing the magical entities. On the safe shipping lanes of the raging sea, a sleek and pristine sailing vessel, reflecting golden hues under the sun, sailed gracefully through the waves. This ship stood out among its kind. Equipped with a main cannon along its central axis, adorned with intricate symbols and patterns that glimmered with a faint yet pure light. It resembled a modern warship more than a traditional sailing vessel. At that moment, a beautiful lady emerged from the captain's quarters. Her face was oval, with a high nose and thin lips, complemented by a pair of pale blue eyes reminiscent of crystal-clear springs. Brown hair, parted down the middle, cascaded elegantly into a simple yet exquisite bun at the back of her head. She wore no hat, instead donning a beige jacket cinched at the waist, with large white lace floral embellishments cascading down from the collar, paired with dark trousers and leather boots. She exuded a sense of intellectual beauty mixed with a touch of vigor, approaching a man who appeared to be in his 30s, with tawny eyebrows and bright blue eyes. The lady commanded, "Darnayes, inform Brew that the Golden Dream is to return immediately. We shall set sail for the southeastern waters of Demirport in 3 days. Captain, are we not headed to West Byrang to retrieve an artifact from the waning days of the Byrang dynasty?" Darnayes inquired, not questioning the captain, but merely voicing his habitual curiosity. The captain paused momentarily before responding. "With your current knowledge, you cannot comprehend why I must proceed in this manner. For now, consider it a divine decree." "What does the divine decree entail?" Darnayes swallowed hard, struggling to ask. "We are to intercept a ship belonging to the Aurora Society and retrieve an important item from a cave on a small island," the captain replied. Meanwhile, aboard a sailing warship in the twilight, a captivating lady sat in the captain's quarters, attentively listening to a pirate's report. The lady possessed a cascade of crimson hair that flowed down to her waist, and a pair of cerulean eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes. Indeed, as you anticipated, the lunatics of the Aurora Society have wreaked havoc upon the forbidden woods to the north of Demir. Meanwhile, the punitive squads from the surrounding port have also begun to arrive. The pirate, his head bowed low, dared not cast a glance at the enchanting maiden before him. For the last reckless soul who had done so had bound himself and sunk to the ocean's depths. Ah, the members of the Aurora Society truly lack sense. Yet, in truth, I have inadvertently assisted them greatly this time, though I remain perplexed as to why the organization is concerned with this matter. The red-haired lady initially scoffed dismissively, then instructed the pirate, should they question us due to their inability to locate anything, "You shall send someone to issue an apology and provide them with the coordinates of the southeastern isle that indeed harbors the goods. However, remember to delay this revelation by a day or 2. If we divulge the correct location immediately, even a madman would realize we are toying with him." Upon hearing these words, the pirate visibly exhaled in relief. He too felt the weight of the Aurora Society's madness, and having a clear directive was a comfort. At 6 o'clock on the evening of July 7th, Abner and Hugh, in accordance with their agreement with Lady Gwyn, arrived at the stone platform in the western expanse of Demir. Chapter 50. The Golden Dream. The so-called stone platform refers to a deep-water area along the Demerxi coast, named for a naturally flat rock located nearby. With its great depth and sparse reefs, the location is somewhat concealed, making it a favored private harbor for many adventurers. Abner and Hugh did not wait long before a double-masted sailing ship, approximately 20 meters in length, emerged into view, with Miss Gwyn already standing at the bow, waving at them. Without waiting for the crew to send a small boat for their pickup, Abner adjusted his hat, summoned a fierce wind beneath his feet, and flew with Hugh directly onto the deck of the ship. "So you are a wind affinity," Gwyn remarked, her eyes filled with awe. Although she had witnessed Abner's prowess that night, the darkness had limited her understanding. Now, however, his clear ability to fly sparked immediate speculation in her mind. Today, Miss Gwyn donned a white shirt paired with dark trousers, topped with a black vest, presenting a somewhat androgynous appearance. Given her status as a captain, such attire was quite sensible. After all, a beautiful woman adorned in finery would likely have to guard against her own crew. After all, Miss Gwyn was only a Sequence 9 and lacked the power to suppress any dissent among her sailors, as one might expect from a future disease. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with her, Abner retreated to the ship's quarters, leaving Hugh to continue conversing with her. It turned out that members of the Aurora Society were seeking an important item in the northern forests, which led to the disruption of the seal. Yet, it seemed they had found nothing, giving rise to thoughts of a conspiracy aimed at framing the Aurora Society for the folly. Furthermore, that night, individuals from the Dusk General had also landed in Demir town. Was the Dusk associated with the Dusk Giant or some unspeakable organization? Perhaps it could be both. It was not uncommon for such an organization to have spies within the upper echelons of various churches. As Abner pondered these various clues, he suddenly realized that the progress of his reasoning student ability had surged forward significantly. What was happening? Could it be that my deductions, involving higher beings, were yielding such substantial feedback? Abner stood in astonishment. After all, he had ascended to Sequence 8 using an extraordinary trait, which meant he had a Sequence 9's worth of experience to process. Yet now, he estimated that within a week, he would fully digest it all. It was not merely about involving higher beings, it was essential that his reasoning, grounded in evidence and clues, legitimately pertained to them to receive such feedback. Most ordinary reasoning students would lack the opportunity or capability to do so. Only with the assistance of the pure white eye could he perceive the faint traces left by higher beings and contemplate information pertaining to them under its veil. Having come to this realization, Abner resumed his seat, considering it a fortunate boon from his golden finger. Compared to Klein, who dared to divine the eternal sun at Sequence 9, this was a mere basic operation for him. On a concealed island to the northwest of Demir Island, the envoy of the Aurora Society, Mr. D, coldly regarded the pirate before him. His expression was calm, yet his tone was chilling. "You say you made a mistake?" The pirate trembled uncontrollably, summoning immense willpower to refrain from fleeing, yet stammered, "We were mistaken. It wasn't Demir, but a small island southeast of Demir. I know the exact coordinates." He hoped that the little girl from the Einhorn family had not deceived him. If she did, even though she belonged to an angelic family and had a demigod backing her, the Aurora Society would surely retaliate. After uttering this, Mr. D addressed the remaining members behind him. "Yes, Lord Envoy." On the afternoon of July 8th, Miss Gwyn's ship, the Auernheim, was fully rigged and sailing at full speed, frantically trying to evade pursuit. Just an hour prior, a large three-masted, motor-sailing pirate ship had set its sights on them. The Auernheim, being an older sailing vessel, could not outpace the steamship under less than favorable winds. Had it not been for the presence of a suspected wind affinity aboard, the crew would have surrendered long ago. What were these pirates up to? Recently, many punishers had arrived in the waters near Demir. Were they not afraid of encountering them? Abner frowned as he stood on the deck, pondering. He wasn't overly anxious. Even if the ship sank, he could escape underwater with the Sea Wind Hat. Yet, he had no immediate solutions. While the Sea Wind Hat had water-related spells, the pirate vessel was still too far for him to cast anything. The use of a steamship likely indicated connections to certain trading companies, as only they would invest in pirates to undermine their competitors. Miss Gwyn felt her luck had been thoroughly abysmal lately. Nothing seemed to go right. Hugh interjected at that moment, asking, "Can we close the distance and engage in a boarding action? Because if they come closer and open fire, the Auernheim will be finished." Miss Gwyn shook her head, a hint of frustration in her voice. "For now, we can only hope that a church ship happens to pass by." Before she could finish her sentence, Abner keenly observed that the pursuing pirate ship seemed to be slowing down. What was happening? He soared into the air, upheld by the fierce wind, and gazed into the distance. There, he beheld a magnificent, pure column of blazing light shooting forth from the southern horizon, piercing the pirate vessel and creating a gaping hole nearly 5 meters in diameter. As Gwyn, Hugh, and Abner stood in stunned silence, a clean and well-maintained ship, reflecting golden hues in the sunlight, sped toward them. The Golden Dream. Miss Gwyn gazed dreamily at the ship that seemed to have emerged from a fantasy, murmuring to herself. The Iceberg General had always been her cherished goal and dream. The Golden Dream? Was that just the purification cannon? Abner mused, surprised. It was said to be usable only 10 times before requiring 6 light priests to perform a ceremony and petition the divine for replenishment. Did the Iceberg General fire a shot to save us? His astonishment grew, but recalling the individual's ties to the Knowledge Church, he began to entertain the idea that perhaps this so-called knowledge devotee was genuine. However, the Golden Dream did not linger for them, but instead sailed past the Aurenheim, heading northward. Abner sensed a curious gaze briefly assessing him from the ship. On the Golden Dream, Darnayes asked in confusion, "Captain, why are we taking the time to assist others by eliminating pirates?" Meanwhile, in the city of Tingen, Klein was preparing to conduct a divination for a lady dressed in a light blue gown, who appeared despondent and melancholic within the yellow crystal room of the Divination Society. "Hello, Mr. Moretti," the lady in the light blue gown seated herself. Klein, regarding this as the true beginning of his divination career, cautiously inquired, "Which divination method would you like to use?" Chapter 51, The Transformation. Upon hearing Klein's inquiry, Anna, with her enchanting eyes, hesitated for a brief moment before ultimately choosing to leave the decision in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, Klein rested his elbow against the edge of the table, clasped his hands before his mouth and nose, and spoke in a calm yet solemn tone. "Let us consult the star chart." He then proceeded to calculate and draw up the star chart using the details of Anna's fiancé, including his name, physical characteristics, residence, and date of birth. At this stage, the divination could be considered complete, yet Klein placed significant importance on his first undertaking, wishing to build a good reputation for future endeavors. Thus, he took up a pen and inscribed in Hermes script the condition of Joyce Meyer. He silently recited this phrase, committing to memory the birth date and other details inscribed on the paper, repeating it 7 times. Afterward, Klein grasped the paper and leaned back against his chair. Within his mind, he envisioned a luminous orb. His gaze deepened to an inky black as he swiftly entered a meditative state. The surroundings became ethereal, as if intangible entities and nebulous mists were stretching infinitely above him. He was employing the dream divination method. Everything began to blur, and Klein found himself in a state of half-awareness, half-daze. Then, reality warped and materialized. He beheld a golden-haired youth with a hawk-like nose, who was frantically swimming through a sea of blood, terror evident on his face, narrowly escaping being engulfed before finally reaching the shore. The scene fractured and transitioned. Klein recognized a familiar garden villa and the prominent signs on the buildings across the street. The hawk-nosed youth was now hiding in a shadowy corner, his expression frenzied and eyes bloodshot, fixated on the words on the sign, Divination Club. Suddenly, the vision shifted again, and Klein found himself within a grand palace. The walls were in ruins, covered in moss and weeds. Through the openings, he could glimpse the mountains and clouds hovering close. At the far end of the palace stood a gigantic stone chair, adorned with dull gemstones and gold, seemingly not meant for human use. The chair was empty and weathered, bearing the marks of time's passage. Klein looked around in confusion, uncertain why such a scene emerged in his dream. His haze began to lift, and instinctively, he moved toward the palace's exit, seeking to uncover this place's nature. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him, a penetrating stare from behind. Klein spun around to face the enormous stone chair, where a mass of transparent maggots writhed and grew in a grotesque entanglement. Startled, Klein jolted awake, rubbing his forehead in bewilderment and frowning in contemplation. The initial dream was the result of the divination, but what of the latter vision? It seems directed at me. He was certain that this was not merely a manifestation of his subconscious fears, as he was actively engaged in divination. Moreover, the results were alarming. Anna's fiancé was indeed outside the divination club, and his demeanor in the dream suggested a predatory intent. No, something was amiss with him. This was an extraordinary incident. Klein resolved to report it without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and entered the reception hall, where he found Anna gazing out the window, entirely oblivious to the cup of red tea before her. "Ah, Mr. Moretti, have you divined the outcome?" Anna exclaimed, her eyes catching Klein's as she stood up in a flurry. How could this be? Anna initially refuted in disbelief, then, as if struck by a thought, she inquired anxiously, could it be that Joyce has gotten himself into trouble? Once the commotion subsided, he envisioned the luminous orb and mentally recited, I shall face danger if I step outside now. After 7 repetitions, Klein opened his eyes to find the yellow crystal pendant spinning rapidly in a clockwise motion. This signified that venturing out at this moment indeed posed a significant threat. Could it be that Anna's fiancé believed she was at the club engaging in an affair with me? What should I do? Klein rubbed his temples, a plan gradually forming in his mind. After divining whether other women, aside from Anna, would encounter danger upon leaving and receiving a negative response, Klein approached the club's front desk and rapped gently on the table, attracting the attention of the casually reading Angelica. What is it, Mr. Moretti? Is the divination not proceeding well? The beautiful Angelica inquired, her curiosity piqued. Oh, divine being, is this truly happening? Angelica gasped, dropping her magazine in shock at his words. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Angelica stepped outside, and Klein took a seat at the front desk, positioning himself strategically should Anna's fiancé decide to confront them. Within the Blackthorn Security Company, Captain Dunn Smith unfolded an encoded message on his desk, his expression turning grave upon a cursory glance. He rose and made his way to the entertainment room, summoning a green-eyed youth with a poetic demeanor. Captain, what is the mission? The poetic young night watchman inquired with a smile. The young man named Leonard Mitchell exclaimed in surprise, It's him again. It seems he is always in trouble. In the Divination Club, Klein glanced at the clock in the hall, surmising that the captain and his team should be nearby. He stood and walked to the street-facing window on the 2nd floor, where he indeed spotted Leonard feigning interest in a newspaper on the sidewalk below. At that moment, Klein felt a wave of disorientation. His experienced mind immediately recognized that the captain had pulled him into a dream. He steadied himself and looked forward, spotting Dunn's figure at the end of the corridor near the window. Klein quickly recounted the events that had transpired, concluding with, I believe there is something amiss with Mr. Joyce. He may be under the influence of others. Dunn nodded, instructing, first, divine whether he remains outside. Then descend with Miss Anna to lure him out. After the dream faded, Klein divined once more, confirming that Joyce was still outside. He then called for Anna and the now returned, curious Angelica to accompany him downstairs. No sooner had they stepped out of the building housing the Divination Club than a figure emerged from an alleyway, a hawk-nosed, golden-haired young man, his face contorted in rage, brandishing a handgun aimed directly at Klein and the 2 women. This sight rendered Anna and Angelica momentarily paralyzed with fear. Joyce, Anna, having regained her composure, was taken aback upon recognizing the man she had once held dear. Why would you attack me? Do you have any idea how worried I've been for you? Her tears began to flow as she spoke. Yet the golden-haired Joyce, his eyes still ablaze, glared at her, had it not been for Leonard restraining him. He would have lunged at his fiancée. Leonard chuckled softly. Allow me to recite a poem for him. Why act so impulsively? Would it not be better to show some tenderness to your beloved? Though his grip remained firm, his expression transformed to one of tranquility and sorrow as his deep, resonant voice began to weave a melody. The thread of fear, the scarlet hope. One truth remains. Life swiftly passes. One truth stands, all else is false. Once a flower blooms, it bids the world farewell. As Leonard held him down, the ferocity faded from Joyce's features, replaced by a serene calm. Slowly his bloodshot eyes closed, and he succumbed to slumber. The former shook his head and murmured, those who have not noticed the influence exerted upon him may have already sensed something amiss and fled in advance. Meanwhile, after nearly 2 days of sailing, Abner and his companions finally arrived at the small island that Miss Gwen had mentioned. Chapter 52. All materials ready, standing at the bow of the ship, Abner peered into the distance, contemplating the diminutive island described by Miss Gwen. It spanned merely 2 or 3 miles, barren of any vegetation, resembling more a large reef than an island. Such a tiny landmass amidst the vast ocean was akin to a grain of sand in a desert. Without a guide, Abner doubted he could locate it swiftly, even with coordinates. After instructing the sailors to anchor the Arlenheim in a nearby area free from hidden reefs, Abner, along with Hu and Miss Gwen, disembarked and soon arrived at the rear of a colossal rock under her guidance, pointing to the ground beneath the rock, which bore clear signs of having been filled with sand. Miss Gwen addressed Abner and Hu. The cave is right here. After my narrow escape last time, I placed a straw mat over the entrance and covered it with some dirt. Once she confirmed that no one else had visited, she lifted the mat, revealing a pitch-black opening beneath. Miss Gwyn glanced at Abner, then took the lead into the cave with a gun in one hand and a lantern in the other, while Abner and Hu followed closely behind, one wielding a sword cane and the other brandishing a revolver, prepared for any unexpected occurrences. The cave sloped downwards, not overly steep. Yet caution was warranted as a slip could lead to a dangerous tumble. The cavern soared 4 to 5 meters high, continuing to descend, but apart from the entrance. The other directions were shrouded in darkness, their depths unseen. To the left and ahead lay several dead-end passages, previously cleared of monsters during her last visit. Miss Gwyn pointed to the right, declaring, "Only the right leads to a winding passageway below. However, I cannot tell you where it leads." As we were ambushed by a dragon-eyed python midway last time, unaware that Abner was already cognizant of their course, Miss Gwyn inquired, "Would you like to explore the left and forward paths?" Abner and Hu exchanged glances, then smiled and shook their heads, stating, "We shall first deal with the dragon-eyed python. Our primary objective here is to procure the main material for the Knowledge Keeper. The rest is of little consequence. Then follow me. But be cautious. That creature excels in ambush. And it may be lurking in the shadows, watching us even now." With that, Miss Gwyn carefully navigated towards the right at a 2 o'clock angle. After approximately half an hour of traversing, the trio arrived at the edge of the cavern, surrounded by thick stone walls. A passage about 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide spiraled downward. Abner refrained from imparting any philosophical insights. Had the roles been reversed, he too would have been unable to suppress his anger. At this moment, the best way to assist her was to help her exact revenge. After advancing for another 10 minutes, Abner suddenly heard a haunting cry from Loda, a sound both ethereal and piercing, echoing throughout the passage. This voice was both melodious and chilling, penetrating to the very core of his being. Abner froze, his mind overwhelmed with a torrent of information, akin to an overloaded server on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he frequently experienced such states while analyzing items with his pure white eye, allowing him to recover almost instantaneously and activate the ability once more. At that moment, a massive, azure serpent tail swiftly emerged from the passage, twisting in midair and striking towards the now-recovered Abner. With a swift motion, Abner activated the power of the sea breeze hat, summoning a fierce wind that acted as a barrier against the serpent's strike. The tail retreated, and the lurking beast could no longer remain concealed, revealing itself to Abner and his companions. Before them lay a colossal python, over 10 meters long, its body adorned with formidable scales and eyes that glowed like molten lava. Cold vertical pupils fixated on them. Miss Gwyn and Hu had also regained their senses, weapons at the ready as they regarded the massive serpent with trepidation. However, Abner felt a sense of relief, though the confrontation seemed evenly matched. One side had schemed and attacked with malice, while the other had acted in a moment of necessity. There was still a significant disparity. This gigantic python, despite its impressive size, was but a Sequence 7 creature. As Abner continued to analyze its weaknesses with his pure white eye, he adjusted his sea breeze hat, conjuring dozens of wind blades that sliced toward the dragon-eyed python. Even with its armored scales, the python could not withstand the wind blades' cutting force, and numerous wounds appeared on its body, causing it to let out a pained roar. The coldness in its eyes was replaced with unbridled rage. The enraged dragon-eyed python not only lashed out at their position with its tail but also manipulated the blood pouring from its wounds, transforming it into whipping tendrils that lashed about wildly. At this moment, Abner closed his pure white eye, having successfully pinpointed the creature's vital spot, and concentrated a wind blade to shatter a patch of scales on the lower neck of the python. With a cry of pain, the python's pupils widened in fear, its frenzied demeanor dissipating as it attempted to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Abner drew his sword cane and hurled it into the air, shouting, "Hu!" Understanding the cue, Hu leaped into action, catching the sword cane mid-air, and with the aid of the wind's momentum provided by Abner, effortlessly landed on the serpent's neck. Skillfully evading the blood whips that Abner could not control in time, Hu reversed her grip on the sword cane, plunging it deep into the python's vital point. At the moment the weapon pierced, the serpent's vibrant gaze dimmed, its scales began to shed, and its massive form started to dehydrate and wither, collapsing heavily to the ground within mere seconds. Concurrently, its life force rapidly waned, the spirit within it disintegrating at an alarming rate. As Hu landed gracefully on the cavern floor, thanks to her extraordinary coordination and balance, she retrieved a sailor's hat from her pocket and donned it. After a moment of vigilance, Abner confirmed the dragon-eyed python's demise and cautiously approached, extracting its pair of eyes and placing them into a prepared tin box. In truth, The true analytical prowess resided within those eyes. Regrettably, the creature lacked intelligence, having never been educated, and thus could not harness the full potential of its analytical abilities. With the primary materials for the knowledge keeper now assembled, all that remained was for the reasoning student to digest them, paving the way for Abner's ascension to Sequence 7. Since the day her companion was killed and she narrowly escaped, this young lady had exhibited remarkable resilience. Even when faced with a series of setbacks in her quest for vengeance, she had never faltered. Now, with her revenge fulfilled, she could no longer suppress the torrent of emotions within her, and they finally erupted forth, though she had played a minimal role in the battle. Witnessing the demise of the python that had caused her friend's death was sufficient for her. Abner and who exchanged no words, silently assisting her in gathering the serpent's remains. For aside from its precious eyes, its scales and skin held considerable value. After a considerable amount of time, Miss Gwen finally composed herself, wiping away her tears, and shyly remarked, "I apologize for the spectacle. It's quite all right. I can empathize with your feelings," Abner replied, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. He then retrieved the snake's skin he had previously shed, stating, "This is the trophy I promised you during the notarization." Although the dragon-eyed python was immense while alive, it shrank significantly upon death, leaving behind a mere 2-meter length of skin. In simpler terms, it was essentially a worthless item. "Thank you." Miss Gwen was momentarily taken aback before accepting it. Acknowledging the importance of strength, she could not decline a resource that could aid in her advancement. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt for her lack of contribution, "Now that we have settled matters here, let us proceed to discover where this passage leads," Abner suggested. Both women agreed, and they resumed their journey, descending through the winding corridor. In less than 10 minutes, the trio reached the passage's end, where a large pool approximately 5 meters in diameter awaited them. Beside the pool lay a nest filled with numerous human artifacts, evidently remnants left behind by previous adventurers who had met their demise. Abner surveyed the nest, noting the tattered clothing, alongside an assortment of ordinary weapons such as swords, firearms, and many backpacks. However, it was the deep red, jelly-like object on the stone platform's farthest end, accompanied by a blue, jellyfish-like substance, that captured Abner's attention. "Those must be the extraordinary traits of Jones and Roy. They were my companions, one a sailor and the other a hunter. Regrettably, they both fell victim to that gigantic python," Miss Gwen lamented. It is worth noting that even a second-generation extraordinary individual like Hugh only became aware of such extraordinary traits after encountering him. Chapter 53. The Sunken Ship. The laws of extraordinary traits and the closely related law of conservation of extraordinary traits belong to a realm of advanced knowledge. It is noteworthy that not only is Rest, who has yet to join the Tarot Society in the original narrative, but even Darnayce, who has been with the Iceberg General for quite some time, remains oblivious to them. Yet here stands Miss Gwen, a relatively inexperienced wild extraordinary, who can accurately name these extraordinary traits, which is indeed intriguing. Upon hearing Abner's words, Miss Gwen appeared somewhat bewildered, and after a considerable pause, she anxiously inquired, "Is it strange to know about extraordinary traits? This indicates that you possess a legacy of mysticism. If this knowledge has not been acquired through formal channels, it would be prudent not to display it casually before strangers, lest you attract the attention of those with ill intent." Abner offered her this piece of advice. At that moment, Rest cast a quizzical glance at Abner, as if to question his authority to make such a statement. Abner feigned ignorance of Rest's sardonic look, feeling a touch of grievance within. When he first traversed into this realm, he was not overly cautious, and in the presence of figures from the original narrative such as her and the teacher, he naturally felt a sense of familiarity, which led him to divulge considerable information. Once Miss Gwen grasped Abner's intent, she exhaled in relief and remarked, "I believe you. My enthusiasm for adventure and my path as an extraordinary being stem from a notebook I stumbled upon during my childhood. This notebook not only chronicled numerous mystical insights, but also contained recipes for potions within the warrior sequence. At the end of the notebook, the author mentioned this cave, expressing a desire to venture here. I wonder if any remnants of theirs remain among the debris." Abner nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this and approached the pile of clutter within the lair. While rummaging through various bags, he casually inquired, "Who authored that notebook? Does it contain a personal account?" Upon hearing this, Abner halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he retorted, "Descendants of giants from the fourth epoch? What did they describe?" Although signs of the Seven Gods' collaboration during the Pale disaster were evident, such knowledge would not be accessible to those of lower rank or ordinary folk. The author of the notebook must at least be a mid-sequence powerhouse. Yet here, there are no artifacts to correspond with such status. Were they taken by later individuals? Or did the author not perish here? Or could it be that this cave harbors deeper mysteries? Though he had reached a decision in his mind, Abner did not rush to plunge into the depths. He had just engaged in a battle and needed to restore his spiritual essence before continuing his exploration. Moreover, it was an opportune moment to distribute the spoils of their recent encounter. After the three had accounted for the items within the lair, they discovered several ordinary weapons, 22 gold coins, 50 pounds in cash, and 2 extraordinary traits of Sequence 9. Abner and Rest deliberated and decided to take the extraordinary traits of Hunter and Sailor respectively, while the cash and gold would serve as unpaid guiding fees for Miss Gwen. As for the ordinary weapons, they held no use for Abner and Rest, and lacking the manpower to transport them, they generously gifted them to Miss Gwen, who found her newly recruited crew sorely lacking in weaponry. Miss Gwen raised no objections. She had contributed little during the previous skirmish, and receiving such a bounty of weapons was a pleasant surprise. At the Tingen Blackthorn Security Company, Miss Anna's fiancé, Joyce Meyer, had returned to his senses, but he could not shake off the memory of his prior madness, drowning in deep regret and guilt. Fortunately, Miss Anna's feelings for him remained steadfast, and instead of reproaching him, she offered gentle comfort. At this moment, Klein, who had not participated in the interrogation, curiously inquired of Dunn. Dunn, clad in a black trench coat and without a hat, cast a glance at him and casually handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Take a look at this wanted notice. Oh, it seems a particularly malevolent and ruthless extraordinary has made their way to Tingen." Klein accepted the paper and was immediately struck by the sketch depicted. The subject bore a round face, exuding a friendly yet shy demeanor, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Triss, a suspected extraordinary, preliminarily assessed as Sequence 8-foot instigator. The possibility of them being associated with the Knowledge Society cannot be ruled out. Witnesses confirmed that the perpetrator of the Clover incident left in Mad Harbor and subsequently arrived in Tingen, whereabouts currently unknown. Is it true that the Clover incident was indeed orchestrated by an extraordinary? Klein suddenly recalled the vision he had during the afternoon's divination, where Joyce was seen swimming in a sea of blood. This instigator had intended to masquerade as a hero rescuing the Clover, yet somehow exposed their true nature, leading many who fought alongside them to identify them as the true culprit. Unfortunately, no extraordinary team was present at that time, and the ordinary police were unable to prevent their escape. Dunn's gray eyes remained impassive as he added, "So, did he flee directly to Tingen?" "Not directly. He had already committed numerous offenses in Mad Harbor. The majority of those who testified against him were incited by him to murder their loved ones." Dunn replied after a moment of silence. "Does this imply that Joyce is also involved?" Klein asked, though his mind began to wander to other possibilities. Could this instigator be playing a role? Was his previous orchestration of tragedies insufficient to satiate his appetite for magical potions that he needed to continue inciting murder? This matter was indeed perplexing. Ordinarily, 2 average individuals would find it challenging to uncover the flaws of an instigator. Once Mr. Meyer regains his mental faculties tomorrow, have him cooperate with you for a dream divination, Dunn instructed. "Understood, Captain," Klein nodded. "Wait, you should go with old Neil. This also serves as part of your training," Dunn added after some contemplation. Klein nodded again, awaiting further instructions from his captain. "Moreover, I shall send a telegraph to Dolly, instructing her on which auxiliary potions you may require." At the water's edge in the depths of the island cave, Abner, having nearly restored his spiritual essence, resolved to explore what lay at the bottom of the pond. This time, he intended to venture forth without Rest and Miss Gwen, for their lack of ability to move freely underwater rendered them vulnerable in the face of danger. Abner nodded to the 2 ladies remaining behind, adjusted his sea breeze hat, and leaped into the water. With the aid of the extraordinary items lent by his teacher, granting him night vision, the ability to breathe underwater, freedom of movement, and pressure resistance, Abner found himself able to breathe easily and swim swiftly in the deep pond. The passage was not particularly long. After just over 2 minutes of swimming, he entered an expansive cavern. This cavern, devoid of anything but seawater, resembled more of a marine trench than a cave. Abner surveyed his surroundings and soon discovered a large, ancient sailing ship lying submerged at the bottom. Could this vessel be what the giant in Miss Gwen's notebook sought? Abner pondered as he swiftly swam toward the sunken ship. However, as he approached, a suit of armor, rusted and weathered, unexpectedly rose to its feet on the deck. It raised a gleaming greatsword and swung it down toward Abner. Though Abner felt a pang of regret, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Seizing the opportunity amidst the damage to his staff sword, He activated his pure white eye, which promptly analyzed the true nature of his adversary. It turned out that the radiant greatsword was the true entity, while the armor served merely as a puppet for its movement. This was an enchanted object imbued with the trait of animation. Chapter 54, the key confronting such an extraordinary item, imbued with the essence of life, is a task that can be deemed both challenging and deceptively simple. The crux lies in identifying its limitations and restraining its movements, which accounts for the greater part of success, for it is not a true living being. Abner, possessing the analytical prowess of the pure white eye, is undoubtedly an expert in this regard. With this knowledge, Abner refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation with the armored figure wielding the colossal sword. Instead, he utilized the water manipulation abilities of the sea breeze hat to create turbulent currents, propelling the armor towards the hull of the sunken ship. Although this vessel appeared to have languished in silence for countless years, the pure white eye revealed it to be teeming with magical traps and formidable seals. Reckless interaction could lead to dire consequences. The living sword was evidently aware of this, commanding the armor to swim away from the magical inscriptions on the ship's hull. Unfortunately, the relentless onslaught of water currents yielded little effect. Just as they were about to collide with the hull, the armored figure suddenly hurled the great sword away. And almost simultaneously, the already rusted armor shattered violently, disintegrating into fine dust that mingled with the sea. Abner paid no heed to the fate of the armor. At the moment the sword was cast away, he swiftly maneuvered through the water currents to position himself behind the sword, grasping its hilt. The instant he made contact, he felt his hand being assimilated by a peculiar metal. If he did not act swiftly to release his grip, he would soon find himself transformed into a new suit of armor, becoming a puppet of the sword. Fortunately, Abner had anticipated this scenario during his earlier analysis. Without hesitation, he activated the pure white eye once more, the suppression derived from his high status proving immediately effective in halting the assimilation process. In that moment, Abner sensed an emotion of reverence emanating from the sword. If only I were a scholar capable of emulating a certain degree of the powers of death, perhaps I could engage in a meaningful dialogue with it, Abner mused, recalling the friendly exchanges between Clan and the worming hunger in the original text. He resolved to consider this approach when circumstances permitted. At that moment, perhaps due to the pressure of Abner's high status, or perhaps intimidated by his sinister smile, the radiant sword suddenly retracted all its luminescence, its once resplendent blade fading into dullness, marked by rust. It appeared that this living entity had the capacity to exhibit cowardice when necessary, revealing a lack of intelligence. Seeing this, Abner chuckled and shook his head, tearing a sleeve from his garment to envelop the sword before finally deactivating the pure white eye. This arrangement held little significance for the sword. However, it genuinely feared the pure white eye, as it remained oblivious to the fact that Abner could not continuously wield the high-status suppression. Thus, upon the closure of the pure white eye, it refrained from immediate retaliation. With the sword temporarily calm, Abner, prepared to reactivate the pure white eye at any moment, let out a sigh of relief. Had the sword remained unruly, he would have had no choice but to dispose of it by casting it onto the ship's magical inscriptions for destruction. Clutching the sword wrapped in cloth, Abner descended onto the deck of the sunken ship, which was precisely where the armor had stood previously. Under the gaze of the pure white eye, this deck was the only area devoid of magical traps and sealing inscriptions. If I am not mistaken, this deck should have originally harbored seals, but they were destroyed, likely by this very sword, or perhaps by the descendant of the fourth epic giants prior to its transformation into the sword. Surveying the traces around the deck, Abner gradually formed a hypothesis, after Miss Gwen's notes indicated that the giant descendant arrived here and attempted to dismantle the seals on the deck. It ultimately succumbed to the remaining inscription's lethal magic due to insufficient strength. Following its demise, the extraordinary traits it emitted gradually evolved over the ages, culminating in the formation of this sword-shaped sealed object, while its original corpse may have been assimilated into the armor. As for the remaining relics of the giant descendant, they likely scattered throughout the cave, consumed by various creatures, giving rise to the numerous extraordinary monsters within that previous cavern. Reflecting on the downward passage, perhaps it was the dragon-eye python that established the connection between the two caves. With these thoughts, Abner turned his attention back to the sunken ship. While he remained unaware of what lay within the cabin, the extensive protective measures suggested that it was anything but trivial. Unfortunately, he lamented internally, I am presently unable to access it. Based on his deductions, the giant descendant that perished here was likely a sequence 6-foot Dawn Knight. If even it fell victim to the traps aboard this vessel, How could he, a Sequence 8, hope to survive? Even with the pure White Eye's ability to decipher the flaws in the seals, he lacked the means to dismantle them. Moreover, it was highly probable that a demigod-level force resided within the cabin. Casting a regretful glance at the sunken ship, Abner relinquished his yearning for unattainable gains and turned to swim back towards the cave from whence he came. He was acutely aware of the dangers that exceeded his capabilities and would not act recklessly. Miss Gwen, however, exhibited little reaction, merely treating it as an adventurous tale, for she lacked the ability to dive so deeply to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, Hugh furrowed her brow and expressed concern. Abner, that sword is perilous. You must find a suitable sealing method. Unaware of Abner's high-status advantage, she remained cautious of the sword. Miss Gwen, glancing at the sword wrapped in cloth, speculated that it might be the former master of her notes, prompting her to entertain peculiar thoughts. She inquired, Mr. Abner, do you claim it is still alive? Has it not been given a name? A name could signify a form of rebirth for that giant descendant, in a sense. Abner regarded her with surprise before breaking into a smile. It adores sunrises. Let us call it the Sword of Dawn. Name, Sword of Dawn. Sealing method. Place within a container of non-biological material and invoke the powers of death or the dark realm through ritualistic prayer. Description. The appearance is that of a rusted great sword, which, upon activation, becomes radiant. This item originates from the extraordinary traits of a deceased Dawn Knight, possessing the characteristic of life. Analysis reveals that any contact with this item will gradually result in assimilation into an armor under its control. If the user disengages before full assimilation, they will slowly revert. However, if full assimilation is achieved, the transformation becomes irreversible, rendering them a puppet of the item. This object can be utilized, but it must be bathed in the morning light the day after use. Its blade is sharp and resilient, each strike possessing the ability to purify evil. It can actively summon a storm of light once daily, devastating the surroundings, obliterating human forms, vanquishing vengeful spirits, and wounding malevolent entities. It can coalesce a weightless armor around the user. This effect is only applicable under the pure White Eye. Otherwise, assimilation occurs instead of coalescence. The above constitutes the analysis report of the pure White Eye. In the early hours of July 9th, Abner and his companions departed the small island. Shortly thereafter, the Golden Dream, reflecting a golden hue under the sunlight, arrived at their location. Notorious pirates such as Flame Darnayes and Bowtie Joderson, each with bounties reaching thousands of pounds, successively leaped from the deck, making their way to the cave entrance behind the stone hill. Trailing behind them was the strikingly beautiful and poised iceberg lieutenant, Edwina Edwards. At that moment, she appeared to bear a slight injury, her shoulder wrapped in bandages adorned with mysterious patterns. That thing is still down there. Edwina closed her eyes, sensing her surroundings, and then spoke with a tone of certainty. Seeing the captain's unwavering resolve, the others dared not offer further counsel. They swiftly arrived at the edge of the water pool in the deepest part of the cave. After a preliminary examination of the traces left by Abner and his companions, Edwina, accompanied by Danais and Yodsun, utilized an underwater movement talisman to descend to the depths, ultimately discovering the perilous sunken ship. What appeared to be an insurmountable magical trap to Abner posed no challenge for Edwina. After a brief analysis, she skillfully dismantled most of the seals and traps on the deck and hull using various arcane techniques, thereby unlocking the cabin's great door. However, upon reaching this point, she paused, for the interior was inscribed with semi-divine runes. Confronted with such divine might, even the Ice Mountain General would refrain from acting recklessly without adequate preparation. Yet, at this juncture, she could discern the nature of the object concealed within the cabin. Danai stretched his neck, peering intently, and soon beheld a colossal black iron key, an immense artifact that had languished in the seawater for countless years, yet showed no signs of rust. On the morning of July 9th, Klein paced back and forth in his home, seemingly deep in contemplation. His footsteps were silent as he circled repeatedly, and after a considerable time, he exhaled a long sigh, his expression transforming into one of excitement. Then he silently intoned, "Fool of an age not your own. You are the enigmatic sovereign above the mists, the king of fortune clad in yellow and black." Chapter 55, the first encounter after finalizing his esteemed title. Klein's thoughts drifted back to the morning he visited the Blackthorn Security Company to conduct a dream divination for Mr. Meyer. At that time, with the assistance of Old Neil, they had nearly reconstructed the grim events of the Clover incident. However, despite Mr. Meyer's cooperation and old Neil's assurance that the divination results were untainted, Klein felt an underlying issue. He furrowed his brow, sensing a discordance in the images revealed during the divination. With each step he took, an idea suddenly struck him. Let us assume that there was indeed a problem with Mr. Meyer's ability to discern Trist's vulnerabilities. Perhaps my inability to divine the truth stems from either my insufficient sequence or external interference. In that case, I could alter my environment, immersing myself in a realm far more enigmatic and incomprehensible. Energized by this thought, Klein opened a drawer and retrieved a silver dagger. He concentrated, allowing his spirit to flow from the dagger's tip, merging with the surrounding nature. With each stride, a barrier of spirituality gradually enveloped the entire bedroom. Klein intended to conduct the divination above the mist, in that mysterious realm, amidst the vast, nebulous gray-white mist, within the grandeur of an ancient temple. Klein found himself seated at the head of a bronze table, a newly materialized piece of parchment laid before him. He lifted a round-bellied steel pen and, following his earlier attempts, inscribed the divination statement. Joyce Meyer discovered that Trist's vulnerabilities were influenced by extraordinary factors. Clutching the pendulum, with the pendant dangling low, Klein allowed his spirit to settle quickly, achieving a state of tranquility and ethereality. With half-closed eyes, he recited the divination statement 7 times, attuning his essence to the spiritual realm, which transcends all. Feeling a gentle tug from the silver chain, Klein opened his eyes to the pendulum and was instantly taken aback. The yellow crystal pendant was rotating clockwise. This indicated that Joyce had indeed discovered Trist's vulnerabilities under the guidance of extraordinary factors. This was in stark contrast to the divination results obtained by Klein and old Neil in the external world. Klein carefully placed the yellow crystal pendant down, pinched his brow in curiosity. After pondering for a few moments, he inscribed a new divination statement. Joyce Meyer discovered the true reason behind Trist being the real perpetrator of the tragedy. Grasping the parchment, he recited it 7 times. Leaning back into his chair, surrendering to slumber amidst the gray mist. Soon, he beheld an endless, illusory expanse of gray-white mist. The mist slowly parted, revealing a passenger ship navigating the vast sea. The scene zoomed in, penetrating the ship's lowest hold. Klein strained to see, noticing a young man dressed in uniform, adorned with a triangular hat and copper-framed glasses, suddenly point at a round-faced boy amidst the gazes of Joyce and the captain. Without hesitation, he fired 6 shots in succession. The round-faced boy attempted to retreat into the shadows, only to be anticipated and shot dead by a petite girl standing beside the young man. At that moment, the scene within the ship's hold crumbled and shattered. In the majestic temple, Klein abruptly straightened his back, feeling his heart race inexplicably, pounding for no apparent reason. He sensed he had glimpsed something terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his tumultuous emotions before contemplating. That round-faced boy was undoubtedly Trist. I have seen his photograph. But why was he shot? Could it be that what I just witnessed was not reality, but some kind of illusion or dream? Such an illusion or dream must have impacted reality, allowing Joyce and the captain to suddenly perceive Trist's vulnerabilities after witnessing the truth within the illusion. It is also likely that Trist, having been killed in that illusion or dream, felt an inexplicable alertness, prompting him to prematurely halt the tragedy, resulting in the potion not being fully digested. As his thoughts swirled, Klein gradually regained his composure, regardless of how dreadful the place he yearned to explore might be. From the fragments of images observed, the boy and girl who had slain Trist within the illusion did not appear to be villains. In fact, their actions seemed to have prevented further casualties in the Clover incident. It felt as if they were navigating an Inception-like realm. While Klein was divining the truth of the Clover incident, Abner, returning aboard the Allenheim, suddenly sensed the pure white eye activating autonomously, imparting some information to him. This uncontrollable activation had been rare since Abner ascended to the reader rank, only triggering in response to mental attacks or curses. Thus, he sensed the gravity of the information conveyed by his golden finger, momentarily feeling disoriented. Is the source fortress divining me? Klein is investigating the truth behind the Clover incident? What does this have to do with me? It was at this moment that Abner belatedly realized that his actions in the Dream Labyrinth's 7th layer had indeed affected reality. Moreover, my previous analysis of the gray mist must have established some connection between the pure white eye and the source fortress. My subconscious had not rejected this link due to my trust in the Fool, allowing the pure white eye to remain unshielded, thus enabling Klein to obtain some results through divination. After deducing the cause and effect from the information provided by the pure white eye, Abner resolutely began to silently resist this connection, hoping the pure white eye would receive his intent and sever the link. He desired to join the Tarot Society. But any connection with the Source Fortress must be based on something else. It must not compromise his most reliable golden finger. Should the true God indeed awaken in the future and contend for the secrets with Klein, having the pure white eye as a covert backup would undoubtedly aid Mr. Fool. Fortunately, this connection, established through analysis, was not deeply entrenched. Abner soon received feedback that the pure white eye had indeed severed the link. Exhaling a breath of relief, Abner reflected once more. It seems I must join the Tarot Society promptly. Klein rarely conducts divination on Tarot Society members unless absolutely necessary, preferring to exchange intelligence. The Source Fortress holds too high a position, and its divination abilities are exceedingly formidable. Even though Abner is confident in his own powers, he cannot guarantee that he can consistently shield himself from the Source Fortress's perception. It appears I must hasten to enhance my own strength. From previous experiences, the stronger my abilities, the more potent the manifestations of the pure white eye. Having fought alongside Klein multiple times, Abner had grown familiar with him. Thus, preparing to borrow materials from his collection to complete the sealing of the Sword of Dawn, Mr. Gaston listened with amusement and exasperation to Abner's audacious request. He did not hesitate to provide the materials, but cautioned, the power effects derived from rituals invoking the God of Knowledge are generally not very effective. They may not suffice to seal that item. You might not believe it, but the God of Knowledge indeed seems to favor me. The effects of my rituals are astonishingly good, though perhaps not on par with the blessings of the goddess. They are more than adequate for sealing an object of sequence 6 caliber. After silently grumbling about this, Abner sincerely thanked Mr. Gaston for his advice. Then took a considerable amount of brass from his collection and sought a blacksmith to forge it into a sword box. He then performed a ritual to imbue the brass sword box with the sealing powers of the dark domain, solemnly placing the Sword of Dawn within. Having sealed the Sword of Dawn, Abner and Hugh procured tickets for a ship to Inmat Port. Their commission had been fulfilled, the main ingredients for the potion had been located. It was time to depart this island. Their journey was far from over. Chapter 56. On board this marked her inaugural venture into the vastness of the sea, and the journey was imbued with such exhilarating excitement that it became an indelible memory. "What are you pondering?" Abner inquired, noticing her lost in thought. "I was reflecting on how since our acquaintance, I have invariably encountered extraordinary events, rendering my life almost surreal. This is not a complaint, but rather a profound realization of how exhilarating my current existence is compared to my previously monotonous role in arbitration and notarization. Is that all? Just wait until you become the Judgment Miss of the Tarot Society, or better yet, when you meet Justice Miss Furs. Your days will then be filled with true excitement, involving investigations into the offspring of malevolent deities and encounters with the King of Angels, along with occasional hunts for demigods. Compared to that, my experiences are mere child's play." Abner inwardly scoffed at the thought but smiled and asked, "Do you not enjoy adventure? The truth is not what matters. It is the strength of one's capabilities. If the individual before me were a demigod, I could elucidate the entire situation in mere moments. I am well acquainted with Inmate Port. It hardly qualifies as an adventure." Ruth regained her composure and retorted deliberately, "Look at the ticket in your hand, read the name of the vessel we are to board, and you shall realize that our journey's adventure is far from over." Abner gestured with the ticket, hinting at its significance. "The white agate?" Ruth exclaimed, her eyes widening after glancing at the ticket. The protagonist of the biography she had encountered in the Dream Labyrinth Tower had ultimately become the captain of the White Agate. Could it be that the tower possesses the ability to influence one's fate? What other explanation could there be for such serendipity? Ruth expressed her disbelief. "It is most plausible that it was forecasting our journey while providing us with the information we yearned for. It could not possibly recount the biography of an individual with whom we have no connection," Abner speculated, aligning with the capabilities of the White Tower at higher echelons. "Is that why you suggested that Miss Sherman might become acquainted with me in the future? It seems you had your suspicions even then," Ruth realized. "What do you think I might learn from Captain Erlin?" She pondered thoughtfully. "Perhaps a lead on another primary material you require, or information regarding your father's case." Abner replied, albeit uncertainly, that Erlin should also be affiliated with the Intelligence Division, but as a peripheral member, he likely lacks knowledge of high-level matters. Yet, one can never be too sure. Ruth, seemingly contemplating these implications, regarded Abner with newfound understanding. "You indeed know my background. When your instructor addressed you as Miss Deer, How could I not uncover the truth? Abner shrugged. I always sensed that you were aware of it. Ruth paused before inquiring. My father's wrongful accusation is linked to the military, isn't it? Though not entirely accurate, it was close enough for Abner to respond. What leads you to that conclusion? You have hinted at it several times before, but your subtlety led me to overlook it. However, regarding Erland, I have perused the biography of his earlier life and discovered that his only background is military, yet you speculate he might possess information pertaining to my father's case. Ruth's eyes sparkled, feeling closer to the truth than ever before. Could it be that my father uncovered the military's involvement with occult trafficking in humans, leading to his entrapment? Ruth looked at Abner, seeking confirmation. Abner, unwilling to deceive her, chose silence. Seeing his reticence, Ruth expressed her dejection. It appears my assumptions were incorrect. The truth is likely even more astonishing than I imagined, rendering you hesitant to speak. It is because we are too weak, Abner lamented after a moment's reflection, adding, we must become demigods. Only then can we hope to intervene in this affair. Demigods possess the ability to intervene? Ruth initially appeared lost, but her expression soon transformed with determination. The White Agate was a steamship that retained its sails. Its size was remarkably vast compared to humans, reportedly capable of accommodating hundreds of passengers. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, even before entering the cabin, Abner caught a glimpse of a figure weaving through the crowd towards him. A familiar voice soon followed. Abner, I saw you from afar and thought it was you. What a surprise. Have you come with your shooting instructor? Your peculiarities remain unchanged. The speaker was none other than the well-known police officer's son, Atres, who had since left home and abandoned the force. Examining his attire and demeanor, Abner took a moment before replying, I encountered Miss Quinn previously. She seems to be faring far better than you. Both having run away from home, the contrast between those with plans and those without was stark. Though this remark lacked kindness, Atres surprisingly took it in stride. Smirking, I will undoubtedly surpass her in the future. What are you engaged in now? Have you become an adventurer? Abner inquired with curiosity. Being an adventurer is not as easy as it seems. Without funds, one cannot even purchase a ticket. Atres retorted indignantly, then half-turned, pointing to another part of the deck. Currently, I am serving as a temporary bodyguard, tasked with protecting my employer's family on their trip to inmate port. Following his gaze, Abner observed a cluster of 8 individuals, led by a robust gentleman with a rosy complexion, lively eyes, and a double-breasted formal suit adorned with a gold pocket watch chain and a jeweled lapel pin. Beside him stood a lady donning a wide-brimmed hat, her face concealed by a deep blue veil, yet her figure was notably appealing. In front of them stood 3 children, one boy, approximately 10 years old, clad in a tailored tailcoat, his youthful face already showing hints of handsomeness. The other 2 were twin girls, appearing merely 4 or 5 years old, their charming dimples emerging when they smiled. Accompanying them were 3 servants, 2 women and a man, carrying luggage and various items, the 2 female servants exhibiting distinctly southern features. Is it just you as the bodyguard for all these people? Abner casually inquired. Atres shrugged. It's merely a short trip, and for reasons unknown. This ship is brimming with adventurers, many of whom boast considerable renown, ensuring safety from common pirates. Upon hearing this, Abner felt a tinge of curiosity, as he had noticed many passengers dressed in practical yet sharp attire, white shirts, black vests, dark trousers, and sturdy boots, a distinct adventurer's garb, all exuding an air of sharpness and composure. Initially, he had thought it was a recent trend among overseas travelers, but it seemed they were indeed adventurers. Are you wondering why so many adventurers are aboard the same vessel? At that moment, a slightly teasing voice unexpectedly emerged from behind Abner, furrowing his brow. Abner sensed an excess of unsolicited familiarity today. Nevertheless, he turned to acknowledge the voice. The speaker was a youthful man with golden hair styled in a 3/7 part, his emerald eyes focused and earnest. As he captured their attention, the young man's lips curved into a warm smile. I know the reason, but I shan't tell you. How delightful to deliver the most infuriating comment with the most charming smile. He must be a hunter, Abner mused, finding his poise elevated. Meanwhile, Atres appeared utterly impressed, exclaiming, Brother, you are truly remarkable. Since embarking on my maritime adventures, my temperament has notably improved. You actually recognized me? Anderson initially expressed a hint of surprise, only to swiftly adopt a look of realization, adding, Well, of course, I am the mightiest hunter among demigods, so it is only fitting that you would identify me. This performance is rather exaggerated, if not for the fact that I couldn't defeat you. I would have certainly devised a set of Huanggong's secret papers to ensure your next 6 months would not be dull. While Abner harbored such thoughts internally, he maintained an impassive expression and nodded, saying, "Since you are Anderson, it becomes clear why these adventurers have gathered. Someone must have summoned you all, correct?" According to the original narrative, the summoner's party was meant to explore the divine war relics in the maritime domain, yet tragically, they were all annihilated, leaving only you, Anderson. Chapter 57. Anderson's message. Abner, emulating his previous demeanor, smiled and said, "I won't tell you." Anderson's expression momentarily faltered, then he helplessly remarked, "Since when do people like you possess the talents of a hunter?" Hearing the implication in his words, Abner raised an eyebrow and retorted, "People like us? Is he perhaps referring to me? He seems to be one of the informants of the Knowledge Society. Why does he use the word also? Indeed, you are just as much a charlatan as that prophet, old man." Anderson emphasized the term prophet with a slight disdain. "Just speak plainly if you have something to say." Abner, uninterested in continuing the charade, stated directly. Primarily, Anderson lacked the aptitude for clandestine meetings. His recent demeanor and phrasing were more suspicious than straightforward. Anderson cast a calming glance at Abner, then glanced around before addressing the others. "I have some private matters to discuss with this gentleman." He then turned to Abner, who gave a slight nod and proceeded, "I will first visit Captain." Once the two had departed, Anderson turned to Abner and said, "Follow me." They made their way to the luxurious cabin Anderson had acquired. At this point, he added, "Do not be alarmed. I have merely been entrusted by an old man I encountered in West Bailang to deliver a message and some items to you." Abner, upon hearing this, pondered while surveying the cabin, confirming the locations of windows and other escape routes before asking, "West Bailang? What message and items did he send?" "The item is this invitation letter. Take it." Anderson retrieved a stack of papers from his bag and handed it to him. Abner cautiously accepted it, skimming through the contents before furrowing his brow. The letter essentially invited him to West Bailang for the purpose of exchanging knowledge once he became a mysticism mentor. The latter part contained specific addresses. Although that old man often spoke in riddles, he was not malevolent. As long as your grades are satisfactory, your learning ability should be commendable. If not, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary hardship. Given the letter's loose format, it was clear Anderson was aware of its contents. However, Anderson had misinterpreted Abner's frown. It was not the invitation that troubled him, but rather the implications that lay beneath it. He mused to himself, "If I am not mistaken, the old man Anderson mentioned is likely an envoy of the Knowledge Society stationed in West Bailang, possibly the demigod behind the resistance in the original narrative. If I truly become a mysticism mentor, I will indeed require a wealth of knowledge in mysticism and various spells, necessitating discourse. Indeed, my teacher, pleased with my academic progress, had reported to Lundberg several times, wishing to send me for further studies. However, Lundberg's responses were lukewarm. In retrospect, it seems they wished to minimize their influence on my development." Having reached this conclusion, Abner refrained from further speculation, recognizing that delving deeper would only lead to conjecturing about divine intentions. His current understanding was insufficient to grasp the machinations of the divine. Forcing an analysis would only deepen his confusion. Regaining his composure, Abner turned to Anderson and inquired, "I have received the items. But what of the message?" Anderson regarded him with an odd expression, remarking, "It is less a message and more akin to a news bulletin." "A news bulletin?" Abner responded, somewhat surprised but intrigued. "Do elaborate." "The listeners are seeking the sanctuary of the Forsaken. The members of the Einhorn family deceitfully claim that the key resides in Demir. The Admiral of the Iceberg has slain the messenger of the Aurora Society." Anderson recounted the 3 messages, having pondered their meanings for days, yet arriving at no conclusions. However, for Abner, these revelations perfectly filled the gaps in his previous deductions. Illuminating the intricate connections behind the events transpiring in Davir, the listeners of the Aurora Society set sail with children to seek the true Creator's sanctuary, which serves as a precursor for the Forsaken of Silver City to breach the gates leading to the slumbering realm of the Dark Angels. They must not be thwarted by the Avengers. Thus, a figure, likely affiliated with the Alchemical Society or an unnamed organization, disseminated falsehoods to lure the Aurora Messenger into lifting the seal on Demir. Consequently, the Avengers were diverted by the incident involving Demir's monsters, allowing the listenership to safely reach the Forsaken lands. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman of the Einhorn family was likely informing the Aurora Society of the true location of the key. It turns out that the sunken vessel concealed the black iron key from the original narrative. My failure to encounter the Aurora messenger stemmed from the Iceberg Admiral's assassination of him. Now, that black iron key has likely fallen into the hands of the Iceberg Admiral, just as it did in the original tale. This is the divine and the angelic king's scheme. Even with my knowledge of the original story and its many secrets, I still required this message to restore the true narrative. As this realization dawned upon him, Abner suddenly felt something within him dissolve and merge completely with his spirit. Without needing anyone to inform him, he recognized that the reasoning student potion had been fully assimilated. Yet, instead of joy, he wore a wry smile, contemplating Anderson's deliberately delivered message, thinking, is even this part of the divine plan? Truly terrifying. In West Bailang, within the general's residence of the resistance, an elderly man clad in a white robe woven with brass threads rose to his feet. His hair was completely white, yet meticulously arranged, and his deep gray-green eyes seemed to plunge into an abyss. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. First offering a few devout praises to the divine before smiling and stating, Anderson has executed his task admirably. With that, he retrieved a tattered notebook and gently marked it with a steel pen. Chapter 58. The Keeper of Secrets. Anderson could only recall that he found a young lad quite agreeable. He intended to test him and subsequently offer him a potion of hunter to integrate him into his adventuring team. However, to his surprise, the boy was already an extraordinary being of another sequence, compelling him to abandon the idea. Why haven't you left yet? Anderson inquired, perplexed. As he remembered having previously instructed the young man to depart, Abner regarded the formidable hunter before him, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically. He felt no surprise. After all, a tool, once utilized, must be tidied away. He pondered whether the boy had his memories stolen or had been hypnotized, considering that the perpetrator could be a demigod from the White Tower, possibly even a mentor of composite skills capable of conjuring peculiar spells. While Abner indulged in these thoughts, he refrained from lingering with Anderson and exited his chamber. Just a few steps down the corridor, he spotted Athelis, who was smoking, evidently apprehensive about any unforeseen events requiring her to assist him. Seeing this scene warmed Abner's heart. Regardless of her abrasive demeanor, she genuinely regarded him as a friend. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true extent of Anderson's peril, not comprehending that approaching him might render her a burden during his escape. He had chosen not to take her along, knowing that with the sea breeze had in his possession, his flight across the ocean would be significantly easier without her encumbrance. Upon witnessing Abner safely emerge from his room, Athelis exhaled in relief, withdrawing her hand from her gun holster. She casually produced a cigarette and offered it to Abner. Having nearly lost my life a few times has taught me the necessity of caution on the sea, she remarked wryly after a moment of silence. One must exercise caution even with strength. Abner countered, shaking his head as he recalled the resolute Miss Gwen, who had similarly fled her home. Intelligent and proactive, she had led a trio of warriors, hunters, and sailors into battle, yet due to inadequate preparation, they had lost 2 reliable companions, ultimately resulting in the hunter trait being bestowed upon him. After taking a drag from her cigarette, Athelis seemed to resolve herself and asked Abner, "You are an extraordinary being, aren't you? Why do you ask?" Abner was not surprised that she recognized the existence of extraordinary beings, for abroad, they were less discreet than on the continent, increasing the likelihood that ordinary people might witness their marvels. Abner scrutinized her, earnestly questioning, "Do you truly possess this conviction? I once heard someone say, extraordinary beings are but pitiful souls perpetually battling madness and peril. Even so, do you still wish to become one? I know what it's like to witness an uncontrollable extraordinary being. My first companion perished at the hands of that monster." Athelis's voice rose in agitation as she spoke, and she took several deep drags from her cigarette to regain her composure. "Forgive me, I don't mean to target you, but before their demise, they entrusted me with their innocent dreams. I must carry forth their aspirations and become the most renowned adventurer of the 7 seas. I shall uncover those legendary treasures and achieve greatness. So, you believe lacking strength is unacceptable? You desire to become extraordinary?" Abner mused, then inquired further, "Is it not exhausting to bear the dreams of others as you forge ahead?" Hearing her fervent resolve, Abner realized further persuasion was futile. Regardless of her reasoning, she had evidently made up her mind. "I possess something that can grant you immediate extraordinary status. It is valued at 400 pounds. You understand? I cannot simply gift it to you." Abner thought to himself that since he would eventually sell this hunter trait, it was better to afford a discount to a friend rather than inflate the price. Athelis's face reflected a struggle as she asked, "Is this something that can instantly enhance my combat abilities?" "Indeed," Abner confirmed, nodding. It It will transform you into a hunter, significantly augmenting your physical capabilities beyond those of a normal human. £400 is not a trifling sum for someone who has run away from home. It seems if Felis still has some connections in Matport, Abner mused. Though he refrained from prying further, content as long as he received the payment. Upon returning to his cabin, Abner first composed himself, then utilized the wall of spirituality to seal the entire room. He then retrieved a variety of vessels and the prepared auxiliary materials for the potion from his luggage. Anticipating the potion might be fully consumed at any moment, he had procured various supplementary materials in advance, following the sequence of placing auxiliary components before the main ingredient. He meticulously added each material to the beaker. After including the eye of the dragon-eye python and the golden leaves of the wisdom tree gifted by his mentor, he stirred the concoction until it exhibited a rather peculiar appearance. It seemed as if, from any angle, one could discern an eye brimming with scrutiny within the liquid. This was the potion of the Keeper of Secrets. Abner opened the pure white eye, briefly analyzing the potion to confirm its quality. He then meditated to calm the tumult within his heart, allowing all emotions to momentarily recede. Having completed these preparations, he grasped the glass beaker, tilted his head back, and consumed the potion of the Keeper of Secrets. Gulp, gulp. The icy potion coursed down his throat, accompanied by countless bubbles bursting within. As Abner savored the sensation, a torrent of information surged into his mind, transforming into waves that relentlessly hammered against his consciousness. Veins on his forehead bulged, and it felt as though his head might burst. After an indeterminate duration, his vision returned, accompanied by an unsettling itch throughout his body. Hastily, he rolled up his sleeves and discovered myriad thread-like openings had manifested on his arms. However, as the potency of the potion began to stabilize, those fine lines gradually vanished. These lines felt akin to eye slits. Could it be that if I were to lose control, my body would sprout eyes? Having fully absorbed the potion of Sequence 8, I chose to ascend, and even my body bore such severe residual effects. Those extraordinary beings shaped by time would undoubtedly find it far more challenging to overcome this hurdle. It is no wonder that my mentor, who played the role of a teacher, took decades to master. With this thought, Abner sighed silently, then flexed his noticeably stronger arms. Feeling a surge of exhilaration as he contemplated, at last, I have become a keeper of secrets. In this contemporary age, Sequence 7 marks the threshold of the mid-tier. This signifies that extraordinary beings have finally bid farewell to merely being slightly superior to ordinary individuals, now possessing a relatively rich array of extraordinary abilities. And with the pure white eye at my disposal, I shall grow even more formidable. Chapter 59, New Abilities. Once Abner tidied up the vessels, he stretched his body and shook his wrists. Following Professor Hux's night training methodology, he performed a set of exercise punches, then pondered thoughtfully, my strength, agility, and bodily flexibility have all significantly improved, surpassing that of an ordinary person. In terms of mobility, I have truly attained the extraordinary. Additionally, my memory, observation, concentration, and analytical skills have also been enhanced to varying degrees. This was his initial impression of his transformation. Beyond that, the Keeper of Knowledge has finally attained the core ability of the White Tower pathway, the capacity for comprehensive analysis. It allows for a fundamental understanding of things and phenomena based on existing knowledge and observation. The core function of my pure white eye is analysis, which should serve as one of the foundational pillars for subsequent sequential abilities and powers. Moreover, the potion has infused my brain with a wealth of knowledge regarding weaponry and combat techniques. However, I had already grasped this information through the pure white eye, so it merely served as a review, reinforcing my foundation. Reflecting on this, Abner casually analyzed the materials laid out on the table and discovered that the analytical ability of Sequence 7 was entirely on a different dimension compared to that of the pure white eye. The former took nearly 3 seconds to analyze a table he was quite familiar with, while the latter could discern the primary ingredients of a Sequence 9 potion within the same time frame during his initial passive use. Abner was not disheartened by this. He had long recognized that his unique ability was at least of angelic tier and quite possibly equivalent to the source material itself. How could the mere analytical power of Sequence 7 compare to such an existence? Even if a significant portion of the pure white eye's capabilities might still aid him in resisting the corruption of outer gods and the prying gaze of divine beings. After testing his analytical ability, Abner recalled what his teacher had once told him. If the potion grants certain magical abilities, the extraordinary individual would become acutely aware of which specific abilities they had gained. At the forefront was breath extraction. The second type of magic was mechanical mind, which, once activated, could place oneself in an absolute state of calm for a short duration, diminishing the influence of emotions and providing immunity to certain charm effects. This type of magic would prove to be immensely practical, whether in combat or academic pursuits. With this, I need not fear the seductive allure of witches or the emotional provocations of demons. It is no wonder that my teacher remains unfazed by witches, and in the original novel, he was able to contend with desire apostles of 2 sequences higher than his own. Abner found a measure of satisfaction in this self-deprecating thought. More importantly, as he digested the potion and ascended in sequence, the immunity provided by mechanical mind would significantly increase, eventually allowing for complete exemption from such effects. This was also a hallmark skill of the keeper of knowledge or the detective. After gaining a clearer understanding of the various abilities of the keeper, Abner donned his glasses and activated the pure white eye, eager to discover any new changes following his ascension to sequence 7. Minutes later, Abner removed his glasses, feeling somewhat fatigued, yet brimming with excitement. The limit for activating the pure white eye had extended to over 5 minutes, sufficient to sustain a complete battle. With its unparalleled analytical capabilities aiding me, I now possess a measure of self-defense among the mid-sequences. From the recent test results, aside from the incredible analytical prowess and my elevated status, the primary function of the pure white eye appears to be allowing me to utilize certain skills from the next sequence in advance. In the state of the pure white eye, I can learn and imitate extraordinary abilities previously utilized by others through analysis. The more thorough the analysis, the closer the imitated ability resembles the original. Moreover, all the abilities I had previously observed and analyzed with the pure white eye are now preserved within it. With this in mind, Abner could not resist activating the pure white eye once more to test the imitation ability. He discovered that acquiring and imitating skills of sequence 7 and below was not overly difficult. With a few attempts, he could succeed. However, abilities of sequence 6, such as the spell on his cap of sea breeze, proved to be quite complex. At his current learning level, it would likely take nearly a month to master just one. As Hux entered, he immediately noticed Abner's somewhat unstable condition, a remnant of the potion's power that would require prolonged meditation to calm. "You've advanced to sequence 7? Hux remarked, surprised by Abner's swift progress since he had previously collected the potion. "Has it really only been a month?" "Just last month. When we practiced at the shooting range in the precinct, you informed me of your ascension to sequence 8 due to your remarkable combat prowess. I just fully digested the potion, which enabled my direct advancement," Abner replied, wishing to avoid lengthy explanations about this matter. Instead, he turned to Hux. "You seemed quite pleased upon entering. Did you have a fruitful visit with the captain?" "Indeed," Hux exclaimed, his slightly cherubic face lighting up with an endearing smile. Captain Ailran had materials left over from his own advancement that he had utilized. He just organized a small auction among the extraordinary individuals of the adventurers. And among the auction materials was the right paw of the silver-white battle bear. I exchanged it using the extraordinary trade of sailor. "Excellent. That's a fair trade. I suspect Ailran wishes to cultivate more sailors among his ranks. Otherwise, he would have certainly sold it for a higher price," Abner commented with a smile, adding, "Now that you have gathered your potion's primary materials, it won't be long before you become a constable." Hux nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had effectively been playing the role even before officially becoming an arbitrator. Had it not been for the past half-month of adventuring with Abner, he would have likely completed the potion's digestion much earlier. After conversing for a while, Abner, feeling mentally drained, had to retire early for rest, while Hux remained in the servants' quarters outside to avert any unforeseen incidents. 6 hours later, Abner awoke promptly. After consuming a light snack, he took a seat at the table in his cabin. Previously, in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he had encountered the Ailno's mystical notes, which mentioned a ritual concept for borrowing power from high-tier items. At that time, he lacked the spiritual energy to experiment. But now he was ready to give it a try. The only question remained: how should he design a prayer to accurately direct it towards the pure white eye? Chapter 60. Unknown. What sort of description should one employ to evoke the pure white eye? The pure white eye from a different realm. Unlike Klein, who felt compelled to articulate his prayers to others, it mattered not that this phrase revealed his origins from another world, for it was solely invoked in his personal supplications. "You are the embodiment of all truths within the world. You are the decoder of the universe." He was unaware of the precise rank of the pure white eye. Hence he refrained from employing terms like sovereign or king, as Klein did when crafting the title of the Fool. Next, I shall transcribe a passage in ancient Hermes script and subsequently seek the insight of the pure white eye. After all, ancient Hermes is a script imbued with power. And even if it is not spoken aloud, the results of the interpretation may reveal whether a connection exists with my pure white eye. With this thought, Abner began to transcribe while simultaneously activating the pure white eye. However, after merely a second of interpretation, his brow furrowed once more. There is no connection. And it appears the issue lies within the initial sentence. Narrowing his eyes, Abner revised several similar phrases, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He could not establish contact with the pure white eye. Perhaps my thoughts require a bolder approach. Resolute in his decision, Abner penned over a dozen different phrases aimed at various entities, be it the god of knowledge, a high-ranking being of the White Tower, or even knowledge itself, but none elicited a response from the pure white eye. Ironically, it was the last phrase he casually scribbled from the unknown pure white eye. That garnered some feedback. He retrieved a brazier, incinerating the other papers, and then fixated on the note inscribed with from the unknown pure white eye. Falling into contemplation from the unknown? But how does this differ from being from another realm? Is not another realm also an unknown territory? No. Clearly the term unknown is the crux. Perhaps I ought to venture a bolder hypothesis. Maybe I have been mistaken all along. The pure white eye may not be the source of such bug-like interpretative prowess. It could merely be a facade. Thus, the true high-ranking existence lies not within the pure white eye itself, but rather in that unknown. With this conjecture taking root in his mind, Abner immediately set about testing it. He modified the incantation to reference the unknown realm connected to the pure white eye. You are the embodiment of all truths within the world. You are the decoder of the universe. This time, the feedback from the pure white eye was markedly more intense, and Abner felt a vague sense of a nebulous space manifesting within his vision. Yet, at present, he could only grasp a faint sensation, neither clear nor directly accessible. Further exploration was beyond his current capacity. Indeed, the so-called pure white eye was merely a facade, a conduit. The true source of power resided within that unknown realm. This elucidated why I felt elevated in rank each time I activated the pure white eye. If the eye itself possessed an inherently high rank, then its status would remain unchanged regardless of whether it was activated. Of course, this was merely hindsight on Abner's part. He had never previously questioned this. As for the precise nature of that unknown realm, I can assert it is certainly not the spirit world. Otherwise, the spiritual entities would have been able to assist during the prior incantation. The star realm is also improbable, as several phrases that failed to yield feedback previously pointed distinctly towards it. Thus, it seems to resemble a truly unknown territory. Moreover, it is an unknown realm of this universe. After pondering for quite some time, without any clear resolution, Abner decided to temporarily set aside the matter. Upon incinerating all the inscribed incantations, he discovered that dawn had broken, and the time had reached 6 o'clock on the morning of July 13th. He rubbed his stomach, which had begun to grumble in dissatisfaction, and resolved to invite Ryu to join him for breakfast at the ship's dining hall. Given the circumstances, it would be unwise to subsist solely on dry rations. Since it was still early, the dining hall was not crowded. As Abner and Ryu entered, they spotted Aethelis accompanying her employer's family at a table, enjoying their breakfast. Not wishing to interrupt Aethelis during her work, Abner initially intended to forego greetings. However, the employer, a gentleman clad in a double-breasted formal suit, noticed the distinguished demeanor and attire of Abner and Ryu, prompting him to entertain the notion of making their acquaintance. Recalling that his bodyguard had previously conversed with the gentleman upon boarding, he inquired of Aethelis, "Is that your friend?" "Indeed, Mr. Varnell," Aethelis nodded. "He appears to be an exceptional young man. Do invite them to join us for breakfast," Mr. Varnell suggested with a smile. "Very well, sir," Aethelis replied without hesitation, and approached Abner. "Are we to be treated to a meal?" Abner asked, surprised by the unexpected invitation. However, why refuse a complimentary breakfast? Thus, he graciously accepted the offer. Only Ryu sighed nearby, somewhat unaccustomed to Abner's audacious behavior, given her past as a noble lady. Why are my friends all so reliable in significant matters, yet so peculiar in trivial ones? Ryu mused inwardly. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir. I am Abner, a detective, and this is Miss Ryu." Once seated at the table, Abner introduced himself. Although he did not use a pseudonym, Abner and Ryu are common names, and he felt no hesitation in sharing them. "Hello, Mr. Abner. I am Cons Varnell, an archaeologist. Mr. Varnell introduced himself warmly, gesturing towards his wife and children. This is my wife, Katrina, my son, Lot, and my two lovely little angels, Elena and Phyllis. Mrs. Katrina Varnell was a graceful woman, her features soft and bearing a hint of Vassic ancestry. Upon hearing her husband's introduction, she offered a slight nod. The 10-year-old Lot stood up, gravely performing a salute like a little adult. The twin daughters, however, being too young, were oblivious to the adults' conversation and focused solely on their food. An archaeologist? How fascinating. So you are a learned scholar, Abner remarked, intrigued by Mr. Varnell's profession. He offered a few compliments, then intentionally steered the discussion toward the ruins he had previously excavated. Having read numerous historical texts from the detective Eisinger, he was able to engage in a meaningful dialogue, allowing Mr. Varnell to share his knowledge with great enthusiasm. Mr. Varnell was pleasantly surprised to encounter a stranger with such erudition, and in his excitement, he divulged considerable insights. Ultimately, he mentioned that his current return from overseas was prompted by a student who had discovered some intriguing ruins in the mountains of West Silvis County, possibly remnants from the Quaternary period, and he wished to invite Varnell to lead an expedition to investigate further. As Mr. Varnell spoke animatedly, he remained unaware that Abner had begun privately praying for him, praying for divine protection, that he would not uncover anything perilous during the archaeological endeavor. In an era when deities walked the earth, could the inhabitants daring to dwell in the Hanachis Mountains be ordinary folk? Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. After breakfast, Abner intercepted Ephelis, saying, "Once we deliver Mr. Varnell to Inmat Harbor, you should resign from this bodyguard position as soon as possible. Additionally, if feasible, please advise Mr. Varnell to avoid archaeological work in the Hanachis Mountains. It is exceedingly perilous." Ephelis pondered this. Is it truly that dangerous? Extremely. It would be one thing if nothing were unearthed, but if they were to discover something. Abner shook his head, unable to fathom the fate of those who excavated ruins. I understand. Atres nodded gravely, and after a moment's hesitation, she inquired about something else. Abner, can Anderson be trusted? The thought that Anderson had approached Atres crossed Abner's mind, yet he felt no inclination to deter her. After some contemplation, he offered a relatively objective assessment, to my knowledge. Although Anderson's reputation is rather tarnished and his words can be somewhat reckless, he remains trustworthy in matters of significance. His friends, whom he values, are generally commendable. Upon hearing this, Atres frowned but nodded in acknowledgement, then bid farewell to Abner and followed her employer's footsteps. Subsequently, Shio sought out Captain Ireland to exchange intelligence, hoping to glean some desired information from him. Having discovered the incantation that pointed towards the pure white eye, or rather, the source of power behind it, it was indeed time to create items related to the source fortress. O unknown realm connected by the pure white eye, you embody all truths of the world. You are the decipherer of the cosmos. I beseech the power to commune with the spirit realm. I implore the knowledge of the gray mist. And I seek the blessings of the unknown domain. I request you to bestow upon this pin the ability to transform into a red star within the gray mist. Chapter 61. Above the gray mist Klain, dressed in his modest formal attire and gripping a black cane adorned with silver, ascended the stairs to the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. His tailcoat had been damaged during his confrontation with the clown the previous day and was currently at the tailor's for mending. Just as he intended to greet Roshan, he unexpectedly spotted Captain Dunn emerging from the partition. "Good morning, Klain. Did you sleep well last night?" Dunn inquired with genuine concern, having personally taken a life during the pursuit of Riel Bieber the night before. "Quite well, thank you," Klain replied, relieved by Dunn's smile and nod. At that moment, Klain felt a peculiar stirring of his spirituality, though he could not discern its source. Could it be Miss Justice or Mr. the Hanged Man beseeching the fool once again? Contemplating this, he noticed that Dunn was making small talk about the weather, prompting him to interject, "Captain, I need to visit the restroom." Dunn paused, then donned his hat and casually gestured towards the door. "Go ahead. I must also inspect the Raphael Cemetery. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, Leonard and the police have made some progress in tracking down the members of the secret order. They located the coachman who transported them and confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen, but they are exceedingly cautious and left no particularly valuable clues. Truly a venerable secret organization," Klain remarked, echoing Dunn's sentiment before preparing to depart. Once he saw Dunn leave, Klain hesitated to use the company restroom, as it was the headquarters of the Night Watchers. After ensuring Dunn was far enough away, he exited and made his way to the Old Wool restaurant, which provided lunch for the company. After utilizing the restroom there, He locked the door and secured the valve. He then produced a silver knife he had previously requested and envisioned a luminous orb in his mind, entering a semi-meditative state. Drawing upon his spiritual reserves and following his earlier practice, he allowed his spirituality to surge forth from the knife's tip, merging it seamlessly with his surroundings while sealing the restroom. Setting the knife aside, he took 4 steps counterclockwise. The gray mist enveloped him, vast and boundless, with deep crimson stars flickering at varying distances, while the majestic temple loomed like a deceased titan. Everything before Klain remained unchanged, steeped in the silence and antiquity of millennia. He lowered his gaze to the nearby red stars belonging to Justice and the Hanged Man, observing that they neither contracted nor expanded, leaving him perplexed. What could be the cause of this if not a supplication? He mused, scanning his surroundings for any other anomalies. Frowning, he conjured paper and pen, inscribing the phrase, "The reason my spirituality has been stirred." Within the hazy, surreal dreamscape, Klain beheld the towering temple and a deep crimson star shimmering amidst the endless gray mist. As the scene faded, he withdrew from the dream. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the twinkling star from his vision before him. Recognizing its function as a repository for supplications akin to an offline message, Klain sought to uncover who had stirred his spirit and what they had conveyed. He was met with an all-too-familiar phrase, Honaki's Antigones, half of the fool. On board the white agate, Abner, having set down his pen, wore a peculiar smile, pondering to himself, "I wonder if Mr. Fool will be frightened?" While this would certainly heighten his vigilance, Klain's understanding of the world's cruelty was still shallow, and he remained troubled by the events brought forth by the Antigones family's notebook. Last night, had the narrative unfolded as anticipated, he would have been startled by the reanimation of the deceased clown. Thus, he reasoned that by occasionally dropping hints laden with keywords without providing explanations, he would eventually draw Klain into the gray mist. Oh, this tactic can only be employed while he is still Klain. Once he transforms into Sherlock, it will be far more challenging to deceive him. Should he become German, I fear I might be compelled to partake in the tarot gatherings as an extraordinary trait. However, German is not as merciless as one might think. Perhaps he is influenced by furs. Subsequently, Abner, in high spirits, delved into the exploration of extraordinary abilities that had long been deciphered by the pure white eye. Although he understood that this deciphering stemmed from the unknown realm behind the pure white eye, he continued to refer to it as such, viewing it as a veil over the true source of power. After lunch, Abner resumed writing with his pen and casually picked up a novel, silently reciting The Fool while softly mumbling about the support of the Tudor dynasty during the Fourth War of the Antigones family. He then settled into his reading, planning to feign interest before logging off. In Tingen, at the Jean Widong district, Klain successfully obtained a library card at the DeVille Library using a recommendation letter from his university mentor. As he perused the small card in his hand, he inquired of several librarians, "Do you have research on the ancient ruins of Honaki's Peak published by the Renan People's Press?" "Please hold on. I will check," one librarian replied, turning to the drawers and opening the one corresponding to the initials of Honaki's. Following a systematic approach, he extracted several cards filled with words. After a careful examination, he shook his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, we do not have that book in our collection." At the same moment, Klain felt the stir of his spirituality once more, identical to the sensation he had experienced earlier in the morning. "Could you direct me to the restroom?" he asked. The librarian, momentarily taken aback, promptly provided him with directions. Upon entering the restroom, Klain adeptly sealed the space with his spirituality and retraced his steps to ascend into the gray mist. Through divination, he discerned that the source of his spiritual stirring was indeed that same deep crimson star. This time, he took a deep breath and, emulating his previous observation of the Hanged Man, allowed his spirituality to extend towards the crimson entity. Before him materialized a hazy and distorted image, revealing a young man with brown, curly hair engrossed in reading, holding a beautifully patterned pen. Dressed appropriately in a Renan-style suit, the furnishings around him, albeit modest, were tastefully arranged, resembling a carefully decorated guest room. Due to the unclear imagery, he could only make out the outlines of the figure. And since Abner had always worn the sea breeze hat while in the dream labyrinth, Klain did not recognize that this young man was the one who had previously killed Triss during his dream divination. Klain observed the scene intently, but felt a pang of awkwardness as the young man appeared to be talking to himself while reading, his words incoherent and unintelligible to Klain. It seemed he was not intentionally praying to him. However, the book he was reading appeared to contain numerous secrets of the Antigones family, precisely what Klain sought to uncover. No wonder his spirituality was stirred. Perhaps he should draw this young man into the gray mist to inquire about the specifics? Yet, this conflicted with his principles. He did not wish to impose upon another's will by forcibly pulling them into this mysterious realm. Nevertheless, the young man's unguarded recitation of those words might attract the attention of secret organizations like the Secret Order. He felt compelled to warn him. After much internal struggle, Klein ultimately resolved to draw the young man into the gray mist to offer his caution, leaving the decision of whether to remain part of the gathering entirely up to him. Invoking his divine essence, he summoned the youth. Confident that even if the young man declined to establish contact, he would not misrepresent their encounter thereafter. Though fraught with risk, it was a venture worth pursuing. Upon contemplating this, Klein was poised to extend his right hand to touch the deep crimson star. However, halfway through, he halted. After a moment of silence, he allowed the yellow crystal pendant hanging from his left hand to dangle naturally before him. Once the oscillation subsided, he began to trace the luminous sphere, silently reciting in his mind, "Touching this deep crimson star may bring me peril." Repeating this mantra, he opened his eyes and gazed at the pendulum, observing the yellow crystal pendant rotating slightly in a counterclockwise direction. No, there is no danger. In an instant, the deep crimson burst forth, its radiance flowing like water. Chapter 62, The Tower. After finishing the novel in his hands, Abner was about to murmur a few keywords regarding the Antigonus family before logging off, when he suddenly noticed the fountain pen at his fingertips erupt in a deep crimson glow. Anticipating this, his spirits lifted, for he recognized it as a sign that Mr. Fool was summoning him to the mist. He quickly employed his abilities to envelop himself in a mechanical mindset. Abner was aware that at this moment, Klein could observe the emotional fluctuations of others through spiritual sight, to avoid revealing his premeditated intentions due to excessive excitement. It was prudent to maintain an absolute state of calm. He did not wish to disclose his identity as a traveler too soon, preferring Klein to perceive him merely as an extraordinary individual unexpectedly drawn into the mist. After all, Klein was still relatively weak and under the scrutiny of many powerful figures, making it difficult to keep secrets. While mere knowledge could be forgiven, the revelation of his true origins was a risk he could not afford, as it was more suspicious than the outer gods themselves. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the vibrant glow from the pen had fully engulfed Abner. When he gradually regained his senses, he found himself standing in a magnificent palace supported by colossal stone pillars, facing an ancient, weathered bronze table. Opposite him sat a figure shrouded in dense mist. Surrounding them was an ethereal void, empty and disembodied, with an indistinguishable gray-white fog swirling at the base, punctuated by unreal crimson lights. This must be Mr. Fool, Abner mused cautiously, observing the mist-covered silhouette. Is the pollution from the source castle more severe than that of certain outer gods? Is it that all its functions are now dedicated to preventing my erosion here? Moreover, with the restoration of knowledge about the outer gods, I recalled that Mr. Vernal, Athelus's employer, was indeed a character from the original text, ultimately engaging with the outer god's capricious mist while excavating the quaternary relics of the Hanachis Mountains. This is far more perilous than I had previously surmised. While contemplating various possibilities, Abner was the first to bow to the silent figure, saying, "Esteemed sir, may I inquire where this place is?" At that moment, Klein was also scrutinizing Abner closely. Though the other's features were obscured by mist, he could sense that this individual, summoned into the mist, appeared remarkably composed. Habitually, he used spiritual sight to observe the aura emanating from Abner. The color of his emotions was blue, indicative of rational thought and calmness. Perhaps I misjudged him. He is not an ordinary person with a divine book, but rather a seasoned, extraordinary individual, possibly far superior to me. With this realization, Klein, who had intended to caution Abner about the indiscriminate recitation of mystic knowledge and inquire about the contents of that book, found his thoughts extinguished. Now, he was more concerned with preserving his enigmatic image in front of someone who seemed so capable and experienced. Should he falter, it would be a minor embarrassment, but losing his intimidating presence could lead to being reported. As for obtaining intelligence on the Antigonus family, he could subtly probe for information, and if Abner was willing to join the gathering in the mist, that would simplify matters greatly. As Klein's strategy shifted, a brief silence enveloped the mist, followed by a light chuckle from the figure seated at the head of the bronze table, who spoke in a monotone. "This is my abode. You may refer to me as Mr. Fool. I summoned you here upon hearing you call my name." Feigning terror, Abner thought, is he truly so adept at maintaining appearances? If I were to call you Zhou Mingrui or Klein, would you not be able to hold your facade? Though he maintained a forced calm, He could not help but internally critique the situation. Mr. Fool, it appears you are indeed a true deity. I apologize for my previous indiscretions, Abner exclaimed, feigning fear. He understood that Klein could discern his genuine emotions, yet he had no choice but to act, as he could not afford to appear overly familiar. Moreover, even if he remained calm internally, failing to exhibit a semblance of reverence in front of a deity would raise too many suspicions. Have you deduced my divinity solely from the name Fool? What evidence do you possess? Is there something particularly special about the term Fool? Why did Mr. Hangman not elicit a similar response? Klein pondered, though he maintained an ambiguous smile, stating, I heard you mention half a fool earlier. So, he is beginning to probe for information? The point of entry is quite suitable. Perhaps I shall share a trivial piece of information, for we are in the Source Castle. And I need not fear that what I reveal will be eavesdropped upon. With that in mind, Abner pretended to cower, saying, Please forgive my ignorance. I was unaware that the diviner sequence begot the fool, which led me to utter those nearly blasphemous words. The diviner sequence birthed the fool? Thus, there exists a connection between the fool and the diviner. Could it be that the high-tier potions of the diviner sequence bear the name Fool? Is it sequence 1 or sequence 2? Klein thought, though he longed to seize Abner by the collar and extract every scrap of knowledge he possessed. However, that would hardly align with the lofty image of the fool, compelling him to suppress his growing curiosity and smile instead. No matter, you did not intend to offend. I shall not condemn you for such a mistake. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Fool, Abner replied, feigning gratitude. He felt that he had largely achieved his initial goal of engaging with Klein. All that remained was to find an opportunity to join the Tarot Club. With this in mind, he surveyed the many seats surrounding the bronze table and, feigning curiosity, asked, Mr. Fool, it seems there are others who frequent this place. Klein's eyes brightened at this inquiry, contemplating how to weave his deception while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. There are a few individuals similar to yourself, drawn here for various reasons. They wish for me to convene gatherings at regular intervals for trading formulas, buying materials, exchanging information, and commissioning tasks. I have consented to their requests. Naturally, to enlist the assistance of a deity, they must provide the knowledge I seek. Once in the gathering, how could I fail to extract information on the Antigonus family? Of course, this is contingent upon whether I can manage the assistance you desire. If not, I shall have to maintain an air of mystery. With this thought, Klein added, furthermore, I am a proponent of equitable exchange. I will not offer assistance unconditionally. I commend your fairness and generosity, Mr. Fool, Abner exclaimed with blatant praise, his expression turning hopeful as he inquired, Mr. Fool, may I join this gathering? Certainly. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, free from distractions, Klein replied with a smile, gesturing to the bronze table's surface where cards had materialized. We have chosen to adopt tarot cards as our respective code names. You may select one at your discretion, though Justice and the Hangman already have their bearers. At this moment, the freedom to select a card would soon be a luxury lost to them, as later members would have to draw blindly. Had it been the usual Abner, he might have chosen cards with predominantly positive connotations, such as the Pope or Strength, especially since the Pope embodies the essence of mentorship and wisdom, aligning well with his sequence. Strength, representing courage, confidence, and unwavering will, was a quality he greatly admired. Yet, under the influence of the mechanical mindset and remaining in a state of absolute calm, Abner ultimately drew the Tower card. Not only did the reader's sequence 0 bear the name of the White Tower, but the symbolism of this card resonated profoundly with his identity as a traveler. The Tower is the sole card among the major arcana of the tarot that bears an unfavorable connotation, whether upright or reversed. It embodies the concept of change, with its positive aspect serving as a forewarning of impending calamity and destruction, urging proactive transformation. This card resonates profoundly with Abner's current situation. As he traverses through the apocalypse and joins the gathering of the Fool organization, the singular variable amidst the impending doom. Furthermore, the calamities of this world stem intrinsically from its very essence, originating from a primordial source, while the White Tower, which seeks to explore this foundational knowledge, inadvertently perpetuates yet another form of disaster. Thus, can the self, which exists beyond this realm, alter the current predicament? In this moment of introspection, Abner assumes the role of Mr. Tower within the Tarot Society. Chapter 63. A corner of the curtain. The ability of mechanical mentality indeed allows me to maintain absolute calmness. Yet it also exerts a subtle influence on my disposition. Initially, I had no intention of adopting such a utilitarian attitude towards Mr. Fool. I even sought opportunities to offer him some prudent advice. However, Under the influence of mechanical mentality, I found myself fixated solely on gains and losses, effortlessly achieving my objectives by exchanging trivial pieces of information. It appears that this ability should be employed solely during combat and research, for excessive reliance on it in daily affairs may inevitably skew my temperament. If every situation is calculated solely in terms of utilitarian outcomes, and actions are dictated by optimal solutions, can one still be considered human? Shaking my head to dispel these overly scattered thoughts, I glanced at the fractured pieces of the pen beside me and whimsically pondered. Whether Klein is losing his hair remains uncertain, yet Captain Dunn, with his already receding hairline, now finds himself entangled in a particularly troublesome predicament. He had been patrolling the Raphael Cemetery when an unusual force suddenly enveloped the surrounding space, a sensation reminiscent of his ability to draw others into dreams, yet distinctly different. This space, distorted by a peculiar power, lacked the essence of a dream's arrival. Captain Dunn drew his revolver, scanning his surroundings warily in search of any vulnerabilities for escape. At that moment, a figure clad in a red shirt and a black high-collared coat materialized not far from him. It was a young man, strikingly handsome with ethereal features, silver hair cascading down, and a finely crafted goblet filled with crimson liquid in his right hand. Noticing Dunn's gaze, he elegantly raised his cup in a gesture of greeting. Upon seeing this individual, Dunn instinctively felt the weight of an oppressive aura emanating from a higher being. This pressure seemed to stem from the realm of darkness, rendering his dream-related abilities nearly ineffective. Who are you? What do you desire? Dunn refrained from immediate aggression, opting instead for a calm inquiry. The young man swirled the liquid in his goblet, watching it ripple, and replied with a light chuckle, I am here, of course, to await you, Captain Dunn. Await me? For what purpose? Dunn asked, momentarily taken aback. However, he harbored doubts about the man's claim of waiting specifically for him. As a mere Sequence 7 Night Watcher squad leader, he sensed that this individual exuded a power surpassing even that of Lord Sesama. Perhaps he was a demigod. What reason could such a significant figure have to await his arrival? Perhaps the man's true target was the Night Church of Tingen? This thought further paled Dunn's complexion. Sharpening his gaze towards the young man, the stranger shook his head, setting down the goblet and stepping forward, revealing two ethereal, massive bat-like wings behind him that cast a shadow over the entire cemetery, their black luminescence shimmering like rippling water. A vampire? Dunn squinted, raising his revolver. Even with no chance of victory, he, as the captain of the Night Watcher squad, would not surrender easily. There is no need for such tension. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to offer a favor to a friend I have yet to meet, the young man said, casually approaching Dunn with a relaxed smile. And indeed, I truly am waiting for you. According to the edict bestowed by the ancestor, that friend holds the city in high regard and seems intent on altering some established fate I have observed for quite some time. And your destiny bears the most significant signs of external interference, which is why I have come to provide you with some assurance. What? At this moment, Dunn felt utterly suppressed by the man's overwhelming presence, rendering his fingers immobile, yet this did not prevent him from failing to grasp the meaning behind the man's words. Of course, aside from befriending that individual, there may be additional rewards to reap. The young man glanced towards the direction of the DeVille Library and continued walking towards Dunn, revealing four sharp fangs glistening with a silver sheen from his otherwise pristine, white teeth. Rather than being terrifying, they possessed an unusual beauty. After a considerable time, Dunn abruptly awakened, instinctively touching his neck with a bewildered expression. He could only recall dozing off in the cemetery. Yet, how could a nightmare inadvertently fall into an unconscious slumber? Even a curly-haired baboon would find that implausible. Has my memory deteriorated to the point where I can forget what just transpired? Dunn muttered, his countenance darkening. On the outskirts of Tingen, a house nestled amidst verdant lawns stood, featuring a spacious garden still adorned with blooming flowers and a dark red chimney. Behind the bedroom window of this house sat a desk, upon which lay an ordinary notebook. A quill pen was now eerily inscribing the following lines within the notebook. Dunn Smith fell into a sudden slumber while patrolling the cemetery, only to awaken with no recollection of how he had fallen asleep. He initially intended to report this bizarre incident to the church headquarters, yet the absence of tangible evidence and subsequent ramifications left him hesitant, even questioning whether he had exhibited signs of losing control. However, he soon noticed that his condition was surprisingly positive. Even the frequent bouts of days following his encounter with the antagonist family's notes had vanished. Ultimately, he decided against reporting the matter for the time being, opting instead to increase the frequency of his patrols in the cemetery in hopes of uncovering new clues. It seemed a reasonable course of action, just as Abner finished tidying up the shattered pieces of the pin and discarded them in the trash. He sensed a disturbance in the spiritual barrier he had set. Upon investigation, he discovered it was Atreus standing outside his room. Once he lifted the spiritual seal, a knock soon followed, and Abner leisurely opened the door, inviting Atreus inside. "Abner, do you still have that item in your possession? I can buy it for 400 pounds. Atreus exclaimed eagerly as she entered. "You've managed to acquire the funds so quickly? We haven't even docked yet," Abner replied, somewhat astonished, but soon conjectured. "Did Anderson provide you with the money?" "True to your detective nature, you guessed it right," Atreus replied with a nod of admiration, then added, "However, it's not a gift but a loan. Once we reach Emmettport, I'll need to gather the funds to repay him." Abner had already come to regard Atreus as a friend, so he expressed concern. Even if it's merely a temporary loan, there's likely a price to pay. "What did you promise him?" "To join his hunter squad. For me, this isn't a loss, as he will be responsible for teaching me the knowledge of being a hunter and subsequent potion formulas, which is precisely what I need," Atreus asserted with determination. She was aware of Abner's concerns, and he shared similar apprehensions. Yet, having resolved to become a prominent figure among adventurers, some risks were an inevitable cost to bear. Anderson's formation of the hunter squad seemed intended for a promotion ceremony, so there should be no life-threatening dangers. At worst, they might end up feeling disheartened, particularly since that incompetent individual had personally drawn all the squad members' attention to him to foster synergy and a mental connection. While Abner mentally berated Anderson's future antics, he retrieved a tin box sealed with the extraordinary traits of a hunter from his luggage. Undoing the spiritual seal, he opened the box, revealing a jelly-like deep red substance within, showcasing it to Atreus. "Indeed, this is the extraordinary trait of a hunter," Atreus exclaimed, her excitement spilling over. "Do you recognize it? It seems Anderson has imparted quite a bit of knowledge to you in just a day," Abner remarked with a knowing glance. "Not too much, mister. Anderson previously demonstrated an identical specimen to me," Atreus replied, retrieving a bag and handing over 40 10-pound notes to Abner. After Abner received it, he activated the pure white eye to meticulously analyze and verify. In his presence, counterfeit currency could not escape scrutiny. Since Anderson possesses the hunter attribute, why would he seek me out for a purchase? Abner casually inquired after confirming the bills were genuine. However, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. It was conceivable that Anderson had discerned fragments of ritual from the exploits of his predecessors in Sequence 4, the Iron Blood Knight, and was intentionally attempting to assemble a team. Yet, the implication that at least 30 individuals were necessary transcended mere conjecture based on subtle clues. This indicated that Anderson had acquired at least part of the potion formula for Sequence 4. Yet, in the original narrative, he certainly did not possess this knowledge at this juncture. What, then, was the discrepancy? The most significant divergence from the original plot seemed to be the delivery of items and messages to him. Could it be a reward bestowed by the Knowledge Society? As Abner pondered this, his confusion deepened. If this were indeed the handiwork of the Knowledge Society, then surely they harbored far more intricate designs concerning Anderson. After all, sending merely a message, no matter how significant my standing, could not equate in value to the potion formula of Sequence 4. Chapter 64. Arrival at Enmat Harbor. After a moment of contemplation, Abner set aside his thoughts regarding the divine machinations, feeling increasingly bewildered without the foundation of the original storyline to guide him. He then cautioned Atreus once more, "It is permissible for you to learn the ways of the hunter under Anderson's tutelage, but you must refrain from participating in this expedition to the Divine War ruins." From this point onward, Anderson had become Unfortunate Anderson, while those accompanying him were evidently less fortunate. Mr. Anderson mentioned that they would need at least half a year to prepare for this endeavor. Even the preliminary route surveying would consume considerable time, let alone the assembly of numerous adventurers. Atreus, despite her anticipation for such adventures, felt a tinge of disappointment as she echoed Anderson's sentiments, albeit more bluntly, stating that if she could not ascend to the intermediate sequence before the official departure, she would not wish to court death. It appeared that Anderson was acutely aware of the risks involved, regrettably, even at the intermediate sequence. Without an advantage akin to Klein's or the backing of a powerful entity like the General of the Stars, one would still face peril. The term Guardian of Knowledge literally refers to one who safeguards knowledge, a clear enough concept, yet embodying this role posed a significant challenge. Surely, one could not merely act as a security guard in a library. Moreover, Abner did not believe that one should adhere strictly to the literal interpretation. For the guardian of knowledge is also synonymous with the profession of a detective in modern times. This profession, deeply rooted in the art of deduction, might indeed illuminate the true essence of the role he was destined to play. As Abner pondered this, he glanced at the clock and noted it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He then tidied his attire and made his way to the ship's dining hall. Klein surveyed the surroundings and noticed Leonard, Cohen, Shiga, and Loya were present, while only Frayne was absent, stationed at the Charney's gate. "Captain, has something occurred at the cemetery?" Leonard inquired, voicing the unspoken concern of the night watchman present. "I do not know," Dunn replied, his deep gray eyes scanning an undelivered telegram on the table before he shook his head. The night watchman exchanged surprised glances at this unexpected response. "In any case, remain vigilant. Should you notice anything unusual, report it to me immediately," Dunn reiterated. "Understood, Captain," they responded in unison. As Dunn waved them off, signaling the meeting's conclusion, they deliberately slowed their pace, anticipating his next words. However, to their astonishment, Dunn did not call them back even as they exited the office. "This is not right," exclaimed Shiga Tian, the midnight poet, his voice laced with fear. "Something must be amiss with the captain." Loya Lading, the reserved dark-haired lady, furrowed her brow and turned to her companions, asking, "Do any of you know what is happening?" At that moment, Leonard lingered at the back, deliberately slowing his steps. Muttering to himself before seemingly relaxing and smiling, "Let us not be so grave. Perhaps the captain is simply in a good mood today and nothing is wrong." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Cohen, the sleepless one, who asked, "Does anyone have contact with Miss Deli?" "I have her communication address." Klein raised his hand, recalling his prior inquiry to Miss Deli for techniques regarding Joyce's dream divination. "Document the captain's peculiar behavior in a letter and send it to her as soon as possible," Loya instructed. After agreeing on how to address the matter, the night watchman dispersed, leaving Leonard awkwardly standing in the corridor. He hesitantly reached out, only to drop his hand in defeat, finally whispering, "Old man, are you certain the captain is truly unharmed?" As Klein approached the company entrance, ready to greet Roshan, who was on duty, he noticed Miss Anna, Joyce's fiancée, entering with red-rimmed eyes, due to Trist's continued evasion of capture. Joyce Meyer remained under protective custody at the headquarters of the Tingen Night Watch. Miss Anna, having become embroiled in extraordinary events and longing to see her beloved, had applied for a clerical position at the Blackthorn Security Company, much to Roshan's delight, who often complained about the burdens of night shifts. It was not yet Anna's working hours, and Klein understood she had come to visit her fiancé, leading her to the confinement room, where formal personnel were not permitted. Not even clerical staff. "Anna, why are you crying?" Joyce immediately noticed his fiancé's swollen eyes, concern etched on his face. "Darling, our friend Bogda has passed away," Anna exclaimed, breaking into tears once more. Upon hearing this, Klein mourned for the late Mr. Bogda, a man he had never met, contemplating, in this era. Surgical procedures are still in their infancy. Undergoing surgery is akin to gambling with one's life. Alas, if only this gentleman had sought my divination. I could have advised him to consult the apothecary who cured Mr. Glacius's pulmonary ailments. Reflecting on the apothecary, Klein recalled the possibility that this individual might be extraordinary. After some deliberation, he resolved to visit the apothecary in the near future, ready to report any issues should they arise. "I have officially become a night watchman. My weekly salary should be 4.5, but why have I not received my due compensation?" On Monday, July 16th, while Klein independently concluded his first case as an official night watchman, securing compensation for the Haley family, the passenger ship White Agate gracefully entered in Mad Harbor. Adventurers aboard the vessel disembarked, not at the end of their journey, but seeking respite after 4 days at sea. Abner watched as Atrees escorted the Fernal family ashore before turning to see Hugh bidding farewell to Captain Erland. "Perhaps you might anticipate some results from Furs," Abner said with a smile, offering her reassurance before gathering his belongings to disembark. "I cannot be certain whether Furs has perished from hunger in her bed," Hugh replied, having spent ample time with Abner, honing her skill for sarcasm. "Is Miss Magician truly that unreliable?" Abner, taken aback, responded, "I would rather acquire intelligence from you." Hugh remarked earnestly, "To gain knowledge from me, you must possess strength." Abner began, but Hugh interjected, "Understanding this, you should hasten to elevate your rank. After all, your adversary is an angel on the brink of divinity." Hugh pursed her lips and followed in Abner's footsteps. Checking the time, Abner noted it was already 2:30. Not far from the tarot meeting, so he decided to preemptively seal the room with spiritual energy. He then sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating the demeanor and persona he should adopt at the tarot gathering. Perhaps I could position myself as a scholarly individual fond of flaunting knowledge, initially providing them with information and insights for free, ensuring that I become their first thought should any queries arise in the future. After all, what is free is often the most valuable. Oh, Klein is presently collecting Russell's diaries. Should I not seek some as well? Perhaps I shall forego at this time, as I still do not know that Mr. Fool requires this. Where to find the diaries? It seems my teacher does not possess any, and Mr. Gaston is not inclined towards collecting Russell's works. Ultimately, he resolved to write in Chinese in an exaggerated and twisted style. For the people of this world tended to transcribe Chinese in a rather awkward manner. As Abner reveled in his thoughts, a sudden surge of deep crimson light enveloped him like a tidal wave, submerging him entirely. The tarot meeting had officially commenced. Chapter 65. The first tarot gathering. As Abner regained his sight, a grayish, boundless, desolate, and silent world unfolded before him. He glanced at the figure seated at the head of the table, shrouded in thick mist, and feigned reverence as he bowed and greeted, "I praise you, Mr. Fool." Simultaneously, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, yet found no sign of others present. Considering that it was not yet 3 o'clock, a suspicion arose within him. Has Klein summoned me early? Klein, seated at the forefront, was pleased that this gathering had proceeded without incident. It seemed the other party had indeed been intimidated by him last time and refrained from reporting him. However, his demeanor today was notably lively, a stark contrast to his previous calmness. Does this confirm that I am truly a benevolent deity, emboldening him to abandon his fears? How audacious! I must remind him of my elevated status and the necessity of maintaining an air of reverence. But how can I do so without compromising my own dignity? Klein quickly pondered his strategy and soon devised a plan. "Tower, we meet again," he said with a smile. "The other members will need to wait a while. Let us first address a matter that was left unspoken last time." Abner sensed that Klein intended to put on a performance, so he cooperatively responded, "I am eager to hear your teachings. Why do I get the impression that while your words exude humility, your heart may be mocking?" Klein observed Abner's emotional aura with his spiritual sight, and his lips twitched slightly. He pinched his brow and solemnly declared, "I permit you to invoke my name. Remember the following titles: the Fool of a Bygone Era, the Mysterious Ruler Above the Mist, the King of Fortune clad in yellow and black." "Ah, so you are an awakened ancient deity. No wonder the one from the Antigonus family fell just short of preventing your ascension." Abner stifled a laugh as he offered his exaggerated praise. Is he truly pleased? Is he joyful because my greatness presents him with opportunities? Furthermore, this tower gentleman indeed possesses vast esoteric knowledge. Alas, I must maintain the guise of the fool and cannot inquire further. As 3 o'clock approached, Klein gestured toward the deep crimson star symbolizing justice and the hanged man. Abner watched with a smile as light erupted from opposite sides, revealing 2 indistinct figures. Audrey Hall glanced around and suddenly froze, only to then hear the ever-steady voice of Mr. Fool. "This is our new member, titled Tower. This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. the Hanged Man. A new member has joined the gathering?" Audrey was initially taken aback, but quickly filled with joy. She was genuinely delighted to witness the growth of the Tarot Society, embodying a spirit of ownership. The Hanged Man, Alger, scrutinized the newly introduced Mr. Tower, assessing his origins and background. He appeared relatively young, yet exuded confidence, showing no fear of this mysterious realm. Was this audacity or self-assurance? Abner, meanwhile, was discreetly observing both Justice and the Hanged Man. As expected, Audrey embodied the sunny and optimistic disposition described in the original text. Even without seeing her face, one could feel uplifted in her presence. Alger, on the other hand, was rather unremarkable apart from his seaweed-like hair. I admit, he pales in comparison to Justice's allure. After exchanging greetings, Audrey cheerfully curtsied to the Fool, smiling, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. It is a pity there is no fine wine here. Otherwise, we could toast to your successful endeavors." At this moment, she was likely referring to the ritual magic that bestows blessings of good dreams, which Klein was testing to see if the title held any significance. Abner mused upon witnessing this scene. "Your power surpasses our wildest imagination," Alger Wilson chimed in with praise. Concerned that Abner might not comprehend their conversation, Audrey kindly explained the previous experiment conducted by the Fool and inquired if she should share the details of the ritual. Abner, however, shook his head and graciously declined. "My extraordinary path excels in ritual magic. I am well versed in such petitions." Which path is adept in ritual magic? The Seeker? The Diviner? Both Klein and Alger simultaneously entertained this thought. Following Klein's awkward portrayal of a mysterious entity's composure, Audrey presented the materialized Roselle diary. "It is Mr. Fool's reading time, Mr. Tower. Please be patient." Noticing that Abner appeared somewhat distracted, Audrey kindly reminded him. "Thank you for your reminder, beautiful Miss Justice," Abner replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Alger sat silently, his gaze fixed on the surface of the bronze table, behaving as if in the presence of a true deity. What was the content of the diary Audrey presented? Let me think. Ah, yes. It seemed to involve the Emperor's grievances regarding the Craftsmanship Society's inadequacies, as well as Charlemagne's collaboration with him, advising on the approximate time standards for acting as a facilitator, and hoping he could pilfer a dangerous relic from the Antigonus family. "Thank you for your patience," Audrey began, glancing at the hanged man as she organized her words. "Where might I find the Psychological Alchemy Society? How much does Alger know about the Psychological Alchemy Society? This is my opportunity to exhibit my prowess in intelligence and knowledge." Just as Abner contemplated how much to divulge about the society, Alger Wilson shook his head, stating, "Miss Justice, first, I do not possess any leads. Second, I believe you need not rush to find the Psychological Alchemy Society. Your current focus should be on digesting the audience potion." Audrey quickly glanced at the fool, noticing his lack of intent to add anything, and felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet Abner suddenly interjected, "Miss Justice, you are from the upper echelons of the Ruined Kingdom, are you not? If so, locating the Psychological Alchemy Society should not pose a challenge. Is there a connection between the Psychological Alchemy Society and the nobility of the kingdom?" Initially, the Psychological Alchemy Society was merely a gathering of enthusiasts, all of whom believed in the boundless power and wonder of the mind. Later, this society obtained a treasure map and uncovered the relics left by Hermes. At this point, Abner surveyed the room and noticed not only Audrey but also Alger and Klein were subtly focused on him, which brought him a sense of satisfaction as he continued. The relics left by Hermes ultimately established the research foundation and direction of the Psychological Alchemy Society, which is to unearth the secrets of the mind within the audience sequence. Under normal circumstances, one would dare not speak so freely, but it feels liberating to express myself. "Hermes? The Hermes of Hermes Trismegistus?" Audrey asked with keen interest. "The Psychological Alchemy Society is quite active among the upper echelons of Beckland. Many members from noble or affluent merchant families have been developed into affiliates. They maintain informants across various secretive extraordinary circles. If you wish to engage with them, it is quite simple. Seek out a clandestine gathering to procure or sell audience potion formulas. If your family wields enough power and wealth and ruin, it won't be long before a lady or gentleman of suitable stature seeks you out." Upon concluding this statement, both Audrey and Klein, as well as Alger, regarded the Psychological Alchemy Society with a newfound trepidation, realizing the immense power that such a vast network of connections could wield. Concurrently, they began to speculate about Abner's identity, pondering what manner of individual he might be to possess such hidden knowledge. Could he be a mole within the Psychological Alchemy Society? Yet he appeared to harbor no fondness for the organization, lacking even a modicum of respect when speaking of Hermes. However, does the Psychological Alchemy Society not concern itself with the actions of the various churches? Audrey inquired, her voice tinged with hesitation. At that moment, she had completely forgotten the original intent of her question. "So, the Psychological Alchemy Society refrains from approaching my father, avoiding the high-ranking nobles frequently seen within the church, yet chooses to cultivate relationships with their family members, such as myself?" A sudden realization washed over Audrey. "Indeed." Abner nodded thoughtfully before shifting the conversation. "I would advise against your immediate engagement with the Psychological Alchemy Society. Furthermore, it would be prudent to seek Mr. Fool as permission and protection prior to any interactions. Otherwise, concealing secrets before an extraordinary individual, who is at least a psychologist, will prove exceedingly difficult." "I see," Audrey remarked, casting a glance at Mr. Fool, who remained impassive, a hint of disappointment escaping her lips in a sigh. Realizing the impropriety of her gesture, she quickly adjusted her posture and expressed her gratitude to Abner, saying, "Thank you for your elucidation, Mr. Tower." Meanwhile, Klein, seated at the head of the table, was utterly bewildered, his expression obscured by the mist. "What? Am I to amass sufficient contributions to provide protection? What excuse could I possibly conjure to refuse such a request?"